Exactly.
Like,
To wonder in a
steal anything. I know where you live.
Tony, know.
Looks like the
Sister Tracy is.
I am a child. I'm the baby or whatever.
So apparently when it comes,
guys.
But you can't be.
Whether it's
listen, I have a question.
Yeah, she and I had a thing. It was stupid, but it happened, and I feel bad.
Putting you two together. Do you and Mendeecees have like anything beyond this film? Or?
No, to be honest, I barely even know him.
Okay.
to be honest, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're not like, we're cool,
Yeah.
but he's not like my homie. You know what I mean?
Right,
it's not
right.
like that. And he just got casted in the film, and here we are.
What this whole thing was, Tamar, is that I was never comfortable with the relationship that you and Mendeecees had in front of me, okay? All of that, you at the music video shoot in your booty shorts, sitting on top of him meeting us up at restaurants every time we met up, I was very uncomfortable with it. We gonna say that didn't happen. We gonna sit up here and say, after he was digging in between your thighs at that roof, Chris, and he got up and went to the bathroom, that the conversation was, y'all, I can't. He just my friend. He just my friend. I can't. I mean, and then I said, Tamar, ain't he married? He ain't married.
These sisters are out here saying Mendeecees hooked up with Tamar Braxton for a one-night situation and walked away with an STI, and now the whole thing has blown up into a straight reality TV nightmare. He already admitted he cheated on Yandy with Tamar right after Funky Dineva exposed the link-up, and instead of laying low, he made it way worse by throwing Tamar under the bus with that allegation. This situation went from messy to reckless real fast. Yandy is clearly not handling this quietly at all. She's been snapping online, dragging both Mendeecees and Tamar, calling things out, throwing shade, and making it clear she feels zero sympathy for him.
I have always minded the business that paid me. That's why every time I seen Mendeecees out with a girl, what's the girl name? Angie, that's married at MTK, and I seen them a few other places. And I got pictures too. I usually just mind my business, but tonight you really tried it. I told you nothing. How you gonna want to be a cheater and be scared that your...
From her reaction, she's done protecting anyone and ready to let it all burn. Now everyone in the reality scene is talking, receipts are flying, and the tea is spilling everywhere. Tamar once said she stays on the front lines, and now she's standing right in the middle of embarrassment and backlash. It's uncomfortable, it's public, and while it's chaotic, this moment didn't come out of nowhere. Every move led straight here. The real reason everything spun out of control is because she couldn't stop running her mouth about her former friend, Funky Dineva. And everybody knows Funky is not the one to play with, not even a little bit. Once his name got dragged into it, the situation was bound to explode, and that's exactly what happened.
Time, some receipts were sent to us. We did promise the girl that we would give her anonymity. He knows who she is because he blocked her today. Put up the block receipt, Jasmine. That was fast. And, she got her receipts before. I asked her to send a screenshot of the DMs, and she did that. So let me pull up mine. So the voice note, we got him. Give me 1 second. He goes in the next text, like real bad. She says, you can have me. He says, I can't even front no more. She said, I'll let you have me. He said, we'll see. And then she goes,
She then popped up on a morning radio show and tried to address the rumors about her allegedly linking up with Mendeecees just weeks earlier. She went on air attempting damage control, but the delivery was shaky, and people instantly started side-eyeing the story. When she claimed she didn't even know Mendeecees like that, that's when listeners clocked it immediately. There are videos floating around of them partying together and hanging out publicly, so that statement didn't add up at all. That's where the story really started unraveling, and the web she spun got tighter by the minute. What nobody expected was how fast it would collapse, because according to reports, Mendeecees isn't even denying the claims about him and Tamar sneaking around, and that silence is speaking loud.
The roof, Chris, we ate, we had a good time. She was like, let's turn up for your birthday. We went down to the V12. Shouts out to Vinny and all the people at V12. That's the video y'all saw, or whatever, with us walking in, them making a whole lot of noise. We left there. We all got in the car together. The car dropped us off at Tamar house. I didn't go upstairs. I went to my car. I went and met James Knox at BJ Rooster, and I came home. The next day when I woke up, I had a text message from Tamar at 10.
But this is where things take a wild turn, because Mendeecees is now allegedly claiming that Tamar gave him an STI during their situation, and that's what really shocked everybody. According to people close to the situation, he's insisting it was only a one-night encounter, not some long-term affair like fans online have been speculating. Either way, it's clear he probably regrets that link-up completely, because the fallout has been brutal. Sources say he's standing firm that it wasn't serious, but the outcome was way more than he signed up for.
What this whole thing was, Tamar, is that I was never comfortable with the relationship that you and Mendeecees had in front of me, okay? All of that, you at the music video shoot in your booty shorts, sitting on top of him meeting us up at restaurants every time we met up, I was very uncomfortable with it. And if we gonna tell it, let's tell it all. So since you were throwing a party for a friend's birthday party, do y'all wanna know why I did not get out the car and go upstairs with Tamar when we got back to her house? Because after her and Mendeecees got through kissing,
the word on the street is that he walked away dealing with health concerns he didn't expect, which pushed this drama into an even more uncomfortable zone. Allegedly, Tamar didn't warn him about anything beforehand, which is why people are reacting so strongly to the claims. Now, to be clear, these are allegations flying around, and the internet has been doing what it does best, talking non-stop. Some folks are saying he should have moved smarter, while others are questioning why he'd ever let something this personal come out publicly. That's the part that has everyone confused, because this is usually the kind of story people keep locked away forever. And now whispers are swirling that outside pressure may be involved, with chatter suggesting Funky Dineva might be holding serious leverage. If that's true, this mess is far from over, and the reality TV streets are watching every move closely. Like I said before, Funky Dineva is sitting on a whole vault of tea, and now it's clear he's not the only one being exposed. Turns out, Funky allegedly has serious dirt on Mendeecees too, and he's threatening to drop it all if Mendeecees doesn't back up the story about him and Tamar having something going on behind Yandy's back. Whatever Funky is holding must be heavy, because reports say it pressured Mendeecees into admitting some very personal details he probably never wanted public. And let's be real, it would have to be way messier than cheating, because that's nothing new for him. He's already been caught in multiple cheating scandals before, so this isn't exactly shocking territory. People are saying the information is so spicy that even longtime bloggers were ready to run with it, until things suddenly got shut down fast. Now here's where it gets even crazier. We just got word in real time that receipts were sent in, and promises were made to protect identities. The woman involved knows exactly who she is, because she was blocked today and the block receipt came through immediately. That move alone had people talking. Screenshots, messages, timelines, everything lined up fast. The receipts were already in hand before anyone even asked, and that alone says a lot. This situation is moving at lightning speed, and every new detail is making this mess look deeper, louder, and way more calculated than anyone expected. So let's break this part down slowly, because this is where the receipts really start talking. A voice note gets pulled up, texts start rolling in, and the energy shifts immediately. In the messages, he's clearly flirting heavy, no confusion at all. She says things like, "You can have me," and he responds back admitting he can't even deny it anymore. That back and forth alone had people raising eyebrows because it wasn't subtle, it wasn't friendly, and it definitely wasn't innocent. She keeps pressing him, asking if he really wants her, and he straight up confirms that he does. No dodging, no excuses. And yes, she's from North Carolina, which lines up with timelines people already had clocked. This wasn't random chatter, this was mutual interest spelled out in real time. Now here's the kicker. This all stacks on top of the fact that back in August, he was already exposed by Sierra Gates for cheating with a married woman. That's 2 cheating scandals in less than 3 months, which is wild behavior by any standard. The pattern is loud, and the timing makes it even worse. At this point, the streets are saying he's been moving reckless, and that's exactly why Funky Dineva has him nervous. Panic mode activated. Rumors are flying about what Funky really knows. And while people are whispering theories, the pressure is obvious. And let's be real about the motive here. Funky didn't wake up one day bored. Tamar embarrassed him publicly, and in classic Funky fashion, once you play with his name, he's ready to expose everything. No mercy, no backtracking, just straight smoke aimed at everyone involved. Y'all remember a few weeks back when Tamar said she was attacked inside her own home, right? She claimed she didn't know who did it, but the way the story came out had fans putting pieces together fast. People started speculating because she and Funky Dineva had been together earlier that same night, and the internet ran with it heavy. Before long, folks were pointing fingers and calling Funky a bad friend, even though nothing was proven. And like I've said before, Funky is not the one to play with at all. He shut those rumors down immediately and went online to clear his name, straight and direct. He admitted he was with Tamar earlier, but said once the party wrapped, he called her an Uber and that was it for him. According to Funky, he had no clue how she later ended up seriously injured, and he denied any involvement completely. Things got tense after that, with Funky and Tamar going back and forth publicly. That back and forth is what eventually pushed Funky to start spilling tea about Tamar and Mendeecees, turning the heat all the way up. The drama cooled off for a short moment, but peace didn't last long. Everything flared right back up when Tamar went on the morning hustle and flat out denied the affair entirely. And that denial reopened the floodgates all over again. She didn't stop there either. Tamar made comments that straight up painted Funky Dineva as a liar, and she even went as far as threatening legal action over what he was saying. That move only poured gasoline on the situation because instead of backing down, Funky doubled down and started spilling even more tea. Once that switch flipped, it was clear he wasn't holding anything back. And Funky definitely didn't stop with Tamar. Reports say he allegedly pressured Mendeecees to finally come clean about the affair, forcing the truth into the open. That alone showed everybody he was dead serious and not playing around at all. When Funky feels played, he exposes everything, no hesitation. Now, through all of this chaos, the biggest question people keep asking is where Yandy stands in all of it. According to insiders close to her circle, Yandy is extremely upset and fed up. She's reportedly trying to make sure Mendeecees never ends up around Tamar again, period. As for the STI allegations, sources say Yandy has been clowning him behind the scenes, seeing it as karma for cheating, while they were supposedly working on their marriage. But here's the twist. Fans aren't exactly rushing to feel sorry for Yandy either. Just like Mendeecees, she's faced her own cheating rumors in the past. A lot of people still remember when she was exposed for allegedly getting too close to a fitness trainer in London. She claimed it was emotional and nothing physical, but let's be honest, plenty of folks never fully bought that explanation. So now we're at the point where nobody looks innocent anymore, and that's what really has fans split down the middle. This situation stopped being about one affair a long time ago and turned into a full-blown exposure war. Everybody involved has receipts, rumors, and a past they don't want dragged back up, and the internet is clocking every single move. What makes this even crazier is how quiet Mendeecees has been lately. No long explanations, no emotional speeches, just silence. And in this kind of mess, silence speaks loud. People are saying he's laying low because once more receipts drop, there's no spinning it. And with Funky still hinting that he hasn't said everything yet, the pressure is heavy. Tamar, on the other hand, keeps trying to control the narrative, but each interview just seems to open new questions instead of closing doors. Fans are picking apart every word, every pause, every denial. The trust is gone, and once the public smells inconsistency, it's hard to get it back. At this point, this drama isn't cooling down anytime soon. Too many egos are bruised, too many secrets are halfway out, and the reality streets are watching closely, waiting on the next receipt to drop. And now the conversation has fully shifted because fans aren't just focused on the affair anymore, they're questioning everyone's motives. People are asking who leaked what first, who lied to protect themselves, and who only started telling the truth once they were cornered. This has turned into a chess match, not a love triangle. What's really standing out is how calculated some of these moves look. Interviews popping up at the perfect time, denials followed by half admissions, and silence when receipts start circulating. That's why so many people feel like there's still a bigger truth sitting in the shadows. The timelines aren't lining up clean, and the math just isn't mathing. Fans are also pointing out that every time things start to cool down, someone reignites the mess with a new claim or a new hint. That tells people this isn't about closure, it's about control. Control of the story, control of public opinion, and control of who looks worse when the dust settles. At this stage, nobody's reputation is untouched. Every name involved has taken a hit, and the internet hasn't forgotten a single detail. One wrong move from anyone, and this whole situation could explode all over again, even messier than before. And at this point, the biggest takeaway is this whole situation is a cautionary tale about moving reckless in public and thinking it won't come back around. Every secret that was whispered behind closed doors is now being debated online, frame by frame, comment by comment. Once the internet gets involved, there's no deleting the past, no rewriting timelines, and no dodging accountability. What started as rumors quickly turned into interviews, receipts, denials, and pressure, and now everybody involved is dealing with the consequences in real time. Trust was broken, alliances collapsed, and reputations took hits that won't be easy to shake. The reality streets don't forget, and they definitely don't forgive easily. The craziest part is this still doesn't feel finished. Too many hints have been dropped, too many loose ends are hanging, and too many people know more than they're saying. All it takes is one more receipt, one more message, or one more voice note, and this whole thing could spiral again. So if you want to stay locked in for every update, every twist, and every receipt that drops next, make sure you subscribe to Juicy Reel right now. Hit that button because you already know this story isn't done yet. And honestly, this is why fans are calling the whole situation a lose-lose for everybody involved. Nobody is walking away clean, and every new detail just makes the picture messier. Mendeecees looks reckless, Tamar looks inconsistent, Funky looks relentless, and Yandy looks exhausted, trying to hold it together while the internet dissects her marriage in real time. What really has people talking is how desperate everything feels now. Mendeecees allegedly oversharing personal business just to stay ahead of whatever Funky might drop next is not a good look at all. That kind of move screams panic, not honesty. And the more he talks, the deeper the hole gets. Tamar's strategy isn't helping either. Denials, interviews, and threats only keep the spotlight on her longer. Every attempt to clear her name seems to spark new questions instead of shutting anything down. Fans are saying sometimes silence is louder, but that window might already be closed. At this stage, the drama feels like it's running on pure ego and fear. Everybody's trying to protect themselves, but in doing so, they're exposing even more. And that's exactly why the internet knows this story is heading toward an even bigger explosion. So yeah, fans aren't exactly shedding tears over Mendeecees creeping around with Tamar. Like the saying goes, what goes around really does come back around. And this whole situation feels like karma doing laps. Right now, Mendeecees is out here overexposing himself, embarrassing Tamar in the process, all while clearly trying to dodge whatever funky Deneva is holding over his head. Meanwhile, Tamar is moving like nothing ever happened, keeping a straight face while the internet is side-eyeing every move. Funky keeps dropping receipts piece by piece, refusing to let the story die, and Yandy looks like she's fighting to stay afloat in the middle of all this chaos. Everybody's stressed, everybody's exposed, and nobody's fully winning. The wild part is the pressure isn't slowing down at all. If Tamar really goes forward with that lawsuit, things could turn real ugly fast. Legal moves have a way of dragging hidden details into the light, and she might end up exposing way more than she planned to. That route is risky, and the stakes are high. One thing is clear though, this mess is nowhere near finished. Too many secrets, too many receipts, and too many egos involved. If you want to stay locked in as this drama keeps unfolding, make sure you subscribe to the Juicy Reel channel right now, because you already know the tea is still brewing.
Confessing that although I love my family, most of the time I don't like my family. Everyone in my family.
Take a breath.
Everybody. I feel like I'm angry at everybody in my family. I don't like my family. If they weren't my family, it wouldn't be my friend.
The internet went absolutely wild when Ashley Braxton, the quiet niece nobody ever talked about, finally spoke out. After years of silence, she dropped a bomb that cracked open the shiny image the Braxton family had carefully built with gospel songs, fame, and glitz.
That is your man, as you call it. That is your man. He knew it was a situation with me and you. And he was down. He was down to play op games. I wouldn't take nothing like that serious, my love. That ate my ass, and I sent him on his way. It wasn't, you don't want me to expose how you were saying that you kicked her out and she went back to her mother's house. Not
her voice shook, but her message hit hard. She was done protecting the very people who broke her down as a kid. For once, nobody was gossiping about Toni Braxton's chart-topping hits or Tamar's explosive reality show meltdowns. Nope, the world was focused on something way darker, something the family had buried for years under their perfect smiles.
Not Mrs. Braxton, not Mrs. Singer with the sold-out tour that JR also told me was flex. It was cap. It was she flexing. She don't have no sold-out. Between me and you was his exact words. The tour not sold out. He said you was messy. He said you went back to your mother's house. He told me a lot of things that he shouldn't tell a stranger. I just met this man less than a week.
Ashley wasn't chasing clout, she said. She was chasing closure, and the way she said it sent chills down everybody's spine. She showed up on camera with that calm look you only get after years of crying behind closed doors. She told the world how being 16 and spending one summer with one of her aunts turned into the worst nightmare of her life. Something went down, or almost did, with her aunt's partner, and though Ashley never said any names, fans didn't need her to. The clues were all right there. The timeline, her tone, her trembling voice, it all lined up too perfectly to ignore.
But you can't be thinking you're gonna go have plastic surgery on a Groupon.
Exactly.
Like you,
The
ain't no plastic surgery on sale.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
And if it's on sale, 9 times out of 10, you're not supposed to get it from the person that's having a sale on liposuction. Don't do that.
And the worst part, instead of helping her heal, the family decided to hide it. They didn't want drama. They wanted silence. No police, no confrontation, no headlines. They just wanted the world to keep seeing them as gospel royalty while Ashley was left carrying the pain alone. That's when she said, enough was enough. She was taking her story back, and no Braxton was going to shut her up this time. That's the part that broke everyone's heart. Ashley said that instead of wrapping her in love, her own family turned their backs on her. The calls stopped, the invites vanished, and even her father, Michael Braxton Jr., told her to keep quiet. She remembered the moment he looked her in the eye and said, "Zip it up tight." Those words haunted her for years, like a ghost she could never escape. Decades later, she revealed that the same father who once preached loyalty and unity actually threatened her with legal action if she ever dared to speak her truth. Can you imagine? The man who taught her about family first was the same one trying to silence her. The betrayal in her voice was impossible to miss when she said, "I just wanted to be heard, not hushed behind a screen." It sent chills through everyone watching. That's when fans started connecting the dots. The aunt who suddenly cut her off, the partner who made her feel unsafe, and those old whispers about Trina Braxton's messy past marriage that fans always said had way too much chaos. Nothing was officially confirmed, but wow, everything lined up a little too perfectly to ignore. Still, Ashley wasn't out here naming names or trying to destroy anyone's life. She just wanted people to understand how powerful and painful silence can be. Because when a family chooses to protect their image instead of the truth, someone always ends up broken. And this time, it was Ashley. Ashley said the worst part wasn't what happened. It was being blamed for surviving it. That line alone broke the internet's heart. Then came the twist nobody saw coming. Tamar Braxton saw the video, and everything flipped upside down. Tamar, the sister known for speaking her mind, loud and proud, couldn't stay silent this time. She reached out to Ashley in private, and before anyone could blink, she invited her niece to appear on her live podcast. It was the first time in decades that any Braxton had publicly given Ashley a voice, and that move sent shockwaves through the family. Fans were stunned, insiders were buzzing, and according to those close to the situation, Toni Braxton was furious. To Toni, family business was supposed to stay behind closed doors. No social media, no public talk, no exposure. But Tamar had a different mindset. She believed that healing needed sunlight, not shadows. The moment Ashley showed up on Tamar's podcast, the energy shifted. It wasn't about fame, music, or TV drama this time. It was about truth. Ashley opened up like never before, talking about what it was like growing up in a home where love always came with conditions. She revealed how her mother once removed her name from her birth certificate, how her father stayed distant, and how her stepmother turned their home into a battlefield of emotional pain. Every adult who should have protected her ended up teaching her one painful lesson: to stay silent. "I learned that being quiet kept the peace," she whispered, "but it also killed me inside." Those words hit like a punch to the gut, especially for fans who still remember Tracy Braxton's lonely final years before she passed. Another woman in the family silenced by the same cycle. And while fans were praising Tamar for finally shining light on the truth, Toni's reaction, according to close sources, was nothing short of rage. She allegedly called Tamar's podcast reckless, saying her younger sister was using family pain for clout and ratings. The family feud that started decades ago suddenly roared back to life, and everyone watching knew this was only the beginning of something explosive. Toni Braxton, the calm, collected matriarch who always kept the family looking polished, was terrified of the headlines that were about to drop. Imagine it splashed everywhere. Braxton niece accuses family of a cover-up. That's every PR nightmare rolled into one. Toni wanted it buried fast, craving damage control before things spiraled out of hand. But Tamar, she wasn't backing down. She wanted honesty, raw and unfiltered. Their private phone calls reportedly got so heated that Tony completely stopped answering. One insider even claimed Tony told a producer, "If Tamar wants to run her mouth, let her live with the consequences." That one line said it all. The Braxton house was officially divided. But here's the twist. The public wasn't siding with Tony this time. Everyone was rallying behind Ashley. Viewers saw a woman who had been pushed out by her own family, but still spoke with grace and strength. She didn't shout, didn't throw shade, didn't curse. She just told the truth with trembling hands and a steady heart. Ashley shared how therapy sessions in Europe helped her rebuild herself piece by piece. "I left the country to save my mind," she confessed, and you could feel the pain in every word. Living abroad had become her safe place, far from the noise, far from the whispers. But when tragedy struck and her sister, the one the Braxtons rarely spoke about, passed away, Ashley knew she couldn't stay silent any longer. She had to speak up, not just for herself, but for the sister who never got that same chance. So when Tamar officially announced that Ashley would appear live on her show in Atlanta, the fandom went into a frenzy. Social media exploded, fans were divided, and even longtime supporters couldn't believe that the Braxton family secrets were finally being dragged into the spotlight. Live for the whole world to see. This wasn't just another wild tabloid rumor. It was real, and it was happening in public. Ashley was finally telling her story, and one of the Braxtons, Tamar, was standing right there beside her. In that single powerful moment, the family known for their gospel harmony turned into a courtroom of truth. The internet couldn't look away. Everyone was watching history unfold right before their eyes. Fans went into detective mode, pulling up old interviews of Tony and Trina, dissecting every gesture, every pause, every blink. Was Tony's silence a sign of guilt? Or was it just grief from watching her family fall apart? Nobody could agree, but one thing was crystal clear. This was the most explosive Braxton family drama since Braxton Family Values went off the air. Ashley's words during one interview melted hearts everywhere. She said, "For once, I won't be alone on that stage. I'll have my aunt's hand to hold if I cry." That single line hit like a thunderclap, raw, real, and full of years of pain and longing. Within hours, it went viral across every platform. TikTok, X, Instagram, everyone was talking about it. Tamar responded with a simple red heart emoji under Ashley's post, confirming her support without even saying a word. Meanwhile, Tony didn't post anything. No comment, no like, not even a silent acknowledgement. And somehow, that silence screamed louder than any statement ever could. It became its own headline. Tony Braxton remains silent as niece prepares to speak out. Behind the scenes, things were getting messy. Michael Braxton reportedly warned his daughter again to stay quiet and avoid dropping names, while Trina completely disappeared from social media. Insiders whispered that Tony had even started pulling away from upcoming family projects, afraid that getting too close might drag her straight into the fallout. The Braxton family's perfect image was cracking right before the world's eyes, and nobody knew what would break next. Tamar wasn't backing down. She doubled down. Sources say she told her team straight up, "If the truth breaks us, maybe we weren't whole to begin with." That line leaked online through fan pages and instantly went viral. It became a rallying cry for survivors everywhere, people who saw themselves in Ashley's story and finally felt brave enough to speak too. By the end of that week, what started as a quiet confession had turned into a national conversation about abuse, silence, and the power of forgiveness. Talk shows were debating it, social media was flooded with takes, and even fans who had never followed the Braxtons before were now hooked. For Ashley, this was never about revenge. It was about release. But for the Braxton family, it was a full-blown reckoning. That glamorous brand of sisterhood and success was starting to crumble under the truth they'd all tried to bury. Tamar was getting ready to welcome her niece to the stage, while Tony was reportedly doing everything she could to brace herself for what was coming. The one thing she hated most, losing control of the narrative. Because once Ashley started talking, the question wasn't if the family would respond. It was how far Tony would go to stop Tamar from turning their darkest secret into a public showdown. The night of the podcast felt heavier than a concert. Cameras flashed like crazy outside the Atlanta theater, and fans lined up down the block, whispering wild theories about what Ashley might finally reveal. Inside, the stage lights were dim, golden and soft, but the tension in the air was thick. Tamar walked out first, sleek hair, sharp outfit, radiating confidence wrapped in compassion. The crowd screamed as she took the mic. "Tonight isn't about gossip," she said. "It's about truth, healing, and courage." The audience roared with applause, but everyone could feel it. This wasn't just another podcast episode. This was a family reckoning dressed up as a live show. When Ashley finally stepped out, the whole room went silent. Her eyes glistened like she had been carrying years of pain, guilt, and silence inside her chest. And in that moment, you could tell something powerful was about to break loose. And this time, Ashley was finally ready to let it all out. Tamar reached for her hand, and that single, quiet gesture said everything. It was loyalty, rebellion, and sisterhood all rolled into one powerful moment. You could feel the love and the defiance bursting through the screen. Ashley took a deep breath, steady but trembling, and began to speak. She never said any names, but the pain in her pauses told the whole story louder than any headline ever could. She spoke about feeling unsafe, unheard, and unseen, about being blamed for things she never did, punished just for being a kid caught in the wrong place at the wrong time. And then came the line that broke everyone's heart. "I just wanted someone to believe me." The audience went completely silent. No whispers, no phones clicking, just heavy, aching quiet. Even Tamar's eyes filled with tears she couldn't hold back. It was one of those moments where the truth hit like lightning, raw, painful, and impossible to ignore. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, chaos was exploding inside the Braxton circle. Toni Braxton, according to insiders, was livid. Sources said she felt Tamar had turned the family's wounds into a public circus. To Toni, this wasn't bravery, it was betrayal. She allegedly called Michael that same night and snapped, "You need to handle your daughter before this goes too far." But by the time those words left her mouth, it was too far. The footage was already everywhere. Within hours, it went viral. Blogs were breaking it down line by line. Fans were debating every look, every tear, every word. Ashley's truth had already reached millions of ears, and Toni's trademark silence, the shield she'd always used to protect herself, suddenly looked more like guilt than grace. Back on stage, Ashley fought to keep her composure, but you could see her memories pushing through. Her voice cracked as she recalled her father's chilling words, "Zip it up tight." That phrase had haunted her for years, and now she was finally free from it, right there, under the spotlight, with the whole world finally listening. The crowd gasped when Ashley's voice trembled and she said, "I was told to stay quiet to protect people who never protected me." That line hit like thunder, raw, heartbreaking, and unforgettable. Tamar squeezed her hand tighter, and in that instant, the whole internet exploded. Fans rushed to social media, flooding timelines with messages of support, tagging both Tamar and Toni, demanding answers, demanding accountability. Twitter, or X, was on fire. Some fans wrote, "Protect Ashley at all costs." Others repeated over and over, "Toni can't silence this anymore." It became a chant across the internet, a digital uprising of voices that refused to be quiet. As the show came to a close, Tamar stood up and pulled Ashley into a long emotional embrace. Both women were shaking, from relief, from fear, from everything they had just unleashed. The world was watching two generations of Braxton women face decades of buried truth. Live. Ashley whispered softly, "I finally feel free." And Tamar, tears streaming down her face, whispered back, "You were always free, baby. They just tried to make you forget it." That single exchange sent chills through everyone watching. The audience erupted, some clapping, some crying, some just standing in stunned silence, processing what they had just witnessed. For the first time in years, a Braxton woman wasn't singing a note. She was telling the truth. But freedom, as always, comes with a price. The next morning, chaos erupted behind closed doors. Toni Braxton reportedly called a full-on family meeting. According to one insider, she started with a line that said it all. "We are not turning into another reality scandal. We have Grammy Awards, not gossip columns." Toni wanted control back. She wanted the narrative cleaned up, the damage contained. She allegedly demanded Tamar release a statement claiming the podcast was taken out of context. But Tamar wasn't having it. She stood her ground and shot back. "The context is pain, and we're not erasing it again." That one sentence, brave, bold, and final, reportedly ended their phone call, and maybe even their relationship. The Braxton family's golden image had officially shattered, and nothing would ever be the same again. Behind the scenes, the storm was far from over. Michael Braxton was furious. Sources say he immediately reached out to lawyers, trying to block Ashley from ever mentioning his name again or using the family story in public. But this time, his threats didn't hit the same. The fear was gone. Ashley wasn't that quiet, isolated girl anymore. She had support. Legal teams, fans, survivor networks, everyone was standing with her. Organizations began reaching out, offering resources, and sharing her story as a powerful symbol of breaking generational silence. For the first time, the Braxton family's secret wasn't trapped behind closed doors. It had become a mirror for every family that hides pain behind respectability and polished smiles. As the story spread, major news outlets started picking it up. Toni's camp tried to spin it quick, calling it a private family misunderstanding. But the public wasn't buying that for a second. They had seen Ashley's trembling voice, Tamar's tears, and the raw emotion of that night. Nothing about it felt like a misunderstanding. To fans, this wasn't just another dose of celebrity gossip. It was something real. It was about a black woman reclaiming her story in a world that had told her to stay quiet for too long. And suddenly, that perfect, polished Braxton image Toni had worked so hard to protect started to look fragile, like a diamond cracking under the heat of truth. Days later, Tamar went live again, and she came with that calm but unshakable tone that said she meant business. Family doesn't mean silence. Family means accountability, she said, eyes locked on the camera. It was subtle, but everyone knew who she was talking about. Without naming names, she made her point loud and clear. She wasn't backing down. "If being honest makes me the bad guy," Tamar said, "then I'll be that." Her words echoed across every platform, and fans flooded her comments with love and fire emojis. The message was clear. The old Braxton family silence was dead, and the truth was finally louder than the fear. After Tamar's live ended, the comment section exploded. Thousands of people flooded in, some cheering her on, calling her brave and fearless, while others begged her to make peace with Toni. But Tamar stayed unmoved. Her loyalty wasn't to the Braxton brand anymore. It was to the truth. No filters, no fake smiles, just raw honesty from a woman who had seen enough. Meanwhile, across the ocean, Ashley quietly returned to Spain. She didn't post any long explanations, no interviews, no drama. Just one simple message on Instagram. You can heal and still hurt. You can forgive and still speak. That line hit everyone straight in the heart. It was powerful, poetic, and final. The kind of truth that doesn't need a headline to make noise. Within hours, the post went viral. Celebrities, therapists, advocates, everyone was sharing it. Even people who had never followed the Braxton family before were suddenly connecting to Ashley's message. She didn't need her family's approval anymore. She had the world's empathy. But while Ashley was finding peace, the Braxton family behind closed doors was falling apart. Insiders say Toni began skipping family events completely, avoiding both Tamar and Michael. The tension was thick. Nobody knew what to say, and everyone was walking on eggshells. Even Trina, who had stayed completely quiet through all of this, reportedly broke down during a family dinner, slamming her fork down and saying, "I'm tired of protecting ghosts." That moment, insiders say, left the whole table frozen. The sisters' bond, once their greatest strength, was now crumbling in private. Years of silence, pride, and pain had finally caught up to them. And while Ashley's courage brought her the peace she had fought for her whole life, the rest of the Braxtons were left staring at the wreckage of a truth they'd spent decades trying to hide. And for the first time in years, the Braxtons weren't the picture-perfect image of gospel and glamour. They were human, flawed, fractured, and finally exposed. The masks were off, and what was left wasn't fame or sparkle. It was truth, raw and unfiltered. By the end of the month, tabloids had a name for it: the Braxton Civil War. Headlines were everywhere, talk shows were dissecting every clip, and social media couldn't stop buzzing. Yet somewhere in all that chaos, there was something beautiful. Because for the first time ever, someone from that powerful family had turned deep pain into purpose. Ashley Braxton wasn't the scandal. She was the silence, finally breaking. She wasn't chasing clout or trying to drag anyone down. She was fighting to breathe after a lifetime of being told to hush. And though Toni Braxton may never forgive Tamar for dragging their truth into the light, the world had already made its choice. They chose honesty over image. They chose Ashley. In her final statement before stepping away from the spotlight, Ashley said words that left everyone speechless. If telling the truth cost me my family, then I guess love was never really there. Her voice cracked, but her eyes stayed steady, clear, brave, and free. With that final sentence, she ended the story not as a victim, but as a survivor who refused to be erased, because no matter how famous the family or how polished the image, the truth always finds a voice. And this time, that voice belonged to Ashley Braxton, the quiet niece who finally said what everyone else was too scared to say. Her courage made the world stop and listen, made people realize that even the most glamorous families can carry the deepest wounds. Behind every perfect photo and award-winning smile, there's a story, and Ashley's story proved that silence doesn't protect anyone. It only hides the pain until someone brave enough decides to speak. So if you've been hooked on this wild Braxton saga, hit that like, drop your thoughts in the comments, and make sure to subscribe to Juicy Reel for more untold truths and explosive celebrity breakdowns. You won't want to miss what's coming next.
This is why I got an attitude about the story, because somebody else's moment was hijacked. When you woke up in the morning, when all of us woke up in the morning, the story was not how great Versus was. The story was not, ooh, that was a Versus for the history books. The story was not, Versus was so good. The story is Tamar Braxton, Cash Money, No Limit Versus. That, I think that did a disservice to the whole thing. Hijacked somebody else's, and I'm not implying that it was intentional. Somebody else's moment was hijacked. The next morning, none of the stories related to Versus should have had anything to do with the Tamar Braxton. First.
So what is it about Birdman that has everyone losing their minds lately? Kimora Lee even has her daughters calling him Uncle Birdman like he's family. Keisha Cole was out here throwing hands over him. And now Toni and Tamar are getting dragged into a whole new mess about who was with him first. The streets stayed talking and the sisters keep catching heat, with people clowning Tamar for supposedly getting involved with Birdman behind Toni's back. But the real twist, I was shocked when I found out Toni was actually the one who crossed that line with Tamar first, not the other way around. That flip alone is wild. And DeBrat is not letting anybody come for her friend this time. She came ready with receipts and confidence, like she's stepping into court. She straight up showed that Tamar wasn't the one taking Toni's man. Instead, things were flipped completely because Tamar was the one who had Birdman first, long before Toni ever stepped into the picture. And she still tried to keep things.
Y'all know how people were calling Tamar out for being all over Birdman, rubbing his head and treating him like she's his. She was moving up and down in the background like Birdman was her husband. Child, at one point she was even wiping the sweat off of his brow with a smile on her face like he was her man too.
But now the real question is hanging in the air like smoke. Is DeBrat telling the truth? Or is this just some messy talk to stir things up even more? That's the part that has everyone pacing. People keep remembering the way Tamar was seen all over Birdman, rubbing his head, putting that special soft voice energy on him, and treating him like she was the one holding the title, while Toni, the actual partner, was at home. Every clip, every picture, every little moment had folks tilting their heads like they just witnessed something they weren't supposed to see. This whole situation is layered like a soap opera that refuses to end, and every new detail is louder than the last.
Tamar, girl, why are you wiping the sweat off of Birdman's head like that, sis? Now, as a married woman, I think I can grab the mic real quick and speak on this, because even though it may, like, she may be innocently doing it, girl, no, you don't do that. Like, the man's been performing on stage all this time, and he don't need you wiping the sweat off his head. Now, I'm hoping it was just like a gesture, but girl, y'all are all performers. Like, don't do that.
She was moving around in the background like Birdman was her home partner's kid, acting real familiar in a way that had everybody staring a little too long. There was even a moment where she leaned in and wiped the sweat off his forehead with this warm smile like she was taking care of her man right in front of the whole room. That clip alone had people hitting replay with their jaws on the floor.
Do I know where you live?
Well, of course you don't come. So
Exactly.
my
So
thing,
how would I
I know
give
where
it
you
to him?
live because I put down your down payment.
Beautiful.
And you've been stealing from me for the past couple years on my credit card.
A video of her and Birdman on a video call with Tony to show that there was nothing to worry about.
Folks definitely called her out for it because the vibe was way past friendly, but Tamar stood her ground and fired back, saying she was only there to help her sister. She even posted a video of her and Birdman on a video call with Tony, trying to prove everything was cool and nothing shady was happening. But best believe people were not buying that explanation at all. Showing support is one thing, but the way she was touching him, laughing with him, and moving like they had a whole inside connection, that looked completely different to everyone watching.
Tawanda, baby, I love her to pieces. But hide your stuff when she come over, because she snatched the wig off your head when you look the other way. She's super sneaky, clever, and crafty.
Then things got even hotter because the sisters were literally one breath away from a physical fight after Tawanda came out and exposed Tamar for messing with Birdman behind Tony's back. That moment sent shockwaves through the family. The whole mess kicked off after Tamar tried to get slick and embarrass Tawanda by saying she knew where she lived only because she helped her cover the down payment on her house.
And you've been stealing from me for the past couple years on my credit cards. And help me.
But what you steal?
I don't steal anything.
You don't? You stole men.
Who's the man that I stole?
Tony's. You slept with them
Oh,
a few times.
Who? What man?
You not get the lead. Oh,
Bitch. Dirty, low-down ass bitch.
Oh, you're such a liar. Such a liar.
That comment had the room tightening up instantly. But Tamar didn't stop there. She kept pushing and accused Tawanda of secretly using her credit cards for years without permission. She dropped that claim like it was nothing, and the whole situation exploded on the spot. Every accusation added another layer, and the tension between them snapped harder with each word.
Tony Braxton?
Tony Braxton, I got you on
Tony
the phone.
Braxton. No, Tony Braxton ain't never had your back.
I got Tony Braxton.
I want it on record. I want it on national television. You want to say I don't have your back?
You didn't have my back when it came to y'all.
And honestly, none of this is shocking because Tawanda has a whole history of grabbing things that don't belong to her, and people haven't forgotten about that at all. There were old claims floating around about Tawanda taking their mother's Social Security checks, plus whispers that she might have taken money from Tony too. Those stories didn't come out of thin air, and fans remembered every bit of it when this drama came up again. The interesting part is how Tawanda's own bankruptcy documents laid everything bare. Those papers show she owes close to $500,000 in debt, and they clearly list a $35,000 loan from Tamar that went toward the down payment for her house. So Tamar's accusations aren't just empty talk. She actually has some real paperwork on her side. It paints a picture of Tawanda allegedly dipping into her sister's pockets and expecting everybody to stay quiet like it's normal. But Tawanda wasn't about to let Tamar walk around like she had the upper hand, not even for a minute. She clapped back hard and exposed Tamar for sneaking around with her sister's man, dropping that claim like a bomb in the middle of the room. And the way Tamar completely lost it after hearing that, you could tell she didn't see it coming at all. She looked stunned, like someone had yanked the ground right from under her feet.
The Brat and Tamar worked on Destination. They became close, they became friends, whatever. So if you know, the Braxtons came out last week and Tawanda stated that Tamar slept with Tony's ex, yada, yada, yada. There was a versus last weekend. Tamar was on stage with Birdman, wiping off his sweat, stopping him from drinking, getting drunk, whatever. Now it's going around that Tamar and Birdman dated back in '03, and now we know that Tony and Birdman are married.
But the person who seemed genuinely shaken was Toni Braxton. Her face said everything without her having to speak a single word. She looked like she had been hit with a secret she never expected to hear. And meanwhile, Tawanda had clearly been sitting on this information for who knows how long, holding it tight until the perfect moment to flip the whole situation upside down. And you just know she kept that info tucked away on purpose so she could throw it right back at Tamar when the moment hit just right. From Trina's reaction alone, it looked like she already knew the whole situation too, which made it even stranger, because how do you keep something that serious from your own sister? This isn't small talk. This is one sister allegedly being involved with another sister's partner, and somehow the family moved like it was just another Tuesday. And it didn't stop at one person either. According to Tawanda, it was 2 of Tony's men, which instantly had people saying the Braxton sisters must secretly dislike each other at this point, because that kind of betrayal isn't simple. The second Tawanda claimed Tamar had been around Tony's partners, the internet went straight into detective mode, trying to figure out who she meant. And soon enough, Tamar's name started popping up not only with Birdman, but also with Carrie Lewis Opham Condition too. That had social media spinning all over again. The wild part is this rumor stretches all the way back to 2011, when a blogger claimed Tamar slept with Tony's ex-husband because she wanted to level up and get access to the right circles. And to make it even more complicated, the post said the situation wasn't one-sided. It claimed Tony had been involved with Vince first, before basically stepping aside, and Tamar ended up with him instead. That old rumor resurfaced fast the moment this drama kicked up. And let's not pretend this is the first time Tamar's been dragged into a situation like this. People still remember when she got heavy backlash over that situation with Michael Malden, Jermaine Dupri's father. That moment followed her for years. So when you start putting all these pieces together, the story doesn't sound impossible at all, especially if she believed being tied to the right man could boost her career or open new doors. This whole thing turned into a giant knot of accusations, old rumors, and family tension that just keeps getting louder every time someone speaks. And then Tamar started getting close with Birdman again, and their whole vibe looked way too familiar for people not to notice. It made folks wonder, why didn't Tawanda or Trina ever act excited around him at that versus battle? Because if he was supposed to be their brother-in-law, wouldn't they be showing him big love too? The energy was off, and the silence from them made everything feel even stranger. But even though Tamar has been wrapped up in plenty of messy moments with her sisters, the brat stepped in and made it clear this situation wasn't one where the family had the right to judge her at all. The brat flat out confirmed Tamar and Birdman had a real relationship way back in 2003, which is wild because that was before Tony even connected her with Vince. That part shocked everybody. And according to the brat, whatever Tony had with Birdman came way later, so the timeline people tried to push on Tamar doesn't match the truth at all. The brat also said the way people keep calling her out makes no sense, especially since Tamar stayed nothing but supportive even after her own sister married a man she once dated. That's a lot of emotional maturity for someone constantly painted as the messy one, and she really has shown support too. This wasn't even the first time she hyped up Tony and Birdman together. People still remember when she and her family dressed up as Tony and Birdman for Halloween to show love and keep everything playful. So yeah, this is exactly the type of thing Tamar does. She stands behind her sister, even when the internet tries to twist the story. And the brat is not letting anybody act like Tamar was out of line this time, because the real timeline tells a different story. The whole situation is a full-blown mess. And of course, the internet jumped in fast with their opinions flying everywhere. People were quick to say that a lot of these celebrity men are really just pass-around men, acting like they're in control, while they're actually getting played right back. The way folks talk online, it's clear these guys love pretending the drama always falls on the women, when half the time, they're the ones spinning the block the most. And people didn't hold back about how Tamar kept the money rolling into the Braxton household either. Some were saying Tamar kept things afloat for a long time, but nobody wanted to bring that up because it didn't fit the narrative they wanted. But if roles were reversed, hoo-wee, they would have dragged Tamar without mercy, no hesitation at all. Tony gets a soft pass every time, But Tamar, people stay ready to throw her under the bus before hearing the full story. Then someone chimed in saying, yes, and thank you for posting before they had all these blogs. There was one called the Pantry Report, and they did report years ago that Tamar and Birdman was an item, but he got tired of her and her sense of entitlement, and that's when she got with Vince sometime after that. That comment added a whole new layer because it reminded everyone that this rumor didn't start yesterday. It has been floating around for years. So now old blog posts, old claims, and old drama are resurfacing again, mixing with everything happening today and making the story even more chaotic. This whole thing keeps growing by the hour, and every new detail has people talking louder than before. But things didn't calm down after that, not even a little bit. The internet kept digging, dragging up old interviews, old pictures, old whispers, anything that could prove who was lying and who was keeping quiet for too long. And every time a new clip resurfaced, it sparked a fresh argument because the Braxton family timeline started looking more confusing than ever. People started pointing out how Toni always kept her business polished on the outside, while Tamar wore every emotion on her sleeve, and that alone made folks judge them differently. Tamar lashes out publicly, she's dramatic. Toni moves in silence, she's classy. But now that the stories are clashing, folks online are realizing they never actually knew what was going on behind those cameras. The truth is coming out piece by piece, and nothing looks as perfect as it used to. Then, things got even crazier when fans began digging into Birdman's old interviews, where he hinted about having history with someone in the Braxton circle. He never dropped names, but the tone had people rewinding like, hold on, was he talking about Tamar this whole time? That tiny hint turned into a wildfire, because now people felt like the puzzle pieces were finally lining up. And meanwhile, Tamar stayed posting cryptic messages like she was fighting between clearing her name and protecting her family at the same time. She'd post something uplifting one minute, then drop a line about betrayal the next, making fans think she was speaking in codes. Every post had folks reading between the lines like it was a mystery novel. What made everything even wilder was how quiet Toni stayed through all of it. Her silence had the internet thinking she was either trying to stay above the chaos or waiting for the right moment to speak because the situation was way bigger than anyone realized. And now everybody's watching her page like it's breaking news, because when Toni finally speaks, that moment is going to shake everything. And just when everyone thought the drama couldn't get any louder, fans started digging into old backstage footage that showed the sisters throwing each other looks that suddenly made a whole lot more sense. One clip had Tamar walking into a room and Toni barely glancing up, and now people swear that look carried years of hidden tension. The internet was replaying it like detectives breaking down evidence frame by frame. Then more resurfaced, videos where Trina tried to keep the peace but kept shifting in her chair every time Birdman's name came up. People started reading those tiny reactions as silent confessions, saying the sisters must have been holding back way more than what they showed on the reality show. It felt like the whole family had been walking around with secrets tucked in their pockets, hoping none of them slipped out on camera. And out of nowhere, fans started bringing up that old moment when Tamar said, "People be smiling in your face but plotting behind your back." And now folks are convinced she wasn't talking about outsiders at all. That statement hit different this time, like she had been hinting at family drama long before anyone connected the dots. Suddenly, everyone was asking the same question. Was Tamar trying to warn the world without exposing her sisters directly? Meanwhile, Birdman kept doing what he always does, staying calm, moving quiet, letting the women fight it out while he kept his business in order. But that only made the internet more annoyed because everyone wanted him to clear the timeline once and for all. Instead, he stood on the sidelines like he wasn't one of the main reasons the family tension exploded in the first place. At this point, the fans felt like a bomb had gone off, and every day brought a new piece of the story nobody expected. And with the sisters being so unpredictable, everyone knew one thing for sure. This drama wasn't anywhere close to ending. And the more the internet kept pulling at loose threads, the wilder everything started looking, because now people were pointing fingers at the whole family dynamic like it had been cracked for years. Some fans even said the sisters never truly trusted each other. They just learned how to mask it on camera. That theory started spreading fast because old episodes started hitting different when you watched them with fresh eyes. Then somebody dug up an old radio interview where Tamar joked about people be acting brand new like they wasn't doing the same thing behind closed doors. And once that clip resurfaced, people were convinced she had been hinting at Toni this whole time. The comments blew up instantly, with fans arguing about whether Tamar had been throwing soft shots or simply speaking from her own experience. Either way, it added more smoke to a fire that was already blazing. But the internet didn't stop there. People started comparing timelines, outfits, award shows, and even background dates just to see who was standing next to who at what time. For a moment, it looked like fans were building a whole crime board with pictures and red strings connecting every moment the sisters were in the same room as Birdman. It got so detailed that people were analyzing facial expressions, hand placements, even breathing patterns like it was a courtroom case. Meanwhile, Tamar wasn't helping the situation by posting those emotional messages that sounded like she was speaking from a place of deep hurt. She dropped lines about loyalty, then follow it with something like, "I'll never say what really happened because I don't want to break my own heart again." And the internet was like, what does that mean? Every post felt like another piece of a puzzle she didn't want to finish. And Toni? Still quiet. Her silence was louder than every comment section put together, and people kept saying she must be sitting somewhere trying to figure out how to respond without blowing everything up completely. Because the moment Toni breaks her silence, you already know the whole internet is going to freeze like time just stopped. And just when everybody thought the drama had finally hit its peak, the drama took one last wild turn that sent the whole internet into chaos again. Fans started whispering that someone behind the scenes was planning to drop even more information, and suddenly everyone was watching the Braxton family like they were waiting for the next episode of a real-life soap opera. The tension was thick, the silence was suspicious, and the energy felt like something major was getting ready to fall. People online kept saying the family had reached a point where no one knew who was protecting who anymore. One minute, someone defended Tamar, the next, someone defended Toni, then out of nowhere, random insiders popped up claiming they knew the real story, which only made everything messier. Every rumor felt like a warning shot, and every post from the sisters made fans hold their breath because nobody knew which direction the drama would explode next. And Tamar, she kept dropping little emotional hints like she was carrying pain she didn't want to speak on. She wasn't naming names, she wasn't pointing fingers, she was just letting her feelings leak through those late-night posts that always hit harder than anything she said on TV. Her words sounded like someone trying to heal while still protecting people who never gave her the same grace, and fans felt that deeply. Meanwhile, Toni's silence reached a new whole level because now people were convinced that she was the only one who could shut this entire situation down. She had the respect, the calm, the power, and the history to put the truth on the table, but instead she stayed quiet, which made everything feel even more intense. Her silence didn't feel peaceful. It felt heavy, like she was holding back something the world wasn't ready to hear. And that's why everyone is still watching, still waiting, still refreshing pages like the next update might break the internet. Because with a family this iconic and drama this deep, one thing is guaranteed. This story isn't ending anytime soon. And if you want every shocking update, every twist, every behind-the-scenes detail, make sure you hit that subscribe button on Juicy Reel so you don't miss what drops next.
So first update is that I got a message yesterday from my Fanja, and he said to zip it up tight, don't speak. I know just what you're saying. Don't speak, girl. And that he lawyered up, and that I shan't speak of his name or the household and other things, etc., etc.
You told them, like, I got a cease and desist who, and nobody said anything.
Because it was never a factor of a cease and desist. It was the fact of who gave out my personal information.
Yeah.
My home.
All right, let's get straight into the chaos. Because this whole situation with Tamar Braxton had people talking loud in 2025. Tamar stepped out and made it crystal clear that something shady went down, and she wasn't about to stay quiet about it. She said her own family ended up leaking her personal address through a cease and desist letter, and that's wild on every level. Like, seriously, who does something so reckless? It had people confused, shocked, and whispering the moment it hit social media. Tamar wasn't sugarcoating anything either. She flat out said this whole situation put her safety on the line, and honestly, anyone would be heated if something like that happened to them. She basically told her family to stop pretending they don't know what happened and just admit it already. She wanted them to step up, take responsibility, and stop acting like it was some big misunderstanding because she wasn't buying that story one bit. And let me tell you, the attitude behind it all was loud enough to shake the room.
home is a safe place. So for me, it took me a long time to actually buy a house here that I actually lived in. Like I have 3 that's just sitting here in the city because I just didn't feel safe enough to move into.
Yeah, so when they gave out that address, she just felt like they already knew what you was going through.
Yeah, man, because not only did he send it to my house once, he sent it to my house 3 times. He sent it to my house. He had someone walk it up to my house. He sent it where they sent it through U.S. mail, and then they sent it through.
You told them like, I got a cease and desist who. And nobody said anything.
Because it was never a factor of a cease and desist. It was the fact of who gave out my personal information.
Yeah.
My home.
The way she called them out had people online doing double takes. Even fans who usually stay neutral were like, wait, what? The whole thing was messy, dramatic, and the kind of scandal that doesn't just fade away quietly. Now let's jump back to Friday's 2-hour season finale, because that episode was a whole different type of disaster. I sat through the entire thing, and I still can't believe what aired on TV that night. Hands down, it was the most chaotic, confusing, and painfully awkward wedding episode I've ever seen. And that's saying a lot because reality TV has shown some wild ceremonies over the years. This one took the crown with ease, and not in a good way. It felt like every scene had some new twist that didn't make sense. Like the producers were throwing anything they could find straight at the screen. This next part? Wow. It really took the whole cake and threw it on the floor because nothing about that wedding was hitting the way people expected. First off, where were the celebrity friends? Folks were low-key expecting at least one powerhouse to pop up. Beyoncé, Lady Gaga, somebody who screams superstar energy. But nope, none of them were anywhere in sight, and the whole vibe instantly dropped.
I'm back. You know what? I didn't tell you that Tiffany and Kizzy did my beautiful face, my hair. Don't be jealous, boys and girls. There's times when I will walk away, but there are times when I will defend my kid. They're my kid. What's wrong with you? I mean, no more than what you would do, okay? I say this. You're jealous. You wish it was you. Okay? You need to stop. S-T-O-P. You need to cut it. Yeah, you need to cut it. You need to stop. Don't do that. And if you think that something is wrong with it, pray about it. That's all you need to do. If they're doing something that you don't like, think about it. Well, and what do you have to do with it?
Instead of a star-studded Braxton celebration, the wedding felt more like a regular neighborhood cookout, the kind where someone pulls up with potato salad in a plastic bowl and everybody's eating off paper plates. It had no sparkle, no shine, just basic backyard energy. And Tamar's purple dress. Listen, Tamar is loved, respected, and known for coming through with a look, but that dress was not delivering the magic she usually brings. It had people watching like, wait, what is happening right now? Then Sean's hair situation rolled onto the screen, and wow, that wig had its own storyline. It just wasn't giving polished. It wasn't giving sharp. It wasn't giving anything except confusion. The whole presentation felt flat, like everyone showed up but left their style at home. And then there was Sister Trina. She popped in, smiled, posed, and bounced early like she had somewhere way more interesting to be. Honestly, I can't even be mad at her. If I had to sit through that wedding, I might have slipped out the side door too. The energy just wasn't there, and the awkward tension was practically dancing in the air. Now let's shift over to Tawanda and this whole situation involving Tracy, because this is the moment where the story starts heating up fast. Things went from confusing to dramatic in seconds, and the way they handled it had everybody watching with wide eyes. this is where the real twist kicks in. So Tawanda was out here getting emotional over Tracy's signature, and I'm sitting there staring at the screen like, a signature? What is really happening right now? It had people wondering if she was truly in her feelings or if this was another moment where she wanted the spotlight on her. And let's be honest, Tawanda has a long track record of bringing Tracy's name into situations whenever it fits the moment. It's like every time things start getting quiet, suddenly there's a Tracy reference popping up again, and it feels way too convenient. People watching could see straight through it. Tawanda was acting like this tiny thing was a massive emotional event, and folks were side-eyeing the whole thing. It came off like she was trying to pull sympathy from the audience, leaning on Tracy's memory in a way that didn't feel natural. It's getting tired, and viewers weren't holding back their reactions on social media. Now, let's slide right into this situation with Vaughn, because that part had everyone confused too. The storyline said Vaughn had to leave early because his potassium levels were dangerously low, which sounds extremely serious. And yes, he does have cardiovascular disease, clogged arteries, and real health issues that can't be ignored, so of course people were concerned at first. But the way the scene played out on camera, something felt off. The whole moment looked dramatic in a way that didn't feel completely genuine. Almost like the show wanted to crank the tension up for the cameras. It made folks wonder if this was a real medical scare or a situation that got stretched for dramatic effect. Because if you've watched enough reality TV, especially anything tied to the Braxtons, you know they're not afraid to add an extra layer of drama when the cameras are rolling. It left people unsure where the truth ended and the storyline began. And that confusion had the timeline buzzing. Everything this season was cranked up to 100, like somebody behind the scenes kept hitting the extra drama button. And as viewers were sitting there wondering, is any of this even real? It felt like the show wanted us to fall for every dramatic moment without questioning anything. But honestly, it started looking way too staged. And at this point, I'm leaning toward the second option. We're being played, and not even in a clever way. Which brings me straight to the big picture. The Braxtons coming back was not the move. This comeback season felt like a huge misstep from the very first episode. Instead of growth, real conversations, and genuine connection, we kept getting hit with non-stop chaos. Lies, tension, confusion, and scenes that felt as real as a plastic diamond. It stopped being entertaining and turned into something draining, and that's not what viewers signed up for. And clearly, I'm not alone because the ratings, they're rough. We're talking 93,000 views. That's it. That's even lower than Love and Marriage Huntsville, and that show has had some significant ups and downs. When your big comeback gets numbers like that, it's a sign something is seriously off. If the show had just been honest about the past, the tension, and the ways the family drifted apart instead of hiding behind polished scenes and scripted moments, maybe things would have landed differently. People want authenticity, not staged reactions stitched together just to fill airtime. And speaking of authenticity, let's get into these wild inconsistencies and rumors that have been floating around. Because there is a lot going on and none of it matches up. Tawanda's out here proudly talking about her son supposedly graduating, but then the blogs come through with a completely different story claiming he was expelled from the military and dealing with substance-related struggles. So now everybody is asking the same question. Which version is true? Tawanda, what's the real story here? This whole season felt like one big maze of mixed messages and half-truths. And people are tired of trying to decode what's real and what's for show. It's messy, confusing, and honestly, it's getting harder to take anything at face value. And since we're already talking about the kids, let's bring up Brookie and Sean. Because where are they in all this madness? Their names pop up here and there, but when it comes to real clarity, everything suddenly gets blurry. There are so many unanswered questions floating around, and every time you think you're about to get one solid answer, another rumor shows up and makes everything 10 times more confusing. And trust me, it gets even more tangled. People online have been whispering about major conflicts inside the family, disagreements, tension, situations that don't match what we see on screen. Behind the scenes, it sounds like things have been messy for a long time. Tamar, for example, allegedly caught heat from her own family for letting Ashley be on the show. That right there tells you the family dynamics are not smooth at all. It's like everyone wants control, everyone wants their version told, and nobody wants to be the one held responsible. Trying to keep up with their drama feels like watching a storm hit from 3 directions at once. And now, let's shift to Toni Braxton, because she deserves her own spotlight in this conversation. And not just because she's a legend, but because there's a lot to unpack. Toni has found herself wrapped in some alleged financial contradictions, and people have been side-eyeing the situation heavy. She's talked about being broke before, but then suddenly she's out here leasing a whole Maybach just to slide into somebody's DMs? Like, Toni, come on! That move had the internet confused and asking all kinds of questions. Folks were trying to make sense of how those two stories could both be true. Don't get it twisted. Toni is iconic, respected, and one of the most influential voices to ever come from the family. But even icons have moments where things don't add up. And when fans catch inconsistencies like that, the conversation starts real fast. It's not about dragging her. It's about trying to understand what's really going on behind the perfectly polished image. And with everything already happening this season, this just added a whole extra layer to the chaos. What we're really seeing here is someone trying to handle aging, pressure, and the reality of life after being at the top. And it's showing cracks in the polished image she kept up for years. Fame fades. Life keeps moving, and not everyone knows how to make that transition smoothly. And with Toni, it's becoming more obvious that she's struggling with that shift, and it's tough to watch. Now let's talk about why this show completely fell apart, because the issues run deep. The Braxtons ended up looking like folks who'd twist stories, dodge accountability, and protect people whose actions should have been addressed a long time ago. Instead of using this comeback to heal old wounds, clear up past conflicts, and finally face the heavy family issues that fans have been aware of for years, we got overly polished scenes and storylines that didn't feel real at all. It was fluff, staged tension, and fake harmony that didn't match what everyone already knew was happening off camera. And the audience wasn't fooled, not even a little. The ratings crashed, the interest dropped, and the buzz disappeared almost immediately. When a show pulls 93,000 viewers after years of name recognition, that's the audience speaking loud and clear. People don't want watered-down drama or half-truths anymore. They want something real or nothing at all. Viewers will always support honesty over pre-planned scenes that feel disconnected from actual life. Circling back to Toni, because her situation honestly stands out the most, this whole thing feels sad in a different way. She's a legend, a true icon, and yet the way she moved this season made it look like she was struggling to adjust to life after her peak years in the spotlight. Instead of using this platform to open up, show real emotion, admit past mistakes, or share the kind of personal growth viewers love to see, she linked herself tightly with Tawanda's side of the family tension, and it wasn't the best move. She had a chance, a real shot, to be vulnerable, authentic, and relatable. But the moment slipped away. Fans wanted to see the human side of Toni, not the carefully controlled version that didn't match the real-world conversations happening around her, and that missed opportunity is what made everything feel even heavier this season. She had the perfect chance to open up and be real with the audience, but instead, She played it safe, and it honestly made everything look worse. It was a huge missed opportunity, the kind you don't get twice. Viewers were ready to connect with her on a deeper level, but what we got was a guarded version that didn't match the energy of everything happening around her. Now let's loop back to that Tamar interview, because this is where she basically confirmed the whole situation with zero hesitation. Tamar said straight up that giving out her address was unsafe, and she's not backing down from that at all. She made her stance loud and clear, and it tied the entire storyline together in a way that left everybody staring at each other like, so, this is what we're doing now? And honestly, that pretty much brings this whole season's conversation full circle. The season ended, the damage is already stamped into reality TV history, and we're all sitting here wondering what the point of any of this even was. Every episode felt like a build-up to nothing, and now we're left with confusion, tired energy, and a bunch of questions that still don't have real answers. So here are my straight-up closing thoughts. I'm done breaking down the Braxtons for now. Unless something massive drops, like a real revelation or a genuine bombshell, I can't keep sitting through another round of this chaos. It's draining, it's messy, and at this point, it's not even entertaining anymore. It's just sad and frustrating. The spark is gone, the storyline feels thin, and the whole franchise is limping instead of leveling up. But I still want to hear from you because your take always adds another layer to the conversation. What did you think of this season? Did anything actually stand out to you, or did it all feel flat from start to finish? Drop your thoughts, your theories, and everything in between. And before you dip, hit that subscribe button for Juicy Reel so you don't miss the next deep dive, the next scandal, or the next wild plot twist. More drama breakdowns are coming, and trust me, you'll want to be here for every drop. Before we close this chapter for real, let's be honest. This whole season felt like watching a family try to glue together a broken mirror, and every time they touched it, another crack showed up. It was messy, confusing, and had people squinting at their screens like, they really thought we wouldn't notice this. The energy never matched the hype, and every storyline felt stitched together just to fill time instead of telling something meaningful. The truth is, the Braxton name still carries weight, but the way this season played out showed how shaky things are behind the scenes. Fans expected honesty, growth, and maybe even some healing, but instead we got smoke, mirrors, and scenes that felt more acted than lived. And the wild part is, the audience wasn't mad. They were just disappointed because everybody wanted better from a family with this much history. Even the conflicts didn't hit the way they used to. Back in the day, when the Braxtons argued, cried, or clashed, you could feel the real emotion behind it. But this time, it felt like folks were checking the camera before checking their feelings. Every reaction seemed too polished, too rehearsed, too safe. And that's why viewers checked out early. And look, maybe one day they'll come back with something real, something that actually feels like the Braxton story, instead of a recycled script with new lighting. Maybe they'll sit down, be open, be honest, and finally give the audience the truth behind all the whispers and tension. But until that day comes, this chapter is closed for me, and I'm stepping away from this storyline with zero regrets. But hey, the drama world never sleeps, and you know I'm always watching for the next wild twist, the next shocking moment, or the next celebrity saga waiting to drop. So if you're into deep dives, breakdowns, scandals, and real talk, make sure you hit that subscribe button for Juicy Reel, because the next story might be even crazier than this one.
Are you aware of what really happened to you?
No, I'm not.
Or can you talk about
I can talk about it, but I'm not aware of what really happened to me.
Yeah.
All I know is that I went to a friend's birthday party. I gave a friend a birthday party.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
You thought was your friend.
Well, we ain't even gonna touch on that.
Yeah.
I came home like I would normally do.
Part of the problem with this whole thing was, Tamar, is that I was never comfortable with the relationship that you and Mendeecees had in front of me, okay? All of that, you at the music video shoot in your booty shorts, sitting on top of him meeting us up at restaurants every time we met up, I was very uncomfortable with it. And if we gonna tell it, let's tell it all.
Tamar Braxton's drama feels like a full-time job by itself. And once again, she's been caught up in another wild twist that has everyone talking. Tamar is out here claiming she nearly lost her life, needed surgery, and is hinting that Funky Deneva had something to do with the whole situation. The internet froze when she said that, because that's a serious claim to throw around like that.
I want to know what all the hell going on, bitch. I want to know what's going on too, bitch, okay? The lady got on the internet and said she almost died. Now listen, let me just go ahead and get this out the way, okay? Before we even get to the top of the show, I don't know what happened to the lady. Okay, for those of y'all that don't know, I'm talking about Tamar Braxton. I don't know what happened to the.
But Funky is standing firm, denying everything with confidence, and warning Tamar to keep his name out of her stories if she doesn't want the internet digging into what really happened. And instead of letting things cool off, Tamar jumped right back online looking for support, tossing shade at Funky like she was starting a fresh round of drama all over again. Well, Funky kept his word and pulled up to the internet with receipts, screenshots, and details that had people gasping. He said the whole situation is straight up wild, pure chaos, and that Tamar's so-called accident might have everything to do with Menace, yes, Yandy's husband, which sent the whole timeline into a frenzy. People were already confused, but now folks are trying to figure out how Tamar's personal health scare connects to Menace in any way at all.
Tell you something, your lawyers are about to have a whole lot to handle. I told you once and I'm gonna tell you again, I'm not one of these new bitches to doing this, baby. I'm 14 years in, been sued by some of the best. Okay, check my lawsuit record. Stayed in court with Sheree, stayed in court with Chris Stokes, stayed in court with XYZ Company, stayed in court with Music Company. And I'm here to let you know, baby, it's gonna take more than a little piece of statement on a lawyer's it's gonna take more than a little piece of statement on your lawyer's letterhead claiming rumors about an inappropriate relationship to scare me. Because if that's the term that we're going by, inappropriate relationship, the person is claiming that you had an inappropriate relationship. If that's the thing that we're hanging on to, then baby, you, Mr. Walker, you don't even want to waste your time sending me nothing on your fax paper because the relationship was extremely inappropriate.
This whole thing is getting louder by the minute, and every new detail has people saying, "Wait! What is actually going on here?" A few months back, Tamar went online saying she woke up in a pool of blood, missing a couple of teeth, with zero memory of what happened or who could have done it. That story alone had the whole internet in shock because that's not something you just shake off like nothing happened. Right away, people started pointing fingers at Funky Deneva since he was hanging out with her the night before celebrating his birthday. The timeline got messy real quick. Folks were calling Funky everything from a woman hater to a fake friend, dragging his name through the mud without any proof at all. And when Funky asked Tamar to clear his name and tell people to stop coming for him, she stayed silent, like she didn't see the drama piling up around him. Tamar has this pattern where she loves attention, whether it's good or bad, and she moves like publicity is never a problem as long as people are talking about her.
All I was asking was for you to go back to your stories and put, Funky Deneva didn't do anything to me, guys. I was resting. I should have said something earlier. That was all you had to do, and it could have been done with on my end. Even in this very moment, that was all you had to do, and it could have been done.
So instead of shutting the rumors down, she let them swirl, letting Funky take heat he didn't deserve. Funky had to defend himself, saying he knew absolutely nothing about what happened to that lady that night, And he wasn't about to let people pin some wild accusation on him.
Are you aware of what really happened to you?
No, I'm not.
Or can you talk about
I can talk about it, but I'm not aware of what really happened to me.
Yeah.
All I know is that I went to a friend's birthday party. I gave a friend a birthday party. Hello.
You thought was your friend.
Well, we ain't even gonna touch on that.
Yeah.
I came home like I would normally do.
But Tamar acted like Funky was just a small speed bump in her chase for more media attention, brushing off the damage being done to his name like it was no big deal. This whole situation had people side-eyeing the story from every angle, wondering what was real and what was just another headline grabber. Tamar kept tossing shade at Funky like it was her personal hobby, claiming she didn't need him for anything while doubling down that something did happen to her that night.
No, to be honest, I barely even know him.
Okay.
to be honest, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're not like, we're cool, but
Yeah.
he's not like my homie. You know what I mean?
Right,
It's not
right.
like that. And he just got casted in a film.
Something serious enough to require surgery. That alone had people raising eyebrows because every time she hinted at the situation, the mystery just got heavier. Meanwhile, Funky warned her over and over that if she didn't step up and defend him, the world was gonna hear the real tea he'd been holding on to. He made it clear he wasn't the type to back down or hide when someone tried to twist a story on him.
I did not get out the car and go upstairs with Tamar when we got back to her house. Because after her and Mendeecees got through kissing in the back of that goddamn car, I figured they wanted to be up there privately. That is why when we got dropped off at Tamar's house, I did not go upstairs. I got in my damn car and went home because you was sitting on his lap in that goddamn Uber and y'all ass was kissing, okay? And the shit made me damn uncomfortable.
He practically begged her to speak up before things got messy, but she kept acting like she had nothing to lose. Apparently, Tamar thought Funky wouldn't actually spill anything, like she could push him around and he'd just stay quiet. She underestimated him heavy, especially since she brought the whole situation back up months later after everyone had moved on. Out of nowhere, she popped up on the Morning Hustle with Laurel, dragging the accident back into conversation like the drama had never died down. And here's the wild part. Tamar didn't even need to do that interview. She could have stayed home, kept her secrets, and let the internet wonder forever. But instead, she stepped right into the spotlight again, ready to answer questions people had long stopped asking, stirring the pot like she wanted the old chaos to wake up all over again.
Tamar, about the whole thing was the fact that you don't get to go around and create media shitstorms that involve other people without their permission. That whole, my teeth fell out, and I don't know what happened. Tamar, like, sis. And then you had that Spanish lady make that video down in Miami lying. There is nobody who had the amount of mouth trauma that you had that healed that quickly.
This move had the internet buzzing, wondering why she would reignite a storm that had finally calmed. Tamar tried to play it slick during that interview. She didn't say Funky Deneva's name out loud, but everyone watching knew exactly who she was aiming her comments at. The way she talked, you'd think Funky was some ungrateful friend she threw a whole celebration for, only for him to stab her in the back later. She painted the picture like she was the one who gave and sacrificed, and he was the one who turned around and hurt her, which had the audience confused and side-eyeing everything she said. But Funky wasn't the only person Tamar spoke on. When the conversation shifted to what was going on between her and Menace, she denied that man so hard it almost sounded rehearsed.
No, if she's doing all of this because she want me to go tell it. You know what I'm saying? And now that I look back at all of it, I really do feel like it was a scheme that you set up to put me in this position to do it. You know, me and her are just getting to know each other, and she got this stuff going on with Mendeecees, and she know I'm a YouTuber, and she know I'm a blogger, and I'm curious to know.
She acted like they barely knew each other, like they had just worked on a simple project and that was the end of it. But people weren't buying it, especially when folks remembered she got Mendeecees to be in her music video with her. How you barely know someone, but they're popping up in your creative work like that? And did she really sit there claiming she didn't know Menace like that, while footage exists of them vibing and filming together? The internet was quick to point out the contradiction, and the comments section lit up instantly. Once the interview dropped, viewers were already warning Tamar that Funky was not going to stay quiet after the way she spoke on him. They told her straight up that playing the victim wasn't going to work once he heard the tone she took. And sure enough, the moment Funky caught wind of what she said, that was all the spark he needed. He had already warned her multiple times, and now he was done being patient. Funky kept his word without hesitation. He said he would drag Tamar through the pit of hell and back if she even breathed in his direction, and when he saw that interview, he decided it was time to unleash everything. This whole thing just blew the lid off an already messy situation. Funky came out swinging with details that had everybody's jaw on the floor. He said the only reason he didn't follow Tamar back to her place that night was because she was already rolling out with a so-called friend. Someone who, in his words, looked like he was gonna take care of her, if you catch the drift. And that friend turned out to be none other than Menace. Yes, Yandy's husband, which instantly sent the internet into chaos. According to Funky, Mendeecees and Tamar were together the entire night, but they kept a little distance whenever the cameras were on, so nobody would catch them looking too comfortable. But anyone inside that V12 spot apparently knew exactly what was going on, because once the filming shut down, Tamar and Menace were all over each other like they didn't care who was watching. And Funky said he saw the whole thing happening right in front of him. So when Tamar later claimed she didn't know that man like that, the receipts weren't lining up at all. Funky said they were making out the entire ride back to her house, acting like two people who were very familiar, not strangers. And once they got there, Tamar and Menace went off together, while Funky decided to head home, mind his business, and stay out of whatever they were getting into. But here's where things take a real twist. Because Funky said it wasn't just Tamar and Menace heading inside that house. He claimed there was another guy with them, a third dude who joined the situation that night. And the way Funky told it, the energy between all three of them didn't look casual at all. It looked like something that was already planned, or at least something that everybody involved was very ready for. This revelation had people online screaming because suddenly the whole story took a turn nobody expected. The wildest twist came when Funky said the same man Tamar claimed found her unconscious wasn't just some helpful stranger. According to Funky, that dude didn't simply discover her. He and Menace might have been the ones who left her in that condition after something went seriously wrong that night. That statement alone had the whole internet spinning. People online started throwing out theories non-stop. Some were saying all three of them were getting a little too comfortable together, and things went left fast, leading to Tamar ending up hurt. Others were whispering that Menace might have gotten aggressive, but at this point, nobody can confirm anything except Menace and that unnamed man, and they're both staying silent. Now here's where things get even bigger. Tamar has officially lawyered up against Funky and released a statement of her own. She said these rumors aren't just about her, they're affecting other people's families, and it's been painful watching all these wild accusations being thrown around online. She sounded tired of the whole situation, like the internet had crossed a line she couldn't ignore anymore. Tamar also warned that if the rumors don't stop, Somebody is gonna have to take accountability. She made it clear she's ready to take things to the legal level if needed, and she hinted that we might see her take Funky to court if he keeps talking about her ever again. This whole situation just keeps getting deeper, messier, and louder, and everybody is waiting to see who speaks next. But listen, if you know anything about Funky Dineva, then you know he's not about to let this slide. The minute Tamar's statement dropped, Funky clapped back instantly, saying she's gonna have to do way more than that if she thinks she's gonna scare him. He made it clear he's not shaking, not flinching, not backing down from anything she's trying to throw his way. At this point, Tamar might have to admit she started a fight she can't win, because Funky is not afraid of a lawsuit. He practically welcomes it. He said if she really wants to take him to court, then cool, bring it on, because he's more than ready to lay everything out once and for all. And sure, some people jump to say Funky Dineva is lying, exaggerating, or trying to drag her down, but the way he addressed the situation, with that "I'm done putting up with this nonsense" energy, made folks feel like he wasn't bluffing at all. His whole vibe said he was standing on truth, no matter how messy things got or who didn't like it. Plus, a lot of people are backing Funky because this isn't the first time Tamar has been accused of getting involved with someone's husband. Folks online were quick to bring up past situations, and suddenly, Tamar's track record became a whole topic by itself. The way Funky Dineva read Tamar Braxton from top to bottom had the internet screaming. It was intense, direct, and had no breaks or pauses. It felt like he'd been holding receipts in a vault, and the moment she pushed him too far, he unlocked everything and let it fly. This showdown is turning into something nobody expected, and the drama just keeps escalating. Funky didn't just stop at calling Tamar out. He doubled down and started laying out every detail he'd been holding back, and the internet was eating it up like it was the season finale of a reality show. He said he tried to protect her image for years, but now that she pushed him past his limit, the truth was rolling out with no breaks at all. He claimed Tamar has a habit of twisting stories whenever she feels cornered, especially when another woman's husband is involved, and that this latest situation was just another example of her dodging accountability. People online started connecting dots they hadn't noticed before, and suddenly the whole timeline was debating whether Tamar had finally met her match. Meanwhile, Tamar's team was scrambling behind the scenes, trying to shut down the chaos before it got any worse. Insiders were whispering that she was overwhelmed, emotional, and desperate to regain control of the narrative before Funky revealed even more. But Funky wasn't slowing down. He said he didn't start this, but he was definitely going to finish it. And then came the bombshell. Funky hinted that there were more witnesses from that night, people who hadn't spoken yet, and that if they stepped forward, the whole story would explode even bigger than it already had. Social media lit up immediately, with people asking who these witnesses were and what they might have seen. Tamar's fans begged her to just apologize, clear things up, or at least soften the tension, but she stayed silent, and that silence made the rumors even louder. Every hour that passed without her speaking made people think Funky had hit way too close to the truth. This feud has officially gone from messy to historic, and everyone online is glued to their screens waiting to see whose next move hits harder. And just when people thought this saga couldn't get any louder, everything took another wild turn. Out of nowhere, someone close to the situation started dropping hints online, saying the public didn't even know half of what happened that night. That alone had folks refreshing their feeds every 5 minutes, waiting for the next piece to fall out. Funky hopped right back online too, acting like he was sitting on a mountain of untold details, and he made it clear he wasn't done speaking. He said the only reason he hadn't released every single thing yet was because he was giving Tamar one last chance to come clean before he went full blast with the truth. The internet lost it, because Funky wasn't talking like someone bluffing. He sounded way too confident. Meanwhile, people noticed Tamar wasn't posting her usual upbeat content, and instead, she was dropping cryptic messages that felt like she was trying to calm a storm she couldn't control. Her supporters claimed she was taking the high road, but others said she was running out of moves and didn't know how to clap back without making things worse. Then, blogs began reporting that producers from a few TV networks were quietly watching the drama unfold, trying to decide whether they wanted to get involved or keep their distance. Some insiders even claimed that if Tamar didn't address the story soon, certain opportunities might slip right out of her hands, which added a whole new layer of pressure to the situation. And just when everybody thought they'd reached peak chaos, Funky posted a message saying, "If I open that vault, it's gonna shake the industry." That one line alone turned the internet upside down. Comments flooded in, with people begging him to speak, while others warned him to chill before lawyers started flying in every direction. This feud is turning into something bigger than just a personal disagreement. It's turning into a full-on spectacle, and everyone watching knows the next move could explode everything even more. I've always had love for Tamar Braxton, truly, but this is now the second time I've heard whispers about her getting involved with somebody's husband, and it does not sit right with me at all. Especially because she walks around acting like she would never do something like that, like she's completely above that kind of situation. First, it was Jermaine Dupri's father, and now the internet is buzzing about her and Menace. That's a pattern people can't ignore. No wonder she was trying so hard to flip the story and make Funky look like the villain. If everything Funky saw that night is real, then Tamar might have been sneaking around with Yandy's husband while pretending her hands were clean, and that's a messy situation no matter how famous you are. The streets are talking heavy about it, and the timeline is split on what to believe. But I want to know what you think. Do you believe Tamar and Menace had something going on behind the scenes? Or do you think Funky Deneva's eyes fooled him that night? Drop your thoughts in the comments because this conversation is far from over. And listen, if you're loving this wild celebrity tea and want more unfiltered breakdowns just like this, hit that like button and subscribe to the Juicy Reel channel right now. Don't miss the next drop because the drama in Hollywood never sleeps.
Tony. I think everybody was shocked when we found out that these two actually got married. I know, like, there's a lot of things we will do in order to pay our bills, but I never thought the relationship between Tony and Birdman was genuine. I just knew that he was just willing to go broke behind her. It just never fit. And so apparently in August of last year in 2024, they had a secret wedding. Finally got married in secret, even though everything else was public. And then she went and tried to annul the marriage 2 weeks later because she realized—
Listen up, this situation is straight up wild. This might be one of those rare moments when Tasha K actually makes total sense because honestly, this whole relationship is beyond confusing. Toni Braxton, yes, the living legend herself, went and married Birdman, only to file for divorce just 2 days later. 2 days, that's not love, that's a headline explosion. Toni, a woman who built her career on grace and control, somehow got caught up in a whirlwind that looks more like a business deal gone wrong than a romance. Birdman, on the other hand, has been dragging his feet for years, over 6 years of "we'll get married soon," while Toni waited like a queen, keeping her patience in check.
For 16 years.
I know you had a song like 15 years ago,
Yeah,
too,
we've
right?
been like besties for a long time.
People always say that.
No, this is real. Like, no cross the line.
Besties, like you always kept in touch and you always talked.
We would keep in touch. He would come see me when I had my plays, when I had my baby shower, he would come. Like, we were really friends.
She played her hand carefully, never showing all her cards. And when that ring finally came, she made sure it counted. Now here's the kicker. Rumors say Birdman's about to take a major hit from that $160 million fortune of his.
You was at the awards last night
Yeah, I was out there
working,
doing my thizzle.
and you were with Tony, which kind of felt like some sort of announcement.
I wouldn't look at it as an announcement. Not for me, on my behalf. You know, I just wanted to come. Me and T just went to the awards, check it out. So, what's the big deal?
It's not it is a big deal. You know why it's a big deal? Because it's Birdman and Tony Braxton. And also because we don't see you like in a relationship. We talked about this last time when you was.
I always been off the radar because I think me personally, I always felt your personal life don't have nothing to do with conflict with your entertainment.
Word on the street is Tony's walking away with a nice chunk of change and Birdman never saw it coming. That's karma with a side of paperwork. Remember when he did Lil Wayne dirty over money? Well, now it looks like the tables just turned, and Tony's the one cashing in. So what could have possibly made Tony pull that divorce trigger so fast? The story goes way deeper than it looks. Tony Braxton and Birdman weren't some random couple that popped out of nowhere.
November when I was on tour, October, I was really sick. I don't mean kind of sick. I mean like really,
From the
really
lupus?
sick.
Or
Yeah, I had a
from-
really
okay.
bad flare, and I was on tour. And every day I was on tour, he was there with me. If he left out, he would come back.
And this is before anybody knew you
We
guys
weren't
were
anything. It was
even
buddies. It was
Right.
nothing. Not even a day. He was my friend. And he was there. I don't know if
he
you ever
already loved you. He's there every day taking care of you.
But you know, he really was there every day. My buddy, my friend T. You all right? You good? And I'm cheering good. You know, he was just there as my
Cheering.
friend. Like cheering. I'm cheering good. Big Mama good. He was there every day for the shows. And on my off days, he would go and take care of his business, but he would follow me on the bus and just make sure I was okay. And I don't know if you've ever been really, really sick in your life and you feel kind of hopeless and you got somebody who's a friend that's there. That's kind of, it
means
just
a
made
lot.
me see him different.
These two go way back, like 20 years deep. They've been friends, but let's be real, there's no way that kind of chemistry stayed friendly all that time. Tony once claimed they didn't cross any lines before they officially started dating, but come on. The energy between them had fans raising eyebrows for years. Birdman, being the ultra-private type when it comes to his love life, shocked everyone when rumors started flying in 2016 that they were officially together. Then came whispers in 2017 that they'd secretly eloped. The internet was on fire. Of course, both Tony and Birdman denied everything. They said they were just hanging out, keeping it cool and chill. Yeah, right. That's the same line people drop when they're trying to downplay something real. But then, things got juicier. A blind item popped up online claiming that a former A-list aging singer from a famous singing family had dumped her long-term man because she needed to handle her family's financial mess and cover her massive debts. Sound familiar? Fans were convinced that blind item was about Tony. The clues were all there. And if that's true, this friendship might have had a lot more to do with survival than romance. So instead of chasing love, people started saying Tony made a deal with the highest bidder, and that bidder was Birdman, a man already living like every day could be his last. He's got enemies, business rivals, and a rep that follows him everywhere. For Tony, that theory made sense to a lot of folks. Remember, she filed for her second bankruptcy back in 2010 after having to cancel her Las Vegas residency while battling lupus. Her body was shutting down and the bills were piling up fast. Tony's been open about how tough that period was. She said her family leaned on her heavy, expecting her to be the one holding it all together, the superstar sister who paid everyone's way. That pressure alone can break anyone. But when Birdman came along, he made her feel something different, safe. She said, "It's comforting to have someone tell you it's okay to be ill, that you don't have to be Wonder Woman all the time." That hit deep. Living with lupus is exhausting, physically, mentally, emotionally. Tony admitted there were moments she felt like a burden, like she had to fake being fine. But with Birdman, she didn't have to put on that act. She could just be herself. She said, "I've always had issues dating because I was ashamed to have lupus and felt like no one would want to take care of a woman with lupus." That confession showed just how real her pain was. Behind all the fame, Tony was just trying to find peace. Tony once said, "I was insecure with him. I can be comfortable with a little hat or scully on, some lipstick and mascara, but I can just let my hair down a little bit and it feels great." That line showed how real it got between them. She finally felt free, not like the glamorous diva everyone expected, but just Tony. And it looked like Birdman felt the same way. He went all in and popped the question, and he didn't do it halfway either. Tony showed off that massive ring on social media, and people lost their minds. You could see that diamond shining from across the street. Birdman reportedly dropped a cool $1 million on it. He even went on the Wendy Williams show and called her his family, sounding like a man head over heels. But if it was all love and diamonds, why didn't the wedding ever happen? Tony told Wendy she was so excited to get married again and said they even had a date planned, until family drama blew the whole thing up. She hinted that the tension behind the scenes made it impossible to move forward, and every time they tried to reset, something else came up. They pushed the wedding back again and again until the whole idea just vanished. Birdman, though, was serious. He wasn't playing around, but with all that money, pressure, and family interference, it seemed like love got lost in the chaos. If it were up to Birdman, that wedding would have happened right then and there. He was ready. But things took a strange turn when Tony revealed that her $1 million engagement ring had been stolen. She claimed she accidentally left it inside her luggage while flying and somehow it vanished. A whole $1 million gone just like that? Something about that story had people side-eyeing hard. Because who forgets a ring that size in a suitcase? Not long after that, everything fell apart. Tony and Birdman announced they were calling it quits, leaving fans stunned. Rumors immediately started swirling that maybe they had already tied the knot in secret and just kept it under wraps, but Tony shut that down fast. She said loud and clear that they never got married, period. After the split, Tony dropped a picture of herself in a stunning red dress looking every bit the comeback queen. The caption read, "Starting a new chapter isn't always an easy choice, but always choose to be chosen Hugh." That line had people talking. Was she throwing subtle shade at Birdman? Even though she tried to make the breakup look graceful, insiders said it was far from peaceful. Word on the street was that Tony wasn't Birdman's only woman, not by a long shot. Allegedly, he'd been entertaining other women way before Tony ever came into the picture, and once she found out, things got messy fast. Now here's where the story really starts spinning out of control. Word is Birdman was secretly dating Kimora Lee the entire time. Not only that, he was still funding her luxurious lifestyle even after Tony entered the picture. And get this, Birdman once publicly called Kimora the love of his life and said he was grateful for everything she'd done for him. Wait, what? So Kimora's the love of his life, but Tony's his family and soldier? That's some emotional gymnastics right there. That double life was the exact drama tearing things apart between Tony and Birdman. Even when they reunited on stage at Tony's Atlanta concert, the tension was thick. Kimora was reportedly in the wings that night, still calling the shots, still holding his attention. Insiders claim Birdman couldn't say no to her, and Kimora didn't even want him publicly. She allegedly thought he wasn't a good look for her image, especially in the high-end fashion world she floats in. So when Tony and Birdman finally decided to go through with the wedding last year, you'd think he'd at least show up for his bride on time, right? Nope. Word has it Birdman rolled in late and dipped out early, using the excuse that he had to help someone with something. That someone, allegedly Kimora Lee. Imagine being the bride and realizing your man just left the ceremony to chase after another woman. That's not just cold, that's ice. And would you believe it? Birdman didn't even apologize to Tony for dipping out of his own wedding early. Not a word, not a sorry, nothing. Like, what was Tony even doing caught up in this circus? This kind of drama was the last thing anyone expected from her, especially at this point in her life and career. Toni Braxton, an icon, a legend, getting dragged into messy love games with Birdman? It felt unreal. But Tony clearly had her limits. She played it cool, stayed long enough to secure her peace and that paycheck, then filed those divorce papers when she was good and ready. According to reports, they didn't even use their full names, just their initials. TB and BW. Talk about keeping it private. The document simply said their marriage was irretrievably broken. That's cold but clean. Both Tony and Birdman made sure no extra tea spilled, no interviews, no explanations, just silence. But the clues were all there. No wedding rings, no joint appearances, and both of them wiped each other clean off their socials like it never happened. That's how you know it's really over. When the news hit, the internet went wild. Fans couldn't believe Tony stayed in that chaos for as long as she did, even though she walked away with a hefty check. Some said she played the game smart. Others said she lost herself in the drama. But either way, Toni Braxton walked out richer, wiser, and done for good. But even after the dust settled, whispers kept swirling like smoke. People weren't done talking about Tony and Birdman's roller coaster love story. Some fans started wondering if this whole thing was more of a strategic alliance than a real romance. Think about it. Birdman got clout and credibility from being linked to a Grammy-winning icon, while Tony got financial security and the kind of attention that keeps a legend's name trending again. That's not love, that's business with a side of drama. And here's where things get even messier. Insiders claim Tony had started to realize Birdman's world came with too many strings attached, from street business rumors to complicated exes and financial drama. She didn't want her name tied up in that chaos anymore, especially after spending years rebuilding her image and career. Plus, with her health challenges, the stress wasn't worth it. She needed peace, not pressure. Birdman, though, seemed unfazed. He's been seen out living it up. Fancy cars, private jets, and new women by his side, while Tony's been focusing on her health, her music, and keeping her energy clear. She's posted a few cryptic messages lately hinting that she's happier without the weight of a toxic relationship. Now fans are split, and some say Tony outsmarted the game and walked away with her dignity and some serious money, while others think she let her guard down for the wrong man. Either way, this breakup turned into one of the juiciest stories in R&B history, and people still can't stop watching to see what she does next. Stay tuned. And don't forget to subscribe to Juicy Reel for more celebrity chaos and exclusive updates that'll have you saying, no way that really happened. Since the split, Tony's been moving quiet, but make no mistake, she's been glowing. Her performances are back, her confidence is louder than ever, and she's serving looks that scream unbothered and unstoppable. Meanwhile, Birdman's been out here pretending like nothing happened, flexing his lifestyle online like he didn't just lose one of the most iconic women in R&B. The internet hasn't forgotten, though. Fans keep dragging him in the comments saying he fumbled a living legend. But here's the real kicker. Sources close to Tony say she's finally focusing on herself, her peace, and her purpose. She's been working on new music, pouring all that heartbreak into her art, and it's giving the world that classic Braxton soul we've been missing. Some even say her next album might spill a little tea about the relationship, not directly, but with lyrics sharp enough to cut glass. And while Birdman might be trying to move on, insiders claim he's been reaching out, trying to check in with Tony. But she's not picking up that call, she's done. Tony's living proof that sometimes walking away is the biggest win of all. This saga's got everything. Love, money, betrayal, power, and it's clear Tony came out stronger than ever. She turned heartbreak into a headline, then flipped it into healing. Now that's how a queen moves. If you've been hooked on this story like the rest of us, don't miss a single update. Hit subscribe on Juicy Reel and keep that tea hot because the next twist might be just around the corner. But hold on. Just when everyone thought the Tony and Birdman saga was finally over, new whispers started creeping through the internet. Some insiders are now saying the two might not be as done as they want people to believe. Word on the street is Birdman's been sending flowers, expensive gifts, and sweet little messages trying to win Tony back. Can you imagine? After everything that went down, the missed wedding, the rumors, the late-night drama, he's suddenly remembering what he lost. But Tony's been staying strong. She's not falling for the same story twice. Those close to her say she's got her eyes on the future, and it doesn't include any man who made her question her worth. Instead, she's been putting her energy into her family, her health, and her career, building everything back on her terms. Fans love seeing her in this new light, confident, powerful, and completely in control. Still, that hasn't stopped Birdman from trying to keep her name in his orbit. He's been hinting in interviews that he'll always love her, but Tony's silence says everything. No subtweets, no shade, just pure focus. That's boss energy. And honestly, this story might go down as one of the wildest chapters in R&B history, full of love, lies, luxury, and lessons learned. Whether Birdman ever gets another chance or not, one thing's for sure. Tony Braxton walked away shining brighter than ever. Tony Braxton and Birdman as a couple will forever be one of the wildest celebrity pairings the world's ever seen. Seriously, it still doesn't sound real. The idea that Tony Braxton, the timeless R&B icon, actually gave Birdman a shot had everyone's jaws on the floor. And then for her to turn around and file for divorce just 2 weeks after saying I do, that's not just shocking, that's straight up unbelievable. People are still out here debating whether it was real love, a PR move, or just a high-stakes power game gone wrong. Either way, it gave us one of the craziest plot twists in celebrity history. Imagine, the queen of soulful heartbreak ballads caught up in a whirlwind marriage with a rap mogul whose life is pure chaos. Only in Hollywood could something like this happen. But what do you think really went down between Tony and Birdman? Was it passion, business, or just a bad decision that spiraled out of control? Drop your thoughts down below. We want to hear every theory. And hey, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe, and turn on those notifications. because Juicy Reel has more wild celebrity stories coming your way that'll have you screaming, "No way that happened." See you in the next video, where the tea's always hot and the stories just keep getting crazier.
Tony. I think everybody was shocked when we found out that these two actually got married. I know, like, there's a lot of things we will do in order to pay our bills, but I never thought the relationship between Tony and Birdman was genuine. I just knew that he was just willing to go broke behind her. It just never fit. And so apparently in August of last year in 2024, they had a secret wedding. Finally got married in secret, even though everything else was public. And then she went and tried to annul the marriage 2 weeks.
Looks like the so-called #1 stunner just got stunned. Birdman, yes, that Birdman is out here spilling the kind of tea nobody saw coming.
Back.
Yeah. I think it's when I was first diagnosed with having lupus, I was so down, I was so depressed, and the doctors told me I would never be able to work again, your music career's over, but the man upstairs had a whole other plan for me. Yeah. But at the time...
The man's finally talking, and let's just say, it's ugly. Word on the street is that Birdman's blasting Toni Braxton like never before, claiming she left him flat once the money train ran out. He's saying Toni packed up and dipped the second things got tight, leaving him high, dry, and counting coins. According to him, the moment his pockets stopped overflowing, Toni ghosted like a magician with a smoke bomb.
I don't know, 2016, November, when I was on tour, October, I was really sick. I don't mean kind of sick. I mean like really,
from the
really
lupus?
sick. Yeah, I had a really bad flare, and I was on tour. And every day I was on tour, he was there with me. If he left out, he would come back.
And this was before anybody knew you guys.
We weren't anything. It was
like,
buddies. It was nothing. Not even a day. He was my friend. He was there. I don't know if
he already loved you. He's there every day taking care of you.
But he really was there every day. My buddy, my friend T, you all right? You good? And I'm cheering good. He was just there as my friend. I'm cheering good. Big Mama good. He was there every day for the shows. And on my off days, he would go and take care of his business, but he would follow me on the bus and just make sure I was okay. And I don't know if you've ever been really, really sick in your life and you feel kind of hopeless and you got somebody who's a friend that's there. That's kind of, it just made me see him differently.
And now the whispers are getting louder. Folks are saying she's back on the edge of going broke again. But let's keep it real. This ain't Toni's first money storm. The woman's been through not one, but 2 bankruptcies and still came out flashing designer bags, diamonds, and 5-star vacations like the queen of glam she is. From her mansion life to her designer addiction, Toni's always acted like her credit cards got no limit. So when Birdman started talking, everyone started connecting the dots, and the story's looking way less like a love song and more like a revenge track. According to Birdman, what looked like a fairy tale was really just a setup, a romance dipped in luxury but soaked in lies.
Me and him have been friends for 16 years.
I know you had a song like 15 years ago.
Yeah,
too,
we've
right?
been like besties for a long time.
People always say that. But
No, this is real. Like no cross the line.
Besties, like you always kept in touch and you always talked.
We would keep in touch. He would come see me when I had my plays. When I had my baby shower, he would come. Like we were really friends.
Meanwhile, Toni's camp ain't staying quiet either. They're clapping back, calling Birdman bitter and saying he's rewriting history just to save face. Still, people can't help but wonder, did Toni really play him? Did she finesse the mogul who once called himself the boss of bosses? Because if Birdman's telling the truth, this might just be one of the biggest heartbreak hustles in R&B history. And the drama, it's just getting started. Oh no, this drama's way deeper than anybody expected. What started as a breakup rumor just turned into a full-blown money mystery. We're talking shady bank trails, secret deals, and whispers that could make even Hollywood blush. And get this, insiders are saying this might go down as one of the wildest relationship exposés in all of R&B history. But it gets even crazier. Reports claim Toni tried to slide out of her short-lived marriage to Birdman with a jaw-dropping $160 million divorce payout after being married for less than a month. Yes, you heard that right. 1 month. That's not bold. That's billionaire-level boldness. And apparently, she didn't even make it through the honeymoon phase. Allegedly, Tony packed her bags and peaced out just 2 days after the wedding. 2 days. Then, before anyone could blink, less than 4 weeks later, she filed for divorce, calling the marriage irretrievably broken and saying there was no chance of fixing it. That's when the drama hit the stratosphere. If that $160 million number's even half true, this isn't about love gone wrong. This is next level audacity. Fans are stunned, asking how a marriage that barely lasted a blink could come with a payout that massive. Like, who even signs a deal like that? And now, everyone's side-eyeing the whole situation. Was it love, or was it a luxury hustle from the start? With Tony's history of financial chaos and taste for the finer things, people are starting to suspect this wedding might have been less about romance and more about a grand plan. Did she play chess while Birdman thought it was checkers? Whatever the truth is, one thing's for sure. This breakup's shaping up to be a scandal for the ages. Now the streets are straight up buzzing with one burning question. Did Miss Unbreak My Heart really tie the knot with the #1 stunner just to cash out and disappear? Like, hold up. She wanted how much for 2 days of marriage? Folks can't stop talking about how Toni Braxton allegedly believed she deserved a $160 million payout after barely making it past the honeymoon suite. That's not just wild. That's legendary level boldness. And honestly, how did Birdman not see this coming? Fans online are calling it plain and simple, saying Tony pulled a classic gold digger move. And when you look at the timeline, it's hard not to raise an eyebrow. I mean, who files for divorce before the wedding flowers even wilt and still thinks they deserve a whole empire? Yeah, Birdman and Tony officially split back in 2019. But you know how messy love stories never stay buried. By 2023, Birdman claims Tony started creeping back into the picture, sending signals, dropping flirty hints, and making sure he knew she was still around. According to him, she came back smooth, acting like nothing ever happened, charming, smiling, and playing the same sweet tune that got him hooked the first time. At first, Birdman says he tried to keep his distance. He wasn't trying to fall for the same trap twice. He told people he had moved on and wanted no part of that drama again. But if you believe his side of things, Tony didn't quit that easy. She kept popping up, showing face at events, and tugging at those old emotions like she knew exactly what strings to pull. It's giving deja vu, and fans can't help but wonder, was this another love story in the making, or just a setup for round 2 of heartbreak and headlines? Whatever it was, it had everybody glued to their screens, waiting for the next move in the wildest R&B saga of the decade. I know you had a song like 15 years ago too, right? Someone asked. And that's when things started to spark again. What began as casual talk turned into late night convos, throwback memories, and soon enough, Tony and Birdman were right back where they left off. The chemistry was undeniable, and before long, they rekindled that flame for real. They got close, stayed inseparable for about a year, and then finally made it official, tying the knot on August 8th, 2024. Fans thought it was a comeback love story for the ages. But hold up, because that's exactly where everything flipped upside down. Just 2 days later, yes, only 48 hours after saying, I do, Tony filed for divorce. You read that right. Court documents straight from her side say they officially separated on August 10th, 2024. People online lost their minds trying to figure out what could have possibly gone down in that tiny window. Like, what kind of chaos hits right after the wedding cake's been cut? And when the news dropped that Tony was allegedly asking for a $160 million payout, social media completely exploded. Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, everyone had something to say. Some were calling her a legend for the fastest divorce in celeb history, while others called it the boldest money grab they'd ever seen. Even 50 Cent couldn't resist throwing shade. He hopped on Instagram and joked, "Now watch, women are gonna say, well, if you stuck it out for 16 years, you deserve to be paid." Then he twisted the knife with a slick punchline saying, "Not 16 years, for 2 days." The comment section went wild, laughing, arguing, and turning the whole thing into a meme fest overnight. Word on the street is Birdman's convinced Tony was never in it for love, just the cash. And honestly, after seeing how fast she went from bride to ex-wife, can anyone blame him for thinking that? The man's net worth is sitting around $160 million, and people are saying Tony aimed straight for the jackpot. It's got everyone wondering, was it heartbreak or was it a high-stakes hustle dressed up in wedding white? Either way, Tony didn't even make it a full week before hitting him with those divorce papers. And that's the kind of twist even Hollywood couldn't script better. She was out before the ink on the marriage license even dried. Like blink, and you'd have missed the whole marriage. Insiders are saying Birdman is furious. He's demanding that Tony put some respect on his name. And word is, he's been dragging her behind the scenes ever since. But this time, he's not whispering. He's calling her out loud and clear. No filters, no sugarcoating, no fake smiles. According to Birdman's camp, he's labeling Tony straight up as a gold digger. Birdman feels like he got played, and not just a little bit. He feels like he got hustled by one of the smoothest in the game. And guess what? Some folks close to the situation are actually backing him up. Allegedly, Tony didn't just stop at trying to snatch his money through the courts. She supposedly tried to flip some of his jewelry too. Yeah, you heard that right. Insiders claim she had her eyes locked on his high-end pieces and even made moves to sell them off when she couldn't get her hands on the cash directly. That's not just bold. That's next level fearless. But honestly, are we even surprised anymore? Tony's money history has been shaky for decades. Back in the 90s, she was one of the biggest stars on the planet. Millions of albums sold, global fame, chart-topping hits, and that iconic voice that defined a whole era. She had everything, the looks, the talent, the success, but somehow the money never seemed to last. Despite being at the top of the world, Tony still ended up broke, not once, but twice. And each time, she bounced back glammed up like nothing ever happened. So now, with Birdman calling her out and the receipts stacking up, people are starting to wonder, is this just history repeating itself, or was the whole marriage part of the same pattern all along? Back in 1998, Toni Braxton shocked the world when she filed for bankruptcy for the very first time, and the media lost its mind. Nobody could wrap their head around how a superstar of her level, dripping in Grammys and chart toppers, could lose it all just like that. But before she could even catch her breath, the chaos rolled straight into 1999, and the headlines only got nastier. Every tabloid in the game dragged her name through the mud, calling her out for wild spending sprees and luxury habits she clearly couldn't afford. In an attempt to clear her name, Toni went on Oprah, thinking she could fix her image. But that plan backfired fast. Oprah didn't play nice. She looked Toni dead in the eye and grilled her about her spending, questioning why she was buying designer everything while her finances were falling apart. And instead of owning up, Toni clapped back hard, accusing Oprah of being too harsh and painting herself as the victim right there on national TV. The tension was thick, and the moment went down as one of the most awkward interviews in talk show history. For a little while after that, it seemed like Toni got her act together. She bounced back, dropped new music, and for a brief moment, her money game looked stable again. The comeback looked strong, glamorous, confident, and shiny enough to fool the world into thinking she'd learned her lesson. But that illusion cracked wide open again when 2010 hit. Toni Braxton filed for bankruptcy again, and this time it was a total financial disaster. Reports said she was drowning in debt, somewhere between $10 million and $50 million. That's not a simple, oops, I overspent moment. That's a full-blown financial meltdown. Toni claimed the downfall came after her Las Vegas residency got canceled due to a serious heart condition, but insiders say that was only part of the story. Behind closed doors, things were messy. There were tangled up insurance disputes, drama over medical coverage, and a mountain of unpaid taxes piling up faster than anyone could count. By the time it all came to light, fans didn't know what to think anymore. Was she cursed with bad luck, or just trapped in her own pattern of money chaos? Either way, it painted a picture of a woman living large, falling hard, and somehow always landing right back in the spotlight. Since then, Toni's been fighting hard to stay afloat, but the numbers don't lie, and they're not looking pretty. Her music just hasn't been hitting like it used to. Her last album barely sold 7,000 copies and peaked at number 163 on the Billboard 200, a shocking drop for someone who once ruled the R&B charts like royalty. The album before that did a little better, moving about 16,000 copies, but still, that's a far cry from the chart-topping dominance she once had. For a legend who used to own the radio, those numbers scream one thing: trouble. With album sales falling through the floor, Toni had to pivot fast. And that's when she started leaning heavy on Braxton family values. Her family's reality show that once had everyone hooked. For a while, it worked. The drama, the sister fights, the tears, it all kept her name buzzing and the checks rolling in. But as time went on, the shine started to fade. Viewers moved on, ratings slipped, and the show that once kept her brand alive started to lose its magic. Without fresh hits or a major project keeping her in the spotlight, the pressure started building again. Bills, business moves, and that high-end lifestyle catching up quick. And that's when fans started side-eyeing her reunion with Birdman, wondering if it was really about rekindling old love or just a strategic move for survival. Rumors were already swirling that Toni was this close to filing for bankruptcy for the third time. And then, just like that, boom! She pops back up with Birdman after 4 years of silence. The timing had people talking nonstop. Some said it was fate, others called it a financial rescue mission. Whatever the reason, it sure didn't look like coincidence. Because when a star starts falling and suddenly reappears next to a millionaire ex, you already know the internet's gonna have questions, and this time, nobody's buying the fairy tale. The timing was way too perfect, and people noticed immediately. What was supposed to look like a sweet reunion suddenly had everyone side-eyeing hard. It wasn't giving, "I miss my man." It was giving, "I need that cash." The whole thing just fell off. When Toni and Birdman got back together in 2023, fans couldn't make sense of it. After years of saying it was over for good, Toni had made it crystal clear that the chapter was closed. She even said, "Who do you think I am? Don't you know that he was my man?" That sounded final. So when she suddenly spun the block and started cozying up to Birdman again, the internet went wild. People were like, "What changed?" It was a full 180, and the energy didn't feel romantic. It felt calculated. Fans started whispering that the reunion wasn't about love, but about leverage. And now that Birdman's calling her out publicly and airing every dirty detail, a lot of folks are convinced this was all a setup from the start. A strategic money move, not some long-lost love story. Even before this latest mess hit the blogs, fans were already catching on. There had been tension brewing between them for a while. You could see it if you knew where to look. Remember that painfully awkward moment on the Tamron Hall show back in 2022? Toni was there to open up about her lupus diagnosis. It was supposed to be a heartfelt, emotional interview. But the second Tamron mentioned Birdman's name, everything changed. Toni's face went cold, her shoulders tensed up, and her whole vibe shifted instantly. She dodged eye contact, gave short answers, and looked like she wanted to be anywhere but there. You could feel the discomfort through the screen. It was like watching someone's poker face crumble in real time. Fans who caught that moment are now replaying it like detectives, saying that interview was the first clue, the warning sign that not everything about Birdman and Toni was as real as it seemed. Because when love's genuine, it shows. But when money's involved, the truth always leaks out eventually. Toni once said, "I'm just not feeling it anymore." But then, out of nowhere, she spun the block and came right back like nothing ever happened. Everyone was left scratching their heads, totally confused. And now, with all this new drama blowing up, it's starting to look less like a love story and more like a calculated move. Because let's be real, the Toni and Birdman saga has been messy from day one. They've been on and off since 2016, and even when they were on, their whole relationship never really made sense to anyone. One minute, they were just friends. The next minute, they were engaged. And then, boom, silence. No wedding, no updates, no pictures, just cryptic interviews and awkward dodges whenever someone brought it up. The vibes were weird. Let's rewind to 2018 when Birdman decided to make it official. He went all out, dropped to one knee with a $5 million yellow diamond ring. It was massive, flashy, and absolutely over the top. Cameras went crazy, fans were screaming, and for a minute, it really looked like a fairy tale moment. But behind the scenes, crickets. No date, no real plans, nothing but confusion. It started giving publicity stunt, not wedding bells. Every few months, Tony would tell interviewers the same thing, that the wedding was just postponed, blaming it on timing or busy schedules. But fans weren't buying it for a second. They could tell something wasn't right. Too many delays, too many excuses, too much mystery. Then came the final red flag that had everyone's jaw on the floor. Tony claimed she lost the $5 million engagement ring. Yes, you read that right. $5 million just gone. No explanation, no recovery, just vanished into thin air. Fans were like, how do you misplace a diamond the size of a planet? It didn't make sense. And that's when people really started questioning everything about her and Birdman's so-called love story. Was it a real romance? Or was someone just playing the long game for headlines and money moves? Because that kind of disappearance doesn't just raise eyebrows, it raises alarms. Tony claims she accidentally left it on a flight, like it was nothing. Just another lost earring or phone charger. But come on now, a $5 million ring? That explanation had everyone scratching their heads. How do you misplace something that massive and just shrug it off like it's no big deal? Fans were stunned. The media went wild. And now, looking back at all the red flags, the awkward interviews, the missing ring, the endless wedding delays, people are finally putting the puzzle together because it's starting to look like this whole situation might have been about one thing and one thing only: securing that Birdman bankroll. Sure, the man got his bag back, but that $5 million diamond, gone without a trace, vanished into thin air like a magic trick nobody wanted to see. I mean, seriously, how do you lose a diamond that could probably be seen from space? Now the streets are whispering and the whispers are getting louder. Folks are saying Tony didn't lose that ring at all. Word is, she pawned it to pay off her debts. And honestly, with her long, rocky financial history, people aren't even surprised anymore. Insiders close to the situation claim Tony was desperate, drowning in debt, scrambling to stay above water. And when you're backed into a financial corner, you do what you gotta do. That ring was reportedly the most valuable thing she owned at the time, and allegedly, she saw it as her only real way out. At first, Birdman didn't even trip. He believed her story, stayed calm, and played it cool in interviews. He brushed it off like a gentleman, saying accidents happen. But that chill vibe didn't last long. Because if the rumors are true, when he eventually found out that the ring wasn't lost at all, that it had allegedly been sold behind his back, that's when everything exploded. Birdman was heated. Their love story officially crashed and burned, leaving nothing but tension, betrayal, and a $5 million mystery that still has the internet talking. And now, fans are wondering, was the ring ever really about love? Or was it always about the money? One thing's for sure, this saga's far from over. And if you thought this drama was wild, just wait till the next twist drops. Don't forget to subscribe to Juicy Reel for more exclusive, scandal-packed stories that'll keep you glued to the screen.
She said she thought was right.
Pitiful lie, too.
And as long as you agree with her, she's fine. And it's the same thing with y'all. If y'all don't agree with her, she is pissed. And it's time for y'all to stop letting your mother run y'all.
Steal anything.
You don't. You sold men.
Who's the man that I stole?
Tony's. You slept with them a few times.
Who? What man?
You not get the lead.
Oh, bitch. Dirty, low-down ass bitch.
Oh, you such a liar. Such a liar.
Let me know if you're picking up what I'm putting down. So looking at Tina Knowles and her children, and looking at Evelyn Braxton and her girls, it's proof to me that forgiveness or unforgiveness and bitterness can trickle down to your kids. I feel like Tina Knowles is the reason why Solange and Beyonce are able to persevere and press through adversity with grace and poise. I know this is a weird way to put it, but Beyonce and Solange was able to see their parents go through a healthy divorce.
So, imagine this for a second. What if Tamar was never the real issue at all, and the person shaking up the whole Braxton legacy has actually been Miss E the entire time? This whole family storyline just keeps getting wilder. And once again, Tamar is standing right in the center of the storm, like she always does. Every time Tamar pops up online for anything, people rush in, ready to drag her like she caused every single problem ever created. They call her chaotic. They say she wants attention, and they swear she never lets go of old drama, like she's just walking around collecting grudges. It gets loud every single time, and folks act like they've already solved the whole situation. But Tamar is not letting anyone throw the blame on her without speaking up. She's been real clear lately, saying she didn't just wake up one day and decide to be this way. According to her, she carries these habits and reactions because of her mother, and she's not scared to say it out loud anymore. Tamar feels like people judge her without understanding what shaped her in the first place, and she's finally peeling back the curtain with some raw honesty. This Braxton family drama is getting intense.
Say some things out her mouth that are really cutting.
But your daughters are being held emotionally hostage to your ex-wife's bitterness towards you. You and her need to get on the same side of the table and free those girls. Because the elephant in the room that nobody will talk about is Evelyn Braxton's attitude.
Your mother run your life.
How dare he try to tell me how to raise my kids after he have abandoned us? He has some nerve.
Y'all have lives to live yourself, and she can't run her life, her home, and your home too.
And you know what? Had you been home long enough to help me to raise them, it wouldn't be such a problem. But where were you? I'm there hanging in the street,
what did you do
doing whatever
all day?
you were
What
big
did you
enough
do
to do.
all day long?
What did you do?
What did you do?
Well, look at this twist. Because Tamar has been opening up heavy about her mental health lately, and she's been hinting that her mom's old resentment toward people, especially toward their dad, hit her spirit hard growing up. She's been saying that this energy shaped her, and it still follows her into adulthood, which is a big part of why she's still fighting her own battles today. Let's keep it real for a second, because Tamar has shown the world everything. The good, the bad, the messy, and the straight-up confusing. From her relationship chaos with Vince, to the ups and downs with JR, to beefs with her sisters, to Beacon drama, to people from the outside saying Josh say he is in trouble, she has walked through every storyline imaginable. And somehow, she still ends up being the clip everyone rewatches and the name everybody brings up. And this year, she pushed it even further. She threw Funky DVA into the mix by hinting that something might have happened to her after a night out.
Can I ask you something, Miss Evelyn? Do you know what her pain is? Because the only reason a person would behave in this manner.
We're not going to throw this behavior word around again. We're not going to do that. She does not have a behavior problem, and that's not fair.
First of all, your finger in my face is not going to work for me.
But the name calling is not going to work for me. Because I don't appreciate you keep throwing out these names. That is what about my disrespect? All I have been is disrespectful. I've been called. Wait a minute!
Or even worse, implying she might have been involved with some of Tony's men. That rumor alone had the whole internet sitting up straight like, what is going on right now? Back in the early days of Braxton Family Values, people loved this version of Tamar. Her big reactions, her dramatic moments, her bold comebacks, she became the fan favorite fast, and viewers acted like they couldn't get enough of her. Every season she delivered something new, something spicy, something people couldn't stop talking about. But as time kept moving forward, the tone started shifting. Every year, Tamar ends up doing something that has everybody rubbing their forehead, taking a deep breath and saying, "Here we go again!" The audience went from cheering to squinting, from laughing to wondering what exactly is going on behind the scenes. This situation just keeps getting messier. People are honestly stunned right now, and a lot of them are getting tired of what they see as Tamar's non-stop messy behavior. She keeps saying she's on this big healing journey, but plenty of folks feel like things have only gotten more chaotic, with some even saying Tamar really needs deeper support, because watching her unfold online has become draining for them. They say she's the type you gotta love from a distance, because the drama pops up too fast and too often. They swear Tamar never believes she's wrong about anything, and she reacts like the world is coming for her every time someone disagrees with her. People say she doesn't notice how sharp or hurtful she can get in arguments, and it leaves folks stepping back like, wow, did she really say that? Now she's nearly 50, and people point out she has fallouts with basically everyone who gets close to her. They're convinced she's not changing anytime soon, and they're warning her that the public is starting to lose patience. Tamar being dramatic has never been a secret, but people are now saying she should step back before whatever good reputation she still has slips right through her fingers. But like always, Tamar is not letting anybody talk about her without clapping back. In true Tamar style, she's flipping the whole conversation and putting the spotlight on everyone else, especially her mom, Ms. Evelyn. She's saying that some of the ways she reacts, some of the habits she can't shake, all go back to the environment she grew up in. And she's not the only one with emotional scars. Each sister has their own bitterness and resentment tucked away, and it's been sitting there for years. But Tamar is the only one who comes out and speaks about it openly. And now, for the first time ever, she's directly connecting her current behavior to the upbringing she had her whole life, and she's saying it loud for everyone to hear. This family story is getting intense. Tamar grew up watching her mother struggle to let things go, especially when it came to holding grudges. And it hit her hard because all that energy came straight from how Miss Evelyn's marriage ended with Michael Braxton. Even though that breakup happened ages ago, Tamar still remembers the anger floating around that house like it was yesterday. It's been more than 20 years since Evelyn and Michael divorced after she found out he wasn't being loyal, but the level of resentment she still carries toward him is unbelievable. People close to the family say that this bitterness didn't just sit with Evelyn. It shaped the entire way Tamar and her sisters learned to deal with pain, rejection, and disappointment. They didn't just watch their mom get hurt. They soaked up every emotion like sponges, and it followed them into every relationship and sister argument they've ever had. And let's not pretend only Tamar was affected. Even Tony, the oldest, the calmest, the one everybody calls the classy one, has her own version of messy behavior. She just hides hers a little better and keeps it tucked behind a polished smile, but it's still there, simmering underneath. That alone shows how deep the family patterns run. And here's where it gets real messy. During the divorce, Miss Evelyn reportedly became extremely controlling, and she made the kids choose sides like they were in the middle of a battlefield. Anyone who even tried to stand beside their father ended up catching the coldest treatment from her. It wasn't just sadness, it turned into pressure, confusion, and emotional weight that the girls had to carry way too young. This is the environment Tamar grew up in, and now she's finally saying out loud that it shaped how she moves, reacts, and lashes out today. This family history is serious. This whole situation also explains why Evelyn and Tracy were never fully aligned, because Tracy still wanted to keep a relationship with their father, especially since she lived the closest to him in Maryland. And Miss Evelyn was not happy about that, not even a little bit. People say she held on to that grudge all the way up until Tracy passed away, which adds a heavy layer of sadness to their family history. But Tamar? She was the youngest, and back then, she stood beside her mom in everything. Tamar has said she barely made a move without checking with her mother first. And that's where the real trouble started. It created this deep codependency that followed her well into adulthood, shaping how she responds in relationships and friendships to this day. And the way Tamar explains it, it wasn't just the bitterness or resentment that got passed down. She says her mom loved the sound of her own voice and always believed she was right about everything, no matter the topic. If Tamar had an opinion that didn't match Miss Evelyn's vibe, it got shut down instantly. No debate, no conversation, just a firm no. And Tamar was expected to fall in line. Miss Evelyn reportedly expected all her daughters to follow her direction without question, and going against her felt almost impossible. Tamar says the guilt was strong, because their mom constantly reminded them how she raised all 6 kids on her own after leaving their father, Michael Sr. That reminder wasn't said lightly. It was used like a weight that kept the girls in check. For Tamar especially, it created this emotional trap where she felt like she owed her mom loyalty in every situation, even when the choices didn't feel right. She grew up believing she couldn't challenge her mother without being seen as ungrateful, and that mindset has followed her for years. And now Tamar is finally unpacking all of this, saying out loud how much her upbringing shaped her reactions, her outbursts, her loyalty struggles, and the way she deals with conflict today. This story just keeps going deeper. This is the exact kind of environment Tamar grew up in. And even after more than 20 years, it feels like nothing changed at all. Miss Evelyn still carries a lot of anger, and it spills straight onto her daughters whenever things get tense. Tamar says she's been dealing with that energy her whole life, and now people are starting to see the pattern for themselves. A lot of folks online are actually agreeing with Tamar, saying it's not hard to understand how Evelyn Braxton set the tone for all the disrespect and emotional chaos the girls grew up around. They're pointing out how her behavior shaped Tamar's reactions and played a huge part in how Tamar handles conflict today, whether she realizes it or not. People have even started making lists of villains who don't look like villains, and Miss Evelyn's name is right at the top. Comment after comment says Evelyn reminds them of the type of toxic moms who put on a polished front but leave emotional damage behind closed doors. Women who act like they have everything under control while their children quietly absorb all the pain. The Braxton family has always had a lot of tension, and more people are admitting that Evelyn might have been the root of most of it. They say she kept her kids tied together with guilt, pressure, and emotional expectations, making them feel like they had to stick together no matter how deep the issues ran. And that kind of setup turns into scars that follow you into adulthood, shaping everything from friendships to relationships to how you argue and how you love. Now, Tamar is putting words to what she's carried since childhood, and the whole situation is exploding in front of everyone. This family story is getting wilder by the minute. Now that all this is spilling out, people are starting to look at the Braxton family in a whole new light, and the conversations online are getting louder by the day. Fans are saying this whole situation finally explains why the sisters move the way they do, why every little disagreement turns into a full meltdown, and why healing has always felt like a never-ending process for them. It's like watching a family trying to grow while still dragging decades of emotional weight behind them. And Tamar isn't holding back anymore. She's speaking up with the kind of honesty people didn't expect, and it's making everyone rethink who's really been stirring the pot all these years. She's pointing straight to the patterns she grew up with: the silence, the pressure, the guilt, the expectations. And she's saying she's done carrying all that without naming where it came from. What's wild is that so many viewers are saying they relate to her now more than ever. They're in the comments talking about how they grew up with moms who never apologized, moms who expected perfection but gave out criticism like it was candy, moms who ran the whole house with guilt and control instead of love and freedom. And suddenly, Tamar's behavior isn't looking like chaos for attention. It's looking like someone trying to break habits she never had a chance to unlearn as a kid. But the twist is this. The more Tamar opens up, the more divided the fans are becoming. Some say she's brave for finally breaking the silence, while others think she's dragging her family for sympathy. It's turning into a whole debate, and people are choosing sides like it's a championship match. This Braxton saga is getting messier by the minute, and Tamar is standing right in the middle of it with a mic in her hand and no fear at all. Now here's where everything gets even messier, because while Tamar is out here opening old wounds and trying to explain her side, people are starting to question why the rest of the sisters are staying so quiet. Fans are side-eyeing the whole family, wondering if they've been protecting an image for years while Tamar took all the heat in public. And honestly, the silence is making everything look even more suspicious. Some folks are saying the sisters don't want to confront the truth because it would force them to admit they've been affected by the same emotional patterns their whole lives. Others think they're staying quiet because they don't want to go against Miss Evelyn even now as grown women. And that just feeds into Tamar's whole point, that the guilt and pressure never really stopped, it just got quieter with age. But what's shaking people the most is the idea that Tamar might have been carrying the family's issues on her back this whole time while being labeled the dramatic one. Fans are saying that maybe she wasn't acting out for attention. Maybe she was the only one who didn't know how to bottle it all up like the others. And now that she's finally talking, everyone else looks uncomfortable because the truth is hitting too close to home. Meanwhile, the internet is spinning with theories. Some say there's way more behind the scenes that the family tried to hide, and Tamar just blew the lid off. Others think Miss Evelyn kept such a tight grip on the family dynamic that nobody ever learned how to express themselves without fear. And people swear you can see those patterns in every interview, every reunion, every argument the public ever saw. And now Tamar is stepping into this whole situation with fire in her voice and no hesitation, calling out what she feels shaped her entire life. It's bold, it's messy, and it's definitely got everyone watching like it's a whole new season of drama unfolding live. At this point, it's clear those sisters don't even vibe with each other like that. And Tamar always ends up being the one blamed because she talks loud, reacts big, and refuses to hide her personality. People treat her like the permanent scapegoat, even when she's not the one who started the mess. And it's wild to watch every time. But now I'm curious, what do you think about all this? Do you feel like the family has been unloading everything onto Tamar for years? Or do you think she plays a part in the chaos too? Drop your thoughts in the comments because this situation is way too layered not to talk about. And listen, if you're rocking with these breakdowns and you want all the behind-the-scenes drama delivered with real talk and no sugarcoating, make sure you hit that like button and subscribe to the Juicy Reel channel right now. Trust me, you don't want to miss what's coming next.
Just when you thought the drama between Tamar Braxton and Funky Dineva was over, it's not. It seems as if Tamar is now speaking through her attorney, denying the accusations that Funky Dineva had on his YouTube channel, where he claims that Tamar Braxton and Mendeecees had an inappropriate relationship. Well, Funky is also responding.
Aware of what really happened to you?
No, I'm not.
Or can you talk about
I can talk about it, but I'm not aware of what really happened to me.
Yeah.
All I know is that I went to a friend's birthday party. I gave a friend a birthday party.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
You thought was your friend?
Well, we ain't even gonna touch on that.
Yeah.
I came home like I would normally do.
So now we finna take it all the way back to the very beginning. I knew this was how you was gonna play it. And let's be very clear here. If y'all remember when the situation first broke and about the whole mouth stuff, and I said, and the only reason you dropped that video is because, and I said, I ain't gonna do it to you. Y'all remember?
Just when everyone thought the smoke between Tamar Braxton and Funky Diva had finally cleared, boom, it kicks right back up again. Tamar is now letting her attorney speak for her, denying every single accusation Funky dropped on his YouTube channel, where he claimed Tamar and Menace were involved in an inappropriate situation. And of course, Funky didn't stay quiet. He fired right back at that legal letter. Here we go again. Welcome back to the Campfire channel, the spot everybody pulls up to when they need the real talk on pop culture, the hottest music updates, entertainment buzz, reality TV shakeups, and everything else that keeps the streets talking. Make sure you drop a like on this video, smash that subscribe button, and tap that notification bell so you never miss when we go live with fresh drama or upload a brand new story that'll have you glued to the screen. Now listen, I know a lot of you saw the chaos unfold last night. Funky went live and broke down his whole reaction to Tamar hitting him with that legal threat, but we can't play the entire conversation here. If you missed it, don't worry. We uploaded a full breakdown yesterday where we covered Funky responding to some shade Tamar tossed his way during her sit-down with L'Oreal. And when I say shade, I mean she slid it in smooth like she didn't think Funky was gonna catch it. But he definitely did, and he made sure everybody else caught it too.
Yeah. So they started putting you two together. Do you and Mendeecees have like anything beyond this film? Or?
No, to be honest, I barely even know him.
Okay.
to be honest, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're not like, we're cool,
Yeah.
but we're not like my homie. You know what I mean?
Right,
It's not
right.
like that. And he just got casted in the film, and here we are.
Were you like a little hesitant? This is the one thing I will say, how I think people might get tied in, maybe because you're using his name in the film. Did y'all ever think about using a different name?
We use Julian.
That's a different name though.
Things are getting louder, messier, and way more dramatic than anyone expected, and this legal back and forth is starting to feel like the opening round of a fight neither one of them wants to back down from. Let's get into it. So now Funky is clapping back at that legal letter, and things are getting even wilder out here. Earlier yesterday, Tamar posted the letter on her social media. But if you go look now, it's gone, vanished. I checked again just to be sure, and yep, she took that whole thing down like it never existed. And when I first saw it, I thought, okay, she's denying everything and letting him know she's ready to take legal action if she has to. That's exactly how it read. But here's the thing. Based on the way Funky described those encounters between him, Tamar, and Menace, it sounded like there were other people around, like real witnesses. And honestly, there might even be camera footage of whatever moments he claimed he saw.
Anybody know who happened and what happened to your damn teeth? It's Mendeecees and his best friend, because they was the ones who went upstairs with you. Now, I don't know whether they was fucking your ass from the back and ran your head through the headboard or what. Or to go back to your stories and put, Funky Dineva didn't do anything to me, guys. I was resting. I should have said something earlier. That was all you had to do, and it could have been done with on my end. Even in this very moment,
To be honest, I barely even know him.
Okay.
to be honest, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're not like, we're cool,
Yeah.
but we're not like my homie. You know what I
Right,
mean?
right,
It's not
right.
like that. And he just got casted in the film.
But the real question is, were those moments actually inappropriate? That part is still up for debate. Funky went on a full 45-minute rant breaking down his side of the story, dragging out every detail he remembered about Tamar. We are not about to sit here and unpack that whole saga. Nobody has time for that marathon today. But I do want to run through Tamar's original statement, because we keep things fair around here, and then we'll talk about what Funky said in response. Now let's get into this legal letter situation. Tamar shared a letter that she claimed was from her attorney, but here's the twist. The letter is signed by her, not the actual lawyer. That part needs to be highlighted. It's printed on legal letterhead, sure, but the signature at the bottom, that's Tamar's handwriting, not her attorney's. And the letter says it's from the desk of attorney James L., which makes it even more confusing because why is she signing it herself? This whole thing is looking messy, dramatic, and low-key suspicious, and it's only making the situation louder. Walker Jr. Okay, so this is labeled as the official statement of Tamar E. Braxton. But the moment you start reading it, things take a sharp left turn. She opens the so-called legal letter by saying, "This summer, I poured my heart into heartbreak retrograde." And I'm sitting here like, does a legal letter normally start off like a promo for your latest project? Because this sounds more like an album rollout than someone clapping back at accusations. She goes on, "This summer, I poured my heart into Heartbreak Retrograde, a project that includes a 6-song EP and a short film." And at that point, I'm wondering, what exactly is happening here? How did we jump from legal threats to music promo in the same breath? But she continues saying, seeing the project hit #1 on the iTunes R&B charts and crack the top 20 overall meant everything to her and her team.
I know what all the hell going on, bitch. I want to know what's going on too, bitch, okay? The lady got on the internet and said she almost died. Now listen, let me just go ahead and get this out the way, okay? Before we even get at the top of the show, I don't know what happened to the lady. Okay.
I want him to tell his own story. You know, I don't really like telling people's story. You should ask Mendeecees.
Are you aware of what really happened to you?
No, I'm not.
Or can you talk about what
I can talk about it, but I'm not aware of what really happened to me.
Yeah.
All I know is that I went to a friend's birthday party. I gave a friend a birthday party. Hello.
You thought was your friend.
Well, we ain't even gonna touch on that.
Yeah.
I came home like I would normally do.
She thanks everyone for the support, like this is an acceptance speech. Then she switches gears again and says that's why it's been painful to watch what she calls a hurtful and completely untrue rumor spread online this week. The rumor accusing her of having an inappropriate relationship with her male co-star. That's the part she's addressing, finally. Now, you might remember she recently said in that interview that she's not even friends with Menace. She made it sound like they barely know each other. But people have been talking for months, claiming they've been spotted together out and about. And that's why some folks weren't buying the "we're not even friends" angle. The streets have been buzzing nonstop about that connection. And don't forget, Funky hinted at this months ago when their first feud popped off. He dropped little crumbs back then, and now he's dropping full details. He said there were 3 separate times where he was hanging out with Tamar, and during each one, he witnessed something that made him raise an eyebrow. 3 different occasions, not just one. And now all of that is coming back up while Tamar's trying to push this statement that keeps drifting between PR rollout and damage control. This situation is spinning fast, and she's trying to pull it back, but people are side-eyeing every word. And then out of nowhere, Menace pops up in the mix, and that's when I had to stop and say, hold on, what is really going on here? I told you before, something about this felt like a setup, like a whole plot and plan. Because why would someone keep an alleged low-key relationship with Menace?
And it was like, stop. But you know that cute little stop that y'all girls do? And he kept leaning in and whispering. And he would rub in between her legs again. And she would push his hands off again. Real cute, like real 16-year-old, like. Let me know if that's appropriate or inappropriate as a male co-star. And I'm going to tell you something. I just thought about something, and I thought about this in the very beginning. I'm the fool in this situation. I am the biggest fool.
And then bring him around Funky, who literally runs a platform built on pop culture commentary. Why introduce that situation to somebody who's guaranteed to talk about it? I even suggested that maybe Tamar wanted this whole thing to leak. And in Funky's latest video, he admitted he had the same thought. He said he wondered if Tamar purposely brought Menace around him so he would end up repeating what he saw, or maybe even help spark attention for her new project dropping. And the wild part is, a lot of people were already questioning that angle back when she talked about that near-death experience she claimed happened. Folks were whispering, "Is this promotion for Heartbreak Retrograde?" The streets were suspicious long before the legal letter showed up. But here's the kicker. I don't think Tamar realizes that all this chaos isn't making people rush to stream the project. If anything, everyone is glued to the drama, not the music. The noise is drowning out the art right now. And honestly, that's something Toni Braxton pointed out way back during season 2 of The Braxtons, when she said she felt like Tamar cared more about being infamous than being famous. That hit hard then, and it hits even harder now. Toni even added that she had to call her publicist countless times because of Tamar's situations blowing up, and Tamar shot back saying, "I have my own publicist!" Like she wanted to make it clear she could handle her own image. But right now, this whole situation is spinning way out of control, and the attention is not the kind you want tied to a new release. This drama is spiraling, and Tamar is stuck right in the center of it. Tamar didn't seem to understand that when she jumps into drama, it doesn't just land on her. It hits the whole family too. Toni Braxton even said that straight up before, like, "Whatever you do affects me as well." And at the end of Funky's rant, he started comparing the sisters, saying Toni would never move the way Tamar has been moving. He said Toni carries herself with a different kind of discipline, and honestly, a lot of people agreed with him on that point. So now let's circle back to Tamar's legal letter, the one labeled "From the Desk of the Walker Building," which already had folks side-eyeing it. She starts the letter repeating the same promo-like opener. "This summer, I poured my heart into Heartbreak Retrograde, a project that includes a 6-song EP and a short film." Then she goes on about how it hit #1 on the iTunes R&B charts and cracked the top 20 overall, saying it meant everything to her and her team, and that the support has been incredible. But then she shifts back into the rumor situation, saying that's why it's been painful to watch a hurtful and completely untrue rumor spread online, accusing her of having an inappropriate relationship with her male co-star. She emphasizes it hard and says, "Let me be clear, this is a lie." She goes on to say it's sad that the moment she achieves something meaningful, certain people jump in with gossip and sensationalism. She adds that the rumors don't just affect her, they hit families, kids, loved ones, people who never asked to get dragged into any of this mess. She tries to frame it like the drama is harming people who weren't even involved, and she says she had hoped by now folks who claim to report responsibly and love their community would actually show better judgment. But the tone of the letter had people confused because it kept slipping between defending herself, pushing the project, and calling out unnamed people, all in one long statement. And with the tension already sky high, this didn't calm anything down. It fired everyone up even more. She closes the statement by saying, "As for me, I'm letting my lawyers take it from here. I'm staying focused on what I love, creating, storytelling, and making music and films that matter." Then she adds, "If you haven't heard Heartbreak Retrograde yet, I hope you'll give it a listen." Like she slid right back into promo mode again, thanking everyone for pushing the project so high on the charts. And honestly, it left a lot of people asking the same question I did. Why did a letter that's supposed to be coming from the desk of attorney James L. Walker Jr. read like a mix between an inspirational Instagram caption and a commercial for her EP? Because nothing in this letter actually addresses anything legal. The only thing she really says is that the rumor is not true. But she never directly names Funky, never specifies what claims she's denying, and never states what legal action is being taken. And if this was truly an attorney-issued letter, wouldn't there be an actual cease and desist attached, something formally sent to Funky? Because it looks like nothing official went out, at least not yet. And of course, Funky responded. But before we even get to his reaction, let's go back to Tamar's original post, because she uploaded that legal letter to her social media and then quickly deleted it. Luckily, Jasmine Brand caught the screenshots, and honestly, so did half the internet, so nothing disappeared. In her caption, Tamar wrote, "People like to trigger me, hoping for me to respond and crash out. That's the old me." She said she always felt the need to defend herself, but this time she's letting her lawyers handle it. She added, "I'm tired, but I'm learning to take my Tamartian's advice, use my voice to talk less and sing more." She ended it with, "That's it. That's all. God bless." Then she thanked her amazing attorney and team who don't lose, shouting out James Walker Jr. Esquire and company. And right after trying to frame this as a serious legal matter, she switched gears again and said, "Now back to big business. Heartbreak Retrograde went #1 on my label." With a kiss emoji like this was a regular promotional post. The tone shift was wild. 1 minute it's legal talk, the next minute it's motivation, and then suddenly she's celebrating chart numbers like none of this drama is connected. It left everybody confused, entertained, and definitely talking, which might not be the effect she intended, but it's the effect she got. The way Tamar keeps sliding herself into the victim role has folks pulling out the tiny violin every time. But even the imaginary violin tapped out this time. It's like the moment you try to play a little sympathy tune for her, the whole thing just shuts down like, nope, not today. It couldn't even give her a weak note. All right, let's get into what Funky had to say, because his response was a whole situation on its own. We're not playing the full thing. The man went on for almost an hour, letting everything spill. He started off fiery, real sharp with the venom, but as the rant went on, you could hear the hurt come through. He said he genuinely valued the friendship he thought he was forming with Tamar, only for him to step back later and realize, "You were never really my friend." And honestly, anybody watching from the outside could have told him that earlier. But that's just me. Now let me play the part where he talks about Tamar on his social media, because this is where he broke down why he thinks something deeper was going on with how everything unfolded. Yesterday, I made that comparison about the Nicole Murphy situation with the director from Aqua, right? How the paparazzi just so happened to catch them hugged up and kissing a few years back, even though he was married at the time, and people were whispering that maybe Nicole Murphy allegedly set the whole thing up because she wanted that relationship to go public. And that's why Funky brought that example up again. Because situations like that don't always happen by accident. Sometimes people want something seen. Sometimes they want a narrative pushed. He was basically hinting that the way Menace magically showed up, plus how Tamar acted around him, plus the timing with her new project, it all felt way too convenient to be pure coincidence. Funky didn't say Tamar set anything up, but he definitely said the patterns were suspicious. And once he connected the dots, you could see he felt played, not just dragged into drama, but used. This thing is getting deeper than anyone expected. Quay is still with Layla Roshan. He never left his wife, never separated, none of that. So the idea that their moment was supposed to break the internet always sounded wild. And Funky pointed that out too, because at first, even he said, "Why would they think this would break the internet?" That question matters. So then you start digging. Was the hype supposed to come from Menace being involved? But Menace doesn't have acting credits like that. I mean, people know him from reality TV, sure, and maybe some folks count Love and Hip Hop as acting, depending on how you look at it. But still, nothing about the situation screams internet-breaking moment. So the story started sounding even stranger. Then Funky dropped more details, reminding everyone of other moments where Tamar and Menace were together, moments that had multiple witnesses. He even spoke directly to the people who were around during those times and said, "If you were there when Tamar and Menace were together, reach out to me." So now he's collecting information, lining everything up, getting his receipts in order. And then he addressed Tamar directly, saying he doesn't know why she thinks he'd be scared of some legal letter. He said he's not shaking, not backing down, not intimidated, especially when the legal letter didn't even seem to be sent to him officially. Because remember, what Tamar posted was a public statement she put on her social media, then deleted. There's no proof she actually sent him a real cease and desist. And the way she worded it, cease and desist, the same thing she once said on the Braxtons, had people raising eyebrows all over again. So the big question became, did she send anything privately at all, or was the whole thing just for show? Because if it wasn't formally delivered to Funky and was only posted online, that makes it look like this might be performative, more of a public act than a legal move. And honestly, that's exactly what people want Funky to press her on. Is this real legal action, or is she just trying to make it look like legal action so the story shifts in her favor? The whole situation feels layered, confusing, and dramatic. And Funky's not letting up until every piece gets exposed. Funky even asked the real question out loud. Have I received an actual legal letter from Tamar, or did she just post that same statement for the internet to see? Because honestly, if someone sent me that statement, I'd be staring at it like, wait, is this supposed to be legal action? Or is this promo wrapped in legal language? The whole thing reads more like a rollout than a cease and desist, and that's exactly why people were confused. I've read a real cease and desist recently, talked about it already, and trust me, those things look professional, detailed, and direct. What Tamar posted, that was not a cease, that was not a desist. And it definitely wasn't a clear threat of a lawsuit. It was more like a dramatic announcement that left everybody scratching their heads. But Funky made one thing very clear. He is not scared. Not even a little. He stood 10 toes down on everything he said, and he listed every reason why he's not backing off from the story. He even encouraged anyone who witnessed the moments he talked about to reach out, because he may need people to back up some of the details. That tells you he's not just talking. He's prepared to stand by his words. And here's the thing. When all this drama first popped off, a lot of you were hitting me up saying, Menace was at the club that night too. People were connecting dots before Funky even said anything publicly. So now that Funky has confirmed multiple witnesses were around, the story is getting even louder. And Tamar's attempt to shut it down with a half-legal, half-promotional statement is only adding fuel to it. This whole situation is wild, messy, and getting deeper every time someone opens their mouth. Thanks for riding with the full breakdown. And if you want more juicy celebrity chaos served fresh, make sure you subscribe to the Juicy Reel channel right now. You don't want to miss what's coming next.
Your man for? You think I'm too? Huh? Don't you go there. Don't you? Your man. Don't you go there. First of all, you are a superstar. You are a... Put your hands on me. I didn't touch you. I didn't touch you. I'm out of here. I'm out of here.
Tony, this is unacceptable behavior. I had to try to de-escalate it as much as I could. I didn't touch Tamar. I got in between she and Tony because Tony's smaller than Tamar. That's like a Rottweiler trying to fight a Yorkie.
Can someone please just pull the plug on the Braxton sisters reality TV chaos already?
This family has turned every season into a battlefield with no peace in sight.
Y'all don't like me because y'all jealous. You're a mean girl. Y'all behind people. You're such a hater. Y'all hate me so bad. Oh my God. And mental illness is real. It's real. Oh, I'm crazy?
Mental illness is real. Go ahead, Tony. I'm listening. I don't argue with sick people. Go ahead.
Bitch, I will you up. Don't play
don't
with me.
do that.
I swear to God. What you're not going to do is my mental health when all y'all really need to pick.
They've cycled through more therapists than most people change hairstyles, yet somehow the drama keeps exploding louder every time. It's like therapy sessions turned into war zones instead of healing circles. Tony and Tamar are back at it again, throwing verbal punches left and right. Tamar went off, asking Tony if she really slept with that other man, and the whole room froze. Then someone dropped another bomb, allegedly Birdman too. Like, seriously? Tawanda even jumped in, accusing Tony of messing with her own ex, which sent everyone spiraling.
Who's the man that I stole?
Tony's. You slept with them
a
few times.
Who? What man?
You not get
talking about the Versus battle where Birdman, Manny Fresh, and other Cash Money artists hit
the shade, the tension, the absolute nerve. Now things have gotten so wild that they're threatening to have Tamar locked up. She's gone from emotional to explosive, screaming, crying, and lashing out like she's had enough of everyone's fake love. And Tony, she's not even playing the peacemaker anymore. Her calm queen energy has turned into straight coldness. Everyone's masks are slipping, and we're seeing who's really who in that family drama. The Braxton family feud has gone from entertaining to pure madness. No lines, no limits, and no turning back.
But her sister Tamar was loud and proud in the middle of the stage with her brother-in-law, and she was not only seen twerking and bopping her head to all the hits played from both sides.
Each sister's got secrets, and they're dragging each other through the mud on national TV. It's messy, emotional, and addictive. You can't look away for even a second. If there's one thing Tamar got right, it's that this whole family might need a serious mental health check and maybe a prescription or two, because the way these sisters been acting lately, it's not even close to normal. Nothing about their behavior screams peace. It's pure chaos, nonstop. Every episode feels like a breakdown waiting to happen. Now let's get into this wild Birdman situation, because that's where the drama really popped off. During one episode of The Braxtons, Tamar showed up to dinner with that "I know something y'all don't" look and started grilling her sisters about a cease and desist letter she mysteriously received at her private address. She wasn't even mad about the letter itself at first. It was how they got her new address that made her lose it. See, Tamar swore up and down that her home was under a different name for privacy, like most celebrities do, so for someone to get that info, someone close had to snitch. Fans online immediately started pointing fingers at Tawanda, Trina, or even Tony, accusing them of leaking her address. The family group chats must have been on fire that night because the tension on camera was unreal. Then came the twist nobody saw coming. The family's own attorney confirmed that Michael Braxton Jr., their brother, was actually the one who sent the cease and desist. The reason? They brought their niece Ashley onto the show without his blessing. But that reveal didn't calm Tamar down one bit. Instead, she exploded, saying it wasn't even about the letter anymore. It was about her sisters scheming behind her back. And just like that, what started as a dinner talk turned into a full-on Braxton battlefield. Voices raised, hands flying, tears, accusations, pure madness. 1 minute it's about a letter, the next it's about betrayal, and suddenly everyone's dragging everyone. This family doesn't argue. They erupt. Things went from bad to straight explosive when Tamar started accusing Tawanda of stealing from her for years. Tamar claimed she had loaned Tawanda a whopping $50,000 to help with a down payment on a house, but Tawanda fired back, saying it wasn't a loan at all. It was a gift of $35,000. That's a huge difference, and it didn't stop there. Tamar then dropped another bomb, saying Tawanda had been secretly using her credit card for 4 years to pay her own phone bill. Can you imagine? But Tawanda wasn't about to stay quiet. She flipped the whole thing and called Tamar the real thief. And then came the nuclear-level accusation. Tawanda said Tamar had slept with one of Tony's ex-boyfriends. The producers had to literally bleep out the name during the show so no one knew exactly who she was talking about. But that didn't stop fans from playing detective. Online, people started buzzing that the mystery man might have been Shamar Moore, one of Tony's old flames from way back. Others swore it was Birdman, claiming the affair went down years ago and just got buried under family drama. The theories were flying wild, and everyone had their own version of the truth. Then on the show, Tamar directly confronted Tony, asking if she really slept with her other man, and Tony's face said everything. That awkward silence, that look, it was giving pure Birdman vibes. Fans watching went crazy, convinced Tamar was throwing real shade right there on camera. And here's where it got even messier. Just days before this aired, fans were already side-eyeing Tamar for being too friendly with her brother-in-law, Birdman. It all happened at that Versus battle in Las Vegas when Birdman, Manny Fresh, and the Cash Money crew went up against Master P and No Limit. Cameras caught Tamar laughing, touching, and acting a little too cozy backstage, and social media exploded with clips. People were like, wait, is this the same Birdman Tony's with? The timing couldn't have been worse, and the Braxton family drama just hit a whole new level of scandal. Toni Braxton was nowhere to be seen on that stage, but her sister Tamar, she was front and center, owning the spotlight like it was her show. Cameras caught her dancing right next to Birdman, her brother-in-law, and fans could not believe what they were seeing. Tamar was twerking, laughing, and vibing hard to every track from both sides of the battle. But what really had people talking was how comfortable she looked with Birdman. At one point, she even leaned in to wipe sweat off his head, and that clip went viral in seconds. The internet exploded with outrage. Comment sections were flooded with fans saying, "Ain't no way that's okay, and you don't touch your sister's man like that." The whole thing spiraled fast. People were calling it disrespectful, messy, and downright suspicious. Tamar didn't say much at first, but her body language told the world she wasn't worried one bit. Then came the real plot twist. Rumors resurfaced that Tamar and Birdman actually dated way back in the early 2000s, long before Tony ever got with him. Back then, it was all hush-hush talk, just whispers floating around the industry. But insiders claimed the two were definitely close, maybe too close. Nobody had proof, but the way they moved together that night had fans saying, yeah, something's up. And honestly, when you put it all together, it suddenly makes sense why Tamar seems so comfortable around Birdman. That kind of chemistry doesn't come from nowhere. If those old rumors are true, it flips the whole situation, because that would make Tony the one who crossed the line, not Tamar. Imagine finding out your sister dated the man you're with now. That's wild. The Braxton drama just keeps getting deeper, and this one might be the most scandalous twist yet. Now here's where things take a shocking twist. Turns out Toni Braxton and Birdman actually got married, but what happened next had everyone's jaws on the floor. According to leaked court documents, the two secretly tied the knot on August 8th, 2024, but just 48 hours later, yes, 2 days, they were already separated. The paperwork used only their initials, TB and BW, probably hoping to keep it under wraps, but come on, it didn't take long for people to connect the dots. The documents clearly listed the marriage date and the split, August 10th, 2024, and just 2 weeks later, Toni filed for divorce. In the paperwork, she and her attorney described the marriage as irretrievably broken, which is basically legal talk for this relationship is done for good. The internet went wild trying to figure out what could have possibly gone wrong in just 2 days. But then, just when everyone thought it was officially over, Toni changed her mind. In January 2025, she quietly dismissed the divorce petition, and Birdman signed off too. That means as of right now, the two are still legally husband and wife, whether they're living together or not. And thanks to Tamar's recent chaos bringing old drama back into the spotlight, fans just found out that Toni and Birdman are still together behind the scenes. Now, the big question everyone's asking, why stay together after all that? Well, insiders claim Toni might be hanging on for financial security. She's had a long public history of money troubles, from bankruptcy filings to unpaid taxes, and Birdman's got the kind of cash that can keep things comfortable. Some fans even say Toni sees Birdman as her financial safety net, especially with her health issues and recent financial setbacks, whether it's love, loyalty, or just smart survival. One thing's for sure, Toni's playing this game her way. And Birdman, he's clearly not letting go either. This marriage might be messy, but it's far from over. People online are saying Toni and Birdman couldn't be more different, like total opposites who somehow ended up in the same storm. Word is, their marriage might have been more of a business arrangement than a fairy tale love story, and honestly, that wouldn't surprise anyone at this point. The vibe between them has always felt complicated, like something's being held together by image, not emotion. Now, whether Birdman was actually the man in question from Tamar's accusations still isn't confirmed, but just the rumor of it had Toni Braxton completely losing her cool. Toni snapped, saying that Tamar loves being infamous more than famous, and that she's beyond disappointed in her sister's behavior. She even admitted she's been paying her own publicist to clean up Tamar's messy image online. Imagine having to hire a whole team just to manage your sister's social media drama. That's wild. And fans were quick to point out, Tony's emotional reaction made way more sense if Tamar was talking about Birdman all along, especially since rumors have been swirling that Tamar and Birdman dated first. The tension suddenly made sense. This wasn't just about family, it was about a love triangle wrapped in years of resentment and buried secrets. But Tamar wasn't sitting quietly while Tony threw shade. Oh no, she came with receipts. Tamar started dropping her own claims, saying that Tony isn't as innocent as people think. She even said it was Tony's idea to bring their niece Ashley onto the show, the same niece who later spilled some jaw-dropping tea of her own. Ashley revealed that her father, Michael Braxton Jr., and her stepmom once found inappropriate text messages between Ashley and one of her aunt's partners, and that partner turned out to be Trina's ex, Gabe. The whole situation was disturbing and messy, and fans couldn't believe how deep the Braxton family web of drama really goes. Every time you think you've heard the worst of it, another layer peels back, and it's always more scandalous than before. When Ashley first told her aunt what happened, she said her aunt was loving and heartbroken over the situation, showing real emotion and concern. But as time passed, something changed. Ashley claimed her aunt's attitude shifted completely, almost like she started to side with the wrong person. As Ashley got older, she said it began to sink in just how strange it was that her aunt stayed with that same partner even after everything that went down. That's when things took a dark turn. Apparently, her aunt started blaming Ashley instead, saying she was part of the problem. The betrayal there is unreal. So Tamar brought Ashley onto the show to finally speak her truth. But here's the kicker. Tamar said it was actually Tony's idea to include her niece in the storyline. That set off a whole chain reaction of family drama because now fans don't even know who's really telling the truth. Was Tamar trying to help Ashley heal, or just using her pain to stir up the pot and get revenge on her sisters? A lot of viewers think Tamar had an ulterior motive, not genuine concern, but pure payback. They believe she's exploiting her niece's trauma to throw shade at her sisters and grab headlines. And honestly, that theory doesn't sound too far-fetched considering how every Braxton scandal seems to end up benefiting Tamar somehow. But if you look closer, the real story here goes deeper than Tony versus Tamar. It's about Ashley, a young woman trying to find her voice while being dragged into her family's chaos for TV ratings. She's become the centerpiece of this messy season, carrying the emotional weight of grown adults' drama on her shoulders. And now, she's the one catching all the backlash online, people calling her a liar, a pawn, or worse, while the sisters keep going back and forth like it's just another episode. It's heartbreaking and scandalous all at once. Turns out, it really was Tony's idea to bring Ashley onto the show, not Tamar's. That revelation flipped everything upside down and made Tamar's next accusations hit even harder. Tamar went off, saying her sisters have been secretly jealous of her for years and that they love to gaslight her every time she opens up about her emotions. She said they twist her mental health battles into weapons just to make her look unstable on camera. And honestly, that's a low blow. In Tamar's own words, "You're not going to guilt me over having depression and anxiety, especially when half of that came from y'all." And you know what? That hit deep, because if that's true, it's seriously messed up. Imagine fighting your own mind while your family turns your struggles into insults. That's beyond cruel. Tamar's been loud and honest about her mental health journey, so watching her sisters use it against her on national TV, that's wild. She also clapped back at the whole cease and desist situation, questioning what her mental health had to do with any of that. She told them straight up she didn't do or say anything to deserve a legal threat, calling the whole thing ridiculous. Tamar made it clear that dinner wasn't about to become her mental illness coming out party for her sister's entertainment. She wasn't letting anyone turn her vulnerability into reality TV content again, and honestly, she sounded like she meant every word. Tamar reminded everyone that she's been transparent about her depression and anxiety for years and that she's actively getting help. She even revealed she talks to a counselor multiple times a week, both on and off set, proving she's doing the work to stay healthy despite the chaos around her. It's heartbreaking and powerful at the same time. A woman trying to protect her peace while her own family keeps stirring the storm. This isn't just family drama anymore. It's emotional warfare with cameras rolling. But just when everyone thought Tamar was finally standing her ground, things spiraled right back into chaos. Her sisters weren't having it, especially Tawanda, who rolled her eyes mid-conversation and muttered something under her breath that set Tamar off instantly. Cameras caught Tamar slamming her fork down, shouting that she's done being the family's punching bag. The energy in that room, pure fire and tension, like decades of resentment exploding in real time. Tony tried to stay calm, but her voice started to shake too. She told Tamar she's tired of walking on eggshells and that the family has to protect their brand. That's when Tamar snapped, yelling that her mental health isn't bad for the brand. It's bad because of the brand. The whole table went silent after that line. Even Trina and Tawanda looked stunned, like Tamar had finally said the one thing everyone was too scared to admit out loud. And the internet ate it up. Fans online were divided, half saying they finally understand why Tamar feels so isolated, and the other half calling her dramatic for making everything about herself. But one thing's clear, the Braxton sisters' wounds run way deeper than what we see on TV. This isn't just sibling rivalry anymore. It's pain that's been festering for years, now spilling out for the world to judge. Later in the episode, Tamar stormed off set in tears, saying she didn't want to be filmed anymore. But the cameras kept rolling as producers tried to calm her down behind the scenes. She shouted that she's been loyal, honest, and open, and that everyone in her family keeps betraying her for ratings. "I'm not your storyline," she cried, and you could feel every ounce of that heartbreak. Meanwhile, Tony sat in silence, staring into space like she was processing everything. Maybe guilt, maybe exhaustion, or maybe realizing how far gone things really are. Because at this point, the Braxton family's bond looks shattered. And if Tamar decides to walk away for good, this might be the end of the show as we know it, or the start of something even messier. Stay tuned for the final piece, and don't forget to hit subscribe to Juicy Reels so you don't miss the next wild twist. After that explosive dinner, the Braxton family hasn't been the same. Cameras caught them barely speaking during filming, and producers had to edit around silent tension just to keep the show moving. The energy is heavy, like everyone's walking through emotional landmines. Tamar's been avoiding family events, while Tony's keeping her distance, focusing on music and trying to look unbothered online. But fans aren't buying it. They can feel the tension even through Instagram posts and staged smiles. Rumors are now flying that Tamar's ready to quit the show completely, saying she's tired of being the villain in her own family's story. Insiders claim she's working on her own docuseries, one that'll expose the truth behind all the fake sisterhood we've been seeing on TV. And honestly, people would watch the hell out of that. The girl's been through public breakups, career setbacks, and family betrayal. She's got a story to tell, and fans are dying to hear her unfiltered side. Meanwhile, Tony and Birdman are still confusing everyone. One minute they're split, the next they're spotted leaving a studio together late at night. Some say Tony's just trying to protect her image while figuring things out behind the scenes, while others think she's holding on because of loyalty or money. Either way, their situation screams complicated. Tawanda and Trina, they're caught in the middle, trying to keep peace while still throwing little bits of shade when cameras are rolling. Every confession scene turns into a mini therapy session mixed with a clapback. You can see the exhaustion in their eyes, but also the addiction. Because let's be real, the fame and drama keep them relevant. The Braxton legacy used to be about harmony, sisterhood, and soul. But now, it's turning into one of reality TV's most unpredictable sagas. From love triangles to betrayals to emotional breakdowns, it's a roller coaster you just can't look away from. And whether you're Team Tamar, Team Tony, or just here for the drama, one thing's for sure, this family feud is far from over. So keep your popcorn ready because with the Braxtons, every episode feels like a finale. Tamar later made it crystal clear she's perfectly fine, just tired of everyone weaponizing her vulnerability like it's entertainment. She said her emotions aren't a storyline, they're real life, and she's done letting people twist her pain for TV views. And this time, the internet actually had her back. Fans flooded social media defending her, saying her sisters have been gaslighting her for years and turning her genuine hurt into a punchline. They said Tamar's outbursts aren't drama, they're cries for help that keep getting ignored. But things got even messier when Tawanda allegedly started pushing Tony to press charges against Tamar. Like, who does that to their own sister? Fans online were furious, calling it heartless and unnecessary. Many said the family's completely lost sight of what matters, that they're so deep in their TV roles they forgot how to be a real family. Still, not everyone was on Tamar's side. Some viewers said they've had enough of the constant crying, yelling, and chaos, calling her emotionally exhausting and saying she needs to step away from the cameras for good. One commenter even wrote, "The whole Braxton family needs a reality TV break permanently." And honestly, after all this, who could argue with that? The drama's gotten so toxic, it's hard to tell what's real anymore. Are these women trying to heal or just keeping the ratings alive? Every argument, every tear, every shocking revelation has blurred the line between reality and performance. But one thing's for sure, this family's love story has turned into one of reality TV's most explosive sagas ever. So here's the big question. Did Tony really flip out because Tamar brought up Birdman, or is there more to it than we know? Are the sisters truly gaslighting Tamar, or is she spinning the narrative herself? Either way, the Braxtons have the world watching, waiting for the next meltdown, the next confession, the next betrayal. Drop your thoughts below, because this one's got everyone talking. And if you live for the drama, scandals, and secrets, make sure you subscribe to Juicy Real, where we keep it raw, real, and juicy.
One of y'all gave this my address. By sending a cease and desist, it's shutting down my business.
They got upset with me because I reached out to her and I was willing to give her a platform to tell her story. They didn't like it, and so they all stopped talking to me. And so I am not supposed to bring it up. I'm not supposed to say anything. The only thing that brings us together is the cameras.
The Braxton sisters just dragged their family drama to a level nobody expected, and it's getting messy in a way that doesn't look staged at all. Reality TV might be catching every second, but the real problems behind the scenes, they're only getting heavier with every episode. The cameras stay ready, but the healing definitely isn't happening. Instead, everything feels more chaotic, and Tamar is acting like she's standing in the middle of a storm with no umbrella.
I told Tony Braxton, I am getting Ashley here. And then when Tony said we need to have her on the show, I'm thinking like a producer.
I told you we need to have Ashley on the show?
No, I never say that.
Yes,
I never said that.
The energy between these sisters is so rough that even Tony, the calm, elegant one who rarely snaps, almost got physical. And that tells you everything. When Tony is fed up, you know the situation is spiraling fast.
I just thought it would be more than fair to talk to Ashley or maybe have her on the Braxtons so that everyone involved could talk. I didn't realize Tamar took it literally and now she thinks I'm intentionally lying.
Now let's break down how this whole disaster exploded. Tamar got hit with a cease and desist letter straight from her own family, which is wild because that's usually something you expect from enemies, not blood. A cease and desist basically says, stop now or deal with legal trouble. And getting that from your own sisters? That's next level tension. The reason?
I know where you live because I put down your down payment.
You sure did. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much.
You said I will pay you back the next day, and then you listed me as a creditor.
Oh my God, thank you so much.
So now it was a gift. Oh, wow. So I give away $50,000.
It was $50,000?
So Tamar gave me money for my down payment in 2018. She gave me $35,000. I have receipts. It was absolutely a gift.
Tamar did an interview with her niece, Ashley Braxton, and that conversation lit a match under everything. Ashley has been speaking openly about serious issues from the past, specifically saying she experienced childhood abuse and claiming Trina's husband, Gabe, was sending her inappropriate messages when she was 16. Since she was a minor at the time, that accusation shook everybody instantly.
That's when I found out that I was a part of Tawanda's family plan. It was like 6 lines for 4 years. And I was paying for it all this time and didn't.
Ashley's words came out strong, and when she talked about those old messages, she said Gabe was sexting her and making her uncomfortable, and she didn't hold back at all. The moment she shared her story publicly, the whole family dynamic cracked wide open. Tamar giving her a platform caused the sisters to react hard, and instead of sitting down and talking like family, they jumped straight to legal paperwork, which made everything look even more dramatic. And trust me, this is just the beginning.
Because I found out that Tawanda has been using my credit card to pay her phone bill.
My phone bill?
I was getting a new phone line.
The Braxtons are unraveling in ways that make each episode feel like a whole new explosion waiting to happen. Let that sink in, because this whole situation flipped the room upside down. After all this came out, Trina completely cut Ashley off, which had everyone confused. Because how do you cut off your own niece when the real issue was the behavior of a grown man?
Want to go blow to blow with me because I know where all the bodies are buried. And
It just doesn't add up. And people are still trying to understand why she pointed her anger in the wrong direction. Tamar only did that interview because she wanted Ashley to finally have a voice.
But what you steal?
I don't steal anything.
You don't?
What I stole?
You sold men.
Who's the man that I stole?
Tony's. You slept with them.
Oh,
a few times.
Who? What man?
Stop.
Don't play with me, Tawana. You.
Tamar, shut up.
Yes, you did. You're
That's
liar.
a lie.
No, that ain't true.
You know that ain't true.
Jesus.
Everybody knew what was going on between Tamar and Tony's ex or Tony's boyfriend. And Tamar brings a false accusation up to say that I slept with him too. That's on the wrong street. That is not my address. I don't have mileage on my coochie.
Tamar went through her own childhood trauma, so this hit her heart in a different way, and she wasn't about to let Ashley feel silence the way she once did. She truly believed she was helping by letting Ashley speak, and then out of nowhere, boom, a cease and desist pops up like a slap in the face. So Tamar confronts her sisters, and things turned explosive fast. Yes, Tamar was heated, but her sisters were playing with her head in a way that made everything 10 times worse.
I don't argue with sick people. Go ahead.
Bitch, I will you up. Don't play with me.
Do that.
I swear to God. But you're not going to do it for my mental health when all y'all really need the pills. Guess what you're not going to do? You're not going to make me feel bad because I've been diagnosed with depression and anxiety. From y'all. Y'all don't like me because y'all jealous.
You're a mean girl. You're
you're such a hater. Y'all hate me so bad.
And mental illness is real. It's real.
Oh, I'm crazy?
Mental illness is real.
They sat there acting like they had no idea who sent the letter, pretending everything was a mystery, making Tamar feel like she was overreacting when she clearly wasn't. It was straight up gaslighting, and she felt it immediately. But here's the thing. The letter came from the family's lawyer, which means someone in that circle pulled the strings behind the scenes. And every sign points at their brother Michael being the one who set it in motion. The sisters didn't want Ashley talking either, not at all. And Trina especially did not want those claims surfacing because she had been pointing the finger at Ashley instead of holding her grown husband accountable. The whole situation shows how deep the denial runs in that family, and it's wild to watch it play out right in front of everyone. That right there is textbook victim blaming, and it hit the whole room like a shockwave. In the middle of the argument, Tamar said Tony was the one who suggested bringing Ashley onto the show, and Tony denied it straight to her face like she had never said a word.
What makes you so angry that you want to do that to your little sister? For Tawana to bring something up that happened in 1995, we're in 2025 right now. Help me understand.
Tawanda's getting married. We're supposed to be all coming together as a family.
Tawanda hasn't talked to me since the last Braxton taping.
But then, when the confessional rolled, Tony admitted she did talk about it with Tamar, which showed she was saying one thing in private and something totally different on camera. Tony is trying to play both sides like she's invisible, but you can't play Switzerland in a family war, Tony. Not when everything is blowing up this badly. Trying to keep everyone happy has her slipping into dishonesty, and it only makes the whole situation look even more twisted. But the drama didn't stop there, not even close.
I'm gonna say my little 2 cents on the Braxtons because, as you all may well know, my last name is Braxton, and yes, those are my cousins. I'm gonna say this: Tawanda has always been jealous of Tony and Tamar. Tawanda has always been seen in the background as the background singer. So when it comes to the spotlight and the income and the money, there you have it. Pure jealousy. And everything goes all the way back and starts back with the head of the household. They were taught. Everything that you see these young ladies do on screen, this ain't for cameras at all. I got stories and stories of family reunions. This ain't for cameras at all. This is exactly how they act. Tawana has always been the messy and sneaky one, her and Trina. They have always been messy and sneaky. Their whole entire lives, this is how they are. And they've always been jealous of Tony and Tamar. Tony being the oldest, Tamar being the baby girl. They have always been jealous. And for the simple fact that your sister paid your down payment and you continue to keep dragging her and keep dragging her, watch what Tamar do.
After the cease and desist mess, the conversation swerved straight into money talk, and that's when the tension hit a new level. Tamar said she once helped Tawanda with a down payment for a house, and Tawanda never paid her back, which instantly changed the whole mood in the room. Tawanda sat there claiming it was a gift, like it was just a sweet sister helping her out. No repayment needed, nothing to discuss. But Tamar shut that down immediately and said, absolutely not, making it very clear that money was a loan, not a donation, and she expected it back. And here's the thing, this isn't just Hasi said or random arguments flying around. When Tawanda filed for bankruptcy, the official documents listed Tamar as a creditor, which means the courts recognized Tamar as someone Tawanda owed money to. That detail alone threw the whole "it was a gift" story into question instantly. Every layer of this family conflict gets wilder by the minute, and the truth keeps slipping through cracks nobody expected. When Tamar said, "I know where you live," she wasn't playing, because that whole conversation proved the money situation was never just a gift. Legally, on paper, it was a loan. That means Tawanda wasn't being honest at all, and the paperwork shows it loud and clear. And because it went into the bankruptcy system, Tamar can't collect that money anymore, which only makes the whole thing messier. But hold up, because it doesn't stop there. Tawanda was also allegedly using Tamar's credit card to pay her phone bill without permission, which blew everyone's mind because Tamar said she found out time and didn't know. That means Tawanda had access she shouldn't have had, and she was running charges behind Tamar's back like it was no big deal. Tawanda clearly has some real money struggles, and the sisters keep stepping in to help her out, even though she stays acting like she can't stand Tamar at all. The wild part? Tawanda might have resentment toward Tamar, but she never seems to resent Tamar's money. The audacity is unreal. And when Tamar tried to talk about the money situation honestly, Tawanda immediately deflected like her life depended on it. Instead of owning up, she dragged up an old accusation from the 1990s, saying Tamar supposedly slept with one of Tony's men back in the day, with speculation saying it might have been Shamar Moore. That accusation hit so hard that Tawanda hasn't spoken to Tamar since filming wrapped. But here's what makes the whole thing even more unbelievable. Tawanda needs Tamar for the show to succeed because Tamar is the one viewers show up for. And right when the tension was already boiling over, things took a turn that should have never happened. In the middle of the argument, the sisters brought up Tamar's mental illness, using her past struggles as a weapon during a heated moment, and that crossed a line in a way nobody expected. It was one of the moments that left everyone stunned, because once mental health gets thrown in like that, the argument stops being just drama. It becomes something way deeper and way more damaging. That kind of move in a fight is low, beneath low, 6 feet under low, and everybody felt it instantly. You never throw someone's mental health back in their face during an argument, especially when that person has opened up publicly and shown real vulnerability. That crosses a line no family member should ever step over. During the Braxton taping, Tamar has spoken openly about her mental health journey, her past suicide attempt, and the work she's done to heal. So for her sisters to turn that into a weapon was absolutely unforgivable. That moment didn't just sting, it cut deep, and you could see it all over her face as the argument kept escalating. Now, yes, Tamar was triggered during the argument, without a doubt. And yes, she was acting erratically because the whole situation pushed her into a place she didn't want to be in. But does that automatically mean she was wrong about everything? No. Her reaction went too far, but her emotions about being betrayed and gaslit by the people closest to her were completely real. And then the whole thing crossed from emotional to physical in a split second. Tamar grabbed Trina's hair and kicked her, and the energy in the room flipped immediately. The moment that happened, Toni shot up like she was ready to protect her sister, and Miss Unbreak My Heart looked like she was about to break somebody's jaw that night. It shocked everyone because Toni rarely gets pulled into chaos like that. Look, Tamar's behavior was immature and totally out of line. Nobody can deny that. But let's not pretend the sisters were innocent angels because they weren't. They kept poking, pushing, and throwing comments that chipped at her until she couldn't hold her composure anymore. They lit the fuse, and Tamar reacted when everything finally exploded. The whole scene showed just how deep the hurt runs in this family and how fast things can get out of control when old wounds get reopened. So when Tawanda brought up that accusation about Tamar allegedly sleeping with Toni's ex, Tamar wasn't about to swallow that and stay quiet. Not a chance. She turned straight to Toni and asked if she really believed Tamar had been with so-and-so, and the moment she said it, the whole room froze. People believe she was talking about Birdman, and that alone made the whole situation explode even louder. Tamar fired back with, "Real! Oh, I'm crazy! Mental illness! It's real!" And the room shifted because she was calling out how quick they were to use her mental health against her. For anyone who doesn't know, rumors have floated for years that Tamar supposedly dated Birdman briefly in the early 2000s before he and Toni ever got serious. If any part of that is real, this is a messy history that nobody wanted dragged out on camera. And Toni's reaction? She snapped into protective mode instantly, aggressive, defensive, and ready to stand up for her relationship and her man's name. That reaction made everyone wonder if maybe those rumors had a little more weight than people assumed, because Toni looked pressed in a way you don't usually see from her. Once those accusations started flying all over the place, Trina and Tawanda jumped up like security guards for Toni. Trina stepped right between Toni and Tamar, trying to block anything from going further. But Tamar felt like she got pushed in the chaos. Now, whether she was actually pushed or just felt boxed in, we can't say for sure, but Tamar clearly felt cornered in that moment. And her response was instant. She physically attacked Trina, and the fight went from messy to volcanic in seconds. At that point, every sister in the room added fuel to the situation one way or another, and nobody walked out looking innocent. By the time that moment hit, it was clear every single person had crossed lines, broken trust, and said things that can't be taken back. The whole scene showed just how complicated and raw this family really is. This whole situation turned into a full-blown family disaster, the kind of meltdown you almost can't believe happened on camera. After the fight, Tawanda actually suggested pressing criminal charges on Tamar, real charges against her own sister. That shocked everyone because that's a level you usually see with strangers, not family. But Toni, to her credit, shut it down fast and said she wasn't calling the police on her sister no matter what. And honestly, that was probably the most clear-headed moment any of them had all night. So now the big question is hanging in the air. Why does Tawanda have such intense resentment toward Tamar? Tamar even looked at her like, "You two? Huh? Don't you go there. Don't." Because she felt the tension hitting her directly. This isn't normal sibling energy, not even close. This is deep, layered, years-old resentment that clearly never got resolved. There are a few theories floating around, and they all point to long-standing issues. One big belief is that Tawanda never got over Tamar leaving the family group to chase a solo career. Tamar was the one who broke out, the one who caught attention, the one who built her own name, and the one whose reality show brought new relevance to the whole family. And maybe Tawanda feels like she missed out on chances she thought she deserved too. Then there's the middle child dynamic, which can hit harder than people realize. Growing up, Tawanda might have felt invisible. Tony was the superstar getting all the spotlight, and Tamar was the youngest getting attention just for being the baby of the family. Meanwhile, Tawanda sat in the middle like she was stuck between two strong identities that weren't hers. That kind of emotional positioning can create resentment that follows someone into adulthood. When you put all of that together, the career paths, the fame gaps, the childhood roles, it becomes clear this isn't just drama for the cameras. It's decades of unresolved feelings coming out in the worst possible way, and the fight only exposed how much pain has been sitting under the surface all along. Another theory people keep whispering about is the financial tension that's been simmering for years between the sisters. Tawanda has struggled with money more than the others, and Tamar has stepped in to help multiple times, which can create a heavy power imbalance in a family. When one sibling becomes the go-to fixer, it can stir up jealousy, pride, and pressure all at the same time. Some think Tawanda might feel embarrassed needing help, especially from a sister she already has resentment toward. That kind of pride mixed with hidden anger can twist into frustration that comes out in explosive ways, just like we saw on camera. And when Tamar started calling out the money situation openly, it probably hit Tawanda right where it hurts the most. Another layer people talk about is how Tamar's strong personality clashed with Tawanda's quieter, more controlled way of handling things. Tamar is loud, expressive, emotional, and unfiltered, while Tawanda tries to stay calm and collected, at least on the surface. That contrast can build tension over time because neither one feels understood by the other, and eventually it blows up in chaotic ways like we saw in that argument. There's also the fact that Tamar has always been the sister who gets attention just by walking into a room. She has the personality, the humor, the spark, the voice, and producers know she's the one who keeps viewers hooked. Meanwhile, Tawanda doesn't get that same kind of spotlight, and watching someone else become the fan favorite can quietly chip at your confidence if you're already dealing with insecurities. And let's be real. This family has been carrying emotional baggage since childhood, and every disagreement just drags those old wounds right back into the present. When you never deal with the past, it shows up in every fight, every argument, every misunderstanding, whether you want it to or not. So now Tawanda's resentment toward Tamar feels like a mix of old jealousy, hurt pride, unresolved childhood roles, and all the chaos adulthood added on top. And when you mix that cocktail with cameras, pressure, secrets, and money, you get exactly what we saw. A family clash that went way deeper than just one argument. What Tamar did has everybody looking around like, what Tam? Watch what Tamar do. Because this whole situation is getting too real to even call it entertainment anymore. At this point, it's hard to tell if they should keep filming the show at all, because it feels like we're watching a family fall apart right in front of us, and it's happening in real time with no breaks. But now I want to hear from you, because this story has so many layers that everyone sees it differently. Do you think Tamar had a reason to be angry, even if her reaction crossed the line? Do you feel like the sisters were gaslighting her and pushing her to a breaking point? And do you think Tawanda's resentment toward Tamar is ever going to fade, or is this something that's been building up for so long that there's no going back? Drop your thoughts in the comments because I want to know how you see all of this, and if you're vibing with the way we break down these wild stories, Make sure you hit that like button and subscribe if you haven't already. Turn on those notifications so you never miss the next deep dive because trust me, more mess is on the way. I appreciate every single one of you for watching and riding with me through this madness. And listen, if you really want the juiciest breakdowns, the wildest celebrity drama, and the most shocking story times on the internet, make sure you subscribe to Juicy Reel right now. You don't want to miss what's coming next.
We have been trying to identify what that looks like, closing one chapter and figuring out what it's like to be friends again. I've been very specific about my boundaries. I've been very specific about where we stand as friends. Go date anybody you want. I'm gonna date when I'm ready. I am emotionally unavailable to you, and I'm physically unavailable to you. Now, birthday comes up.
I married you after you ate somebody whole booty sandwich. Y'all, I'm not trying to make this a big deal. I swear, it's not about, y'all, it's $1,000. It's not, you know, make or break. It's the point. The point is that you wanted me to sit back and let you not only use my card, let's just say it's a mix-up. Okay, fine. But now it's different because you're using my card for your extracurricular activities.
So it looks like Tamar Braxton's ex, Jeremy Robinson, just dropped a messy video of her crying and pleading for him to take her back. And the whole thing looks wild as soon as you hit play. It really feels like he's going out of his way to embarrass her in front of the whole internet, because there was absolutely no reason for him to blast her like that. After everything that went down between them, anyone would have thought she was completely done with him for good, especially after she called him out for stepping out with multiple women and even using her money to spoil the women he was sneaking around with. She even had her biggest one out here supporting her and calling JR a straight-up user, only for Tamar to spin the block and end up begging him to take her back again. That twist had everybody looking around like, wait, what just happened? It's messy in a way nobody expected, and it's got the whole timeline arguing. And if you think that's already wild enough, just wait until you hear the rest of what JR is out here saying about Tamar. Because the way he's talking will have your jaw hitting the floor. He's not holding back at all, and it has people wondering why he's still this pressed if the relationship is supposedly over. At this point, it's hard not to admit that JR has become some kind of storm hovering over Tamar's life, because ever since they crossed paths, he's brought non-stop headaches and chaos her way. And the way things are looking, it doesn't seem like he's planning to let up anytime soon, which makes everything even more dramatic than it already is. They've gotten engaged, married, divorced, spun the block, and somehow this whole hate train aimed at Tamar still refuses to slow down even for a second. It's like every time you think the drama took its final breath, it jumps back up with a brand new twist that nobody asked for. And listen, this isn't about blaming her, but the red flags were waving around so bright they could have lit up a football field. Tamar either couldn't see what was right in front of her, or she kept holding on to the idea that he might change one day, and because of that hope, she stayed locked in through every messy chapter they went through. Then last week, Tamar completely spiraled when she thought JR had cheated on her, and she didn't hold back any emotion.
So it's officially over between Tamar and her reality TV fiancé, JR. He's confirming this on his social media. So a lot of people already suspected that this relationship was over because after Tamar was recently burglarized, she said that she doesn't feel safe anywhere or with anyone. If you watch The Queen's Court, you remember that these two met on that reality show and immediately got engaged.
So I'm pretending and I'm delusional. Me and your relationship status has changed. The way I see you have changed. You know what I'm saying? Just like you outside, baby, I'm outside too. Like, let's stop pretending like you is the last of the Mohicans. You are not. You know.
But here's the kicker. JR came forward trying to clean it up, saying it wasn't even cheating because according to him, they weren't together anymore. The plot twist? These two had secretly gotten married and then divorced without telling a single person. And the funny part is, whenever something chaotic happens between them, they rush straight to social media and drag everyone into their mess like we're part of the relationship. But when they decided to get married, suddenly everything became top secret and hush-hush, like they were guarding national treasure. It just sounds wild because Tamar had the whole internet thinking they were still together, especially after she posted, "Played in my face for a 25-year-old, shaking my head, took my jewelry, took me to Turks, and all along had a whole tramp." Those words had everybody convinced JR had stepped out on her again. But now that we know they were already divorced, the whole situation looks even more twisted than before, and people can't figure out why nothing between them ever stays simple for more than 2 minutes. Tamar went online and dropped a raw message saying, "I hate you, Jeremy Robinson," and that alone showed how deep the hurt went. She also admitted that she had secretly married him after she found out he had once messed around with someone else, and when she said JR even ate, yeah, that whole post probably should have stayed locked in her drafts because it was way too personal and turned into a mess instantly. But things got even messier when JR popped out calling her D Lulu, claiming she was imagining things, and he announced they'd actually been divorced for 6 months already. He made it sound like there was no reason for Tamar to crash out the way she did, which only made the whole situation feel even more chaotic than before. Then one of his 4 former partners came forward and dropped some heavy accusations about him, saying he used Tamar to feed a strange preference he had. She claimed he liked to call himself light-skinned while chocolate and would tag himself as the minority within the minority. She even said he used to hit the clubs almost every night trying to charm black women and take them home, which had people side-eyeing the whole situation from every angle. She also described him as rude, arrogant, and insensitive at times, claiming he acted like a supporter and a protector of black women, but his actions didn't match the way he presented himself. She didn't stop there. She suggested he behaved like someone trying to insert himself into spaces where he didn't truly belong, all to boost his ego and feel accepted. That allegation alone had people talking nonstop because it painted a picture of someone more focused on validation than genuine connection. The way these stories keep unfolding is wild, and every new detail makes the situation look even more tangled than before. The whole situation got so chaotic that even Tommy stepped in to back Tamar, saying JR was a straight-up user and that the only person he ever truly cared about was himself. That support had people thinking Tamar was finally done with him for real and ready to move on with her life, because being caught up in these low-budget storylines is way beneath her, and everyone knows she can shine on her own. But nothing was as shocking as JR's latest claims, where he tried to paint Tamar as the one chasing after him. According to someone close to the situation, JR has been running around saying he has a video of Tamar crying and asking him to take her back, like he's proud of it. The insider said that in this supposed video, Tamar allegedly admitted the only reason she called him out online was because she wanted his attention and hoped he'd come back to her. Allegedly, Tamar had been trying to reach out and JR was ignoring her completely, so the story goes that she felt she had to stir up drama just to get a reaction from him. The way this narrative is being pushed makes everything sound 10 times more dramatic than it already was, and people don't know what to believe anymore because it keeps twisting in every direction. Now, the wildest part is the claim that JR has been showing this supposed video around like some kind of trophy, bragging that he can have her back anytime he wants because she's never going to get over him, since he supposedly had her locked in emotionally. That kind of talk had folks stunned, because it makes him look more focused on bragging rights than healing or respect. It could not have been that good, Tamar. please get your mind right because this whole situation is spinning out of control. Someone straight up told Tamar that she is a Braxton and deserves way better than a man who seems ready to drag her down every single chance he gets. Fans have been watching this unfold in real time, and they're calling it exactly how they see it, saying things like, this is embarrassing. People are practically begging her to step back and breathe, telling her, Tamar, please, for the love of God, delete all socials and focus on real healing from the inside out. The crowd is not holding back anymore, and even her supporters are saying this whole display is too much to watch. Another comment floating around said, I'm sorry, Tamar Braxton is embarrassing out here, acting a whole fool over a white man that was being intimate with another woman and then posting Bible scriptures after. That message hit the internet hard because folks felt like the behavior just didn't match the image he tried to show. People started calling for Tamar to remove herself from the entire situation, saying things like, get her the Eva out of here, because they don't want to see her wasting energy on someone who isn't treating her with respect. Every new update just makes fans more frustrated, and they're hoping she finally snaps out of this mess because she truly deserves better. The situation got even louder when more people jumped in, saying Tamar needed to stop letting this man play with her emotions like it's a game. One commenter said, Tamar, you keep lowering your standards for someone who wouldn't even lift a finger for you. And that comment started going viral because people felt it in their soul. The whole internet was watching the chaos unfold, like it was a season finale, and every hour brought a new twist. Then another voice popped up claiming Jeremy had been talking wild behind the scenes, acting like he was the one holding all the power. He was allegedly telling folks that Tamar was always going to come back, and that alone had people fired up like, how dare he say something that bold? The disrespect was unreal, and even people who weren't Tamar fans were stepping in saying she didn't deserve this circus. At this point, Tamar's name was trending nonstop, and everybody had an opinion on how she should move. Some folks were saying she needed to cut him off completely, while others believed she was too deep in her feelings to see the truth right now. And honestly, the way things kept unfolding, it wasn't hard to believe she was stuck in a loop she couldn't break out of yet. People started reminding her of her own worth, writing things like, "You're a whole superstar. Why you letting some man treat you like a side character?" That message had fans cheering because they knew Tamar had more potential than the messy storyline she kept getting dragged into. But what really shook everyone was a final rumor floating around that Jeremy wasn't even done stirring the pot. According to someone close to the situation, he allegedly said he still had more receipts he could drop if she pushed him. That made the internet go silent for a second because it felt like he was ready to keep this drama going for as long as he could. Everyone watching could feel the tension rising, and the worst part is, nobody knows what he's planning to spill next. But the streets are already bracing for the next wave of chaos. And now here's where things take an even wilder turn. Because while all this drama was exploding online, JR suddenly decided to pop out with a whole new narrative, like he wanted the spotlight back on him. He started claiming that Tamar was twisting the story and that he had been the one trying to keep the peace the entire time. That claim had people squinting at their screens because nothing about his actions matched the calm energy he was pretending to have. Then someone close to the situation came forward saying JR wasn't bothered by Tamar's posts at all. He was actually enjoying the attention. They said he was walking around talking about how this is exactly why she can't leave him alone, acting like the drama was proof she was still attached to him. That rumor hit social media quick, and folks were calling him out for being delusional and messy on purpose. Even worse, another insider claimed JR had been telling people he didn't regret leaking anything because he wanted everyone to see the real Tamar, whatever that's supposed to mean. That comment had fans heated because it sounded like he was trying to tear her down publicly just to make himself look better, and people were not here for that at all. Meanwhile, Tamar's supporters kept begging her to stop reacting online and block him for good, writing messages like, "Tamar, please stop giving him energy. He is loving this way too much." You could feel the frustration through every comment because fans truly wanted her to protect her peace instead of feeding into this never-ending back and forth. But the tension reached another level when someone claimed JR was planning to sit down for a full interview to clear his name. And that shook the whole timeline because everyone already knew what that meant. More drama, more accusations, more mess. Folks started saying that Tamar needed to get ahead of the story before he twisted things even further, while others thought she should stay silent and let his behavior expose itself. One thing is clear, every new update feels like another chapter in a saga that refuses to die, and the streets are watching closely because whatever happens next is guaranteed to set the internet off again. This whole situation is straight up embarrassing, and seeing Tamar's name next to these messy headlines just makes your stomach drop. Like, seriously, come on now. You're Tamar Braxton, a whole legend out here, and you're out here crashing out over this man like he's the last one on earth. It's painful to watch because everyone knows she's bigger than this kind of chaos, yet somehow she keeps getting dragged right back into it. People online have been calling it out nonstop, saying stuff like, "Why is Tamar letting this man spin her like this?" And "She is way too iconic to be tied up in this circus." The disappointment is loud because you can tell folks genuinely want her to rise above all this mess instead of letting it consume her. Now the big question is hitting the streets hard. Is Tamar really crashing out for real? Or is JR trying to stir up attention for himself and riding this drama just to stay relevant? The internet is split, emotions are running high, and everybody's got something to say about it. So drop your comments below and let me know what you really think. Is this Tamar losing control, or is JR the one chasing clout out here? And once you're done sounding off, make sure you hit that next video. And don't forget to subscribe to Juicy Reel for more wild, unfiltered stories that keep you locked in.
Part of the problem with this whole thing was, Tamar, is that I was never comfortable with the relationship that you and Mendeecees had in front of me, okay? All of that, you at the music video shoot in your booty shorts, sitting on top of him meeting us up at restaurants every time we met up, I was very uncomfortable with it. And if we gonna tell it, let's tell.
So check this out. Trying to stand behind Tamar Braxton is straight up draining, like it will wear a person out. And I'm saying that as someone who has honestly tried to give her chance after chance, hoping she'd keep it real just once. But here we go again, with Tamar caught in another messy situation that has everybody looking sideways. And this time, the chaos is on a whole different level, way more twisted than anybody expected.
I want him to tell his own story. You know, I don't really like telling people's story. You should ask Mendeecees.
Let me paint the picture for you, because this story has layers on top of layers, and each one is wilder than the last. We gotta peel this whole thing back step by step because the mess did not start small. It exploded from the jump. It all kicked off when Tamar Braxton and Funky Dineva started tearing into each other online. And when I say they were going at it, I mean full-blown digital showdown. Shady comments flying, slick captions popping up, cryptic messages dropping out of nowhere, the whole dramatic package. Every hour, it felt like somebody was throwing another jab. Meanwhile, fans were sitting there confused like, hold up, what is even going on? Who's telling the truth here? Because both of them were dropping totally different stories, and the situation turned into a big puzzle with missing pieces everywhere. But then Tamar pushed everything into overdrive. Out of nowhere, she claimed, not hinted, not suggested, she claimed that she almost lost her life. Yes, she said that loud and clear. It shocked everybody because the energy went from petty drama to something way more serious in seconds. She came out saying she needed surgery, talking like something major and frightening went down, and then she started dropping these heavy hints, real heavy, suggesting Funky Dineva had something to do with her situation. She didn't say his name straight up, but the way she was talking, everyone knew exactly who she was pointing at without her spelling it out. Meanwhile, Funky shut that down instantly. He jumped online like, "I don't know what you're talking about. I had nothing to do with anything that happened to you." He made it clear he wasn't playing and even warned her, straight up warned her, to stop putting his name anywhere near that story. But did Tamar chill for even 1 second? Not at all. She kept running with it, kept pushing the narrative, kept stirring the pot like it was helping her brand. She kept throwing subliminals, kept stretching the drama out, kept doubling down like she was hoping the attention would blow up even bigger. And honestly, it was getting out of hand real fast. So Funky finally said, "All right then, if this is the game you want, let me show you something." And when he said he had receipts, he was not lying. He had real details ready to spill. And the moment he started talking, everything flipped because what he dropped involved Menace. Yes, Yee's husband. The second that name entered the chat, the whole situation went from regular messy to straight catastrophic. This wasn't just a little online back and forth anymore. This was a full-blown scandal shaking the room. So let's back up for a second and talk about what Tamar originally claimed went down, because the way she described it had everybody's jaw on the floor. She said she woke up in a pool of blood, missing teeth, with zero memory of how it happened. None at all. She said she didn't know who did it, didn't know what led to it, didn't remember anything, just that she came to bloody, hurting, and confused. Now here's where things got messy real fast. Funky Dineva had been hanging out with her the night before this all happened. So the internet did what the internet does and immediately jumped to conclusions. Fans were pointing straight at him like, it had to be him. The comments were brutal. And let me tell you, the dragging was intense. Folks were calling him every name imaginable. Woman hater, terrible friend, dangerous, and all kinds of accusations with no proof at all. People were painting him as the villain before he even had a chance to say a word. And the whole time, Funky was sitting there like, I didn't do anything. I don't even know what happened to her. He even reached out to Tamar privately, asking her to clear his name, to speak up and tell people he wasn't involved. He wasn't begging. He just wanted the truth out there because the internet had turned him into some kind of monster overnight. But did Tamar defend him? Did she say even one simple sentence to stop the chaos? Not at all. She stayed dead silent while the narrative spun out of control. And why? Because the spotlight was all over her, and she wasn't letting that go. She wanted the curiosity, the attention, the sympathy, all of it. And if Funky had to take the hit for something he didn't do, she let it happen. Meanwhile, Funky kept repeating over and over that he knew nothing about what happened to her, standing firm on his innocence while the internet kept wilding out. He was not involved, not even close. But here's the wild part. Tamar acted like Funky was just some speed bump on her road to grabbing more attention. She kept tossing shade his way, kept dropping vague little comments, kept confirming that yes, something serious did happen to her, and yes, she did need surgery. But she still refused to clear Funky's name. She let him sit there taking hit after hit online while she stayed quiet like it wasn't her problem. Meanwhile, Funky was getting tired, real tired. He told her more than once to stop playing with his reputation. He warned her straight up, if you keep pushing this, I'm going to expose you. I'm going to tell everybody what really happened. He gave her chance after chance to stop the nonsense. But Tamar didn't take him seriously. She thought he was bluffing, thought he wouldn't dare speak up, thought she could just keep spinning her story with no consequences. Spoiler alert, he was not bluffing. Months rolled by, the drama cooled down, and everybody thought the whole situation had finally died out. But out of nowhere, Tamar decided to drag it all back into the spotlight again, like she couldn't resist starting the fire all over. She popped up for an interview on The Morning Hustle with Laurel, and honestly, she did not need to do that interview at all. Nobody was begging for it, nobody was checking for it, but she still showed up ready to talk, ready to dig everything back up, and basically poked the bear one more time. She went in there answering old questions, stirring the pot again, and acting like the drama needed a sequel. And during this interview, she didn't say Funky's name outright, but the way she described him made him sound like some ungrateful, backstabbing friend. She laid it on thick, painting this whole picture like, I celebrated him, I supported him, and then he turned around and hurt me. She was really leaning into that victim role heavy. She even said, I came home like I would normally do, like she was setting up some tragic movie scene. But then the interviewer switched gears and asked her about Menace. And Tamar's response? She said she didn't know him like that. She acted like they barely crossed paths, like there was no real connection, like he was just some guy in the background. She made it sound casual, distant, unimportant. But here's the thing. Mendeecees literally showed up in one of her music videos. There is footage of them together, smiling, hanging out, like they were cool. So everybody sitting at home was like, girl, what are you talking about? We can see the receipts. Fans instantly started warning her too. They were like, Tamar, Funky is not gonna like this. Because anytime she tried to downplay something or twist the story, it was only a matter of time before Funky clapped back with the full details. People were telling her straight up, you're playing with fire. And wow, they were absolutely right, because Funky saw that interview, and he decided it was finally time to drag her. And I mean drag her through the streets with no hesitation. He came out and said, listen, I didn't follow Tamar home that night because she was already with a friend, and that friend looked like he was gonna take care of her just fine. And who was that friend? Mendeecees, Yee's husband. Yep, that's the name he dropped with no fear. Funky claimed that Tamar and Mendeecees were together the entire night. He said the only time they separated was when cameras were around, just to make it look like they weren't close like that. But according to him, everybody at V12, the spot they were all at, already knew what was going on. It was an open secret, something people were whispering about, but nobody was saying publicly. And then Funky took it even further. He said that once the cameras were off, Tamar and Mendeecees were making out the whole ride to her place, like full-on kissing, not some innocent moment. And once Funky left the scene, he claimed they hooked up. He laid everything out like he'd been holding it in for months, and once he started talking, the story blew up instantly. But hold up, it gets even wilder, because according to Funky, there was another man involved that night. This was the same man Tamar later claimed found her unconscious the next morning. But Funky hinted that this man didn't simply find her. He implied there might have been more going on between the three adults before things took a turn. And once he said that, the internet went into full speculation mode. People started tossing out all kinds of theories. Some were saying maybe it was a late-night hangout that got out of hand. Others claimed maybe things got chaotic between everyone involved, but nobody actually knows. Only Mendeecees and that third man know what really happened, and the fact that a whole extra person is even part of this story, that sent everybody spinning. Naturally, Tamar was not letting this slide. She hired a lawyer and dropped a full statement. In that statement, she said these rumors were affecting multiple families and causing real hurt. Which fair, because public gossip can hit hard. But then she switched the tone and added that if these rumors kept spreading, someone would be held responsible. Translation? She was clearly signaling, Funky, stop talking or we're heading to court. But Funky, oh, he did not flinch. He fired back, saying her statement didn't scare him one bit. He said he's not afraid of a lawsuit at all, and if she wants to take him to court, he's ready to show up with everything he knows. He genuinely feels like Tamar started something she's not prepared to finish. And honestly, the way he's talking, the confidence is loud. It's giving, I'm standing on this, no shaking. Of course, not everyone is fully convinced by Funky's version of events. Some folks think he might be exaggerating. Maybe he heard things secondhand, or maybe he interpreted the night differently from what actually happened. The streets are divided, and everybody has their own theory about who's telling the truth. But one thing's for sure. This saga keeps getting messier, and the details are getting more tangled by the minute. But here's where things really flipped, because after Funky stood his ground, people who were around that night started whispering. Folks on social media began popping up saying, "Oh, I was there," or "I saw Tamar leave with people who weren't her usual circle." Suddenly, everybody had a memory to share, and the streets were buzzing. Then someone who claimed to work at V12 jumped into the mix saying, "Josh say he is in trouble," hinting that Menace wasn't exactly moving like a man who was just being friendly. And that comment alone sent the whole story spinning again, because now people were wondering if way more went down behind the scenes than anybody originally thought. But the real shocker? A few fans dug up old clips and old photos showing Tamar, Menace, and that third guy all hanging around the same events before. Not close, but close enough to raise questions. People started asking, wait, was this really just one chaotic night, or has something been brewing for a minute? The theories were coming out fast and loud. And while all this was blowing up, Tamar hopped online posting motivational quotes, pretending like nothing was happening. But everyone could see she was dodging the heat, because every time Funky spoke, it added another twist to the story, and people were watching her pages like detectives waiting for her next move. At this point, the whole situation felt like a reality show with missing episodes. Fans were tagging both of them non-stop, demanding answers, trying to connect dots, and arguing back and forth about who was lying, who was exaggerating, and who was about to crack under pressure. But here's the thing. When Funky told this story, his whole tone gave him away. He didn't sound like somebody making stuff up just to stir chaos. He sounded annoyed, frustrated, and done holding anything back. It felt like he was finally spilling everything because he was tired of being quiet while people dragged his name for something he says he didn't do. And real talk, a lot of people actually believe him. Why? Because this isn't the first time Tamar's been caught up in rumors about being a little too close to men who already had partners. First, it was Jermaine Dupri's father, allegedly, and now it's Menace. So folks are looking at this like, okay, this is starting to look like a pattern. And honestly, Tawanda tried to warn everybody about Tamar's behavior way back. She wasn't lying about the chaos that follows her. So now it's on you. Do you think Tamar and Menace had something going on? Or do you think Funky misread what he saw that night and the whole thing got twisted into something bigger than it was? Because at this point, the story has so many layers that everyone's picking their own side. Drop your thoughts in the comments and let the conversation fly, because this situation is nowhere near simple. And listen, if you rode with us all the way through this wild story, make sure you hit that like button and subscribe to Juicy Real, because we're just getting started with the real tea.
So my thing, I know where you live because I put down your down payment.
You sure did. Thank you so much for
and
that.
now that
Thank
you got
so
this
much
little
for the gift.
accident, give me my money back. That was not a gift.
I'm supposed to say anything. The only thing that brings us together is the cameras.
I can't wait
But
to
I
see
won't
it.
be able to be there. But that's why I was calling you.
That made me very sad.
I know.
Let's dive into this because the Braxton family drama just flipped into something wild and straight up unbelievable. This whole situation between Tamar and Tawanda is way deeper than people thought, and it's loaded with broken trust, big money, and sisters turning on each other when they were supposed to be tight like glue. We're talking about $50,000. Not pocket change, not let me borrow a little something, but a real down payment.
Has been using my credit card to pay her phone bill.
My phone bill?
No, Tony.
Beautiful.
So what?
Tamar handed Tawanda that money to lock in a house, a full-on place to live, something serious. But now Tawanda is out here acting like the cash was just some friendly gift, like Tamar just handed her 50 grand for fun. That's wild. And here's the thing. This isn't some random rumor someone made up online. There's a real property tied to this whole mess, a real listing, and actual receipts that link everything together.
I know where you live because I put down your down payment.
You sure did. Thank you so much for
and
that.
now that
Thank
you got
so
this
much
little
for the
accident,
gift.
give me my money back. That was not a
Promise
gift.
to God. Yes, it was. But it's
no, you
okay.
didn't.
The same house that popped up on their reality show lines up perfectly with what Tamar talked about. And that makes everything hit even harder. It's not just talk. It's real-life proof sitting in plain sight. What makes everything even more shocking is how the rest of the sisters decided to play it. Tony, Trina, all of them apparently knew exactly what went down, but instead of helping clear Tamar's name, they stood back and let people think she was being dramatic or even making stuff up. That's rough, especially when it's family and you expect them to step up when stuff gets messy.
You didn't. Tawanda told me her lender needed to see the money in her account and that she was waiting on a check and she would be giving me my money back. I was reluctant, but I said, okay.
Thank you so much.
You said I will pay you back the next day, and then you listed me as a creditor.
Oh my.
This whole thing is already sounding like the beginning of a storm, and it's only the first layer of the drama. That's cold on a whole different level, especially when you know someone is already battling their own mental and emotional struggles. Tamar has always kept it real about the things she's faced. She never hid that. So for her own family to gaslight her on national TV like she was confused or making things up, that's harsh. And here's the wild part. Tamar straight up told Tawanda on the show, I paid your down payment, and Tawanda didn't deny anything. She didn't argue. She didn't correct her. She actually thanked her right there in front of everybody. So how in the world does that suddenly turn into, it was a gift? Come on now. That's not how real agreements work, and everybody knows it.
It was absolutely a gift. And it wasn't that I approached her. She said, but I want to help you get, it's like, okay. And that's just something that we used to do as sisters, help each other.
Well, the burden on you is the one that made it out. But you gotta be willing to let them fly.
I feel like I do. I feel like they don't let me.
What's making this whole situation even louder is what people have been whispering about Tawanda's money habits. Folks have been saying she's had issues with spending and borrowing before, and now everything Tamar said is starting to look way too real. Tamar even mentioned that Tawanda came into some money, something tied to a lawsuit or settlement, and even then she still didn't pay her back. That's the part that's got everyone raising their eyebrows. At this point, it's getting hard to defend Tawanda's actions because the whole thing looks less like sisterly support and way more like a straight-up betrayal. Seeing your own sister struggling and still acting like you don't owe her anything, that hits different. And listen, watching Tamar stay firm while everyone around her acted clueless, that speaks volumes. This was never just about the money. This was about loyalty, respect, and the truth being ignored while the whole world was watching. This part right here really exposes everything, because how are you living in a nice house, looking comfortable, pockets looking all right, but you still can't pay back the sister who helped you when you were down? That's the type of thing that makes people question everything, and that's wild for real. If someone comes through for you with that kind of support when you're struggling, the least you can do is make things right. Now let's break this down, because once you look at the real estate side of the story, the truth starts slipping out fast. When you're buying a house, every single dollar has to be tracked and explained. No mystery cash, no, it just showed up. None of that. The bank needs proof of where the money came from and exactly who sent it. You can get help from a family member, sure, but it all has to be in writing with full documentation, because lenders don't play around with big amounts. So if Tamar really transferred $50,000 to Tawanda, that clearly wasn't some casual, here, take this as a gift moment. This sounds much more like a short-term loan to make Tawanda look financially ready for the home purchase, the type of thing people do when they're trying to get approved and need their bank statements to look solid. That's why Tawanda suddenly calling it a gift doesn't match how real estate works at all. The numbers don't add up, the story doesn't line up, and the timing makes the whole thing look even more suspicious. It feels like someone changed the narrative after the fact. And here's where it goes, from messy to straight up unbelievable. Tamar reportedly said Tawanda promised she would return the money the very next day, like it was supposed to be a quick turnaround. But instead of paying her back, Tamar later finds out Tawanda listed her as a creditor in her bankruptcy case. That means Tawanda officially put Tamar on paperwork as someone she owed money to, even though she was publicly claiming the money was a gift. That twist right there is the kind of thing that makes people stop and go, wait, what? This whole situation just keeps getting more intense with every detail. Like what? That's bold on a whole different level. Let me break this down real quick, because this part right here is where things start looking real shady. Now, I'm not saying Tawanda actually did this, but some folks out there will list someone as a creditor in their bankruptcy just so the debt gets wiped clean. That way, they don't have to pay back the person who helped them in the first place. And guess who ends up losing? The same person who stepped up for them when they were struggling. That's messed up. And here's the part that makes everybody's eyebrows shoot up. There are real bankruptcy filings with Tamar's name on them, and it's public record. That alone backs up what Tamar has been saying from the jump. This isn't some rumor floating around. This is actual paperwork filed with the court. That gives the story a whole different weight. Now let's talk about the timeline, because it hits hard. Tawanda bought her home in 2018, right? But by April 2019, she was already filing for bankruptcy. That's barely a year later. So what does that tell you? She took the $50,000, closed on the property, then turned around and filed for bankruptcy, like wiping her sister off the debt meant nothing. If that doesn't look like a setup, then what does? At this point, it really starts to feel like Tawanda never planned to pay Tamar back in the first place. And to make everything even stranger, Tamar says it was $50,000, while Tawanda keeps insisting it was only $35,000. Why can't the numbers even match up? How do you misremember tens of thousands of dollars? Somebody is clearly twisting the story, and it's not hard to see who benefits the most from all this confusion. You know what's wild? That whole $35,000 versus $50,000 argument actually makes sense once you really think about it. If someone borrowed money all the way back in 2018, and we're only talking about it now, years later, the amount could have easily gone up just from interest alone. So that difference Tawanda keeps talking about might not be some mystery. It might just be the result of her waiting forever to pay back what she owed. And let's keep it real. Tamar had proof. This wasn't some friendly little, oh, here's a sweet gift moment. There were receipts, documents, and actual bankruptcy records showing she was supposed to be repaid. So for Tawanda to sit there and act like the money was just a gift, that's not just wrong. That's straight up gaslighting your own sister while the whole world is watching. Like, how do you take something that serious and twist it into something casual just to protect your image? That's wild. Tawanda even tried to flip the story and make it look like Tamar was offering help she never asked for, trying to paint Tamar as controlling, like she was using money to hold something over her. But come on now, this wasn't the first time Tamar stepped in to help her. According to reports, Tamar had been covering Tawanda's phone bills. Not one line, not two lines. 6 phone lines, all on Tamar's own credit card. 6. Who even needs that many lines? That's not helping out a sister. That's taking advantage of somebody's kindness until they're drained. And here's the part that blows my mind even more. Tamar wasn't out here bragging about any of this. She wasn't running around telling everyone what she paid for or trying to embarrass anyone. She kept it quiet until the whole situation pushed her to speak up because things were getting twisted beyond recognition. That's when you know someone has really reached their limit. After all that, Tawanda had the nerve to act like she's the victim, like Tamar is the bad one just because she finally called her out. Come on now. If this were anybody else, people would be calling it exactly what it looks like, straight up taking someone's money and pretending nothing happened. Tamar had every right to take legal action, and the fact that she didn't shows how much she still cared about keeping the family together instead of seeking revenge. But instead of supporting her, the rest of the Braxton crew, Trina, Tony, even their mother Evelyn, all seemed to slide onto Tawanda's side. They actually defended her, and that's wild to see. There were even rumors going around that they wanted to call the police on Tamar, the same person who lost the money. How does that even make sense? How do you protect the one who took the money and turn on the one who trusted them? Somebody needs to explain that logic because it's not lining up at all. At this point, the whole situation is screaming jealousy and favoritism from miles away. It's clear some of the sisters can't stand how Tamar always finds herself in the spotlight, and instead of dealing with their own feelings, they gang up on her like that's going to fix anything. And Tawanda trying to deflect by bringing up Tony's condo situation? Please. There's a huge difference between asking your sister if she's staying somewhere temporarily and taking her money or using her credit cards without permission. One is a simple conversation. The other is a whole crime. Trying to lump those things together doesn't make Tawanda look innocent. It makes her look like she's scrambling to shift blame onto anything and anyone else. This part right here shows how twisted the whole thing became because instead of honesty and accountability, it turned into blame games and finger pointing. What really gets me is how Tony and Trina acted through all of this. They knew exactly what Tawanda did, the credit card situation, the money, all of it, and they still stood by her like nothing happened. How do you watch your own sister cross the line like that and still defend her? That's not loyalty. That's straight up enabling bad behavior. And here's the part that really hits. Tony even admitted on camera that she knew what was going on. She literally confirmed it herself. So that means the whole family knew the truth from the start. But instead of speaking up, they all circled around Tawanda like they were protecting her from the consequences. That's sad, because that's not what real family support looks like. That's not protecting someone. That's covering up wrongdoing just to keep the family image polished. And Tony's reaction, that little smug smirk when she said, "Family helps each other." Excuse me, since when does taking someone's money count as helping? Since when does taking $50,000, filing bankruptcy to dodge repayment, and maxing out your sister's credit card turn into family helping family? Be serious. That's not family support. That's taking advantage of someone who trusted you. And Tony's calm, unbothered attitude while all this was playing out just shows how deep the cracks run in that family when it comes to loyalty and fairness. Some people get protected no matter what they do, and some people get blamed no matter what they didn't do. But let's get to the part that sent chills down my spine. Tamar said, "You don't want to go blow for blow with me." That line right there showed she was sitting on a whole mountain of truths she'd been holding back for years. It made everything feel 10 times heavier, like this drama wasn't even close to being over. "I know where the bodies are buried. That's not just a comeback. That's a straight-up warning shot." That line tells me Tamar is sitting on way more receipts, way more secrets, and way more truth than anybody in that family wants to face. She was basically saying, "I've been quiet long enough, but if you push me, I'll drop everything." And honestly, after watching how her own family treated her, who could blame her if she finally let it all out? Because let's keep it real. Tamar got painted as the crazy one, the liar, the problem, the dramatic sister who always made things bigger than they were. But when you actually look at the paperwork, the dates, the money trail, everything lines up with exactly what she's been saying since day one. The proof is literally sitting right there in black and white. Let's break it down one more time. Tawanda gets the house in 2018 using Tamar's $50,000, and cool. But not even a year later, in 2019, she files for bankruptcy and lists Tamar as a creditor, which wipes out the debt completely. Then you've got the credit card situation. Unauthorized spending, multiple charges, and Tamar footing the bill without even knowing it first. And still, not one sister stepped up to defend Tamar. Not one single voice saying, "Hey, she's telling the truth." Instead, they all stayed quiet, acting like it was minor drama, brushing it off like it didn't matter. Why? Let's be honest. It comes down to jealousy, favoritism, or maybe a messy mix of both. Whatever the reason is, it's toxic. The truth is this. The Braxton sisters, especially Tawanda, betrayed Tamar in a way that cuts deep, period. Let's call it what it is. Tawanda acted like a sister who couldn't handle Tamar shining brighter, and instead of owning her actions, she slid into shady territory. And instead of holding her accountable, the family just turned their heads and let everything slide like it was normal. And what's worse, this wasn't a one-time slip-up. This was a pattern, a whole cycle of ignoring Tamar's side and protecting the one who caused the damage. This part right here shows how twisted the family dynamics really were and how much Tamar had to swallow just to keep the peace. Every single detail from Tamar's side, the money, the documents, the public records, all of it lines up perfectly. The evidence does not lie, and yet her sisters still threw her under the bus like none of it mattered. That's the part that hits the hardest because the way they gaslighted Tamar in front of everybody was honestly sickening. Picture this. You lend your sister $50,000 out of pure love, just trying to help her get back on her feet. No drama, no pressure, just family supporting family. Then she doesn't pay you back, files bankruptcy to wipe the whole thing away, and somehow still flips the story to make you look unstable. That's not just sneaky. That's cold and calculated. And what makes it even worse is how the rest of the family played along like nothing was wrong, acting like Tamar was being too much or extra just for telling the truth. That's manipulation, emotional pressure dressed up as family loyalty, and it's exhausting watching someone get painted as dramatic when all they did was speak facts. Let's be honest, Tamar has had one of the strongest careers out of all the sisters besides Tony. She built her own lane, dropped hits, had major TV moments, created iconic moments, and earned real success that people still talk about. And you know what comes with success? Jealousy. And you can feel it heavy in this situation. It's like Tawanda couldn't stand watching Tamar win while she was still struggling. So what did she do? She found a way to benefit from Tamar's kindness, took advantage of her support, and when the truth came to the surface, she played the victim like she was the one wronged. And instead of correcting things, the rest of the family closed ranks around Tawanda like the whole situation was just a misunderstanding. They acted like nothing happened, like Tamar was making noise for no reason, like the evidence wasn't sitting right there in plain sight. This right here shows exactly how deep the jealousy and favoritism runs and how fast people will flip a story when someone else's success makes them uncomfortable. What does that really say? It tells Tamar loud and clear that her money is good enough for them, but her feelings don't matter. Her truth doesn't matter. It's basically saying, we'd rather protect the one who did wrong than the one who got wronged. That's not loyalty. That's toxicity wrapped up in a pretty bow and labeled family. Because real family doesn't cover up lies or defend someone's bad actions just because they share the same last name. Real family checks you when you're wrong, even when it's uncomfortable, even when it hurts. That's what accountability is supposed to look like. And for anybody trying to shrug this off as just family drama, let's be serious for a second. This isn't some petty argument or little disagreement. We're talking about fraud, financial betrayal, and straight-up theft. Tamar could have pressed charges if she wanted to. She had every right to, but she didn't. And why? Because she still loved her sister enough to protect her, even after being hurt. And what did she get back in return? Lies, denial, public embarrassment. Tawanda acting innocent after everything that happened is next-level boldness. Tamar gave her grace, and Tawanda turned that grace into another weapon against her. And you know what makes this whole situation even more twisted? The way Tamar's silence has been flipped and used against her. People see her staying quiet and think she's over it or being dramatic, but that's not what silence always means. Sometimes being quiet comes from being done, not defeated. She's had to sit back and watch her family rewrite the story in real time, acting like things happen differently, acting like she's exaggerating, acting like the truth is optional, and instead of defending her, they used her vulnerability as a tool to make her look unstable, like her pain didn't count, like her voice wasn't worth listening to. This wasn't just betrayal. It was emotional pressure dressed up as family loyalty. And seeing her pushed aside like that says everything about how deep the divide really is. That's not peace, that's pressure. Behind the scenes, insiders have said Tamar has been distancing herself from all the chaos for real. No more family vacations, no more group interviews, no more pretending everything is sunshine when it's not. She's choosing her peace, and honestly, that might be the smartest move she's ever made. Because what do you do when your own bloodline becomes the source of your pain? You protect yourself, even if it means stepping away from the people you love the most. Sometimes survival means creating distance, even if it hurts. Meanwhile, Tawanda has been moving like nothing ever went down, smiling online, doing interviews, acting unbothered, like her whole reputation isn't hanging by a thread. It's almost like she's trying to outshine the scandal by pretending it never existed, like if she ignores it long enough, everybody else will too. But the internet doesn't forget. Every time her name comes up, people still mention that bankruptcy filing and that missing $50,000. That's a stain no PR trick, no interview, and no pretending can wash away. What makes this even more heartbreaking is how divided the fan base is now. Some folks are still praying the sisters can work things out someday, but a lot of people are completely done. They see the pattern clear as day. Every single time Tamar tells her truth, the family gaslights her until she looks like the villain in her own story. It's a cycle, a deep, messy cycle, and this time it feels like she's finally breaking it. She's choosing herself, choosing her healing, choosing peace over pretending. And honestly, this whole situation shows how fame, money, and pride can wreck a family from the inside out. The Braxton name used to represent unity, talent, and sisterhood, but now it's tangled up with betrayal, jealousy, and silence that says way more than words ever could. Tamar's story isn't just about the money. It's about the emotional hit that comes from loving people who keep proving they don't love you the same way back. And the saddest part, that wound didn't come from strangers. It came from home. At this point, it's hard not to shake your head at how deep this betrayal really runs. It's one thing to make a mistake, but it's a whole different level of boldness to keep pretending nothing ever happened while the person you hurt is left carrying all the weight. Tamar tried to protect her sister, tried to keep the peace, tried to hold the family together, and somehow she still got painted as the villain. That kind of emotional damage, no amount of money could ever fix that. You can feel the shift too. The vibe between the sisters isn't what it used to be. Every interview, every post, every moment they're seen together, there's this quiet tension that speaks louder than words ever could. And even though Tamar has been staying silent, that silence is powerful. Sometimes the strongest clapback is peace, and it's starting to show exactly who's been in the wrong all along. Meanwhile, watching Tawanda act like everything's smooth while the receipts are out in the open, whew! That's a whole different level of audacity. She's smiling for the cameras, posting online like nothing ever went down. But let's be real, the internet does not forget. People remember the filings, the money trail, the credit card drama, every loose detail that still doesn't add up. And every single time Tawanda's name starts trending, those same stories pop right back up. You can try your hardest to clean up your image, but you can't erase the truth, especially when the truth is sitting in public records. And honestly, this whole situation is a reminder that sometimes family drama hits harder than anything else. Because betrayal from someone who shares your blood, that cut hits deeper than anything. Tamar deserved honesty, not humiliation, support, not silence, truth, not twisted narratives. And after watching how everything went down, nobody can blame her for stepping back to protect her peace. That's the full breakdown, the truth behind the Braxton chaos. So drop your thoughts in the comments because this one has the whole internet divided. Do you think Tamar should finally air everything out or let it go for good? And before you scroll away, make sure you hit that subscribe button because more shocking celebrity twists and messy receipts are coming your way. And if you really want to keep the drama rolling, subscribe to the Juicy Real channel. That's where the real tea never sleeps.
Okay, so I want to tell a story today. And that story is about how one of my aunts and my family do not talk to me because they think that I, at the age of 16, did something with her partner at the time. And I have been a nervous wreck to talk about something like this and to tell this story. Because my family.
Tamar just cracked this whole situation wide open, and the Braxton circle is straight up rattling right now. She basically dragged Tony into the spotlight for trying to silence her, and the way she exposed it had everyone stunned. Tamar said Tony sent her a cease and desist the second she stood beside their niece, Ashley, who was speaking on some serious concerns about one of the sisters' husbands. And Tamar wasn't folding for anybody.
Because I don't want people, it's not to hurt people to tell my story. But at the same time, I've been working through this so much in therapy. And this is something that goes way deep to my core in terms of worthiness and how I feel about myself. And it's been such a journey.
Once Tamar refused to quiet down, people behind the scenes started whispering that Tony allegedly pushed things even further, like she was trying to remove Tamar from the whole Braxton setup entirely, like she could just pretend Tamar wasn't even part of the family machine anymore. Folks forget Tamar is not the one to cross because she came swinging with the truth, saying Tony was out here protecting a PDF file. And that phrase alone had social media spinning. Insiders are saying production turned real tense after that. Rooms felt colder, conversations got shorter, and every move started feeling suspicious. Sisters bumping heads behind closed doors, producers stressing in corners, and people on set whispering that Toni might be putting her whole career on the line just to shield someone else. And if that's true, that raises a whole new set of questions, because nobody understands why Toni is standing so firm for this man everyone keeps asking about. Fans have been screaming for years that this whole situation needed to be addressed out loud, not hidden behind edited scenes and rehearsed smiles. And now that Tamar put everything out there with this kind of force, people are sitting back wondering what Toni is really trying to protect, and why she's willing to push her own sister away over it. Tamar lit a fuse that could flip the whole family storyline upside down, and she's sitting there watching every second explode with full intention behind it. One thing about Tamar, she refuses to be treated like she's invisible, and she made that loud and clear on camera with no hesitation. That's exactly why she stepped straight to Toni at that dinner table, even though everybody else thought it was supposed to be a chill family moment. While the rest of them were sipping drinks and trying to keep the vibe soft, Tamar pulled up with a whole different mission because she wanted the truth out, no matter how wild things got. She looked Toni right in the face and accused her of trying to block her moves, explaining that she planned to bring Ashley onto their podcast so Ashley could share her side and talk about the concerns she had involving one of the Braxton husbands. And according to Tamar, the second, not the minute, the second, she even mentioned bringing Ashley onto the show, Toni hit her with that cease and desist so fast she didn't even get a chance to test the microphone, let alone record a clip. Tamar said it felt like she was being shut down before she could even breathe, and that's what made her start questioning what Toni was working overtime to hide. People online heard the audio and immediately started debating like it was a courtroom, especially since a few viewers tried to say the sisters were just protecting the family. But when Trina and Tawanda stepped into the situation with that energy they brought, it made the whole thing feel way deeper than simple family loyalty. It felt like something had been brewing long before cameras even started rolling. Now fans are sitting here divided, wondering why Toni is this committed to keeping Ashley from speaking on what she experienced, especially when Ashley wasn't trying to attack anybody. She was just trying to explain what she went through. The conversation online is completely split, and people are choosing sides like it's a championship game. Some people think Toni is just being extra because she and Tamar have had tension simmering for years, while others believe Toni knows exactly who Ashley was talking about and is trying hard to shield that man from the spotlight. Social media blew up with comments like, "Toni's anger is suspicious," and others saying Libras get loud when they're trying to distract from the truth. And that had folks side-eyeing everything with serious suspicion, especially since Toni shut down the podcast idea before Ashley even had a chance to say a single word on record. This whole situation is spinning out fast, and the wildest part is Ashley's story isn't even new inside that family circle. The way Toni reacted so strong and so quick had fans convinced she already knew exactly who Ashley was pointing at. And just to keep it clear, Ashley isn't some distant relative. She's the daughter of their older brother, Michael Braxton Jr., so these ties are tight, and the concerns she brought forward were aimed at the partner of one of her aunts. The name being whispered, allegedly Trina. And that's where everything gets even more tangled. There's a whole lot of chatter saying Trina is not happy that her name and her ex-husband, Gabe Solis, keep getting dragged into this storm over and over again. She's reportedly annoyed that old family tension is being pushed right back into the spotlight at a moment when she wasn't even thinking about that chapter anymore. Now that Ashley's story is popping up again and people online are rediscussing everything with fresh eyes, the whole Braxton circle is getting pulled into the same whirlwind. And instead of calming down, the situation is getting heavier and louder with every new detail that surfaces. Ashley once shared that years back, her father and stepmother came across some messages that instantly made them uncomfortable. Messages involving her and her aunt's partner. She said that at first, her aunt was fully supportive, clearly upset that anything uncomfortable had even happened, and she showed real empathy, making sure Ashley felt safe during a confusing and stressful moment. Ashley described it in her own words, saying, "My aunt was there for me. She was very kind, very nice, and was like, 'I'm sorry this happened to you.' She was very kind and it just felt safe." That early comfort made Ashley feel understood, like someone in the family actually saw what she was going through and cared enough to stand by her in it. But as time went on, Ashley started noticing the whole energy around the situation slowly shifting. The compassion she had received in the beginning was fading away, and according to Ashley, it felt like people were suddenly trying to twist the situation back onto her. She said it was like the blame was sliding in her direction, even though she never sought out anything inappropriate, never encouraged anything, and never created any kind of situation that would put her in the wrong. Ashley said the change didn't happen overnight. It was gradual, a small switch here, a different tone there, a new distance showing up where warmth used to be. And then the shift went from subtle to cold because she claimed her aunt eventually stopped talking to her completely. No explanation, no conversation, no closure, just a sudden wall where there was once safety. That silence left Ashley feeling hurt and confused because she truly believed she hadn't done anything wrong. She was a young person placed in an uncomfortable situation, and instead of being supported like she was at first, she said she felt pushed out and blamed for something she didn't start, didn't continue, and didn't understand at the time. Ashley also shared that things started feeling strange with other relatives too, saying they acted extra friendly with the man involved, like none of those uncomfortable moments had ever happened. She said it felt surreal, like everyone else was moving around normally while she was carrying the weight of something heavy on her spirit. It left her feeling isolated, punished, and misunderstood at a time when she was just trying to make sense of everything that had happened around her. And when Ashley finally opened up publicly, some people online immediately tried to label her as someone chasing attention, which only made things messier. But plenty of others pushed back, saying she was simply speaking her truth after staying silent for so long, and she had every right to tell her side openly without being attacked for it. Once people started believing Ashley's story, a bunch of viewers instantly jumped to assuming she was talking about Tamar, just throwing guesses without knowing the facts. But Tamar shut that rumor down instantly, with zero hesitation. She let everybody know she was not the aunt in question, and she wasn't letting her name get tied to something she had nothing to do with. Tamar made it clear she actually wanted Ashley on the show because she genuinely cared about her well-being and wanted her to speak her truth safely. Tamar even mentioned she supported Ashley when she shared that she was going to therapy to work through everything she had been dealing with, and people respected that honesty. Once Tamar cleared her name cleanly, fans went right back into detective mode, connecting dots on their own, trying to figure out which Braxton sister Ashley was referring to. And even though nobody in the family officially confirmed anything, online watchers were convinced the situation pointed toward Trina and her ex-husband, Gabe Solis. The comments turned into threads, the threads turned into theories, and the theories turned into full-blown debates as people tried to piece together a timeline. Now the whole conversation has shifted into something way bigger, with folks revisiting old scenes, old interviews, and old family dynamics like they're reviewing evidence in a case. And with Ashley's story resurfacing again, everyone is looking at the family in a new light. Not because they want drama, but because they want clarity on something that clearly left deep emotional scars for her. A lot of people weren't shocked when Ashley spoke up, because there had already been years of rumors floating around about Gabe having unusual behavior and interests that never sat right with viewers. Folks who watched the show from the early seasons remembered all the chaos Trina went through with Gabe, the ups, the downs, the breakups, the makeups, and yet she stayed in that marriage for a long time. So fans felt like there was a real chance she might have known more than she ever shared in public. And when Ashley said she eventually got cut off by her aunt, people felt like that detail made the whole picture even messier, like there was way more going on behind the scenes than anyone wanted to admit. Then Ashley added fuel without saying a single word. On TikTok, someone commented that she must have been talking about Trina and Gabe, and Ashley didn't respond, but she liked the comment. That one little tap sent the internet spinning into a whole new theory spiral, but it didn't stop there. Things got even wilder when someone on Instagram commented on a now-deleted post claiming they knew it was Trina and Gabe, and they even included an unverified story about Gabe allegedly trying to connect with a younger family member of theirs online. We cannot confirm any of these claims, and they remain strictly allegations tossed around by random users online. But the internet doesn't wait for confirmation anymore. People still ran with it like the information had been stamped and approved, and before long, the entire situation exploded across timelines. Every little detail fans thought they pieced together just made the conversation louder, more chaotic, and way more intense. Folks started digging into old clips, old interviews, old comments from years ago, trying to find anything that matched what Ashley had said. Then, there was that person who claimed they were at an airport when something went down between Gabe and someone else. They said they even tried messaging Ashley to warn her about what Gabe was supposedly doing, but claimed they got blocked before they could share anything. That story wasn't verified either, but it didn't matter. It spread like wildfire because people were already in detective mode. By this point, the situation was no longer just drama. It had turned into a full-blown internet investigation, with everyone trying to tie together bits and pieces of hearsay, old family tension, and Ashley's new statements. And every time someone added something new, the entire conversation got even louder. Gabe has passed away now, and the spotlight has shifted hard onto Trina because people online keep saying she knew exactly what type of behavior he showed during their marriage and stayed anyway. Even with all the cheating rumors that followed him for years, folks in the streets have been whispering that she ignored a lot of his actions and brushed off things she didn't want to deal with, choosing to point fingers elsewhere instead of holding him accountable. Back in the day, gossip blogs would drop little hints claiming Gabe was involved with different people and had some unusual habits behind the scenes, though none of that was ever officially confirmed. But either way, those stories didn't stop Trina from standing by him throughout that relationship, and that decision is exactly why the internet is pressing her today. At first, Tamar was trying to bring Ashley onto the show so she could speak for herself and explain what she experienced, but allegedly Trina wasn't having any of that. Reports say she even threatened to stop filming completely if Ashley appeared, saying it wasn't Ashley's place to discuss it publicly. So Tamar switched gears and tried to bring Ashley onto her podcast instead. But right when she made that move, Tony stepped in again and blocked it before it could even happen. What really shocked fans was hearing that Trina supposedly had no idea Tony sent that cease and desist. And that raised a whole new question for viewers. Was Tony doing all this to protect Trina, or was she trying to protect herself from the fallout? The second that rumor hit the timeline, people started breaking down every moment. Tony acted quiet or distant, trying to figure out her motive. Whispers from people close to the situation claimed Tony allegedly knew about some of the issues Ashley talked about, And instead of stepping in back then or smoothing things over, she stayed silent and let the situation hang in the air. And that silence is exactly what fans are dissecting right now, because they feel like Tony's reactions today are way too strong for someone who had nothing to hide. A lot of viewers believe Tony moved with urgency because she didn't want certain conversations resurfacing, especially ones connected to that old family tension that everybody thought was buried. And now the internet is asking whether Tony went into full protection mode out of loyalty to Trina, or whether she was worried that Ashley's story would open the door to questions she didn't want to answer. Every time someone online tries to break it down, the situation gets louder because people can't wrap their heads around why Tony would take such a big risk just to shut Ashley out. That claim alone has the whole fan base looking sideways and wondering what else really went down behind closed doors. People close to the situation say Tony looked the other way back then, which means she might be protecting herself now more than anybody else. The last thing she wants is Ashley calling her out for supposedly being an enabler, and that would explain why she threw that cease and desist at Tamar with no hesitation. Everybody already knows Tony and Tamar have been clashing for years, and folks say their arguments behind the scenes have gotten seriously intense. So when Tamar started pushing hard for Ashley to come on the show and speak her truth, Tony got so heated she reportedly walked straight off set without looking back. One insider even claimed producers had to shut the whole filming day down after a heated fight broke out between Tamar and her sisters. They were supposed to be gearing up for season 2 this summer, but the drama spiraled so wildly that nothing stayed on schedule anymore, allegedly. Crew members were stressed, cast members were picking sides, and the energy on set was getting heavier every week. What was supposed to be a smooth rollout turned into a storm nobody could calm. Then Tony tried to flip the narrative by saying she wanted to honor their late sister Tracy and didn't want Ashley on the show out of respect for her memory. But according to one report, Tony stormed off the set during taping because she's exhausted with the constant arguing, constant rumors, and constant pressure the situation brought to the table. People online didn't buy the honoring Tracy spin at all because the timelines weren't adding up. They felt like Tony was reaching for any explanation she could use to cover up the real reason she didn't want Ashley speaking on anything. Fans started saying it looked more like Tony was trying to keep certain conversations from resurfacing. Conversations that could drag the whole family back into a spotlight they never wanted again. And now the fan base is louder than ever, watching every move and waiting to see who's telling the truth. Because the way Tony reacted this time felt way too personal, way too urgent, and way too emotional for something she claims is just about respect. The sister conflict got so deep that Tony supposedly told people the family made a promise when Tracy passed. They said they'd stick together no matter what. But instead of getting closer, things have gotten worse than ever, and everybody can see it. It got so messy that not a single sister showed up to the premiere of Tamar and their mother Evelyn's cookie show, and fans took that as a loud message all by itself. They kept their distance like it was some kind of silent punishment toward Tamar, making it clear the family bond is cracking right in front of everybody's eyes. And honestly, it looks like the sisters are slowly pushing Tamar out of the circle completely, whether they admit it or not. Just look at Tawanda's wedding. Tamar was the only sister who didn't show up, and fans have been side-eyeing that situation ever since. Tony and Trina were standing right next to Tawanda as bridesmaids, which made Tamar's absence stand out even more. And Tawanda didn't hide the fact she didn't want Tamar at the wedding in the first place, so the tension wasn't exactly subtle. Tamar didn't pretend either. She had a singing gig that same weekend, and she made sure everyone knew she was out handling business and securing her bag instead of sitting in any room where she wasn't welcome. But right after all that wedding drama, Tamar wiped her social media clean and went on a raw, emotional rant where she said she regretted ever doing reality TV in the first place. She disappeared for a moment like she needed to breathe, only to pop right back online the next day with even more to say. Her tweets were intense, full of real emotion, and she straight up called her family toxic to the core. She wasn't sugarcoating anything anymore, and she made it clear she was done pretending everything was okay just for the cameras. Fans were shocked, because even though Tamar has always spoken her mind, the way she laid things out this time showed just how tired she is of the drama, the silence, the secrets, and the shade coming from inside her own family. And with the way things are going now, people online are starting to wonder if the Braxton sisters will ever fix this, or if this is the moment the whole family dynamic falls apart for good.
Are you guys a couple?
Well, T, that's my girl, my friend, my family.
Do you have sex?
That's my love, my soldier, my life. She my everything, and I trust her.
Because you bought her a Bentley truck.
Yes.
So the implication is that's your girlfriend.
She my life.
From secret weddings to sudden breakups, and from shady denials to mysteriously missing jewelry, Toni Braxton and Birdman's relationship has been a wild ride, more twisted than a Six Flags roller coaster.
Saying, Birdman doesn't know if he's a blood or a Crip, or this, this gay thing and that gay thing.
What do you mean? I don't understand.
He was saying that you was gay.
Come on, man. Come on, man. I'm a straight gangster, man. That nigga been in my hood. He know what's happening with me. You hear me? Nigga know what's happening with me, man. Google me, man. Call anything in the 504 and ask about me. Google me, man. Watch what come up. Yeah. Straight G.
This love story has had everything: passion, confusion, and a touch of chaos. And today, we're diving deep into this hot, tangled mess. Back in 2001, Toni tied the knot with Carrie Lewis from mint condition. Things seemed picture perfect at first. The music, the fame, the love, but it didn't take long for cracks to show. Then, just a year later, in 2002, she crossed paths with
Tracy's the one who said to me, Toni, when you make it, you can help us come on. So I always try to abide that. But the responsibility of it is so heavy for me. I feel I can never live my life, and I never used to say it. I never used to say anything to anybody, but since we've been doing this show, I've been saying.
None other than Brian Birdman Williams, the big boss of Cash Money Records. That meeting right there, it changed everything. Sparks flew, rumors started swirling, and the industry began whispering about this unexpected duel. And baby, from that moment on, nothing was ever the same. Who is this mystery man, you ask? None other than Birdman, the co-founder of Cash Money Records, the same powerhouse label.
Like a lot of people don't understand, my second bankruptcy is because I was sick. I have lupus, and my show in Vegas got canceled.
And the insurance wouldn't cover it.
The insurance didn't cover it, so I had to pay myself.
Right. That's a lot. That was a lot of money.
It's a lot of money. But the show people don't understand is if you see a concert, you see the lights, you see the band on stage, artist pays hotel rooms, and salary. So then you have nothing.
That dropped the iconic hit, Baby, You Can Do It. And if you've seen that music video, then you already know. The chemistry between Toni and Birdman was straight up electric. It was wild. It was magnetic. It was giving something's going on here. Vibes for sure. But of course, they swore it was all strictly professional. She was still married at the time. And Birdman, well, he was out there doing his own thing. And only God knows what that was. Out here locking lips with Lil Wayne on camera like it was nothing. What in the Damon and Marlon Wayans parody is going on here? Toni tried to keep her personal life steady though. After having 2 beautiful children, she and Carrie Lewis decided to call it quits. The marriage was done, but they wanted to end things with class. In her memoir, which you can check out below, Toni revealed they made a pact to stay cool for the kids. They even continued living under the same Atlanta roof and promised to take one family vacation together every single year. One vacation a year with your ex. Oh, hell no. That's a plot twist nobody saw coming. Even Toni's mom was like, girl, it's time to mix it up. Maybe try dating outside your type. Basically telling her to play in the snow. But Toni wasn't ready. Her heart was still healing, and she wasn't about to rush into another messy romance just yet. Still, destiny had other plans. And Birdman wasn't exactly the kind of man who stayed in the background for long. Maybe the real reason Tony wasn't ready to date again was because she and Carrie had started sneaking around for round 2. Yep, they gave love another shot, but that spark burned out fast. After about a year and a half, it was over for good. When the divorce papers hit, things got messy. Tony had to pay him alimony, while Carrie was ordered to drop $2,000 a month in child support. Wait a minute, alimony and child support? Girl, that's a double hit. This right here is exactly why they say, make sure he's got more money than you. Because a grown man cashing checks from a woman like Toni Braxton, that's wild. After that fiasco, Toni decided to take her mama's advice and switch things up. She dipped her toe into new territory and started dating a white man. And by February 2012, the headlines were screaming that she was linked to none other than Eddie Murphy. Yep, that Eddie Murphy. But just when people thought this could be something real, it fizzled out quick. Fans started rooting for her and Babyface to become a thing. The chemistry was undeniable. But Toni shut it down on The Breakfast Club, saying Babyface would never see her in that light. Dang, talk about the friend zone. Then out of nowhere, she stepped out with the most unexpected man ever. Birdman! Nobody saw that coming. They hit the red carpet in 2016, and the world went silent for a second before everyone collectively screamed, "Wait, what?" Months into dating, Birdman went full flex mode and gifted her a Bentley SUV, luxury on wheels, Bobby. By January 2018, they dropped their track, Hard Away, giving fans a musical peek into their whirlwind romance. Then boom! Just a month later, Birdman dropped down with a ring, and Toni said yes. But wait, what about Carrie? Was he back at the house popping champagne, celebrating her engagement too? Toni told E! Daily Pop that Birdman was ready to lock it down. He told her straight up to pick a wedding date ASAP because he wanted to be a married man before the year was out. But guess what? That wedding never happened. The months rolled by, then the years, and Toni kept pushing the date back over and over, blaming it on work commitments. That sounds like a polite excuse if you ask me. People started whispering that maybe she wasn't too eager to marry a man with Birdman's unique reputation. Folks joked that she didn't want to wake up next to a dude who looked like a mix between a bird and a pit bull every morning. Maybe that's why those wedding plans kept getting delayed again and again. Then came the real jaw-dropper. While flying from New York to Los Angeles on a Delta flight, Toni accidentally left her Louis Vuitton train case behind on the plane. Inside that fancy little box, her massive yellow diamond engagement ring, worth a staggering $5 million. How do you forget something like that? Who leaves a small fortune sitting in a carry-on bag? That's beyond careless. The next day, the airline found the case, but when they opened it, all the jewelry was gone. Poof! Vanished into thin air. When Birdman later sat down with Wendy Williams, he tried to play it cool. He said he wasn't even sweating the missing ring. Told her straight up he'd just buy Toni another one if he needed to. That's some serious big money talk right there. But still, that missing bling became the talk of the town, and it left a whole lot of people wondering if their relationship was starting to lose its shine too. Oh, with Lil Wayne's money that you still owe him, huh? The shade writes itself. Then came January 2019, and boom, the drama hit social media like a storm. Toni and Birdman unfollowed each other out of nowhere, and Birdman added fuel to the fire by posting "It's over" on his Instagram story. Real dramatic energy. Folks were quick to assume the engagement was dead and gone. Birdman was out here acting emotional, like a man mid-R&B heartbreak ballad. But a few months later, he tried to clean it up, telling Wendy Williams the whole breakup was just a publicity stunt. Yeah, okay. According to a source from Hollywood Life, the couple wasn't sweating the rumors. In fact, they didn't mind the public chaos one bit. Why? Because all that buzz kept Toni's reality show, Braxton Family Values, trending again. The more people talked, the more views rolled in. A little drama for ratings never hurt, right? By April 2020, during the pandemic lockdowns, fans were still waiting for wedding bells, but nothing. Toni went on the Rick and Sasha show and admitted that she and Birdman kept going back and forth about wedding plans. They'd set dates, but things always got too big. Birdman even suggested they just do a drive-through wedding. Can you imagine Toni Braxton saying, "I do" in a car while picking up fries? No way. She shut that down quick. Years kept slipping by, and still, no wedding, no ring replacement, no nothing. Then out of nowhere, in December 2023, a messy online source claimed Toni and Birdman had finally tied the knot. Fans lost their minds, headlines were everywhere. But before anyone could celebrate, Toni jumped on Instagram and cleared it up herself. She reposted the announcement with a sharp caption that shut it all down. "My dear friend, Birdman and I are not married. Never been married." And just like that, she snatched the truth back from the rumor mill. But the damage? Oh, that was already done. "We are both single now." That's what Toni said, officially putting Birdman straight into the friend zone. By April 2024, it was crystal clear that their on-again, off-again roller coaster had finally screeched to a stop. She opened up to People magazine saying she was actually enjoying the single life. Toni said, "I'm looking forward to getting out there and dating." I mean, dating can be scary too. It can be a little bit, but a nice guy. Someone who will watch Lifetime with me all day long, or at least once in the week. Girl, you don't need a man for that. You can call your sisters for a Lifetime marathon. Her fans were split right down the middle. Half of them were celebrating, happy that Toni had finally left Birdman and his drama behind. But the other half, they weren't buying it for a second. They swore she'd be back with him before the year was over. And guess what? They might have been right, because in April 2025, TMZ dropped a bombshell. Just 4 months after that whole "I'm single and ready to mingle" interview, the outlet reported that Toni and Birdman had actually gotten married. Wait, what? I know you lying. Or maybe she's lying. Either way, somebody's out here playing with our emotions. Because just when fans started wrapping their heads around this surprise wedding news, boom, another twist hit. The happy couple didn't even last a month. According to legal documents obtained by TMZ, Toni filed for divorce a mere 2 weeks later, listing their official separation date as August 10th, 2024. 2 weeks? That's shorter than some trial subscriptions. After years of ups, downs, rumors, and million-dollar rings, it all ended in paperwork. No more maybes, no more makeups, no more mystery. Toni Braxton and Birdman's love story went from glitzy and glamorous to gone in a flash. Toni's lawyer officially called the marriage irretrievably broken, which sounded like the end of the road. But hold on tight, because it gets even messier. Somebody, please hand me my margarita. And don't forget the peach rings. You know I toss those right in the glass. It's my therapy drink for when celebrity drama gets this wild. Just when everyone thought the split was final, boom, a shocking twist dropped in January 2025. Toni suddenly dismissed the divorce petition and Birdman actually signed off on it. Wait, what? After everything, the back and forths, the emotional interviews, the $5 million ring fiasco, they're still legally married. But here's the kicker. Nobody knows what's really going on between them now. Neither one has said a word publicly. And that silence? Oh, it's loud. So here we are. Years of breakups, reconciliations, and postponed weddings. And this love story is still hanging by a thread. Considering how it all started with secret studio chemistry, flashy gifts, and rumors flying left and right, it's giving major unfinished business energy. Are we seeing red flags all over again? Or are people just jealous that Toni's still the one catching Birdman's attention while he's doing his Birdman thing? Bestie, you so messy. Someone's probably saying right now. But let's be real. This saga's too wild not to talk about. Drop your thoughts down below, because this story might not be done yet. And hey, before you go, don't forget to hit that subscribe button on Juicy Reel, where the tea never stops spilling and the drama's always hot. Let me tell you something, and listen close, because I've watched every Braxton show there is. I've seen the drama, the tears, the laughter, all of it. And this right here, this is just my opinion, but I think there's way more to Toni and Birdman's situation than people realize. See, Toni's been open about her lupus for years. That illness takes a real toll on the body. On top of that, she's battled heart issues that scared her fans half to death. So maybe, just maybe, she's not marrying out of romance anymore. Maybe she's thinking about security. Here's how I see it. Toni might have tied herself to Birdman because she wanted to make sure someone powerful was in charge of her estate if anything ever happened to her. Someone who could handle her finances, protect her kids, and even look after her family, her sisters, her mama, the whole Braxton crew. And let's be real. They all got money, but none of them got Birdman money. The man's pockets are deep. Like, never worry about another bill again. Deep. And you know what? Maybe this whole thing isn't about love in the traditional sense at all. Maybe it's more of a quiet arrangement, a mutual understanding between two people who know exactly what they're getting out of it. Some people might even call it a lavender marriage type of deal, a partnership built more on loyalty, protection, and power than passion. Whatever the truth is, one thing's for sure. This story is layered, and we might not ever know the full truth behind those wedding rings and business moves. Now, if that theory's true, it actually makes a lot of sense. Toni's a smart woman, and she's been through too much to let her legacy fall into chaos. She's been grinding in the music industry since the 90s, building her name brick by brick, hit after hit. So if she decided to make a business-type move with Birdman, that could have been her way of securing her empire and protecting her loved ones. Still, people can't help but whisper about the real dynamic between them. Because Birdman has always been, well, mysterious. He moves like a man who's got 10 different versions of the truth. One minute, he's all about love and loyalty. The next, he's out here with cryptic posts and shady smiles. Some folks swear he's hiding something, others think he's just misunderstood. Either way, Toni's no fool. She knows what kind of man she's dealing with. And you can't deny they've always had this strange magnetic pull, like they can't fully let go of each other, no matter how many times they try. And let's not forget how this whole situation looks from the outside. Toni's fans are split down the middle. Some say she's sacrificing too much just to stay connected to him, while others think she's playing chess, not checkers. They say she's keeping her cards close, setting up her future in a way only a true diva could. Still, every time we think it's over for good, something drags them right back together. A public sighting here, a cryptic emoji there, or a casual repost that sets social media on fire. It's like they can't quit each other, no matter what. So what's next for Toni and Birdman? Another reunion? Another heartbreak? Or maybe this was the plan all along? A relationship built on secrets, survival, and just enough love to keep the world guessing. Whatever's really going on behind those designer shades, one thing's for sure. This story ain't done brewing yet. See, the truth is, Toni and Birdman have been good friends for a long time. That's why I think they kept everything low-key when they tied the knot, if they really did. They didn't want every camera flashing in their faces or social media turning it into a circus. Their bond runs deep, and they've been riding for each other through all the chaos and rumors. But here's the thing, maybe Toni's still got that tiny voice in her head wondering if her real forever love might still be out there somewhere. Maybe she's thinking, one day I might meet a real king, or even a prince, someone I'm actually drawn to, someone I want to wake up next to every day. Still, at the same time, she knows time isn't exactly on her side anymore. She's been through heartbreak, illness, and fame. She's seen it all. So maybe she just wanted to lock something in that made sense on paper. And when I say civil, I don't mean nice, I mean legal. She might have said, you know what? Let's do this the smart way, so if anything ever happens, my kids, my estate, my legacy, all of it stays protected. It's not about romance at that point, it's about strategy. Now I can already hear folks saying, she could have just set up a trust. She didn't have to marry him for that. And yeah, that's true. But who really knows what's going on behind closed doors? I'm not a lawyer. I'm not an estate planner. I'm just calling it how I see it. Maybe Toni's playing long game moves we can't even see yet. What do you think? Is this love, loyalty, or just smart business? Drop your thoughts below, and don't forget to hit that subscribe button for more wild celebrity tea, only on Juicy Reel.
This was not the first time of me telling this story. This has been years. It started me telling this story when my sister passed away. So this is like years of me getting to this point, to this layer. I always stand true by what I said. I always stand true by what happened. And I don't know if there was a right or wrong way, the way I handled it. I don't think that there was. And with what I speak with my therapist with, there was no right or wrong way to tell the story. I just had to tell the story.
Listen, this whole situation with Ashley and the Braxton crew is spinning out fast, and the drama's getting wild about a minute. This mess got layers, and every time someone talks, it just pulls us deeper into a tunnel that nobody asked for. From the start, Ashley was open about what she went through, and she wasn't shaky about it either. She spoke up for years, stood on the truth, and every detail matched from interview to interview like she had the whole timeline stamped in the mind. Anyone who actually listened knew exactly what she meant and exactly what she was pointing at.
And it may not be your family, and that is totally okay. I am an example of that. You may not get support from your family, and that is totally fine. You still have the right to use your voice. You still have the right to talk. You still have the right to say how you feel. The world will try to silence you. People will try to silence you, but the world needs your voice and not your silence.
But now out of nowhere, Ashley's switching up a whole tone like someone hit a reset button on a story. Suddenly, she talking like the situation wasn't that serious, like the hurt she described for years somehow shrank overnight. And that right there got everybody raising eyebrows. People don't just soften their own truth after standing on it for so long unless there's pressure somewhere. And let's be real, this ain't the type of shift that just happens because someone woke up in a different mood. When somebody been consistent for years, then starts stepping back from their own words, it screams that something or someone stepped in hard. It sounds like somebody slid in her ear, pushed the storyline, or made her feel like she had to keep the peace to protect a certain image or a certain person. Victims don't just rewrite their whole experience unless something around them changed. So the real question is, what changed? And who decided they needed her to tone everything down? Because this switch up didn't come from nowhere, and you can feel that something behind the scenes is twisting the narrative. This whole thing ain't just suspicious anymore. It's giving full-on cover-up vibes, like somebody scrambling behind the scenes to keep certain secrets locked away. Because seriously, who gains anything from Ashley flipping her whole story like this? It's definitely not Ashley, and it's definitely not the people who've been following her journey hoping for honesty and clarity.
Stepbrothers, did they come with her? Were they part of the package, or did they come along later?
They came along later.
Okay.
So my sister is 3 years younger than I am. My oldest younger brother is 4 years, and then after that it's 8 years.
Okay.
So they came after, and it's unfortunate that even now we don't have a relationship because you were just pit against each other.
Yeah.
So the household was like all for one and one for all. You better guard up.
Wow.
And it's not really healthy.
No, definitely not. No. You know, I was wondering, like, what would the effects of those circumstances be on the younger brothers? Because it would be very difficult for them to, I guess, develop respect towards you and your sister.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we don't see eye to eye because the way they see life is very different than the way I've seen it. And so for them, it's hard, which is understandable.
Yeah.
When I'm speaking these things about their mother, these are quite harsh accusations
of course.
that I'm saying.
Yeah.
And if you were not there to grasp what was happening, then perhaps you'd think and be like, I think this is a little far-fetched.
Yes.
And that was something that was really hard for me because I come from this family.
So that leaves one group, the folks with a name to protect and a whole image they don't want cracked open. And here's where things start feeling like a plot twist nobody saw coming. Ashley got features that line up with Tawanda so tight, it makes people stop scrolling and take a second look. The face shape, the structure, even the expressions. It's wild how strong the resemblance hits when you put their pictures side by side. I ain't got DNA proof in my hand, but I do got eyes, and what these eyes see is raising real questions that are hard to ignore. If something looks like a duck, sounds like a duck, and stands there like a duck, at some point you gotta ask if someone been hiding the real story all this time. And that's not even the end of it. Ashley been out here for years, putting the truth on the internet, dropping interviews, posting videos, and telling her story straight up with no shaking in her voice. She wasn't hiding. She wasn't whispering. She was out there loud and clear, but somehow her story barely made a ripple until recently, and that's strange, real strange, especially when she's tied to the Braxton family, one of the most known R&B families in the whole game. Something about that silence feels intentional, like somebody wanted her story pushed into the corner where no one would look. So how is it that Ashley been posting videos for years, but her views look like she's talking to a wall? How is her voice basically invisible, even though she's tied to people with major celebrity pull? That kind of silence don't happen by accident. That's the type of quiet that feels planned. It feels like somebody pushed our content so far down the algorithm that you'd have to trip over it just to find it. That's giving straight up content suppression, like somebody wanted her truth buried deep where nobody would ever hear it. And now let's get into Ashley's father, because the situation around him is sounding way too intense. According to her, he's been trying to shut her down hard, like he don't want a single word leaving her mouth. She said there's been pressure, attempts to silence her, and moments where she felt unsafe just for speaking on what happened. That's serious, because why would any father fight that hard to keep his own daughter quiet unless she's talking about something he don't want in the open? When someone works overtime to silence another person, that usually don't mean the story is fake. It means the story hits too close to home. Folks don't waste energy trying to shut down lies. They shut down truth because truth crack open doors they won't lock forever. So hearing that he allegedly wants her to stop talking just makes her claim sound even more real and even more dangerous to whoever she's exposing. And then out of nowhere, right in the middle of all this tension, Ashley's sister passed away, and that shook everybody. The timing, the situation around it, and the silence that followed had people side-eyeing everything. It had the internet buzzing because it came out of nowhere and left a big question mark floating about the whole family. People instantly started wondering what's going on behind the scenes, what secrets are being protected, and who stands to gain from keeping all this in the dark. Now, when you look at all of this, the suppression, the pressure, the fear, the timing, the bigger family picture starts coming into focus. It makes the whole theory feel like it's not just theory anymore, like there's something under the surface that nobody wants touched. When you raise a kid every day, feed them, take care of them, guide them, that kid is going to naturally lock onto you as their parent, especially when they're young and nobody is explaining the full situation around them. So it sparks a real question here. If Tawanda was the one doing the day-to-day raising, could Ashley have grown up believing a story that wasn't the full truth because that's the only version she was ever given? It would explain why she always felt unsure about who she really felt like her real mother is. And now we got to look at this birth certificate situation, because this part right here is where things get legally messy fast. Ashley said her mother's name was removed from her birth certificate, and that is not the type of thing that happens with a quick phone call or a form at the DMV. Birth certificates don't just get switched up on a random Tuesday. To change that kind of document, you need court involvement, legal steps, official paperwork, the whole 9 yards. That's a serious process with serious intention behind it. So let's break that down for real. Either Ashley grew up being told something that wasn't accurate, or somebody fed her one version of the story to keep the real situation quiet. Or something way more questionable happened behind closed doors to legally rewrite her history. None of those options look simple, and all of them point in the same direction, that something about her family background was being kept under wraps for a long time. And if a legal alteration really went down, that means someone took the time, money, and effort to get the courts involved just to adjust the information tied to Ashley's identity. That kind of move ain't small. That's a major step someone takes when they want certain truths buried deep where nobody thinks to look. This lines up way too clean with the theory that Tawanda might be her real mother, and somebody didn't want that detail out in the open.
Here's where the story flips again. Out of nowhere, Ashley suddenly mentions having brothers, and this is the very first time she's ever said that in all the years she's been sharing her life online. That dropped like a bomb because how do you talk for years about your past, your pain, your family, and never once bring up brothers until now? So where did these brothers come from? Who are they? And why were they never spoken about before? It feels like pieces of her family tree been kept in the shadows from the start. When new relatives pop up out of thin air, it hints that there are deeper layers the public has never heard about. More hidden relationships, more secrets tucked away, more parts of the story that were never allowed to surface. And every time Ashley shares something new, instead of clearing things up, it just opens another door and brings in more questions. It's like the truth is wrapped in twist after twist, and each reveal makes everything look more suspicious. Now let's zoom out for a second, because this situation ain't happening in a vacuum. The Braxton family has had multiple people come forward with their own stories over the years. Tamar spoke publicly about what she went through. Ashley shared her experiences, and Trina's ex, Gabe, had his own messy scandals that the public still talks about. That's not random. That's a pattern, and patterns don't build themselves for no reason. So with all these claims stacking up from different angles, you gotta wonder what kind of environment these women grew up in. What type of family dynamic allowed all this to stay quiet while people were hurting? It's looking like the priority in that house was keeping the family brand shiny and untouchable while the people inside were left carrying their pain alone. That kind of silence don't happen by accident. It happens when a family decides the image is more important than the truth. Now this brings us right back to Ashley in that sudden switch up that nobody saw coming. After years of standing firm on her story, she's now brushing off what she went through like it wasn't that serious. And that is not normal for somebody who's been so steady and outspoken for so long. This doesn't look like healing. It looks like somebody got in her space, leaned on her hard, and pushed her into toning everything down. Something about this shift screams pressure, not peace. And when you stack that on top of the family's past and everything they stand to lose if the full truth ever hits the light, the whole thing starts making a lot more sense. That family got a long history of trying to protect their image, so her sudden shift doesn't feel random. It feels strategic. Even more reason to believe somebody wants her story rewritten. Now, let's talk about childhood memory for a second because this part matters. Memories from when you're young can be shaped, twisted, or straight up replaced if adults keep repeating the same story over and over. If a child hears a false version of events long enough, that becomes their reality because they don't have the power or understanding to question what the adults around them say. That's just how the brain works when you're young and trying to make sense of the world. So if Ashley grew up being told things that weren't true, like who her mother was, what happened with her birth certificate, or how her family structure really looked, then of course her understanding would be cloudy. She wasn't confused because she didn't care. She was confused because the foundation she was given was never real in the first place. She was building her whole identity on information that was twisted before she even had the chance to form her own memories. Now, let's circle back to those document changes because that part is huge and people need to get how serious it is. You cannot just walk into an office and tell someone to switch the names on a birth certificate. That is not how the law works. That kind of change takes court involvement, legal filings, proof, and a full paper trail. It's a whole process with steps that can't be skipped, and every move leaves records behind. So when Ashley says there are document changes, that tells you something big was happening behind closed doors, something official, something planned, and something that required real intention, because nobody goes through a legal maze like that unless they're trying to adjust a story that they do not want questioned. When Ashley talks about those documents being altered, that's not something that just happens by accident. For anything on that level to be changed, somebody had to go through a full legal process. So if the paperwork doesn't line up, it means somebody moved through the system on purpose, not by mistake. And let me make this part loud and clear, because people like to twist things when they don't want to face the truth. Even if some details were mixed up or fed to her wrong when she was young, her pain is still real. Her experience is still real. What she lived through doesn't disappear just because someone played games with the information she was given. Trauma doesn't vanish because paperwork got shuffled around. The secrecy in this family, the confusion, the cover-ups, the way everything feels like a maze, that only makes her story even more believable. When a family creates that much fog, it usually means they're hiding something they don't want anybody reaching for. And the attempts to silence Ashley just make everything look even darker, not clearer. Now, this is where the theory goes into way heavier territory. There's talk that Michael, Ashley's father, has been trying to shut her down using legal tactics, not conversations. Things like cease and desist letters, threats, and efforts to force her into silence. And if that's real, then his motive becomes crystal clear: protecting what he doesn't want the world to know about his past. That kind of pressure doesn't come from innocence. It comes from someone scared of their own truth getting out. And here's the wild part that connects everything. If the theory is right, if Michael and Tawanda are actually Ashley's parents, then he has even more reason to keep her quiet, because that would unleash a whole new scandal that would shape the entire Braxton image from top to bottom. It wouldn't just be messy, it would be explosive. And let's go ahead and call out the hypocrisy while we're here. This family built half their fame on reality TV, selling transparency, realness, and no filters to the whole world. They made a career off letting people into their business. But suddenly, when Ashley speaks, everyone wants silence. Suddenly, the truth is off limits. That switch up is wild, and everybody can see it. For years, this family made serious money putting their lives on full display. The breakups, the arguments, the drama, all of it blasted on TV like it was nothing. But behind the cameras, it's a whole different world full of secrets, contradictions, and storylines that are controlled tighter than a vote. They show the public the version that protects their brand, but the real mess stays locked away where nobody can reach it. Ashley is dragging out the parts they tried to bury for years, and that's exactly why her voice is shaking things up. And now let's talk about these brothers she mentioned, because it's already confirmed they're half-brothers. That means there are family connections the public never knew about, relationships that were kept far from the spotlight, and details that were hidden on purpose. When half-siblings pop up like that, it tells you somebody been keeping certain pieces off the table for a long time. This wasn't an accident, this was planned silence. So let's pull all of this together and look at the picture without the filters. Is Tawanda actually Ashley's real mother? When you stack the clues, the whole situation starts looking real suspicious. The resemblance between the two of them is strong, not just a kinda looks alike thing, but the type of match that makes people stop and stare. Then there's the birth certificate confusion, and that alone hints at legal moves being made behind closed doors. That kind of change doesn't happen unless someone pushes paperwork through a system they know how to use. That's not a slip-up, that's strategy. And we can't ignore the secrecy around certain documents, the missing info, the things Ashley was told growing up, the puzzle pieces that never matched. When legal records start looking foggy, it usually means someone wanted the truth tucked away. The timeline issues don't line up either. And when timelines don't match up, that usually means somebody is bending the story to fit whatever version they want the world to believe. Then add in the way the family behaves, the pressure, the silence, the pushback on Ashley, the attempts to guide her narrative like she doesn't have her own voice. All of that together paints a picture that's hard to ignore. Every clue points in the same direction. Every piece slides into place, and the whole thing starts looking like a secret they've been trying to keep wrapped up for years. And now here's where everything gets even wilder, because once you start putting these pieces together, the whole story starts cracking open in ways the family definitely didn't expect. Ashley changing her tune, documents not lining up, half-brothers showing up out of nowhere, that's already messy. But the reactions from certain family members make it even worse, because instead of clearing things up, they're dodging questions like they know the truth would blow everything wide open. The more Ashley talks, the more certain people start acting uncomfortable, like they're scared that one wrong sentence could expose a secret they spent years trying to bury. You can feel the tension, and you can tell folks behind the scenes are scrambling to control the situation before it gets completely out of their hands. That kind of behavior isn't random. It's the kind of panic you see when somebody knows a truth they don't want anyone else to hear. And have you noticed how nobody from the family is given straight answers? Everything is vague, everything is no comment, everything is brushed off or redirected like they're allergic to saying anything concrete. That's not what people do when a rumor is false. That's what people do when the rumor is a little too close to the real story. This whole situation feels like a puzzle where every time Ashley talks, another piece falls into place. And even the timing of certain statements from the family feels off, like they're waiting to see what Ashley says next before they decide what they're going to say. That's not transparency, that's strategy. And when you mix strategy with silence, that only tells the world one thing: there's something big they don't want to get out. And let's not ignore the way Ashley's energy has shifted. You can hear the conflict, you can feel the pressure, and you can tell she's trying to speak while carrying a weight she didn't ask for. Someone with nothing to hide doesn't need to silence anyone, but someone sitting on a secret this explosive, they'll do whatever it takes to keep things quiet. Every sign keeps pointing to one conclusion. Something huge is being protected, and Ashley's voice might be the first crack in the wall they tried to keep sealed forever. Even without DNA laid out on the table, the clues stacking up around this situation are getting way too strong to ignore. The theory isn't just sounding possible anymore, it's starting to look like the most reasonable explanation when you line everything up side by side. Every detail, every reaction, every strange shift in behavior keep pointing in the same direction like a giant flashing sign. So now I want to hear straight from you. Do you believe the Tawanda theory is real? Do you feel like Ashley is getting pushed into silence by her own family? Does this whole thing look like a major cover-up happening right?
But you can't be thinking you're gonna go have plastic surgery on a Groupon.
Exactly.
Like you,
The
ain't no
Botox
plastic
parties.
surgery on sale.
Exactly.
Like that's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
And if it's on sale, 9 times out of 10, you're not supposed to get it from the person that's having a sale on liposuction. Don't do
Things
that.
just exploded in the Braxton family. And baby, this time, it's way messier than anyone expected. Tamar took things to a whole new level, and now folks are side-eyeing hard. What started as a few shady jabs online has turned into a straight-up public takedown, and she did it live for the whole world to see.
Confessing that although I love my family, most of the time I don't like my family. Everyone in my family.
Take a breath.
Everybody. I feel like I'm angry at everybody in my family. I don't like my family. If they weren't my family, it wouldn't be my friends.
Tamar Braxton went on Instagram Live and dragged her own sister, Toni Braxton, with no mercy. She claimed that Birdman walked away from Toni because of a botched BBL that supposedly went left, and even said the results stank. Can you imagine that? For weeks, Tamar had been sliding little shots at Toni, clowning her love life, teasing her looks, and hinting that Birdman was getting distant for personal reasons. But when she dropped these BBL accusations, everything blew up. She didn't just say Toni got work done, she claimed the whole thing was a disaster that left Birdman ready to call it quits. Now social media is losing its mind trying to piece together what really happened behind those closed doors. Everybody's got opinions, and the Braxton drama just hit a level nobody was ready for. Toni ain't taking that shade quietly. Sources say she's furious and gearing up to clap back hard. If this fire keeps burning between the two sisters, we might be witnessing one of the wildest and most personal celebrity family feuds of all time. This isn't just drama. It's a full-on Braxton meltdown. Let's talk about it. Is this Braxton family values or the Braxton family blues? Because honey, the Braxtons are showing us they don't play when it comes to bringing the heat. The Kardashians better take notes. The Braxton sisters are serving chaos, attitude, and tears all in one explosive season. Just when everyone thought the drama had hit its peak, Tamar threw more fuel on the fire by claiming Toni secretly got herself a BBL. Yep. She called her BBL Toni. Can you believe that? Now in Hollywood, getting a little nip and tuck ain't exactly shocking news, but what sent the internet into orbit was Tamar saying Toni's so-called BBL went left, claiming it was so botched that it allegedly stank and that the smell had Birdman ready to pack his bags and bounce. Toni, of course, denies ever getting work done, just like plenty of celebs do when the rumors start flying. But the way this story's spinning, people are wondering, is Toni hiding something, or is Tamar just stirring the pot again? Toni tried to brush it all off by saying, Kai, don't you know that? It's my body. I love somebody. She gave her usual line, claiming she only got a nose job because she hated how it looked and just wanted it slimmer. But then she got real in an old interview, admitting she also had her boobs done, and her reason sounded pretty emotional. She said, for a girl who just scored a record deal with two of the biggest names in the business, I actually felt very lonely. I've been wanting to change my nose for years. I wanted it to be less broad, but because of the conservative ideas I was raised with, I struggled with the thought of altering my body. And of course, I later got my boobies done. Toni even joked that she'd always been shaped like a gymnast, size AA up top and thunder thighs down below. Then she added, in fact, I wish I would have had lipo on my inner thighs. I've always hated them. So, according to Toni, the boob job and nose job were the only things she ever had done. But baby, the internet ain't buying it. Fans are calling BS, saying there's no way she stopped there. And many believe she definitely had lipo and maybe even a B/L on top of it. And the receipts? Whew! When fans compared her old photos to a recent viral pic, the difference was wild. Back in the 90s, she was fine. Natural curves, toned body, classic beauty. But now, that waist is snatched to the heavens, and those hips are sitting way fuller. The side-by-side says it all. It's giving lipo and BBL energy, no question about it. All that talk about Toni's changing shape had fans thinking she wasn't being straight about her natural look, and now the internet is calling her out. But let's be real, she wouldn't be the first celebrity to deny getting work done. Once you start dipping into that cosmetic surgery life, it can get real addictive. You fix one thing, then suddenly there's always just one more tweak. Everyone thought the drama had peaked, but nope. It was only the calm before the storm. Out of nowhere, Tamar popped up and confirmed the rumors herself. Reports say Tamar's been going around telling folks about Toni's secret BBL, claiming Toni's been acting like it's all natural when it's allegedly far from it. Can you imagine your own sister spilling your surgery secrets like that? Now, if you're wondering why Tamar would go so hard on her sister, well, it's no secret the two ain't been cool lately. Their relationship's been rocky for a while, full of shade, side eyes, and low blows on both sides. This was just the latest bomb in a long line of Braxton blow-ups. But before Tamar could even start filming that episode where she planned to air everything out, Toni's team swooped in fast, sending her a cease and desist to shut it all down before she could say a word. Tamar was caught off guard, but she didn't back down completely. Then, people started saying the other sisters, Trina and Tawanda, turned against Tamar to protect Toni. But they quickly jumped online like, we didn't even know she got hit with no cease and desist. That made it crystal clear. Toni was handling this all by herself. Now everyone's left scratching their heads. Why is Toni working overtime to silence Tamar? What's she really trying to hide? The fans are digging for answers, and it's only getting juicier by the minute. The internet is split down the middle. Half of folks are saying Toni's just being petty because of her long-running beef with Tamar, while others swear she's trying to protect a man who's allegedly got some dirt tied to him. Either way, whatever Toni did pushed Tamar way over the edge, and Sis said she was gonna get her lick back. No mercy this time. And that's when we circle right back to those wild BBL allegations. You'd think Tamar would chill out and stop dragging her sister through the mud, right? You'd think sisterhood would kick in and she'd let it go. But oh no, you clearly don't know Tamar, because Petty is practically her middle name. She wasn't just out here confirming rumors, she doubled down and turned up the volume. Tamar straight up claimed that Toni's BBL went so bad, it had Birdman allegedly trying to divorce her over it. Like, what? She made it sound like the surgery wasn't just bad, it was embarrassing. The internet went wild, saying Tamar was trying to completely humiliate her sister, not just spill tea, but pour the whole pot. And here's where it gets even crazier. Remember how Toni reportedly filed for divorce from Birdman after just 2 days of marriage? Yup, 2 days. According to reports, they separated right after tying the knot, and before fans could even blink, she filed for divorce less than a month later, claiming the marriage was irretrievably broken with zero chance of fixing things. So now fans are connecting the dots, asking if that messy breakup had something to do with the so-called BBL disaster Tamar's been ranting about. Whatever's going on behind the scenes, one thing's for sure. This family feud just got uglier than ever, and the internet can't look away. When the story first broke, everybody was shocked, because this wasn't Toni and Birdman's first rodeo. These two been on that roller coaster for years. Remember when they officially called it quits back in 2019? Well, What happened after that breakup had folks raising eyebrows sky high. According to Birdman, by the time 2023 rolled around, Tony started creeping back into his life, sliding into his messages, dropping little flirty hints, and letting him know loud and clear that she was still interested. She allegedly wanted another spin around the block with the Birdman himself. What happened to that boy? Suddenly had a whole new meaning. Birdman said, at first he wasn't having it. He'd moved on, focusing on his own life and staying low-key. But Tony wasn't giving up. She kept showing up, texting, calling, sending sweet reminders of their old love, trying to melt his heart all over again. And little by little, it worked. Those old feelings Birdman swore were gone, yeah, they came back full force. Before long, the two were back together like nothing ever happened. They rekindled that spark, and after dating again for about a year, they finally tied the knot on August 8th, 2024. But then, out of nowhere, Tony hit him with divorce papers. Fans were left stunned. Like, didn't she just fight to get him back? At the time, nobody had the full scoop, so people started speculating hard. Rumors flew that maybe she was chasing that Birdman money, especially since she'd been facing some serious financial struggles lately. The whole situation had everyone talking. Was it love, revenge, or something else entirely? Whatever it was, that sudden split after all the effort Tony made just didn't add up, and folks wanted answers. Fast. The drama only got deeper when rumors hit that Tony allegedly tried to walk away from Birdman with a $160 million divorce payout after being married for less than a month. And when I tell you fans were shook, I mean jaws dropped everywhere. The internet exploded with people debating if that number was justified or just straight up wild. Some said, hey, she's Toni Braxton, she earned it, while others dragged her for even asking. The whole thing got so messy that even 50 Cent jumped in on Instagram, throwing shade and stirring the pot like only he can. He posted, now watch, women are gonna say, well, if you stuck around for 16 years, you'd want to be paid for it too. That comment had everyone laughing and arguing at the same time. At that moment, people started labeling Tony a gold digger, saying she was trying to cash out big time. But now that more details have come out about Birdman supposedly wanting to walk away because of her so-called BBL gone wrong, it paints a whole different picture. Maybe that massive dollar demand wasn't greed, maybe it was pure hurt and humiliation. If there's any truth to it, Tony might have been lashing out from embarrassment, throwing out that wild number just to flip the script and save face. But once the storm settled and her emotions cooled down, she ended up calling off the divorce completely. An insider even spilled that Tony allegedly filed those papers first because she knew Birdman was planning to do it himself. She just wanted to make it look like it was her choice, not his. She didn't want to be the one left behind, especially not after a marriage that lasted only 2 days. I mean, that's not exactly a flex, right? Luckily, they reportedly worked things out, patched up the mess, and tried to move forward together. And rumor has it, she might have gotten some medical help to fix those issues Tamar kept blasting her for. So let's just say Tony's feeling fresh again and ready to reclaim her crown. Now, we probably never would have found out half this mess if Tamar and Tony hadn't gone at each other's throats like this. But wait a second, y'all thought the drama was done? Oh no, it's just getting started. Cause Tony ain't one to take hits without throwing a few of her own. According to insiders, Tony clapped back hard, and she did it by calling out Tamar's own messy love life with her ex-fiance, JR. And let me tell you, when Tony fired that shot, she hit dead center. Because not too long ago, Tamar herself spilled the tea, admitting that JR had been cheating on her and allegedly stole her jewelry to give to his side chick. Can you imagine? That's wild. And if that wasn't enough, rumors started flying that JR was out here doing the most with none other than Tommy Lee. Yes, Tommy Lee from Love and Hip Hop. Reports claimed that he even, ate the groceries while still with Tamar. and Tommy didn't even deny it. She was out here bragging about it. She said she didn't get rid of them hoes for Tamar, basically rubbing salt right in the wound. But here's the kicker. Tommy also revealed that JR had been out here spilling all of Tamar's business to her, like full-on gossip mode. How messy is that? The whole thing blew up online, and everyone was clowning Tamar, saying, "Girl, how did you let this man play you like that?" People were shocked that JR did all this just 1 week after meeting Tommy, knowing full well that she and Tamar had bad blood. He still went ahead and betrayed her like that, just to get petty revenge. Now, any sane person would have dropped him right then and there, but not Tamar. She stayed, arguing, crying, and defending him, even when everyone told her to walk away. And that's exactly what Tony used to clap back. She basically said, "Sis, don't come for my BBL when your man's out here eating somebody else's groceries." Whew. The shade was heavy, and the internet lost it. But baby, if you thought that was the end of it, buckle up, because the Braxton storm was just warming up. After Tony's savage clapback about JR and all that groceries drama, Tamar went off. She jumped online throwing subliminals, acting unbothered, but clearly heated. Fans could tell she was fuming behind that filter-perfect smile. And you know Tamar, she doesn't know how to keep quiet when she feels attacked. She started posting little quotes about fake sisters and snakes smiling in your face, and everybody instantly knew who she was talking about. It wasn't hard to connect the dots. It was Tony, all day long. Meanwhile, insiders were whispering that Tony was over it, like she'd reached her breaking point. Allegedly, she told close friends she was done protecting Tamar and was ready to let the world see who she really is. That alone sent fans into chaos, with people wondering what Tony's been holding back all these years. What else does she know? Then, to make it even juicier, one of Tamar's old live streams resurfaced, and in it, she was low-key shading Tony's voice, saying it ain't what it used to be, and that the real talent in the family is gone. Oof! Talk about low blows. Fans were like, "Tamar, no you didn't." Now both fan bases, the Tamarites and the Tony lovers, are going at it online, defending their faves like it's a full-blown Braxton war. Some are calling Tamar a jealous little sister, while others claim Tony's the cold, calculated diver who's been playing victim for years. The whole internet split, and every day there's a new post, a new shade, a new rumor. At this point, people aren't even sure if this is real-life drama or the wildest PR move ever. Either way, it's working. The Braxtons got everybody talking, and no one's looking away. One thing's for sure, this sister feud has crossed every line, and it's only getting nastier from here. Stay tuned, cause you already know there's more tea brewing behind the scenes. So Tamar kept doing her own thing with her man, even though the internet was screaming that JR was everybody's man. And sure enough, karma came spinning right back around. JR ended up dumping her and had her out here crashing and crying all over Beyonce's internet, messy and heartbroken for the whole world to see. For a while, people moved on and forgot all about it, until Tony brought it right back with a slick, "Isn't this you?" moment. Whew, the shade. She used Tamar's own situation as ammo after Tamar tried to come for her marriage again. You could almost hear the mic drop through the screen. But here's the thing. This Braxton drama didn't cool down after that. Oh no, baby. Tamar just pulled the ultimate family sabotage, and Tony's not about to let that slide one bit. Insiders say the tension between them is boiling, with both sisters ready to throw the next punch. Verbally, of course. Now the real question everybody's asking is, how far are these sisters gonna go before somebody finally snaps? Because if the tea keeps spilling like this, it's not just gonna stay on TV, it's about to get real and personal. Like, family secrets hit the internet kind of messy. And honestly, nobody saw it spiraling this far. But at this point, the Braxton feud has turned into its own reality show without cameras. Every time you think it's over, one of them drops another bomb and the internet loses its mind all over again. Ain't no drama like family drama, and these Braxton sisters prove it every single time. Whatever happens next, you can bet it's gonna leave everybody shook, talking and waiting for the next explosion. Because the Braxtons, oh baby, they stay on. For all the latest twists, betrayals, and sister shade, make sure you subscribe to the Juicy Reel channel. Cause when the Braxtons bring the chaos, you know we're spilling every last drop of tea.
Tawanda and her husband Sean hopped on live, and the way they were talking about Tamar had everyone watching like, wow. They were really out here calling her a wicked spirit and acting like they don't mess with anyone who moves like that. This wasn't just shade. This was full-on drama exploding right on camera. So let's break this down, because we all know what they were really hinting at. Tamar didn't get invited to that wedding, even though Tawanda originally tried to act like Tamar was supposed to be involved in everything. She pushed this whole story about Tamar dropping the ball, but later the truth slid out, and it was messy.
I really want to give it no energy like that, but I'm gonna speak for myself. Me. This is not her speaking. This is me speaking. I've gotten to a place in my life where things start to transform from face to frequency.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's it. And
Tamar wasn't welcome from the start, and that changes the whole vibe of this situation. But here's where it gets even more wild. Sean is in the middle of this like he's on the front line of a family feud. Why is he even chiming in this hard? This is between sisters, and suddenly he's all loud in the mix like he's the spokesperson for the whole situation. It's giving unnecessary energy, and honestly, someone should have tapped him on the shoulder and said, relax, this ain't your lane. This whole thing could have stayed peaceful, but nope, they took it straight to the internet and let it blow up for everyone to see. The tension, the secrets, the fakery, everything is spilling out now. If you want the tea to keep pouring, stick around, because this story is just getting started. This whole situation was supposed to stay between sisters, but they're the ones dragging it onto the internet like it's a public event. They're out here saying Tamar is some wicked, wicked spirit and acting like she's walking around full of the devil, which is wild to throw around so casually. Meanwhile, people got stories about credit cards being used, the money being borrowed without ever being paid back, but somehow that gets no energy at all. The double standard is loud.
love people, and I love them with as much as I have to give. So if my cup is empty, I'm not going to be pouring to you. I have to go put more in my cup. And what I mean by changing from face to frequency is that you might know somebody, you might grow up with somebody, you might be family members with somebody, you might be friends, you might, whatever it looked like. Cantor Simmons, shout out to Cantor Simmons. He's one of my best men. The faces of who and the realities of relationships fade away, and then you start to be more attracted to the frequency that you are on. And I'm not out here looking for what looks nice. I'm not out here looking for what smells nice or what feels nice. I'm looking for what is frequency nice. So I don't care about none of that anything. If you're not matching that, I will pour into you my extra, but I'm not putting myself at a deficit or letting you like sap all my good energy, make me sad, make me upset, have me engaging in triggers and all of that, and talking down about people or talking gossiping or calling people like they name or fighting or any of that. I ain't doing it, bruh.
Nope.
I ain't doing it. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you my mama, my sister, my twin, Jesus. It don't matter.
Yeah.
I ain't spent.
So in that live session they tried to explain why Tamar wasn't around. But instead of just saying the truth, they spun the whole thing like she's the problem every time. They kept pushing this image of Tamar being wicked every way but loose. Like they needed the audience to see her as the villain no matter what. It felt more like a performance than a real explanation. And let's be honest, we've all seen how things go down. Every time something blows up, Tamar gets blamed before the situation is even fully understood. They jump straight to pointing fingers, saying her behavior is terrible, saying she's always doing something wrong, acting like she's the source of every issue in the family. It's exhausting to watch. But anyone who watched the show knows the truth. They all like the same way. The drama, the attitudes, the slip-ups, everyone has their moments.
The only real difference is that they team up to gaslight Tamar and make her look like the one causing trouble. It's like they found the easiest target and stuck with it every single time. Tamar's opened up so many times about what she went through with her family, including the abuse she experienced, so it always feels strange when they keep painting her as the main problem. They act like she's the storm bringing chaos, but then you look at Tawanda's history and suddenly the picture changes real quick.
I'm talking to the third person. You talk crazy to me, and I'm like, at what point do I defend myself?
You could just get exhausted with the same behavior over and over and over again. I know I was exhausted, and it wasn't warranted, and I'm not excusing it, and I'm not willing to accept that behavior anymore in my life.
Tawanda, you took a girl's credit card and didn't pay her money back, and somehow that never gets treated like an issue at all. How does that behavior get swept under the rug while Tamar gets dragged nonstop? And the wildest part is, people have alleged for years that Tawanda has a habit of taking things, yet the family still circles back to point at Tamar like she's the one causing all the trouble. It's like they're trying to distract everyone by throwing shade in one direction instead of addressing what's actually happening. The whole thing feels off. Then Tawanda has the nerve to say that Tamar is simply exhausting, like she's the one draining everybody around her. I know plenty of exhausting folks, trust me. But one thing I will never do is ask those same exhausting people to lend me $35, $50, $5,000, or anything at all. If someone is so exhausting and full of all these so-called spirits, why are you still going to them for help? That part never makes sense. Because clearly Tamar wasn't too exhausting when it came to her credit card being used.
She's not coming to my wedding.
She's not coming to the wedding?
No.
No, are you sure?
I'm so positive.
What do we think about her behavior? The other day.
I think
It was unacceptable.
entirely unacceptable.
I was pretty upset at myself for allowing a situation to affect me that way. I get it. Certain things, even as sisters, I wouldn't necessarily spew out.
People have been saying that Tawanda was allegedly using Tamar's credit card to pay her phone bill. 6 phone lines for 4 years. 4 years is not an accident, that's a system. And on top of that, Tamar gave her money, and for some reason, that money never made its way back to Tamar. How is Tamar the villain when she's the one getting drained financially? And the story doesn't stop there, because the debts were allegedly thrown into a bankruptcy, which is a serious thing. And yes, that bankruptcy is real, it's public record, and anyone can look it up. I even checked it myself before talking about it. If you want the receipts, go watch that breakdown, because the information is all there. If you're ready for more of this messy saga, stay locked in. It only gets crazier from here. They keep claiming Tamar's some nasty spirit, but somehow Tawanda still hasn't paid that lady her money back. How does that work? You can't call someone negative while still holding on to the cash they fronted you. Tamar literally put down your down payment, Tawanda. Yes, she sure did. And all you had to say was thank you, like that was the end of the story. The math is not mathing.
And in 2 seconds on that jump. And I love you and I mean it. I wish the best for you. I hope you find all the happiness in your life. But everybody at this house, them 2 kids and that woman upstairs that I'm responsible for, we not plugging into that. I don't care what it is.
Nope. We're not plugging, we're not pouring, we're not entertaining, we're not doing any of that. And what people need to understand is it's not our responsibility to nurture your triggers. That's no one's responsibility but yours. Period.
Yep.
We're not coddling anything other than peace, happiness, and joy. That's it.
That's it.
That's it. And if you can't vibrate up, then you have to vibrate out.
That's it. And here's the thing. This is not coming from a place of hate, meanness. I will speak for myself. I sincerely, from the core of who I am, hope that every spirit, soul on this earth finds their purpose, finds their passion, finds the people that support them, finds the people that encourages them, that cheerleads for them, and that they can do that for everyone else in their circle and be led by their source.
Right.
That's what I want for everybody.
Right.
I just do. And ain't nothing you gonna do gonna change that. But what I have control over, me, and what I would allow in my space, in my home, on my phone, or in my car, like I have a choice to make there.
Yeah.
And that choice is love.
Love.
That choice is peace.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just I've tried before. I've tried to pull people. I've tried to be like, hey, let me show you. I'm not doing that. And she ain't doing it either.
Mm-mm.
We love you. We rather look towards the hills from what's coming our help.
Come on now. Come on, honey.
It's Good Friday. I'm here.
Honestly, Tawanda is the one who feels exhausting out here because she always comes off like she specializes in using people and sliding out of paying them back. The clip proves it. When everything wrapped, Tamar said, oh, it was a gift. And Tawanda, in that usual sarcastic tone she does so well, made sure Tamar understood exactly what she meant. That whole vibe screamed, yep, you gave it to me and I'm not returning a cent. That type of energy tells on itself. And let's keep it real. Using someone's money to buy a house and cover a down payment, then brushing it off like it was nothing, that's wild behavior. Tamar reminded her she was supposed to get that money back, and instead of repayment, the next thing she gets is paperwork from the bankruptcy court. That's respectful on a different level. And yes, that bankruptcy was real and on record. It's not a rumor. Tawanda actually included Tamar in that mess. But then they went live and started calling Tamar negative energy, saying she's carrying spirits and all types of dramatic things. They tried to make it sound like Tamar's this reckless storm blowing through their lives. Yet when you look at the facts, the only real storm is the one around the money and the way everything got handled. The narrative doesn't match the reality at all. This family definitely has issues, no one's denying that, but putting all the blame on Tamar just because it's easy is wrong. You can't twist the whole situation to make her the villain every single time, especially when she's the one who keeps getting taken advantage of. Things are messy, but they're not messy just because of her.
On your down payment.
You sure did. Thank you so much for
And
that.
now that
Thank
you got
so much for the gift.
accident, give me my money back. That was not a gift.
The guy. Yes, it was. But it's
no, you
okay.
didn't. Tawanda told me her lender needed to see the money in her account and that she was waiting on a check and she would be giving me my money back. I was reluctant, but I said, okay.
Thank you so much.
You said I will pay you back the next day, and then you listed me as a creditor.
Oh my God, thank you so much.
So now
Now here's where things get even wilder. Because in this same live, they tried to flip the script again and make Tamar look like she's the one carrying all this chaos. They kept tossing around those negative energy labels like it was nothing, acting like she's the root of every problem in the whole family. But anytime real situations come up, money not paid back, credit lines stretched, shady decisions, suddenly it gets quiet. And somehow Tamar becomes the distraction instead of the victim. It's unbelievable. Tawanda keeps talking like she's above all this, but let's be honest, she moves real slick when it comes to anything involving money or responsibility. One minute she's sweet, the next she's sarcastic, and all of it is just her way of dodging accountability. And the wild part is, she makes it seem like Tamar is the unstable one when Tamar is literally just asking for what's hers back. That's not chaos, that's someone trying to stand up for themselves. And remember, this isn't the first time the family has tried to rewrite the storyline. Every time something becomes inconvenient, they suddenly forget details, switch up the tone, or twist things to make Tamar look like the problem. It's like they've made a group decision that she's the easy target, and they keep running with it like it's a family hobby. It's messy, and it's unfair. But the audience isn't blind, people can see the patterns. Every time Tamar brings receipts or shares her truth, the room gets real silent. People start shifting, mumbling, or trying to change the subject. That alone tells you who's really stirring the pot. The loudest ones pointing fingers are usually the ones hiding the biggest secrets, and this whole situation is starting to look exactly like that. And you already know, once the truth starts cracking through the surface, everything the family tried to hide is going to spill out, whether they like it or not. This drama is far from over. What really threw me off in that live is how Sean would not stop talking, like he was the spokesperson of a family he didn't even grow up with. He only knows what Tawanda told him, so jumping in like he's some inside expert made the whole thing feel extra messy. As a husband, he should support his wife, sure, but he didn't need to be loud in a situation he barely understands. Sometimes staying quiet is the smartest move, and he missed that memo. But of course, Sean kept talking like he was leading the conversation, and Tawanda just nodded along like everything he said was the absolute truth. Then she dropped that line about how it's not her responsibility to nurture your triggers, talking about Tamar's triggers like she's above all that.
She really said if someone can't vibrate up, then vibrate out, which sounds cute until you remember the actual situation behind the scenes. Because, let's be real, anybody would have an attitude if they helped someone, gave them money, and then that person kept using their credit card without paying it back. So when Tawanda starts throwing around that vibrate up or vibrate out talk, the question becomes, does that apply to her too? Especially with all the stories about the money, the credit cards, and everything that mysteriously never got returned. That part needs some real clarity. And the truth is, you can't just look at one piece of this family drama and think it explains everything. This family has layers on layers of issues. Every single person has their own mess, their own stories, their own hurt, and their own responsibility in how things fell apart. It's deeper than one argument or one disagreement. This stuff has been building for years. People honestly believe Tawanda is mad and maybe even jealous because Tamar is who she is, loud, successful, recognized, and unapologetic. And you would think Tawanda would have moved past that by now, but somehow she still seems comfortable asking for Tamar's low-energy money. The contradiction is wild, and the public is definitely paying attention. Drop your thoughts in the comments because this situation just keeps getting messier. And if you want more breakdowns, more drama, and more tea, make sure you hit that subscribe button on Juicy Reel. You don't want to miss what's coming next.
Steal anything.
You don't. You stole men.
Who's the man that I stole?
Tony's. You slept with them a few times.
Who? What man?
You not get the link.
Oh, bitch. Dirty low down ass bitch.
Oh, you're such a liar. Such a liar.
Some things out her mouth that are really cutting.
But your daughters are being held emotionally hostage to your ex-wife's bitterness towards you. You and her need to get on the same side of the table and free those girls. Because the elephant in the room that nobody will talk about is Evelyn Braxton's attitude.
I don't even think they look at me as a sister. They don't like me. We were very close as kids, very close as young adults, and now where we are in our lives, that relationship no longer serves us. And I would hate to keep arguing with them and keep building negative memories instead of building and relying and thinking of the good memories.
Okay, listen up, because we're diving straight into some wild family drama, and this one has been sitting heavy on my mind for way too long. The Braxtons always bring the heat, but this time, the spotlight might be landing on someone nobody expected. Everyone's always pointing fingers at Tamar, like she's the one stirring every pot, causing every storm, crashing every conversation with some dramatic moment. But what if the whole story has been flipped on us from the beginning? What if the real trouble didn't start with Tamar at all, and she's been carrying weight that was handed to her way before she even had a chance? This situation is way deeper than just a couple viral arguments or messy headlines, so hear this loud and clear. Because the question we need to ask is not, what's wrong with Tamar, but who shaped the world Tamar had to grow up in? And when you look at it from that angle, suddenly, Miss Evelyn Braxton starts stepping into the spotlight in a whole different way. Yes, we're talking Mama Evelyn herself, strong, fierce, respected, but also possibly the person who set the tone for all this chaos without ever admitting her part in it.
Can I ask you something, Miss Evelyn? Do you know what her pain is? Because the only reason a person would behave in this manner.
We're not going to throw this behavior word around again. We're not going to do that. She does not have a behavior problem, and that's not fair.
First of all, your finger in my face is not going to work for me.
But the name calling is not going to work for me. Because I don't appreciate you keep throwing out these names. What about my disrespect? All I have been is disrespectful. I've been called. Wait a minute!
Think about it. Tamar has been dragged online for years. Every week, it feels like somebody new jumps into her comments calling her chaotic, too much, dramatic, attention-chasing, all that noise. Every little thing she does becomes a trending topic, like people are waiting for her to slip, just so they can talk. It's wild out here. But here's where things flip. Tamar has actually talked about this herself. Straight up front, no filter. She came right out and said, "Y'all want to know why I act the way I act?" And when someone asks a question that bold, that raw, you already know there's a whole story behind it waiting to be told. And that story might reach way further back than people realize. Because what if Tamar isn't the wild, unpredictable storm people say she is?
Your mother run your life.
How dare he try to tell me how to raise my kids after he have abandoned us? He has some nerve.
Y'all have lives to live yourself, and she can't run her life, her home, and your home.
You know what? Had you been home long enough to help me to raise them, it wouldn't be such a problem. But where were you? Out there hanging in the street,
What did you do
doing
all
whatever
day?
you were
What
big
did you
enough
do
to
all
do.
day long?
What did you do?
What did
And
you do?
What if she's the product of storms she didn't even create? What if she's been reacting to things that were already broken before she even showed up? This is where the real tea starts spilling. When Tamar said, "Look at my mama," everything stopped for a second because that line hit the internet like a thunderbolt. The whole timeline lit up instantly. People were shocked, confused, debating, dissecting every word because she wasn't just talking. She was exposing layers she's been carrying her whole life. She's been real about her mental health journey, and she's openly said that a lot of her pain comes from growing up around her mother's resentment, her mother's bitterness, and a home environment that felt heavy and toxic every single day. That's a lot for one person to shoulder. Let's not pretend Tamar's life has been smooth. This woman has walked through fire in front of millions.
I hope you're picking up what I'm putting down. So looking at Tina Knowles and her children, and looking at Evelyn Braxton and her girl, it's proof to me that forgiveness or unforgiveness and bitterness can trickle down to your kids. I feel like Tina Knowles is the reason why Solange and Beyonce are able to persevere and press through adversity with grace and poise. I know this is a weird way to put it, but Beyonce and Solange was able to see their parents go through a health.
Every heartbreak, every meltdown, every argument, every setback, she didn't hide any of it. She brought the world into her messes, her wins, her breakdowns, her glow-ups, everything. It's like she let cameras roll even when her world felt upside down. Think about it. The breakup with Vince wasn't just messy, it was public, loud, and dragged across every media platform. The divorce, the custody issues, the rumors, the pressure, people watched it like a real-time drama. Then came the situation with JR and that whole roller coaster of chaos. Every time Tamar tried to find peace, something else blew up right behind her. And we cannot ignore the family drama. Tamar has clashed with basically every sister at some point. Tony, Tracy, Tawanda, Trina, nobody was untouched by the tension. It felt like every season brought a new explosion, a new argument, a new moment where someone was crying or walking off set. Then you add those messy accusations floating around involving Funky Deneva and things connected to Tony's circle. Woo! The streets were talking non-stop. Tamar didn't hide a single chapter. She literally lived her life like an open book with the pages flipping in the wind. But here's where things get wild. Back in the early seasons of Braxton Family Values, Tamar wasn't just loved, she was a superstar on that show. Her jokes, her wild reactions, her honesty, her over-the-top personality, people couldn't get enough. She brought life to every scene. But fast forward to today, and everything feels flipped. The same audience that used to cheer her on now treats her like she's the problem, like she's always dramatic, always extra, always causing the next blow-up. The perception has shifted hard, and it's like folks forgot who she used to be. Or maybe they never knew what she was surviving behind the scenes. These days, a lot of folks online are saying Tamar's behavior drains them, like they're exhausted from seeing the same patterns repeat over and over again. People feel like every year brings a new argument, a new fallout, a new moment where she dodges accountability. And some are straight up saying that when you're approaching 50 and still beefing with everybody in your circle, it's only natural for people to start wondering if maybe, just maybe, you might be the common denominator in all these storms. But from Tamar's point of view, she does not see herself as the problem. She sees herself as the one being targeted, misunderstood, and unfairly attacked. In her eyes, she's reacting to pain, not causing chaos. And one thing about Tamar, she rarely steps up and says, "Yeah, I played a part in this," even when people are begging her to acknowledge her own part. She stands firm in her truth, and she's loud with it. So, what does Tamar have to say when folks come at her with criticism? Oh, she's not rolling over for anybody. She's made it crystal clear that if people want to point fingers, they better turn those fingers toward Miss Evelyn, because Tamar believes her mother is the root of all this dysfunction. She's said it straight. Her mother's bitterness, her mother's resentment, her mother's energy shaped the entire Braxton household. And she claims every sister carries that weight deep down, even if they never talk about it out loud. But Tamar? She says she's the only one bold enough to speak up publicly. She connects her own struggles, her reactions, her outbursts, her conflicts, to the environment she grew up in and the shadow her mother cast over the family. She's not framing this as simple, messy reality TV behavior. She's calling it what she believes it is: generational trauma, passed down like a heavy legacy nobody wanted, but everyone feels. And now, if we really want to understand where Tamar is coming from, we have to rewind the story and talk about Miss Evelyn's divorce from Michael Braxton, because that moment didn't just end a marriage. It shaped the entire family dynamic in ways that still echo decades later. That divorce might have happened more than 20 years ago, but the fallout is still shaking that family today like it never truly ended. Miss Evelyn didn't just walk away from that marriage. She held on tight to every bit of anger, every piece of resentment, every wound that never fully healed, and that energy didn't stay inside her. It spilled straight into her household. Her daughters grew up soaking in that hurt, learning how to carry grudges like armor, how to internalize resentment, and how to drag that same heavy energy into their own adult lives without even realizing it. Now let's get into the dynamic between the Braxton sisters, because the internet loves making Tamar the face of all the chaos. But let's keep it real. Every sister has her own flaws, her own moments, her own storms. Take Toni, for example. She's always giving elegance, giving calm, giving "I'm above the drama." But if you really watch closely, Toni can stir things up just like Tamar. She just knows how to make it look polished and subtle, wrapping her mess in a bow so folks miss the sharp edges behind it. But no matter how you slice it, a lot of the tension didn't start with the sisters. It came from Evelyn's influence. When Evelyn and Michael split, things didn't fall into a healthy co-parenting rhythm. Far from it. Miss Evelyn wasn't interested in neutrality or balance. She wanted loyalty, and she wanted it locked down with no questions asked. Those kids weren't just encouraged to stand with their mother, they were pushed to choose sides, and that kind of pressure can shape how a family functions for generations. One of the biggest examples was the situation with Tracy, who still wanted to maintain a relationship with their father. But Evelyn wasn't feeling that at all, and it created tension that never really went away. And then there's Tamar. Being the mama's girl she always was, she naturally aligned with Evelyn, absorbed her mother's pain, and carried that energy into adulthood like it was part of her identity. That loyalty shaped how she moved, how she reacted, and who she protected even when it caused new conflicts along the way. Tamar siding with Evelyn only tightened that bond between them until it felt more like deep codependency than simple mother-daughter loyalty. Miss Evelyn has always moved like a woman who must be right at all times. She speaks with force, she expects agreement, and the moment someone pushes back, she shuts it down fast. If your opinion doesn't match hers, she's not trying to hear it, and she'll make sure you know she's not trying to hear it. Tamar and her sisters have talked openly about growing up in a home where their mother's voice was the loudest one in the room, literally and emotionally. If they didn't line up with her perspective, their thoughts were dismissed, brushed off, or ignored completely. And yes, raising 6 children mostly on her own is an enormous task, no doubt about that, but the emotional weight she carried didn't just stick to her, it spilled into every corner of that household. Evelyn's bitterness toward her ex-husband didn't fade. It spread. And instead of dealing with all that hurt in a healthy way, she passed pieces of it down to her daughters, sometimes without even realizing it. They became the ones absorbing that unhealed pain, taking on emotional loads they never asked for, learning behaviors they didn't choose, and repeating patterns they didn't understand. And now, here's where things get real interesting, because the public has started shifting their perspective. More people are speaking up and saying, you know what? Tamar might actually have a point. Folks are looking back at old interviews, old episodes, old arguments, and suddenly they're connecting the dots. They're questioning how much of the family dysfunction actually started with Evelyn's influence, and how much of Tamar's behavior is just a reaction to years of emotional pressure she never got to escape. Now here's where everything starts getting even messier, because once people began calling out Evelyn's role in all this, the whole narrative around the Braxton family started shifting fast. Fans who used to drag Tamar every week suddenly started rewatching old interviews, old episodes, old behind-the-scenes clips, and the pattern became way too clear. Miss Evelyn wasn't just the strict parent. She was the emotional center of that whole house, and everything rotated around her feelings like she was the sun and everyone else had to orbit her. Folks began pointing out how any time one of the sisters tried to speak up for themselves, Evelyn would cut them off or guilt-trip them right back into silence. And you can see it plain as day. Every daughter learned a different survival tactic just to navigate her moods. Some stayed quiet, some stayed loyal, some tried to keep the peace. And then you had Tamar, who fought back because she didn't know how to swallow all that emotion without exploding later. And let's be real, Evelyn's influence didn't just stop when her kids became adults. You could see it follow them right into their marriages, their friendships, their business deals, everything. They carried that pressure into every room they stepped into, like they were still trying to earn approval they were never really going to get. It's heartbreaking, but it also explains why the sisters have struggled with each other for so long. Even the tension with Tracy starts making more sense now. People used to think Tracy was just the left-out sister, but looking back, she was really the one who didn't fall in line the way Evelyn wanted. Tracy loved her father out loud, and that alone created a whole silent war inside the family. And the saddest part is, Tracy never stopped trying to be included, even when the door kept getting pushed half shut on her. So, when Tamar says she grew up in a space where resentment was taught, learned, and repeated, people are finally listening. They're seeing the cracks behind the polished TV moments, and they're realizing the Braxton drama didn't start with a sister argument. It started with a mother who never healed, and daughters who learned to survive in the chaos she couldn't let go of. And now we gotta talk about something people have whispered about for years, but never really said out loud. The way Evelyn used emotional pressure like it was her personal toolkit. Because once you start paying attention, you see the pattern everywhere. Miss Evelyn didn't just want loyalty. She wanted control, and she expected her daughters to move exactly how she wanted. No questions asked. And if they didn't, oh, she knew how to make them feel it. There were moments where you could literally watch the sisters shrink back the second Evelyn walked into a room. They'd be laughing, talking, disagreeing, Then boom! One look from Mama and the whole vibe shifted. It's like they were trained to keep the peace even when it cost them their own voices. And viewers thought it was just family respect. But now everyone's realizing that wasn't respect. That was conditioning. Tamar especially caught the brunt of this. People used to clown her for being loud and emotional, but if you really look at it, half the time she was reacting to things that were never talked about, never healed, never even acknowledged. She wasn't just being dramatic. She was carrying years of suppressed pain that didn't even start with her. And let's be honest, none of the sisters ever got the space to process their own emotions because they were always too busy tending to Evelyn's. If she was upset, they had to be upset with her. If she had a problem with someone, they had to fall in line like soldiers. And that's exactly how a whole family ends up stuck in one long cycle of resentment and silence. People online are now saying, wait a minute, this didn't start with Tamar versus the sisters. This started with Evelyn versus everybody who didn't follow her rules. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. Suddenly, the arguments make more sense. The distance makes more sense. The heartbreak makes more sense. The Braxtons weren't just dealing with sister drama. They were dealing with years of emotional habits shaped by a mother who never healed her own wounds. And every daughter got caught in the crossfire in a different way, whether they admitted it or not. She showed her daughters how to disrespect people. She showed them how to move with bitterness. She showed them how to shut down instead of heal. And she didn't even realize the damage she was passing down. And honestly, a lot of people see pieces of their own upbringing in this, because there are so many mothers out here who never faced their own hurt and ended up handing that pain to their kids without meaning to. It's a cycle that keeps repeating if nobody steps up to break it. At the end of the day, the Braxton family has a lot of toxic patterns, no doubt about that. But the difference is, Tamar gets cast as the villain every single time, even when she's not the one who created the environment she grew up in. And why is that? Because Tamar is loud. She speaks up. She refuses to swallow her feelings or pretend everything is perfect just to keep an image alive. And in a family where appearances are treated like gold, being the outspoken one makes her the easiest person to blame. But when you really step back and look at the bigger picture, it becomes clear that the issues didn't start with Tamar. They started way before her. Evelyn shaped the tone, the expectations, the emotional rules, and the sisters grew up inside that system. Tamar might be dramatic, yes. She might pop off quick, yes. But she's reacting to wounds that were planted long before she ever had a platform to speak on them. So here's the real question. Do you think Tamar is actually the problem? Or is Miss Evelyn the one who set this entire family dynamic in motion? Does Tamar deserve more grace? Or is she leaning too hard on her trauma story? I want to hear every thought, every take, every opinion. Drop it all in the comments because this conversation is just getting started. And if you rocked with this breakdown, make sure you show love and hit that subscribe button so you don't miss the next deep dive. Juicy Reel is dropping more wild, messy, and eye-opening stories about your favorite reality TV families, so stick around. You don't want to miss what's coming next.
I know where you live because I put down your down payment.
You sure did. Thank you so much for
and
that.
Now that
Thank
you got
so
this
much
little
for the
accident, give me my money back. That was not a gift.
The guy. Yes, it was. But it's
no,
okay.
you didn't. Stealing and helping.
But what you steal?
I don't steal anything.
You don't?
What I stole?
You stole men.
What school's the man that I stole?
Tony's.
It's official. Tawanda Braxton just caught the Fed's attention, and things are getting messy fast. Sources close to the FBI's Atlanta field office are saying her bankruptcy case isn't just about poor money management anymore. Nope, it's being treated as potential bankruptcy fraud. Can you believe that? New documents have reportedly surfaced showing unreported income and suspicious property transfers, and that's when everything started unraveling.
Remember Tony said she was going to do the bridal shower?
Mm-hmm.
She's not doing the bridal shower. Somebody else is making sure everything is right for the bridal shower. I mean, I just thought that everybody would be, you know what I'm saying, happy and excited and wanting to be a part of it and want to be involved, but I'm not getting any of that, and that makes me sad.
Yeah.
The internet went wild the second that leak hit social media. Timelines flooded, people tagging Tamar Braxton left and right, asking if she was the one who tipped the feds off. The timing? Way too perfect to ignore. One fan summed it up perfectly in a viral post. Y'all stop thinking Tamar Braxton is crazy.
I'm not supposed to say anything. The only thing that brings us together is the cameras.
Her sister Tawanda listed her as a creditor. That was a gift lie. That one post? Boom! It exploded overnight. By sunrise, everyone was deep diving into the receipts, and the FBI was already reviewing Tawanda's 2019 Chapter 7 filing. In that filing, Tawanda listed Tamar as someone who owed her $35,000, claiming it was a loan. But here's the catch. Tawanda has always said it was a gift. So now investigators are zeroing in on that exact line in the paperwork, because one mistake like that can flip a case from financial trouble to a federal crime. Under Section 18 of the U.S. Code, a false declaration in bankruptcy is serious business. So now, what started as a quiet financial cleanup might just turn into a full-blown federal mess, and people are saying, if Tamar did have anything to do with alerting the feds, this family drama just hit a whole new level. Now, this is where things go absolutely crazy. The warrant the feds pulled, it wasn't just about Tawanda's bank account. Oh no, it went way deeper than that.
I can't wait to see it.
Able to be there. That's why I was calling you.
That made me very sad.
I know.
It's about to be cut off because I took my credit card off because I found out that Tawanda has been using my credit card to pay her phone bill.
My phone bill?
Insiders are whispering that Tawanda's property in Georgia, the one she supposedly transferred into her husband's name, might have been a sneaky move to hide assets from the bankruptcy trustee. That's major trouble if true. And get this, it's the same house Tamar allegedly paid the down payment on. Yep, that's the one. Tamar even brought it up on camera during an old Braxton Family Values taping, where she looked Tawanda dead in the eye and said, "I know where you live because I paid the down payment." That line used to sound like playful sister shade, but now fans are saying that wasn't just drama, that was evidence. After that episode aired, things escalated fast. According to sources close to the investigation, the FBI subpoenaed credit line records tied to that very address, and what they found next shocked everybody. That's how the whole phone bill fraud angle surfaced. Turns out, Tamar's name was linked to multiple recurring phone service charges that spanned years. One fan online summed up the outrage perfectly, saying, "Tawanda so nasty, paying 6 phone lines for 12 months for 4 years, plus a $35,000 home loan. Girl, I'd never speak to you again." At first, everyone thought the internet was just being dramatic, but then the paperwork started backing it up. The FBI's case literally references long-term phone service accounts listed under Tamar's name. And if that's not suspicious, what is? This is turning into one of the juiciest family scandals reality TV has ever seen. Now it's all starting to make sense. What once looked like just another messy Braxton family argument might have actually been a full-blown paper trail of fraud. And here's the spine-chilling part. This isn't even Tawanda's first run-in with the law. If you dig deep enough, you'll find she was arrested back in 2005 in Atlanta for forgery and theft by receiving. That old case, it quietly disappeared. But clearly, the FBI didn't forget a thing. Now the internet's torn apart asking the same burning question. Did Tamar really report her own sister? Because someone had to hand over those 2019 bank statements, and everyone knows the feds don't move without solid receipts. When Tamar's name started trending right next to the phrase FBI witness, people lost their minds. Was this some kind of sisterly revenge, or just Tamar protecting herself before things spiraled out of control? But before anyone jumps to conclusions, there's more to this story. Sources claim Tawanda might have actually dragged Tamar, and even Tony, into her financial chaos without their consent. Imagine being pulled into a federal mess you didn't even sign up for. Right after news of Tawanda's arrest hit the blogs, one name started echoing all over social media, Tamar Braxton. And it wasn't just random gossip either. Fans started piecing together the timeline, noticing how everything lined up a little too perfectly. It's got everyone asking, was Tamar really cleaning up her own name? Or did she just pull the trigger on her sister's downfall? Just days before the federal audit reportedly hit Tawanda's file, Tamar dropped a series of cryptic tweets that had everyone talking, and now that those posts are deleted, fans are convinced she was subliminally calling her sister out. The tweets sounded like a woman who'd finally had enough of being lied on and used, and when you look back, the timing couldn't have been more suspicious. See, this all traces back to that messy 2019 drama when TMZ confirmed Tawanda owed Tamar $35,000. Tamar said it was a personal loan, while Tawanda tried to brush it off as a gift. That single disagreement, just one line on a bankruptcy form, has now become the heart of the FBI's fraud case. Because if you list a family loan as a gift or misreport your debts, that's not a mistake. That's a false declaration under bankruptcy law, and that's federal time if proven. But here's where it gets even juicier. Insiders say Tamar didn't just talk, she came with receipts. According to someone close to the Braxton camp, Tamar's attorneys allegedly confirmed she had bank transfer records showing the exact payments made to Tawanda's escrow account for a home down payment. So when Tamar went off on camera and said, "I know where you live because I paid the down payment," that wasn't just spicy reality TV talk. That might have been literal evidence all along. And the plot thickens. Right after that bankruptcy filing, Tawanda allegedly transferred her Georgia home into her husband's name. Now fans are convinced it wasn't just a coincidence, but a move to keep the feds off her trail. Because let's be real, when you start shifting property ownerships in the middle of a bankruptcy case, the FBI doesn't just watch, they pounce. This whole thing's got people screaming online. Tamar wasn't messy. She was right all along. That's exactly how the feds catch people, under the concealment of property clause. Once you start hiding assets, it's only a matter of time before the heat finds you. But the part that really shook fans wasn't even the paperwork. It was an old resurfaced clip from Braxton Family Values that suddenly hit way different after all this came out. In the clip, Tamar confronts Tawanda about a cease and desist letter she says she never got. And Tamar wasn't holding back. She looked her sister straight in the face and said, "I know where you live because I paid the down payment. You've been stealing from me for years." That moment was pure fire. But Tawanda clapped right back with a line that made jaws drop. "Girl, you stole Tony's man. Don't even start with me." That one comeback flipped the whole internet upside down. After that episode aired, fans started digging through old rumors, connecting dots between Tamar and Tony's ex-husband, Carrie Lewis, and even whispers involving Michael Malden, Jermaine Dupri's father. Suddenly, this wasn't just a money fight. It became a full-blown betrayal saga, mixing family, love, and loyalty into one explosive mess. And get this, the same reality TV footage that made the Braxtons' household names might now be used as federal evidence. According to an insider, Tamar's team didn't go out of their way to report Tawanda, but they allegedly did cooperate completely once questioned. The source said they handed over every single receipt the FBI asked for. And if that's true, that means the feds didn't need to dig. The Braxton family drama basically documented itself. Still, social media isn't totally convinced Tamar's just an innocent bystander in all this. One fan tweeted, "Tamar's not perfect by far, but Tawanda telling Tony to call the police and press charges? That's a little extreme." Even Tamar herself has said the Braxtons only come together when the cameras roll. Off camera, it's war. And now, with feds, fraud, and family betrayal all tangled together, this war might just be the most shocking one yet. It's wild. Like real life and reality TV just fused into one giant investigation. Every shady look, every heated argument, and every sarcastic "that was a gift" line from Braxton Family Values suddenly looks like evidence. Who would have thought those old reality show clips might end up being clues in a federal fraud case? I know. But the darkest part of all this isn't even the money, it's the betrayal. Fans are convinced Tamar didn't cooperate with the feds out of spite. She did it to protect herself before she got pulled down with the same mess. She knew how fast her name could get dragged if she stayed silent while her sister's financial drama blew up. By the time Tawanda's arrest hit every gossip blog and entertainment feed, an old rumor came crawling back that made everything 10 times worse. People started remembering what Tony Braxton's former assistant, Zoe, said on his podcast back in 2020. And it wasn't pretty. He claimed Tawanda once stole her own mother, Evelyn's Social Security check. Yeah, you read that right. Her mother's SSI. Zoe even said, "When you can steal SSI checks, I don't know what to say to a person. When you're that thirsty, that evil, That line sent chills through everyone listening. And then the receipts started matching up. Reports confirmed Tawanda had indeed been arrested in 2005 for forgery and theft by receiving in Atlanta. Now people are saying this new FBI probe doesn't look like some small misunderstanding. It looks like a pattern. Longtime Braxton Family Values fans already know the sisters' money problems were always lurking in the background. The debts, the shade, the constant arguments over who owes who. But this time, it's way deeper than a sisterly spat. Because when you mix federal fraud charges, family betrayal, and decades of mistrust, what's left of the Braxton legacy starts cracking right in front of everyone's eyes. And people are saying it out loud now. This isn't just TV drama anymore. This is real-life fallout. Even Toni Braxton, the calm one who's always played peacemaker, couldn't stay out of the storm this time. A viral clip started circulating where Toni was seen canceling on Tawanda's event over the phone, and fans immediately noticed something was off. It wasn't just a scheduling issue. It was distance. People online are saying Toni's pulling back for one simple reason: self-preservation. She's got her own reputation, her music empire, and her money to protect, especially now that the FBI's Financial Crimes Unit has eyes on her sister. And honestly, who could blame her? When your family's being investigated for fraud, the last thing you want is your own accounts ending up in a federal discovery file. But here's what really hit fans in the gut: the silence. The once tight-knit Braxton sisters who used to flood social media with selfies, hashtags, and love posts suddenly went radio silent. Trina, who never missed a chance to celebrate her sisters, hasn't said a single word. No posts, no comments, no subtle shade, just silence. And that silence, it spoke volumes. Then came the fans, connecting dots like detectives. One viral comment said, "So Toni thinks it's all right to help out the family, even if it means they're stealing from you?" Allegedly charging 6 phone lines for 4 years, and that's the same person who didn't think she should pay them to sing background. That comment blew up because it touched the nerve of what's really breaking this family apart: loyalty versus money. The whole Braxton brand was built on sisterhood, unity, and image, not paychecks and debt drama. But now, with every silence, every unfollow, and every little detail coming to light, fans are wondering, has that loyalty finally reached its limit? Every single time this family tries to pull it together, money finds a way to tear them right back apart. From Tamar's public battles with her mental health, to Toni's never-ending tax liens, to the heartbreaking loss of Tracy, it's like the Braxtons can't catch a break. The cameras show the glitz, but when they stop rolling, the real story always crawls out of the shadows. Since Tawanda's arrest, she's gone completely quiet online. No posts, no comments, no explanations. But that silence didn't fool anyone. Court watchers started digging through her filings, and what they found had everyone's jaws on the floor. Tawanda listed $277,000 in assets, but more than $547,000 in liabilities, including a $50,000 Tesla she was still driving on camera. One fan said it perfectly: somebody with $150 in their account shouldn't be whipping around in a $50,000 Tesla. Something's not right. And honestly, they might be onto something, because the feds are now combing through everything, from phone bills to property deeds to business transfers. According to insiders, if Tawanda is found guilty of falsifying her financial disclosures, she could be facing up to 5 years in federal prison. Meanwhile, Tamar's camp hasn't said a single word publicly, but sometimes silence says everything, and that's exactly what's driving fans wild. Because if the truth really is that Tamar quietly handed over receipts to the FBI, this wouldn't just be a family fallout, it'd be one of the biggest betrayals in reality TV history. And hold up, it doesn't even stop there. There's another twist coming, one that ties Toni's silence, Tawanda's husband, and some shady offshore money transfers together. Insiders are now calling it a multi-year concealment scheme, and it's reportedly way bigger than anyone expected. When word broke that the FBI had frozen Tawanda's business account, everyone thought the drama was over. But apparently, that was just the beginning, because if what these sources are saying is true, the Braxton family storm is far from finished, and the next chapter might expose more than just finances. It might expose loyalty itself. Nah, that wasn't the end. That was just the beginning. According to insiders, investigators allegedly uncovered that a chunk of Tawanda's skincare company revenue was being funneled through a consulting firm under her new husband's name. Yep, the same man who now legally owns their Georgia home. That move, which she probably thought would protect their assets, allegedly backfired hard. Federal prosecutors are now treating that transfer as intent to conceal assets, which could open up an entirely new level of federal charges. And just when you think it couldn't get darker, sources close to Toni Braxton's camp revealed that she quietly withdrew her name from all joint Braxton family ventures months ago, almost like she saw the storm coming and dipped before it hit. Meanwhile, Tamar has been keeping quiet in public. No statements, no interviews, nothing. But what really broke fans' hearts was the resurfaced photos from Tawanda's Bridgerton-themed bridal shower. And guess what? Neither Toni nor Tamar showed up. Back then, everyone brushed it off as typical sister drama, but now, it looks like they were already backing away for a reason. Apparently, that same period was when the IRS issued a back tax warning tied to Tawanda's household account, the very moment that triggered the first wave of federal scrutiny. So when people say the Braxtons saw this coming, they might be right. It's sad, though. This family that once stood as the definition of sisterhood goals is now tangled in betrayal, fraud, and public chaos. The same bond that made them stars might be the very thing tearing them apart. From reality TV fame to FBI investigations, the Braxton name has become a storm no one can look away from. And honestly, this story proves one thing. When the cameras turn off, the real drama begins. If you're living for the twists, the tea, and every scandalous update, make sure you subscribe to Juicy Reel right now, because you know this saga isn't over yet.
Tony, you know when you make it, you can help us come on. So I always try to abide that. But the responsibility of it is so heavy for me. I feel I can never live my life, and I never used to say it. Like a lot of people don't understand, my second bankruptcy was because I was sick. I have lupus, and my show in Vegas got canceled.
And the insurance wouldn't cover it.
The insurance didn't cover it, so I had to pay myself. And so
That's a lot. That was a lot of money.
It's a lot of money to put up a show. People don't understand it. So if you see a concert, you see the lights, you see the band on stage, the artist pays for all that. The hotel rooms, the salary, so then you have nothing left over.
Remember when Tamar went so far as to block her own sister Toni on social media? Not only did it happen, but Toni didn't even realize until she tried to tag Tamar for her birthday shout out, and boom.
Are you guys a couple?
Well, T, that's my girl, my friend, my family.
Do you have sex?
That's my love, my soldier, my life. She my everything, and I trust her.
Because you bought her a Bentley truck.
Yes.
So the implication is that's your girlfriend.
She my life.
Blocked. That's cold. But insiders claim this wasn't some random petty family spat. Word on the street says Tamar had been whispering shady things about Toni behind the scenes. And all roads allegedly led right back to Birdman. Now, we're not talking about a fairy tale romance here.
Please welcome Toni Braxton.
She's so freaking mean to me. I was in shock.
Do you take responsibility for the situation that you're in right now?
100%.
100%.
100%. I couldn't believe it because I loved her so much. I admired her and looked up to her. And she pretty much reprimanded me.
I read that you were upset about stories that your overspending caused this.
She says to me, I hear you have Gucci flatware. I'm Oprah Winfrey and I don't have Gucci flatware.
First of all, I didn't know Gucci made silverware.
You ain't got Gucci flatware because you didn't want to buy it. It's not because you couldn't afford it. What do you mean? And immediately, she made me feel this big. This big. That moment completely changed my career. It made people look down.
The gossip mill was spinning with claims that Toni's marriage and even her divorce were part of a bigger strategy to lock down the bag with Birdman. People were even saying she was broke at the time, which made the story stick harder. And here's where it gets spicy. Tamar herself has been accused of being the one spreading that Toni's broke narrative in private. If that's true, blocking her sis might have been more than a clapback. It could have been Tamar throwing shade in the middle of their already messy family drama. The Braxton family has always been a roller coaster, but lately, Tamar's chaos has gone full-blown nuclear, and fans can't stop watching. Tamar didn't just block her sister. She went all the way off with a full-blown meltdown online before pulling the plug on her social media. She started firing off wild posts straight onto her ex's page, dragging her own family and calling them toxic. In one now deleted rant, she wrote, "Y'all have no idea. The gaslighting is crazy, and I'm going back into treatment. Oh my God, I just pray my marriage can be saved and my life can be spared. My family is awful. That's heavy. And just when you thought she was done, Tamar doubled down with another post, venting, I'm so mad at my life. My family is toxic. I should have never went back to BFI fans were shook reading those lines. It sounded like she was carrying the weight of every grudge and heartbreak at once. But Tamar wasn't stopping there. She later revealed that in the upcoming season of Braxton Family Values, she was asked to be Tawanda's maid of honor. But get this, she admitted the invite felt fake as ever. And here's the kicker. Tamar spilled she wasn't even included in Tawanda's bridal shower. No invite, no updates, nothing. She claimed she only got a random text a week before the wedding asking her to step in as maid of honor, almost like she was an afterthought. That's cold-blooded. Meanwhile, Tawanda allegedly had Tony and Trina wrapped deep in the wedding plans, making them feel like VIPs, while Tamar says she was left standing outside the circle. For a family that built their brand on sisterhood, this is looking more like a reality show showdown, and Tamar's not afraid to call it exactly what it is: fake love. And just when you thought the Braxton drama couldn't get any hotter, Tamar claims Tawanda's new husband has been talking slick about her behind the scenes. That was the final straw. Instead of swallowing her pride, Tamar decided to skip the entire wedding altogether. Bold move. Now, everyone knows Tamar and Tawanda don't exactly move in harmony, but what really shocked fans was how this mess spilled onto Tony. People always assumed Tamar and Tony were the solid duo holding it down, but clearly, cracks have been showing. Reports say the tension had been brewing since last year. Even Tony herself admitted she noticed something was off when she tried to post a sweet birthday shout-out for Tamar, only to realize she was blocked. Tony even wrote, I wanted to repost that gorgeous picture of you, but I'm blocked again. Anyway, happy birthday. Tay ouch. Tamar didn't let that slide. She clapped back, calling Tony's move straight up gaslighting, and insisted that Tony could have just picked up the phone instead of making it public. To drive her point home, Tamar even leaked screenshots of their text exchange on Instagram, showing the sisters casually talking about which city they were in literally the day before. Fans were left scratching their heads. How do you go from texting like everything's cool to blocking overnight? But hold on, it gets even wilder. Whispers are floating that Tamar has been out here telling folks that Tony only got with Birdman for the money. Allegedly. If that's true, then this feud isn't just about bruised feelings. It's about money, loyalty, and the kind of betrayal that leaves scars for years. And we can't ignore the roller coaster that was Tony and Birdman's relationship. When they first went public, the two were openly talking about marriage, and fans were buzzing about the wedding that never came. Tony blamed her packed work schedule, but let's be real. If she truly wanted that ring locked down, nothing could have stopped her. And speaking of that ring, who could forget the shady saga of the missing $1 million rock? Tony claimed she lost her engagement ring after putting it in her checked luggage, saying it was stolen. But the way the story came out had everybody side-eyeing like, really? $1 million ring in checked baggage? That just didn't add up, and the streets never let it go. By 2019, the fairy tale seemed dead for good. Birdman hit Instagram with a cold, cryptic message that simply read, "It's over." Then he wiped every single photo of Tony off his page. Clean slate. No trace. Fans were left stunned, like, did we just witness the end of the saga? But Tony didn't stay silent. She clapped back with her own statement. Not with words, but with style, posting a stunning shot of herself in a fiery red gown. Her caption read, "Starting a new chapter isn't always an easy choice, but always choose to be chosen. Cheers to a new year." The energy was giving heartbreak with a side of empowerment, like she was hurt, but ready to rise again. And just when everyone thought it was really over, boom! Weeks later, Tony and Birdman shocked the entire culture by reuniting like nothing happened. 1 minute, it's heartbreak. The next, it's deja vu love. Fans couldn't keep up with this whirlwind romance. They weren't done keeping fans guessing. Out of nowhere, Tony and Birdman popped up together on stage during her Atlanta stop at the Fox Theater, and instantly the whispers of reconciliation took off again. But the Braxton-Birdman roller coaster wasn't slowing down. It was just climbing higher. By December 2023, Tony jumped online to silence the rumors, writing, "Fake news, my dear friend. Birdman and I are not married, never been married. We are both single. Case closed, or so we thought." Because the real bombshell was still loading. Fast forward, and in a jaw-dropping twist, court records surfaced showing the two actually did secretly tie the knot. The gag? They split just 48 hours later. Yup, less than 2 days of marriage before it all went up in flames. According to the documents, they tried to keep things on the low by using just their initials, TB and BW. But fans weren't fooled for a second. The paperwork exposed everything. Married on August 8th, separated on August 10th, and just 2 weeks later, Tony filed for divorce. Her lawyer didn't mince words either, bluntly stating the marriage was irretrievably broken. That sounded like the end of the line, but not with these two. In another twist, Tony dismissed the divorce in January 2025, and Birdman signed off too, which means, legally, these two are still husband and wife right now. But here's the kicker. Nobody's buying the fairy tale anymore. Behind the legal papers, the cryptic posts, and all the whispers, fans say this marriage looks more like a messy paper trail than real love. And with Tony and Birdman, every reunion feels like it's just one scandal away from collapse. Neither Tony nor Birdman has been caught wearing wedding rings. And if that wasn't telling enough, they both went as far as wiping each other completely off their Instagram feeds. Suspicious, right? That move only made the whispers louder. Fans started saying Tony only walked down the aisle for Birdman's money, and given her long documented financial troubles, a lot of people weren't exactly surprised by the theory. But let's set the record straight. Money or not, Toni Braxton is still one of the most legendary R&B voices to ever touch a mic. She's not just famous, she's iconic. Toni first broke out in the late 80s, performing with her sisters as the Braxtons, before launching her solo career in 1993 with her self-titled debut album. And when that record hit the streets, it didn't just sell, it exploded. It shot straight to #1 on the Billboard 200 and moved a jaw-dropping 10 million copies worldwide. The album gave us timeless hits like Breathe Again and Another Sad Love Song, with powerhouse producers Babyface and L.A. Reid behind her every note. Toni was unstoppable, instantly cementing her place as R&B royalty. And then came her follow-up, Secrets, which gave the world one of the most heartbreaking anthems ever recorded, Unbreak My Heart. That single alone sold 10 million copies globally and remains one of the most iconic ballads in music history. The power, the pain, the delivery, no one could touch Toni at her peak. And that's why, no matter how messy the Birdman saga gets, her legacy in music will always speak louder than the rumors. Over the years, Toni has dropped 9 studio albums, her latest arriving in 2020, and every single one proved she still had the kind of star power most artists only dream of. But here's where things take a shocking turn. Despite selling out arenas, moving millions of records, and generating more than $170 million in sales for her label, Toni's personal earnings were scraps. We're talking less than 35 cents per album in her pocket. Fans couldn't believe it. It got so bad that Toni eventually sued Arista/LaFace, demanding her fair share. But just 8 weeks after filing that lawsuit in 1998, she was forced to file for bankruptcy. And when she later spoke out, she revealed the ugly truth. Her contracts were set up so unfairly that she walked away with under $2,000 in royalties. Meanwhile, she was expected to pay the label back for everything. Clothes, travel, studio time, even her music videos. Imagine being a global superstar, your songs topping charts worldwide, and still going home with pocket change. It's mind-blowing. And that's exactly why so many people keep side-eyeing her relationship with Birdman, claiming it looked more like a business move than a love story. Because truth be told, her money struggles ran deep. At one point, Toni was even accused of secretly transferring $53,490 to her then husband, Carrie Lewis, to keep it hidden from creditors during her bankruptcy case. Whether true or not, It added another layer of suspicion to her financial roller coaster and made the whispers about Birdman's money hit even harder. All this financial drama came to a head when Tony sat down with Oprah, hoping the interview would paint her in a sympathetic light. But instead of compassion, the moment turned into pure humiliation. Tony later confessed she felt crushed, saying Oprah came across as judgmental, cold, and flat out unsympathetic. The interview that was supposed to save her image ended up wounding it even more. And just when it seemed things couldn't get heavier, Tony was hit with another devastating blow. By 2010, she had to file for bankruptcy again. This time, it wasn't just about money slipping through her fingers. Her health was collapsing too. Doctors diagnosed her with microvascular angina and later lupus, a brutal 1-2 punch that forced her to cancel her multi-million-dollar Las Vegas residency. Losing that contract was like a financial gut punch that she never fully bounced back from. But the bad luck didn't stop there. The IRS came knocking. By December 4th, 2019, Uncle Sam filed a lien against her, claiming she owed over $340,252.90 in back taxes from 2017. And just when you thought that number alone was staggering, the California Franchise Tax Board piled on days later, hitting her with another lien for $116,154.64. Add it all up, and that's nearly $500,000 in tax debt, weighing Tony down. From sold-out tours to bankruptcies, from Diamond Records to IRS liens, Tony's story is living proof that fame doesn't always mean fortune. And with Birdman tangled in her love life and money struggles in the spotlight, this saga is still unfolding, and fans can't stop watching every messy twist. By now, you'd think Tony would finally catch a break, but the spotlight never let her rest. After the tax lines and health battles, whispers started floating that she was leaning on Birdman more than ever. Some insiders even claimed their back-and-forth relationship wasn't just about love, it was survival. Fans started asking, was Birdman her safety net, or was she caught in a cycle she couldn't escape? And the headlines just kept stacking. Rumors of canceled shows, unpaid bills, and icy tension with her sisters made people wonder if the Braxton bond was permanently fractured. Tamar airing family business online didn't help either. It painted a picture of a dynasty crumbling in real time. But here's the twist. No matter how messy things get, Tony still pulls crowds. Her voice, untouchable. Her legacy, cemented. That's the part that makes all this drama so wild. How can someone so legendary be so entangled in money problems, broken promises, and roller coaster relationships? Fans say it's the ultimate cautionary tale about fame. All the glitter, but not always the gold. And with Birdman still legally tied to her on paper, the million-dollar question remains, is Toni Braxton really free to move on? Or are the two locked in a toxic contract of love and money that neither one can fully escape? Until they make it crystal clear, the culture is going to keep watching, side-eyeing, and waiting for the next shocking headline to drop. And through all of this chaos, Toni has made it clear. She's the one who had to carry her entire family on her back. She's spoken openly about being the sister who paid the bills, kept the lights on, and held the Braxton name afloat, while others barely lifted a finger. That kind of resentment doesn't just fade, it festers. And fans swear you can see the tension bleeding through every Braxton family interaction. So when people whisper that Toni may have married Birdman for financial security, honestly, the receipts make it believable. But here's the part that cuts the deepest. Why would Tamar allegedly be the one spreading that same storyline behind her sister's back? If that's true, then their sisterhood is fractured in ways the cameras can't even capture. Word on the street is Birdman himself wasn't here for the gossip and actually pulled Tamar aside to check her about running her mouth. That's a whole different level of messy. But here's the big question. With a brand new season of Braxton family values on the way, are we watching real drama, or are they stirring the pot on purpose to keep the spotlight burning? Either way, the Braxtons know how to keep the name ringing in the culture. And Tony and Birdman's saga proves that sometimes the real show isn't on stage, it's behind closed doors. Now it's your turn. Drop your thoughts in the comments. Do you think Tony's marriage to Birdman was about love, money, or survival? And don't forget, like, share, and subscribe to Juicy Real so you never miss the scandals we dig up next.
Looks like the so-called #1 stunner Birdman just dropped a bombshell. Hungry Mud, better known to the streets as Toni Braxton, is catching heat after Birdman supposedly put her on blast for being a straight-up gold digger. The talk going around is wild. Birdman's allegedly saying Toni bled his bank account dry, dipped the second the cash stopped flowing, and now she's creeping right back toward being broke again. And let's be real, Toni Braxton going broke wouldn't exactly be breaking news. This ain't her first time dancing with financial disaster. She's already been through 2 bankruptcies and got a history of spending big like the money would never run out. Folks are connecting the dots, but now with Birdman speaking out, the whole story's taking a messy new turn. People in Toni's corner are saying Birdman's just salty and trying to twist the truth. But others can't help but wonder, did she really play him dirty? The streets are buzzing about the allegations, the cash trail, and the chaos that followed. This could go down as one of the messiest R&B relationship scandals ever. And here's the kicker. Reports claim Toni tried to walk away from Birdman with a jaw-dropping $160 million divorce payout after being married for less than a month. Yeah, you heard that right. Some say she didn't even stick around long enough to act like a wife. Word is, she separated from Birdman just 2 days after saying I do. Less than a month after tying the knot, Toni slammed the brakes, filing for divorce and saying the marriage was done for good with zero hope of fixing it. But here's where the drama went from spicy to straight-up jaw-dropping. If those money figures floating around are even close to real, we're not talking about a little breakup payout. We're talking Olympic-level audacity. With her past bankruptcies, high-end shopping habits, and long list of money woes, people can't help but wonder if this whole thing was a setup from the start. Fans are side-eyeing hard. Did Miss Unbreak My Heart really marry the so-called #1 stunner just for the bag? And seriously, how did Birdman not see this play coming? The streets are still choking over the fact that she thought she deserved $160 million after being married for only 2 days. That's why a lot of people are now riding with Birdman and calling her a gold digger without hesitation. I mean, how do you walk away that quick and still think you've earned a fortune? Sure, the Birdman-Toni split went official back in 2019, but the plot got even messier when Birdman claimed that in 2023, she started circling back, dropping flirty hints, sending signals, and basically acting like she was ready to spin the block. From the way he tells it, she was sliding back in like nothing ever happened. But Birdman says he wasn't biting, 'cause by then he'd already moved on with his life. According to Birdman, Toni just wouldn't quit. She kept pressing, kept popping up, and slowly but surely, those old sparks started flying again. One thing led to another, and before long, they were back together like nothing had ever gone down. They rode that wave for about a year, and then on August 8th, 2020, they finally said, I do. But here's the wild twist. Just 2 days later, Toni hit him with divorce papers. In the court docs she filed that September, she even listed their separation date as August 10th, literally 48 hours after the wedding. Fans are still scratching their heads trying to figure out what could have possibly happened in that tiny window, but the whole thing smells shady from every angle. And the $160 million she's gunning for, fans are straight up shook. Even 50 Cent jumped into the mix on Instagram, clowning the situation, saying, "Now watch, women are gonna say, well, if you stuck around for 16 years, you'd want to be paid for it." Only, in this case, it wasn't 16 years. It was barely 2 days. Word on the street is Birdman now believes Tony was never about love. It was always about the money. And honestly, when you realize his net worth is sitting around $160 million, and she's allegedly trying to grab every last dime, it's not hard to see why he's heated. She didn't even make it a full week as Mrs. Birdman before calling it quits, and insiders say he's been fuming ever since, dragging her behind the scenes and telling anyone who'll listen that she's nothing but a gold digger. Birdman's not holding back. No filters, no sugarcoating. He's saying straight up that he got played, and some insiders are backing him up heavy. The whispers are that Tony didn't just try to hit him for his money through the courts. Oh no, she allegedly took it even further, trying to unload some of his jewelry when she couldn't get her hands on the cash directly. Messy? Absolutely. But should anyone really be shocked? Not if they know Tony's history with money. Back in the 90s, she was one of the biggest stars on the planet, raking in serious cash, yet somehow managed to lose it all. Not once, but twice. Her first bankruptcy in 1998 was a full-on industry bombshell. Fans couldn't wrap their heads around how someone who'd sold millions of records could suddenly be broke. But the drama didn't stop there. By 1999, the money troubles were still spiraling and the headlines were brutal. At one point, she even sat down with Oprah to set the record straight. But that move backfired big time. Oprah pressed her on her spending habits and straight up called out the reckless choices that got her buried in debt in the first place. Instead of taking accountability, Tony clapped back on live TV, accusing Oprah of being mean and painting herself as the victim, saying, "People look down on me." She did manage to bounce back after that first bankruptcy, and for a minute, it looked like she might have finally gotten her finances under control. That comeback? It didn't last. By 2010, Tony was back in the headlines, filing for bankruptcy again, and this time, the numbers were even uglier. Reports say she claimed her debts were somewhere between $10 million and $50 million. That's not just a money problem, that's a full-blown financial meltdown. Tony pointed the finger at the sudden collapse of her Las Vegas residency, which was canceled after she was diagnosed with a serious heart condition. But that wasn't the only storm she was facing. There were big insurance disputes, messy battles over coverage, and a mountain of unpaid taxes stacking up behind the scenes. Since then, insiders say she's been quietly fighting to keep her head above water, and the stats tell the story. The music just isn't moving like it used to. Her last album barely sold 7,000 copies and only climbed as high as number 163 on the Billboard 200. The one before that? Around 16,000 copies. For someone who once ruled the charts, those numbers scream trouble. With record sales flatlining, her main money stream shifted to the Braxton Family Values reality show. But even that fame glow has dimmed. The buzz around the show has slowed in recent years, And without constant media attention or chart-topping hits, the pressure has been building hard. The cracks in the empire are starting to show, and fast. Now fans are seriously questioning if Tony's whole Birdman comeback was about love or straight-up survival. Word was already floating around that she was just inches away from a third bankruptcy. And then, out of nowhere, she pops back up in Birdman's life after more than 4 years apart. The timing? Way too perfect for some people's liking. It's got folks thinking she was chasing that bag, not the man. Because let's be real, when they suddenly reunited in 2023, nobody could make sense of it. Tony had spent years swearing they were over for good, even saying there was no chance of a reunion. She once snapped, "Who do you think I am? Don't you know that he was my man?" Making it crystal clear she was done. So when she pulled a complete U-turn and started cozying back up to him, fans instantly smelled something fishy. Now with Birdman publicly spilling tea and airing every bit of dirty laundry, people are starting to believe the whole reunion was just a calculated move for money from day one. And honestly, the clues were already there before this latest storm even hit. Remember that super awkward 2022 interview on Tamron Hall? Tony was there to open up about her lupus diagnosis. It was supposed to be raw, heartfelt, and personal. But the second Tamron brought up Birdman's name, the energy shifted. Tony went stiff, avoided eye contact, and the tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife. Fans watching could feel it. Something behind the scenes was off. And when she brushed it off with, "I'm just not feeling it anymore," it spoke volumes without saying much at all. And just like that, she came back again. Yeah, this Tony and Birdman saga has been nothing but a roller coaster since way back in 2016. On again, off again, and even when they were on, the whole relationship had people scratching their heads. Flashback to 2018, Birdman drops down on one knee with a massive $5 million yellow diamond ring. We're talking flashy, over the top, and blinding enough to have everybody talking. It looked like a straight-up fairy tale moment, until things got weird. Suddenly, radio silence. No wedding date, no real updates, just scattered rumors and an awkward vibe in the air. To a lot of fans, that engagement felt more like a publicity stunt than a love story. Then the wedding kept getting delayed, postponed, pushed further and further back. Tony blamed bad timing, but nobody was really buying it. And then came the red flag to end all red flags. Tony claimed she lost the $5 million engagement ring. Said she left it on a flight, the baggie it was in got returned, but the ring, gone, just vanished into thin air. Now how do you accidentally misplace a diamond like that? The streets are whispering that she didn't lose it at all. She allegedly pawned it to cover some serious debt. And honestly, with her track record, it wouldn't exactly shock anyone. Word is, she's been desperate for cash, and that ring might have been her quickest ticket to a payday. So, according to the whispers, Tony did what some in her position might do. She sold the most valuable thing she had at the time, that $5 million engagement ring. At first, Birdman didn't trip. He really believed her story about losing it and even played it cool in an interview, brushing it off like it was nothing. But if these rumors are true, that laid-back attitude didn't last. Birdman eventually found out the real deal. The ring wasn't lost at all. She had allegedly sold it behind his back. Once the truth hit, They tried to patch things up, but the damage was done. The engagement was dead, and before long, the whole relationship came crashing down. Fast forward to now, and it's looking like Tony might be running the same playbook all over again. Only this time, Birdman's not falling for it. From the outside, it seems like he's finally spotted the pattern. And he's not about to let history repeat itself. When you connect all the dots, the missing $5 million ring, the back-to-back bankruptcies, and that jaw-dropping $160 million divorce demand after just 2 days of marriage, the picture that forms is, let's just say, not a good look. And just when people thought the Tony Birdman saga couldn't get any messier, new whispers started swirling, the kind that make fans lean all the way in. Word is, after that explosive $160 million divorce demand and the ring drama, Tony didn't exactly back off. In fact, insiders claim she started making quiet moves to win Birdman's trust again, but with a whole different angle this time. Allegedly, she began showing up at events where she knew he'd be, playing it cool in public but dropping subtle hints in private that she just wanted to talk. Some even say she floated the idea of collaborating on music again, knowing full well Birdman's business connections could open the door to quick cash. But here's where it gets even wilder. Sources close to Birdman say he's been keeping receipts this time. Literal receipts. Word is, he's got text messages, photos, and maybe even recorded calls that paint a very different picture of Tony's motives. And if those ever hit the public, whew, it could blow the lid off the whole thing. Now, with Birdman standing firm and refusing to play into what he sees as the same old game, the tension is at an all-time high. Fans are split down the middle, some calling Tony a hustler just trying to survive, others calling her out as a master manipulator who plays long-term for the payday. Either way, if these rumors keep coming, this might end up being one of the messiest celebrity relationship sagas of the decade. And it's not over yet, vicious. Birdman might have been blinded by love in the beginning, but now? He's calling it exactly how he sees it, and he's not sugarcoating a single word. If these latest whispers are true, Tony may have just fumbled the bag for good, though some say she was chasing it from the jump. Now that the truth is starting to unravel, the real question is, how deep does this rabbit hole go? Is Birdman just bitter, or is he about to be a man about it and expose the side of Tony that's been hiding in plain sight all along? One thing's for sure, two things for certain. This saga is far from over. If you want all the latest tea as it spills, make sure you hit that subscribe button on Juicy Reel, where the drama never sleeps.
Sister Tracy is the one who said to me, Tony, you know, when you make it, you can help us come on. So I always try to abide that. But the responsibility of it is so heavy for me. I feel I can never live my life, and I never used to say it. I never used to say it.
Regurgitate that story to us. Well, or I can only speak for me. I can only speak for me. But for someone else to tell me the story of something that happened to my own family is very disheartening.
Before anyone says anything, please let it be known and let it be clear that as I am in this journey and in this process, and as I'm healing and like trying to understand all of this stuff, that it feels really good to have a family member behind.
Okay, honey. Ashley, the Braxtons' niece, just blew the door off a whole vault of family chaos. And now everyone's caught in the crossfire because the ex-husbands are stepping up like they've been waiting years to talk, ready to spill about everything they saw inside that Braxton household that left them straight up stunned and stressed out. And when these men say the Braxton sisters are carrying generational trauma like it's some kind of luxury accessory.
You felt guilty because you know how you've been acting. And however, excuse me, let me finish because I let you talk. Thank you. I will.
Continue.
And I will. And I will. And yes. So, and then you decided that, you know, you wanted to say something, like you just couldn't let him say something nice about me.
Do you think you've been the same exact person?
He does.
No, I'm asking you. Do you think that you've
I
been
know
the same?
I'm the same.
I'm
motif.
asking, do you think that you've been...
I'm answering. I
Okay,
have been
answer
the same
then.
motif.
So you
Tony,
are.
you're not my Thor type.
So you are.
Nor am I afraid of you. So don't talk to me like that, okay?
Hilarious.
Every time we
They're saying it from deep in their chest with no hesitation. Even Tony's ex-husband, Carrie Lewis, is out here breaking it down like he's hosting his own seminar, explaining how Tony allegedly used her own sisters as stepping stones to push her career higher, and he's dropping details on why the sisters, especially Tamar and Tawanda, can barely stand being in the same room without the tension getting loud. This man is walking us through drama like he took notes over the years, and the wild part is, it all fits together a little too well. Now look, every family's got drama, for sure. But the Braxtons take dysfunction to a level that feels like a whole different planet. Their issues don't just simmer, they detonate, and the blast radius hits everyone close to them. If we're gonna understand how the sister situation turned into the messy disaster it is today, we gotta rewind and hit the real root of all this chaos. Because nothing about this saga started overnight, and every piece of drama we see now connects to something that went down long before the cameras were even rolling. Evelyn and Michael Braxton Sr., the parents at the center of how this whole cycle even started, are right in the spotlight again, after Ashley stepped forward and shared her truth about how one of her auntie's husbands crossed major boundaries with her when she was still very young.
Well, first of all, I was very disappointed in finding out via social media because our family is closer than that. And to have someone else...
And the way the family reacted back then, and even now, is honestly chilling. Instead of protecting her or standing by her, they turned the whole situation around and made her feel like she was the problem, keeping their distance as if she had done something wrong when she was just a teen, trying to make sense of something deeply uncomfortable. Ashley felt so alone, so pushed out, that she packed up her life and moved to a completely different country just to breathe and get away from the pressure. Imagine being that overwhelmed, that leaving the entire environment felt like the only way to survive.
Tamar, you just, you had me thinking I was crazy too. I see, you know what? It felt like a surviving Tamar moment. They always talk about how, women is being mentally abused and physically abused. Men get mentally and physically abused too. Cause she just socked me in my jaw before. You feel me? And I'm sure Jeremy and before and got their head cracked. Okay? And them gas station pills, yeah, you gotta do something to stay afloat.
That's how heavy this was for her. And when she finally shared her story on TikTok, hoping someone in her own family would show some type of support, nothing happened. According to Ashley, out of every auntie she's got, only Tamar reached out to her. Tamar didn't just ignore it. She liked Ashley's post. She reconnected. And it turns out she had been keeping her distance too while trying to recover from her own trauma that sounded way too familiar.
I confess that my breakdown between your mother and I has caused emotional unbalance in the family.
Most of the time, I don't like my family. Everyone in my family.
Take a breath.
Everybody. I feel like I'm angry at everybody in my family. I don't like my family. If they weren't my family.
But here's the part that really hits hard. What's the excuse for the rest of the aunties? Because Ashley says she didn't get a text, a message, a call, a DM, nothing at all. And you'd expect Grandma Evelyn, of all people, to be heartbroken over what her granddaughter went through. But according to Ashley, there was still no response, no comfort, no acknowledgement, just silence that cuts deeper than any words.
Andre's a writer. He basically sits home and writes books, his own books. And he takes care of the kids, which is great. Except for one thing, he's not out selling any of his books, which means I have to take care of the household because he is not bringing any money in.
I don't like some of the things you do, Truth. Basically, I feel like I married my mother. And you know, I didn't like my mother. I loved her to death. But you know, I didn't like her.
Ashley even revealed that her own father, Mikey, sent her a whole cease and desist letter, threatening to sue her if she dared to speak out. And that move felt cold, harsh, and completely unnecessary. Instead of stepping up as a parent and checking on his daughter, he went straight to legal threats, which says everything about where his priorities were. And what makes it even wilder is how the family seemed way more focused on silencing her than actually helping her heal or welcoming her back into the family circle, like keeping the image clean mattered more than doing right by her. And Ashley isn't the only one dealing with this pattern. When Tamar opened up about being touched inappropriately as a kid, her own sisters hit her with comments that felt like verbal punches. They said Tamar was sharing what she believed was her truth, but not the truth. And everybody knows that's basically them saying they don't believe her. Instead of supporting her, they were upset she didn't call them before speaking publicly, acting like the real issue was communication instead of the pain she carried for years. And if Ashley, Tamar, and even Tracy had experiences like this, who knows how many others went through similar trauma, but kept quiet because they felt unsafe speaking up. What makes everything even heavier is the idea that Mama Evelyn might have known more than she ever admitted. Tamar wasn't allowed to publicly name the person who hurt her, and the decision felt like protecting the abuser instead of standing up for her own daughter, which leaves a mark that never fully fades. These sisters didn't just develop issues overnight. They were shaped by the environment created by Evelyn and Michael Sr., and the damage runs way deeper than what the public ever saw. Michael Sr. walked out after the divorce and went on to marry the woman he'd been seeing on the side, leaving the sisters and their mom to deal with the emotional wreckage he left behind. Their mom was struggling so badly she ended up in the hospital, and Tony had to step into a parental role when she was barely an adult herself, carrying weight no young woman should have been forced to hold. Once Tony's career started rising, she didn't just have to focus on herself. She suddenly became responsible for her sisters' futures too, whether she wanted that pressure or not. And back then, she wasn't competing with small names. She was up against legends like Mariah Carey and Whitney Houston. Now, Tony's voice is gorgeous for sure, but next to those powerhouse icons, she wasn't holding the number 1 or number 2 spot, so she pulled Tamar in as her hidden weapon. It was Tamar's vocals layered under Tony's that gave those early records that extra fire and made the sound unforgettable. Tony had Tawanda working as her personal assistant, Trina doing background vocals, and everyone falling in line to keep the machine running. But when Tamar started craving her own shine, the cracks in the sisterhood started showing fast. Their girl group fell apart because they couldn't stop arguing long enough to move as a unit, and the tension was loud every time they tried to make something happen. Then Tamar linked up with Vince, and he flipped the whole situation by locking them in for a reality show. Tawanda thought this show would elevate all the sisters, but Tamar quickly became the standout star, the one everyone was talking about. From there, she got her solo music career, spin-off shows, and even a spot on a daytime talk show. And according to Tawanda's ex-husband Andre, that's when the resentment really started cooking, turning quiet jealousy into something way stronger and hard to ignore. According to Andre, Tawanda and Trina held on to anger toward Tamar for years, blaming her for why their girl group never took off. carrying that bitterness like it was a whole job they clocked into every day. Tawanda was dealing with heavy pressure at home, too. She was married to Andre, who wasn't working, so she was out here hustling alone while trying to hold everything together. Things got so rough that she even ended up facing criminal charges for forgery and theft, and later caught another case involving alleged fraud with her landlord, making her situation even messier. Tracy struggled with money too, and things spilled into the public when their landlord put up an IG post calling out Tracy and Kevin Sr. for not paying rent. The sisters were dealing with real financial stress, and the world got to watch it unfold. Andre says Tony and Tamar did help them out sometimes, but the way it was done didn't feel warm. It didn't feel like family looking out for family. Tony carried herself like a full-on diva, and Tamar had mood swings hitting left and right, so the support didn't come with kindness attached. Since Tony and Tamar were the most successful, they held the most power, and whenever Tawanda, Tracy, or Trina asked for help, Andre claims they were treated more like workers than sisters, talked down to, and made to feel small. Tony and Tamar allegedly chipped away at their confidence, acting like they enjoyed being the ones in control, and that left scars that still linger. And Evelyn, the mama of the whole crew, she was allegedly siding with Tony and Tamar because they were the ones bringing in the fame and the money. Instead of being neutral, it seemed like she leaned toward whichever side had the biggest spotlight, and that added even more division to a family already cracking under pressure. The competition between the sisters didn't stop with their careers. It slid right into their marriages too, turning everything upside down. They could get men to marry them, sure, but keeping those marriages steady long-term was a whole different story, and a lot of that pressure came from the bitterness they grew up around. Their mom's tension and unresolved pain seemed to shadow every relationship they tried to build, making it hard for any of them to find real stability. Tawanda's current partner looks like he's enjoying the perks way more than he's invested in her, and anyone watching can see she puts in way more effort than he does. Tony had her own difficult breakup, and people whispered that Birdman's lifestyle and preferences caused tension between them, adding layers of drama they couldn't overcome. Trina dealt with Gabe disrespecting her non-stop, and as soon as that ended, she bounced right into another rocky situation with Vaughn, keeping the cycle going. Tamar has been married and divorced 3 times, each breakup bringing its own complications and public stress, showing just how deep the family patterns run. Tracy dealt with heartbreak too. She forgave Kevin after rumors spread that he had a child outside their marriage, and even after all that, when she passed, she left everything to her son instead of him, and he's still upset about it today. People keep digging into the Braxton family history, and the stories that come out paint a rough, emotional picture of what was happening behind the scenes. And honestly, it makes sense why someone would feel relieved not to grow up in a home where parents are treated like untouchable royalty, because that creates pressure nobody should have to deal with. The Braxtons didn't end up with all this chaos by accident. A lot of their pain ties back to how they were raised and the environment Evelyn created, whether she meant to or not. Very few of their issues are simple or one-sided. It's all tangled, it's all complicated, and everybody's got a story to tell. But when you trace it back far enough, the root almost always leads to Mama E, Evelyn. The more you dig into the Braxton history, the more you realize their family drama didn't just happen. It kept growing because nobody ever stopped the cycle. And by the time fame hit them, the pressure, jealousy, and old wounds were all exploding at the same time, and every sister handled it in her own messy way. People close to them said whenever a Braxton walked into a room, you could feel the tension before they even spoke, like everyone was bracing for the next blow-up. Industry folks who worked with them claim the sisters would compete over everything. who looked the best that day, who had the better vocals, who the crew favored, who got the most screen time, even who got the most attention from fans and men. It became an ego war wrapped in family loyalty, and nobody wanted to admit how deep the insecurity really ran. One moment they were hugging for the cameras, the next they were side-eyeing each other like rivals instead of sisters. And when the cameras stopped rolling, things got even wilder behind the scenes. Insiders said arguments would jump from business to personal in seconds. Money, old grudges, childhood pain, favoritism, and who deserved the spotlight all mixed together like a recipe for disaster. Some days, Tony and Tamar were on one side, Tawanda and Trina were on another, and Tracy was caught in the middle trying to keep the peace even when she was hurting too. People in their circle whispered that the sisters didn't trust each other with good news or bad news because everything turned into a competition or a guilt trip. If one sister booked a gig, another would claim she wasn't supportive enough. If one was struggling, someone else would complain about being dragged into the drama. It was a non-stop cycle of who's the villain today, and every sister had her turn being the one everyone pointed at. And through all of it, nobody stepped back to break the pattern. The pressure kept piling up until the smallest disagreements turned into explosions that felt way bigger than the moment itself. As the years went on, the Braxton drama didn't slow down. If anything, it kept getting heavier because every new situation dragged up something old that was never healed. And by the time the reality show cameras were following them around, the whole world got to see what insiders had been whispering about for years. The sisters were smiling for the show, but the second that red light turned off, everything shifted. The tone, the mood, the energy. It was like watching a storm form in real time. Producers said they never had to push the sisters for drama because the tension was already there, bubbling under every conversation. One wrong look, one shady comment, one old memory coming up, and suddenly the whole room was tight. Arguments would jump from 0 to 100 so fast that crew members were stepping back like, "Let me not get caught in this crossfire." And the sisters weren't just arguing about work. They were fighting over loyalty, respect, and who had been carrying emotional weight the longest. Tracy, especially, felt like she was always being pushed to the side, and people behind the scenes said she would walk away from set in tears sometimes, feeling ignored or treated like she didn't matter. Tawanda had her own struggles and felt like nobody took her seriously unless she was doing something for them. Trina felt judged every time she tried to talk about her love life or her mistakes. And Tamar, well, Tamar's emotions were always loud, and instead of comfort, she'd get dismissed or called dramatic, which only made things worse. Even Tony, the calm, classy one, hit breaking points where she snapped because she was tired of being the one everyone expected to fix the family when she was exhausted herself. If Tony didn't show up to an event, people said she wasn't supportive. If she did show up, people claimed she was acting superior. There was literally no winning for her. And every time they tried to resolve things, the conversations turned into someone feeling attacked, someone walking out, and someone shutting down completely. At some point, it stopped being regular sibling arguments. It became emotional warfare built on decades of hurt, jealousy, and secrets nobody wanted to bring into the light. If Evelyn ever stepped up, took real accountability, and actually addressed the harm she caused, it could open the door for real healing in that family. But right now, it feels like nobody wants to face the truth, and the damage just keeps spreading. The more I look at everything the Braxtons have gone through, the more their whole situation gives off this heavy, dark energy that's been sitting there for years, and nobody wants to be the first to break the cycle. This family has layers on layers of pain, secrets, jealousy, and silence, and it's clear none of it is simple. Every sister has her own scars, her own story, and her own reasons for being the way she is. And until somebody at the top finally owns what really happened, they're all stuck repeating the same hurt over and over again. So tell me what you think. Drop your thoughts in the comments because this story is wild from every angle. Hit that like button, show some love, and make sure you subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. And if you want even more deep dives, drama breakdowns, and behind-the-scenes truths, make sure you subscribe to Juicy Real. That's where the real tea keeps pouring.
What I am asking about is my child.
Do I know where you live?
Well, of course you don't come. So
Exactly.
my
So
thing,
how would I
I know
give
where
it
you
to
live because I put down your down payment.
Beautiful.
And you've been stealing from me for the past couple years on my credit.
Toni Braxton has been losing it ever since she found out that Tamar was allegedly getting too close with her man. And not just rumors close, but crossing the line close.
But what you steal?
I don't steal anything.
You don't? You sold men.
Who's the man that I stole?
Tony's. You slept with them
Oh,
a few times.
Who? What man?
You not get the lead.
Oh, bitch. Dirty, low down ass bitch.
Oh, you're such a liar. Such a liar.
Man, he said he Tawanda.
You know that's a lie.
I swear to God.
That's a lie. Which God are you talking
to? Your man for? You think too? Don't you?
This whole situation has turned into pure chaos, and fans are saying this might be the moment that finally rips the Braxton family apart for good. Toni's reportedly furious, claiming she'll never forgive Tamar for this one, and honestly, who could blame her? It's one thing to deal with random women acting wild around your man, but your own sister? That's betrayal on a whole other level, and some wounds just don't heal. People who've been around the Braxtons say the tension in that family dinner was thick enough to cut with a knife. Everyone was whispering, and Tawanda, always the one who accidentally spills the tea, dropped the mother of all bombs right in front of everyone. Toni's face froze, Tamar went silent, and you could practically feel the air leave the room. Now fans are wondering if this is really the end of the Braxton sisterhood, or if the sisters are once again pulling a setup.
Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
Framing Tamar as the family scapegoat like they've done before. Either way, this drama's exploding, and nobody's walking away clean this time. Dinner was supposed to be calm, but with the Braxtons, that never happens. Within minutes, voices were raised and Tamar snapped, throwing shade right at Tawanda. She reminded her that the only reason Tawanda even has a house is because she was the one who put down the payment. Don't forget who made that happen, Tamar allegedly shouted, and the table went silent. But she didn't stop there. She hit her sister with another bomb, accusing Tawanda of secretly using her credit card for years without permission.
Right.
Hey.
You killed it, man.
Babe, I was trying to go crazy. I wanted to call him.
Tony, the was the #1 trending topic. I tried to tell him, I showed him.
Now, according to the bankruptcy papers floating around, Tawanda is drowning in debt. We're talking $500,000 deep. The same paperwork shows Tamar had lent her around $35,000 for that home down payment, which makes the whole situation even messier. Tamar straight up called Tawanda a thief, and honestly, fans say she might not be lying. People still remember when Tawanda made headlines for allegedly stealing their mom's Social Security checks, and even Toni has accused her of taking money behind her back. Tawanda clearly doesn't mind helping herself to other people's stuff, so when Tamar threw shade saying the T in her name stands for thief, it sent everyone over the edge. But here's where things flipped fast. Tawanda didn't even let Tamar finish before she came for blood. She clapped back and started dragging out Tamar's own dirty secrets for everyone to hear.
So I'm 16, I'm at my aunt's house, and when I leave, I'm there for the summer, her partner decides, her husband at the time decides to start sexting me. So sexting in a sexual manner, okay? There was nothing physical that happened, absolutely nothing physical.
What came out of her mouth had Tamar spiraling, and it only got uglier from there. Tawanda didn't hold back. She hit Tamar with the lowest blow imaginable. In front of everyone, she accused Tamar of being a thief too, claiming she stole Toni's man. The name of the guy was censored out in the footage for legal reasons, but fans say you could feel the tension explode through the screen.
As the years have evolved, that has turned into, it's your fault. It's turned into, you were old enough to know right from wrong, and it's turned into something physical happened and you did it. And for me, that's mind-boggling to me, because if there was something that was physical that happened, and I'm 16 years old, this makes this person a right. You know the word, and I can't.
Whatever Tawanda said, it struck deep because Tamar's reaction was instant. Her face dropped, her eyes went wide, and then she snapped. The next few seconds were pure chaos. Tamar started screaming, knocking over drinks, and swearing up and down that Tawanda was lying through her teeth. The table turned into a war zone, and everyone was frozen, trying to figure out if Tawanda had just exposed the biggest Braxton family scandal ever. But in the middle of all that madness, Tony's reaction said everything. She didn't yell, she didn't move. She just sat there, completely stunned. You could see the heartbreak written all over her face after all those years of having Tamar's back, of defending her when everyone else turned away. This was the ultimate betrayal. And to make things worse, Tony realized Tawanda had been sitting on that secret for years, just waiting for the perfect moment to drop it. The real twist, the other sisters apparently knew too. And none of them warned Tony. That realization broke her completely. At that dinner table, you could tell. The trust was gone. The bond was shattered. And Tony looked like she'd just lost her entire family in one night. The moment that clip hit the internet, it exploded. Within minutes, it was everywhere. TikTok, X, Instagram, you name it. People couldn't believe what they were hearing, and it instantly became the Braxtons' biggest scandal yet. Just when everyone thought this family couldn't possibly get messier, they went and outdid themselves again. The drama was hotter than ever, and the internet detectives went straight to work trying to uncover who the mystery man was that Tamar allegedly stole from Tony. Now that bleeped out name during the episode, yeah, that only made things worse. Fans were way too nosy to let that slide, and it didn't take long before people started connecting the dots, and all arrows pointed straight at Birdman. Within hours, Birdman's name was trending and the theories were wild. Apparently, Birdman and his Cash Money crew had just done a versus battle against No Limit, and Tony couldn't make it to support her man that night. But guess who did show up? Tamar, and she was doing the absolute most. According to clips fans posted, Tamar was running around backstage acting like Birdman's first lady, laughing, flirting, and even wiping sweat off his forehead like she was his woman. The crowd noticed, the cameras noticed, and fans online, they lost it. If you didn't know the backstory, you'd definitely think they were a couple by the way she was acting. The internet started calling her out left and right, accusing her of crossing the line, but Tamar fired back immediately, trying to clear the air. She said she was only there to hold it down for her sister Tony, saying, "'Cause she couldn't be here and she loves her husband, so I'ma hold it down for her and my brother." To make things even more confusing, Tamar later posted a video of her and Birdman on a video call with Tony, smiling, laughing, like everything was totally normal. But by then, fans weren't buying it anymore. They'd already made up their minds, and the scandal was out of control. That little video call Tamar posted didn't help her case one bit. If anything, it made people even more suspicious. But just as the Birdman drama started cooling down, a new bomb dropped that flipped everything upside down again. Turns out, Birdman might not have even been the man Tawanda was talking about at that chaotic dinner. Sources started whispering that the real name bleeped out wasn't Birdman at all. It was Carrie Lewis, Tony Braxton's ex-husband. And when that detail leaked, fans went crazy. What's even messier is that this rumor didn't come out of nowhere. People had been side-eyeing Tamar over Carrie for years. As far back as 2011, blogs were already spilling tea about Tamar supposedly having an affair with Carrie to get a boost in her music career. One blogger back then even claimed Tamar was doing whatever it takes to reach fame and fortune, and that included getting close to her sister's man. But the wildest part? That same blog claimed it wasn't just Tamar playing games. It said Tony had also allegedly been involved with Vince, the man Tamar later married, before handing him off to her sister. Fans have always brushed that off as gossip, but when you look at the timeline, it's a little too convenient, right? And this isn't Tamar's first time being accused of crossing boundaries. Remember the scandal with Michael Malden, Jermaine Dupri's father? Yeah, fans still talk about that. Word was, Tamar got close to him because of his strong Hollywood connections, and that rumor alone had people dragging her online for months. So now, when folks hear that she might have gone after Carrie Lewis, they're not even shocked anymore. Just disappointed. People say Tamar's always been bold, but doing something like that to her own sister, That's a whole new level of messy. And honestly, if the rumors are true, this might explain why Tony's trust in her family has been completely shattered. Tamar's always been unpredictable. She does things just because she feels like it, no filter, no warning. And honestly, if you've been following the Braxton sisters over the years, you know their family dynamic is straight up chaotic. They act more like frenemies than blood. The tension, the shade, the secrets, it's all boiling over. There's so much bad blood between them it could sink the Titanic. Fans have even started asking if they genuinely like each other anymore, or if it's all just for the cameras. After the latest scandal blew up, the internet went wild, dragging Tamar through the dirt. People were calling her every name under the sun, saying, "Tamar, you've always been shady, and the audacity of doing this to your oldest sister." Some even said she had to be jealous of Tony's success. The comments were ruthless. It was like the whole internet turned against her overnight. But not everyone bought into the story. A bunch of fans came to Tamar's defense, swearing she'd never crossed that kind of line, especially with family. They said the whole situation smelled like a setup, that the sisters purposely dropped that bomb on Tamar to gaslight her and make her look like the villain again. One fan wrote, "I don't believe Tamar slept with Tony's man. I believe Tawanda said that because she was embarrassed that Tamar exposed her." And honestly, that theory started to make a lot of sense. See, Tamar might be dramatic, but she's also the only one who's ever spoken real truth about what goes on behind the scenes. She's blunt, she's emotional, and that scares the rest of them. The sisters don't like how open she is about their private business, especially the darker parts of their past. Remember when Tamar revealed that she'd been hurt by people from both sides of her family when she was younger? That confession shook everyone, and it made the family furious. So maybe this latest betrayal scandal isn't just about jealousy or revenge. Maybe it's about shutting Tamar down once and for all. Yeah, that confession did not sit well with the rest of the Braxton family. Instead of showing support, they turned on Tamar, accusing her of doing too much and airing out family business that should have stayed private. They blamed her for tearing the family apart like she was the reason all their skeletons were coming out. But the truth is, Tamar wasn't even allowed to speak about what happened to her for years. She was silenced as a child, and when she finally found the courage to speak up as an adult, they treated her like she'd committed the worst sin imaginable. But then things took an even darker turn when Tony and Tamar's niece, Ashley Braxton, came forward with her own heartbreaking story. Ashley revealed that her father, Michael Braxton Sr., had been physically violent with her when she was growing up, and it didn't stop there. Their stepmother, who was supposed to protect them, allegedly wasn't any better. Those girls went through years of physical, verbal, and emotional pain that nobody outside the family ever knew about. Sadly, the trauma didn't end quietly. Ashley's sister, Lolo, later lost her life to an overdose, a tragedy that ripped through the family but was never truly addressed. And just when people thought it couldn't get worse, Ashley dropped another bombshell. She revealed that her aunt, Trina Braxton, completely cut her off after discovering that Trina's husband had been sending Ashley inappropriate messages. And here's the most disturbing part. Ashley was only 16 years old at the time. Instead of comforting her or standing by her side, the family allegedly chose to protect the man, not the child. It was shocking, heartbreaking, and it left fans furious, wondering how much pain had been buried under the Braxton name all these years. But none of that mattered to Trina. She acted like Ashley was just making noise for attention. Instead of showing empathy, Trina accused her niece of stirring the pot for clout, completely dismissing the trauma Ashley went through. Even now, Trina still defends her ex-husband, Gabe, warning Ashley to stop talking about him since he's not here to defend himself. It's shocking, especially considering the seriousness of what Ashley said happened when she was just a teenager. And Trina wasn't the only one turning her back. Ashley later revealed that even Tawanda cut her off for speaking up about the abuse she experienced. That detail is huge because it sheds light on why Tawanda has such a long-standing grudge against Tamar. While most of the family was busy protecting their image and silencing Ashley, Tamar was the only one who refused to play that game. Tamar had lived through her own silence and wasn't about to let the same thing happen to Ashley. When she learned the truth, she was furious that the rest of the family had hidden the situation from her because they knew she wouldn't keep quiet. They knew Tamar would speak up no matter whose feelings got hurt, and that terrified them. So when she finally found out, Tamar didn't stay silent. She went all in. She invited Ashley onto her podcast to finally tell her side of the story in her own words. That move shook the Braxton family to its core. The rest of the sisters were livid, calling Tamar disloyal for airing family secrets in public. But fans saw it differently. To them, Tamar wasn't stirring drama. She was breaking a cycle of silence that had gone on for way too long. After that podcast episode dropped, all hell broke loose in the Braxton family. The moment Ashley's voice went public, the sisters lost it. Group chats blew up, calls were made, and suddenly Tamar was being treated like the ultimate traitor. Trina reportedly called her disrespectful. Tawanda accused her of chasing clout, and even Tony, usually the calm one, kept her distance for weeks. The family tried to downplay the story, saying Ashley was misguided, and Tamar should have known better than to drag family business online. But at that point, the damage was already done. Social media exploded with people taking sides. Some fans praised Tamar for standing up for Ashley, saying, "Finally, someone in that family is telling the truth." Others, though, accused her of doing it for attention, calling it another Tamar tantrum. But what nobody could deny was that the podcast hit a nerve. It exposed cracks in the Braxton image that could no longer be hidden. Behind the scenes, things got even messier. Tawanda allegedly stopped all contact with Tamar, and insiders claimed that family group projects, including Braxton Family Values spin-off talks, were immediately put on ice. Even Ashley started getting hate messages from people calling her a liar and ungrateful, which many fans believe came from fake accounts linked to the Braxtons' inner circle. Through it all, Tamar refused to back down. She went live on Instagram saying she had nothing to apologize for, explaining that she wasn't trying to ruin her family. She was trying to protect it by finally addressing the truth. "I'm not the villain," she said. "I'm just tired of being silent when people are getting hurt." That statement set the internet on fire. It trended for 2 days straight. And while some of her sisters kept pretending everything was fine in interviews, fans could see the tension brewing behind every fake smile. At this point, it's not just sister drama anymore. It's generational pain, buried secrets, and public betrayal colliding in real time. The Braxton family name might never recover from this fallout. And Tamar, she's standing in the middle of it all, refusing to back down. The Braxtons didn't just dislike that podcast, they hated it. Things got so ugly that the family actually sent Tamar and Ashley a cease and desist letter, demanding they stop talking about everything immediately. But here's the messed up part. Tamar didn't even hear about it through her sisters. Nope, she found out when a stranger served her the papers. Imagine that. Being legally silenced by your own family and not even getting a warning first. That betrayal hit hard, and it showed just how deep the cracks in the Braxton bond really go. At this point, the pattern is crystal clear. Every time Tamar tries to speak her truth, her own family tries to shut her down. They humiliate her, silence her, and then paint her as the problem. And fans are finally starting to notice. People online are torn. Some believe Tamar might have crossed the line with Tony's man, but others are convinced this whole situation is just payback for her daring to expose what really happens behind the Braxton brand. So what do you think? Did Tamar actually betray her sister, or is she the one being betrayed for finally speaking up? Drop your thoughts in the comments. This story's far from over. And if you love digging into the truth behind the headlines, don't forget to subscribe to Juicy Reel for even more wild celebrity drama coming your way.
A child.
Do I know where you live?
Well, of course you don't come. So my thing, I know where you live because I put down your down payment.
You know exactly what you're doing. Don't be looking like that, you snake ass son of a gun. You're a snake, and then you like controversy, and you like all of that. Okay. So why would you?
Tawanda, baby, I love her to pieces. But hide your stuff when she come over, because she snatched the wig off your head when you look the other way. She's super sneaky, clever, and...
Okay, listen up. Because this story comes in blazing like a fire alarm going off in the middle of the night. The Braxton sisters are out here giving the whole world a front row seat to chaos. And this situation is so wild, it almost doesn't feel real. The street's been whispering, but today, they're straight shouting. I've covered Braxton family drama before, but this one right here...
Which, mind you, how little of a sister can you be for you to know this information and not tell it until someone makes you mad? Like, you didn't tell Tony about Tamar sleeping with her ex until Tamar calls you out for being a thief, which you've been a thief before, so Tamar telling this wouldn't be that too far.
This one breaks the scale. The type of situation that makes you sit up straight like, hold on, what just happened? So grab your snacks, tighten your seatbelt, and brace yourself because this tea is boiling over and everyone is watching.
I don't steal anything.
You don't. You sold men.
What school man that I stole?
Tony's. You slept with them a few times.
What man? You not get the lead.
Oh, you're such a liar. Such a liar.
Word all over the streets, and not just one street, the whole neighborhood is buzzing, is that Tamar Braxton allegedly crossed the line with Tony Braxton's husband. Yes, that's the claim people are dropping like it's nothing, her sister's husband. When this first hit my ears, I legit froze for a second like, please, somebody say this is just a rumor gone too far. Because who even expects something this wild to pop up? But the deeper I looked into it, the messier everything started to look. Every corner you turn in this story has another twist waiting to trip you up. And trust, this is only the opening chapter of the madness. This whole thing is giving pure chaos energy.
You're such a liar. Such a liar. Man, he said he...
No, that's a lie.
I swear to God.
That's a lie. What are you
Your man for you think I'm too? Don't.
So how did this whole storm break loose? Apparently, Tawanda Braxton reached her limit with keeping quiet and decided to let the world know exactly what's been happening. She didn't hint. She didn't tiptoe. She dropped the whole situation like a mic hitting the floor. And ever since she did, everything's been spinning. And Tony? She is not taking any of this well. Not even a little bit. Think about it. Dealing with your partner being around other women is already stressful enough, but having drama come from inside your own family?
I say, Tony Braxton? Tony Braxton? I got Tony Braxton. No, Tony Braxton ain't never had your back. I got Tony Braxton. I want it on record. I want it on national television. You want to say, I don't have your back? You did it. Hell, Lord, you did.
From someone who's supposed to be one of your closest people? That hits different. That situation alone is already crossing every line imaginable. But when it comes from your own sister, that hits with a level of betrayal so deep, it feels like the floor dropped out from under you. There are barely enough words to describe how heavy that kind of wound is. And Tamar, honey, she is scrambling. You can see it all over her face. She never thought this secret would see daylight. She thought it was locked away forever, but Tawanda came in like, "Not today, sis," and cracked the whole thing wide open. Now the connection between Tony and Tamar looks damaged in a way that feels permanent. It's like watching a bridge collapse in slow motion. Once it snaps, there's no easy way to rebuild it. And being honest, the Braxtons have always brought the mess. We've seen it play out for years. But this right here? This drops the bar straight into the basement. This isn't messy. It's a whole different level of chaos. This whole situation is giving full-on baddies energy, the type where every time you blink, someone is in another argument or another conflict is blowing up. They've fought in front of cameras, behind cameras, on the phone, through social media. Everywhere they go, drama is already there waiting. But when sisters turn on each other like this, that's a heartbreak with long-term damage. Family ties don't always bounce back from hits like that. So then a clip starts floating around, showing Tamar and Tawanda going at it again, loud and fired up, throwing words like they're dodging sparks from a fire. It's intense. And when Tamar gets mad, she doesn't hold anything back. She'll let her mouth run wild. She'll say all kinds of things, truth or not, because once her temper snaps, that switch flips fast. And honey, in that moment, she was beyond heated. Tamar starts firing off receipts like she's unloading a whole folder of evidence, claiming she covered the down payment for Tawanda's house. Then she goes even further, saying Tawanda had been running up her credit cards for years without permission. Years! When I heard that, I had to pause like, is this real or is Tamar just throwing wild accusations out of anger? But then I remembered, Tamar does not usually speak unless she's holding proof in her hand. So suddenly, the whole thing starts looking a little too possible. And this isn't even the first time Tamar has checked Tawanda. She already accused her before of being reckless with people's belongings and money, so this pattern isn't new. But then things get even messier. Rumors been floating that Tawanda stole their mother's social security checks, Miss E's money, and apparently she might have taken money from Tony at some point too, which is a whole other level of disrespect in a family this tight in the spotlight. Then the bankruptcy documents come out, and yes, those are public, showing Tawanda sitting on $500,000 of debt, $500,000. And on top of that, she borrowed $35,000 from Tamar for a home down payment. When you look at all that together, suddenly Tamar's story starts lining up in a way that's hard to ignore. Tawanda really does seem to have a long pattern of borrowing from family and leaving a trail of unpaid debts behind her. But here's where things spin completely off the rails. Instead of denying any of the accusations about taking money, Tawanda doesn't even blink at the theft claims. She skips right past them like they're nothing. And then she drops a bomb so loud it shakes the whole room. She stares Tamar straight in the face and accuses her of sleeping with one of Tony's exes. The moment she said it, everything exploded. Tamar snaps instantly, screaming, denying it, pointing right back at Tawanda. Then she flips the whole situation and claims Tawanda was actually the one who crossed that line instead. The energy in that moment was pure chaos, like the kind that makes everyone in the room freeze because they know things just took a turn nobody can come back from. Meanwhile, Tony is sitting there looking completely stunned, like her whole face is telling the story without her saying a single word. And then it comes out that even Tracy allegedly knew about this before she passed, yet somehow nobody thought it was important to warn Tony? Someone explain that, because at this point, their bond doesn't look like sisterhood at all. They're moving like frenemies who can't stand each other but stay tied together because they share DNA. And honestly, that vibe isn't even shocking anymore with the way things keep unfolding. Just when you think the situation can't sink any lower, it drops again. Because the rumor isn't just about one man. Oh no, the streets are claiming Tamar crossed the line with two of Tony's men. 2! That's a level of mess that sends shockwaves through any family. In the clip, the man's name is censored, probably because nobody wants lawyers jumping out the bushes. But the internet is the internet, and people started connecting dots like detectives on overtime. So let's break down the suspects everyone keeps whispering about. Suspect number 1, Birdman. Yes, that Birdman, Tony's current husband. And here's where things start feeling uncomfortable, because people remembered something real quick. During that cash money versus no limit battle, Tony was nowhere to be seen. But guess who showed up? Tamar! The moment folks put that together, the rumors got even louder. The behavior had everybody raising an eyebrow, because Tamar was out there dancing around Birdman like she was doing the most for attention. She was wiping sweat off his face like she had been hired for the job, and folks online were calling it strange, inappropriate, and downright disrespectful toward Tony. It didn't take long for the comments to explode with people saying the whole thing felt off. Tamar did try to defend herself, though. She said she showed up to support Tony, and she even posted a video of her, Birdman, and Tony all on a call together to make everything look peaceful. But the internet wasn't buying that explanation at all. People kept saying the vibe between them still felt way too close for comfort. Then comes suspect number 2, Carrie Lewis, Tony's ex-husband, the one from mint condition. And this rumor actually goes way back to 2011. A blogger claimed Tamar got involved with Carrie because she wanted fame and money and figured cozying up to her sister's man would be the shortcut. When that resurfaced, people started asking, What is happening inside this family? And the wild part? This isn't even the first time Tamar's name has been tied to stuff like this. She's dealt with accusations before. Remember when folks claimed she allegedly had something going on with Michael Malden, Jermaine Dupri's father? Every time Tamar tries to move on, some rumor from the past pops back up like it's waiting in the shadows. And through all of this, Toni has always been the one shining the brightest. She's the sister with the major success, the chart-topping hits, the awards, the recognition, the whole package. So when these stories start swirling, people can't help but wonder how deep the jealousy runs and how much of this drama has been bubbling under the surface for years. A lot of people believe Tamar has carried jealousy toward Toni her whole life, and that's where all this messy behavior comes from. So crossing lines with Toni's men becomes her twisted way of proving she's just as wanted, just as powerful, just as relevant. Almost like, if I can get your man's attention, then I must be on your level. It's a toxic mindset, but when you look at the patterns, it weirdly starts to make sense in that unhealthy family dynamic. Now let's swing back to Towanda for a minute, because the way she held onto this information for years is wild. She kept it tucked away like a weapon and only pulled it out during an argument to distract from her own drama. That's not just petty, that's straight up vindictive. That's manipulative. That's the kind of move you expect from someone trying to win a fight, not from a sister trying to keep a family together. The Braxtons are supposed to be unity, tradition, loyalty. But at this point, the betrayals are stacked so high, it feels like all the love and trust evaporated. They're moving around each other like people who are just fulfilling roles, not actually feeling anything real anymore. Everything looks forced, like they're performing sisterhood instead of living it. And honestly, fans have been saying they can see the final break coming from a mile away. People are predicting the Braxtons might eventually cut ties for good. Some even say they should walk away from reality TV entirely and go no contact just to heal, because the drama is getting too heavy and too personal. From the outside, it really does look like these sisters don't even enjoy being around each other anymore, and that's heartbreaking to watch. And just when everyone thought the Braxton drama had reached its limit, another layer pops up like the universe said, "Oh, you thought we were done? Absolutely not." Because now insiders are whispering that the real reason the sisters can't stand being around each other is the years of silent competition that never got addressed. Every compliment, every award, every spotlight moment turned into another crack in their bond, and nobody ever stopped to fix it. Toni became the legend, Tamar became the loud firecracker, Towanda became the one holding secrets, and each role turned into resentment that just sat there growing like mold. And the wild part is, instead of healing it, they all kept pretending everything was fine. That fake peace is exactly why things keep exploding now. Too much truth got stuffed under the rug, and the rug finally flipped over. So now everyone's side-eyeing the situation even harder, because more leaks are coming out claiming there's been tension about money, favoritism, and who the family puts on a pedestal. One source even said they stopped being sisters the moment they started becoming brands. And honestly, that hits way too close to reality. And here's the kicker. The fans aren't the only ones exhausted. Even people close to the family are allegedly saying the energy around them feels heavy, like everyone's waiting for the final fallout. When your own circle can feel the tension in the air, that means the problem isn't just petty drama. It's something deep, something that's been rotting the foundation for years. And just when everyone thought the family tension couldn't get any heavier, another detail hits the internet like a bomb going off. People close to the situation are now claiming the sisters have been having secret meetings without each other, literally choosing who's allowed in the room and who gets shut out. That alone shows how deep the cracks run, Because when a family starts holding private meetings about each other, that's not sisterhood. That's survival mode. Some insiders even say the sisters stopped sharing major life updates with each other. Birthdays, business deals, personal wins, everything gets filtered or twisted because nobody trusts anyone anymore. The vibe turned so cold that folks are joking. The thermostat is broken, but the truth is it's not funny at all. You can feel that wall between them, and it keeps getting taller. Then, the wildest part drops. Apparently, there's a long-running group chat that half the sisters muted and the other half barely read. That alone tells you the bond is hanging by a thread. One source said the messages are full of shade, silent digs, and tension so thick you could slice it. And instead of confronting the real issues, everyone keeps pretending it's fine, until the next blow-up. So now the question everyone's whispering is, how long can this family keep functioning like this before something snaps completely? Because from the outside, it looks like they're hanging on by emotion, history, and Miss E's presence, and nothing else. Even the fans can feel the shift, and the internet is buzzing like this is the calm before a storm nobody's ready for. Forget love at this point. These sisters don't even seem to like each other anymore. The only thing barely holding this family together is their mother, Miss Evelyn, Miss E, the heart of the whole operation. And it hurts to even say this out loud, but people are already whispering that when Miss E eventually passes, God forbid, because we truly love Miss E, the sisters might cut ties completely. Like that would be the official end of the Braxton sisterhood, no reunion, no healing, just silence. And that's the heartbreaking part, because the Braxtons had everything lined up for greatness. They had a hit show, loyal fans, real star power, and every opportunity to dominate mainstream entertainment. They could have become a powerhouse family brand, but jealousy and bitterness cracked the foundation. Instead of leveling up together, they let their own drama drag them down. They could have been the Black Kardashians, but they ended up becoming their own downfall. No outside villain, just self-destruction from the inside out. Now here we are, watching what's left of the wreckage. So the real question is, do you think Tamar actually crossed the line with Tony's man? Or was Tawanda just throwing anything she could to redirect the heat from her own situation? Because honestly, with a family this messy, both options feel way too possible. That's how tangled things have gotten. Drop your thoughts in the comments because this story has layers on layers. And if you made it to the end, hit that like button and subscribe. Especially if you're rocking with the Juicy Reel channel. Because trust me, there's plenty more wild tea coming your way.
Demand my address. I'm not expecting y'all to really give a about me. What I am asking about is my child.
Do I know where you live?
Well, of course you don't come. So
Exactly.
my thing, I know where you live because I put down your down payment.
Beautiful.
And you've been stealing from me for the past couple years on my credit cards. Help
But
me.
what you steal?
I don't steal anything.
You don't? You sold men.
Who's the man that I stole?
Tony's. You slept with them
Oh,
a few times.
Who? What man?
You not get the link.
Oh, dirty low down ass bitch.
Oh, you such a liar. Such a liar.
Man, he said he Tawanda.
You know that's a lie.
I swear to God.
That's a lie. Which child are you trying
Your man for? You think I too?
Tomorrow. Girl, what was that? Why are you wiping sweat off Birdman's head like you his personal assistant? If it was about support, you should have been in the audience, not up there, acting like his hype woman. Baby, that was too much, especially after all those recent rumors swirling that y'all been sleeping together. People are talking and they ain't whispering either. Could Birdman actually be the same ex that Tawanda once accused Tamar of sneaking around with? Because if that's true, who?
Are you guys a couple?
Well, T, that's my girl, my friend, my family.
Do you have...
That's my love, my soldier, my life. She my everything, and I trust her.
Because you bought her a Bentley truck.
Yes.
So the implication is that's your girlfriend.
She my life.
The drama is about to hit a whole new level. And wait, why are we just now finding out that Tamar and Birdman may have had something going on way back in the day? And to make it even wilder, Birdman has allegedly responded to all this mess himself. If you thought this was already chaotic, buckle up, because this ride's about to spin out of control. So here's what went down. Birdman, Manny Fresh, and other Cash Money legends hit the stage to face off against Master P and the No Limit crew in a legendary versus battle. The whole showdown happened live in Las Vegas during Complex Con, and it was supposed to be all about the music, but oh no, the spotlight quickly shifted. See, Toni Braxton was nowhere to be found on that stage, but her sister Tamar. She was front and center, loud, proud, and turning up like she owned the mic. She wasn't just vibing, she was twerking, bouncing, and bopping her head like she forgot the cameras were rolling. But what really had folks' jaws dropping was how close she was getting to her so-called brother-in-law.
Hey. You killed it, man. Babe, I was trying to go crazy. I wanted to call him.
Was the #1 trending topic. I tried to tell him, I showed him. He don't know what that is. I'm like,
I don't know that.
bro, you the #1 trending topic in the world. Come on, Toni Braxton.
Girl, she thinks she's
She look
good, man. Talk TV, stop acting like you are.
Too close. The energy was giving old flames reignited, not family support. The crowd saw it, the internet saw it, and now everyone's asking the same question. What's really going on between Tamar and Birdman? The internet went absolutely wild. Comments were flying left and right. People saying there's no way on earth it was okay for Tamar to be up there, touching her brother-in-law like that, wiping sweat off his head like she's auditioning to be his stylist. Fans were heated, calling it out as straight up inappropriate. One user wrote, "This ain't family support. This is flirtation on stage."
My address. I'm not expecting y'all to really give a about me. What I am asking about is my child.
Do I know where you live?
Well, of course you don't come. So
Exactly.
my thing,
how would
I know
give
where
it
you
to
live because I put down your down payment.
Beautiful.
And you've been stealing from me for the past couple years on my credit cards. And help
But
me.
what you steal?
I don't steal anything.
You don't? You sold men.
Who's the man that I stole?
Tony's. You slept with them
Oh,
a few times.
Who? What man?
You not get the lead.
Oh. Dirty low down ass bitch.
Oh, you're such a liar. Such a liar.
Man, he said he one.
You know that's a lie.
I swear to
You know
God.
that's a lie. Which card are you trying
Your man for? You think I too? Don't you?
And honestly, the clip didn't help her case one bit. But before we dive too deep, let's rewind and get one thing straight. There's definitely a real connection between Birdman and Toni Braxton. Not just some casual fling either. We're talking about a whole public engagement. When they started dating back in 2015, both of them openly talked about the idea of getting married. It wasn't some secret situationship. They were serious. But for some reason, that wedding never seemed to happen. Toni later claimed they kept pushing the date because of work commitments. Girl, please. Fans weren't buying that for a second. Let's be honest. If she really wanted to marry the man, she could have made it happen. Something about that excuse just didn't sit right. Anyway, Birdman did eventually pop the question. And Toni even posted photos to prove it. One was captioned, "A couple minutes before we got engaged," and fans lost it. Within 24 hours, another picture surfaced, showing them hugged up tight, Toni proudly flashing a massive diamond ring that could blind the haters. Birdman wasn't shy either. He hit the Wendy Williams show and poured his heart out like a man in love. He called Toni his love, his soldier, his life, his everything, and said he loved her to death. That man sounded like he was ready to risk it all.
But there's no date.
There's no date. We almost had a date. Well, we had 2 dates, but we were doing Braxton Family Values and we were going through a little drama. And I was like, okay, the wedding is a good thing to get all the sisters together. Yeah. But I couldn't get us all together. And I said, the wedding's not a good reason because it's messing up my relationship a little bit. He's like, come on, Michelle, set a date. I know.
That's what he calls you?
He calls me Michelle. Doesn't call me Toni at all. That's my middle name, Toni Michelle.
Yeah. Set a date.
He said before the year's out, so I have, what, a couple weeks.
Couple weeks?
Yeah.
So he's 45, you're 51.
He's 49.
49.
So now that Tamar's on stage wiping sweat off his forehead, you can imagine how fans are losing their minds trying to figure out where the loyalty really stands. Toni eventually opened up about the whole engagement drama herself, and what she said just added more layers to the story. She revealed that they actually had wedding dates lined up, not one, but two. Can you believe that? But according to Toni, things got complicated because they were filming Braxton Family Values, and of course, there was drama brewing behind the scenes. She said the wedding would have been a perfect way to bring all her sisters together. Sounds sweet, right? Except that reunion never happened. Apparently, Toni just couldn't get her sisters on the same page. The family tension was real, and before anyone could even pick bridesmaid dresses, everything started falling apart. Then boom, out of nowhere, in 2019, Birdman dropped a bombshell on Instagram with one simple, cold message. It's over. That was it. No explanation, no emotion, just two words that broke the internet. And to make it even more final, he deleted every photo of Toni from his page, like she never existed. Toni didn't stay silent either. She came back swinging with a stunning picture of herself in a red gown, and the caption, "Starting a new chapter isn't always an easy choice, but always choose to be chosen. Cheers to a new year." That message screamed independence and heartbreak all at once. Fans were split. Some thought she was done for good, while others swore it was just another lover's spat. And wouldn't you know it, weeks later, the two were spotted back together, reunited on stage during Toni's Atlanta tour stop at the legendary Fox Theater. The chemistry was still there, and the crowd went crazy seeing them side by side again. But fast forward to December 2023, and Toni shut down the wedding rumors once more, posting a blunt hashtag, #fake news. So what's the truth now? Nobody really knows, but the back and forth love story has people glued to every move. Toni finally cleared the air, or at least she tried to. She went online and posted, "My dear friend, Birdman and I are not married, never been married. We are both single, honey." She said it with confidence, like she was done with all the speculation. But baby, not even a week later, a bombshell dropped that turned everything upside down. Because guess what? Court documents surfaced showing that Toni and Birdman actually did get married. And then split just 48 hours later. What? The papers used only their initials, TB and BW. But it didn't take a detective to figure out who that was. Fans and blogs connected the dots instantly. The secret was out. According to those same court filings, the two secretly tied the knot on August 8th, 2024. But by August 10th, it was over. 2 days and done. That's one of the shortest celebrity marriages in recent history. And to make things even more dramatic, Toni officially filed for divorce just 2 weeks later, citing that the marriage was irretrievably broken. That's lawyer talk for this relationship is beyond saving. But hold on. Just when everyone thought it was truly over, another twist hit the timeline. In January 2025, Toni suddenly dismissed the divorce petition. Yup, she took it back, and Birdman signed off on it too, meaning that legally, they're still husband and wife. You can't make this up. So as it stands right now, they're technically still married, even though nobody really knows what's going on behind the scenes. And thanks to Tamar's latest messy on-stage moment, we just learned that Birdman and Toni might still be together. Word on the street is, when Toni isn't around, Tamar's been stepping in a little too close for comfort. The whole situation's messy, complicated, and just getting started. So here's where it gets even messier. Tamar decided to clap back. She wasn't staying quiet while the internet tore her apart. After people kept dragging her for wiping sweat off Birdman's bald head, she fired back at a fan on X, formerly Twitter, who asked why she was even on stage with her sister's man. Tamar shot right back, saying, "'Cause she couldn't be here and she love her, so I'ma hold it down for her and my brother." That was her story. She was just showing love and support, but fans weren't convinced. Apparently, while all this was happening at the event, Birdman actually FaceTimed Tony in real time. Tony was at home, cool as ever, rocking some sleek shades and a black turtleneck, lounging like a queen in what looked like pure luxury. Tamar jumped on the call all excited, hyping Birdman up and gushing about how great the show was. She even told Tony that the Cash Money Versus, No Limit Versus, was the biggest show ever. And Tony? She played it smooth as always. With a calm smile, she said, "Oh, I would think so." Of course it was. Like nothing in the world could shake her. Meanwhile, fans were analyzing every second of that interaction, trying to figure out if Tony's cool demeanor meant she didn't care, or if she knew something the rest of us didn't. Tamar even pointed out that the stunning house Tony was sitting in was the big, beautiful home Birdman bought for her. That line alone sent social media into chaos. People started saying Tamar was doing way too much, praising the man, FaceTiming his wife, and still playing sidekick on stage. The optics were bad, and fans made sure to say it loud. Even after all her explanations, most people still thought the whole thing was off. They said, no matter what Tamar claimed, it was weird. Straight up weird. For her to be that close to Birdman on stage, especially when rumors were already flying that she'd hooked up with him days before. The internet might forget a lot of things, but that sweat-wiping moment, that's one they're never letting go. Let's rewind for a second, because this family tension didn't start on that Vegas stage. Longtime fans of Braxton family values already know the drama runs deep. During one episode, Tawanda Braxton straight up accused Tamar of sleeping with one of Tony's ex-boyfriends. The producers tried to be slick and bleeped out the name, but come on, fans aren't slow. The internet instantly lit up with guesses, and almost everyone pointed straight at Birdman. After all, he's Tony's most high-profile ex, and the timeline just made too much sense. But that's not all. Reports have been swirling for a while that Tony and Tamar's relationship hasn't exactly been picture perfect. Word on the street is they've had some serious issues behind the scenes. The real shocker came when Tony apparently realized she had been blocked by her own sister. On Tamar's birthday of all days. That's wild. Tony herself confirmed it with a little shade on social media, posting, "I wanted to repost that gorgeous picture of you, but I'm blocked again. Anyway, happy birthday, Tae-Hugh." That's the kind of message that says a lot without saying too much. Fans immediately started speculating that this was deeper than a simple misunderstanding, like what really happened between them. Tamar, of course, didn't let that slide. She fired back, calling the whole thing pure gaslighting. She said Tony could have just picked up the phone and called her if she really wanted to talk. Then to prove her point, Tamar posted screenshots of a text thread between her and Tony on her Instagram story, showing they had literally been texting just the day before. In the messages, the two sisters were trying to figure out which city the other was in, so it's clear they were communicating. So now fans are even more confused. Are they close? Are they beefing? Or are they playing nice for the cameras while secretly fuming behind the scenes? One thing's for sure, this Braxton family saga keeps twisting, turning, and spilling more tea than anyone can sip in one sitting. Let's take a minute to focus on Birdman, because his reaction said a lot. While the internet was freaking out over Tamar being all touchy on stage, Birdman looked completely unbothered. In fact, he looked like he was enjoying every single second of it. The man was grinning, vibing, and didn't even try to step back. That right there had everyone wondering, was this really just innocent family energy, or was something else bubbling under the surface? See, this is where the real tea starts spilling. Word on the street is that Tamar and Birdman allegedly dated way back in the early 2000s, long before Tony ever came into the picture. Yup, you heard that right. Those close to the industry have whispered about it for years, saying Tamar and Birdman were real close. We're talking late-night studio sessions, phone calls that went past midnight, and surprise appearances at each other's events. That kind of close. Now, nothing was ever confirmed publicly, but people who were around at the time said the chemistry between them was undeniable. According to the whispers, the romance fizzled out quietly, but the friendship stayed. Fast forward 2 decades later, and suddenly, they're back on stage together, dancing, laughing, and looking just a little too comfortable for folks to believe it's all innocent. The tension was giving more than music, and maybe Just maybe that's why Tamar didn't see anything wrong with her actions. To her, it might have felt like harmless fun. Old vibes resurfacing, familiar energy that just came naturally in the moment. You know how it is when you got history with someone. That spark never really disappears. It just hides for a while. Then one night, under the lights, it sneaks right back out without you even realizing how it looks. Fans caught it instantly though. And now everyone's side-eyeing this so-called family bond. Like, girl, are you sure it's just that? Now here's where things get really wild. After that, Versus Night went viral, fans started digging deeper. And what they found had everyone's jaws on the floor. Old interviews, throwback photos, and even archive posts started resurfacing, showing Tamar and Birdman being a little too friendly over the years. One clip from an early 2000s event showed them whispering and laughing in the corner, looking mighty cozy. People began connecting dots that had been sitting there all along. Like, how did we all miss this for so long? Suddenly, social media was split into two camps. Team, it's just family, and team, something ain't adding up. The family side swore Tamar was just being supportive, pointing out that she's always been loud, expressive, and full of energy on stage. But the other side, they weren't buying it for a second. One fan wrote, "You don't wipe sweat off your sister's man like that unless y'all got history." And honestly, they had a point. As more receipts popped up, fans even noticed that Tamar had dropped flirty comments under some of Birdman's old posts before deleting them later. Nothing too wild, just enough to make people say, And let's not forget that Birdman hasn't exactly rushed to shut the rumors down either. His silence, that's been fueling the flames. Because in celebrity land, silence speaks volumes. Meanwhile, Tony's been keeping it classy. No direct responses, no shade posts, just pure silence. But insiders claim she's not happy about how things are looking, especially with her name being dragged into yet another messy headline. Some even say this whole thing could be the final straw between her and Tamar if it keeps escalating. At this point, the internet's eating this story up like a reality show we didn't know we were watching. Every clip, every like, every facial expression is being replayed and dissected. And with Tamar doubling down on her nothing happened defense, fans are still side-eyeing hard. Because let's be honest, when body language says one thing and the receipts say another, the truth usually isn't too far behind. The fallout from all this has been absolutely explosive. Social media is still buzzing. Blogs are milking the story like it's breaking news every hour. And fans can't stop arguing about what really went down between Tamar, Tony, and Birdman. You've got Twitter threads running 20 posts deep, TikTok detectives zooming in on clips frame by frame, and Instagram pages turning into full-blown investigation boards. It's chaos, a delicious, messy chaos. People are digging up every moment from the Braxton family values archives, saying the signs were always there. Some pointed out how Tamar used to get defensive whenever Birdman's name came up, while Tony always seemed too calm, like a woman who already knew more than she let on. Others swear you can feel the tension between the sisters even in old interviews. The smiles look polite, but the eyes, they tell a different story. Now what's making this even juicier is that Birdman hasn't said a word. No interviews, no posts, no denials. Just pure silence. And that silence, it's making people think he's either guilty or playing it smart. Because every day he keeps quiet, the mystery grows. Meanwhile, Tamar's trying hard to laugh it off online, posting memes and motivational quotes like nothing happened, while fans flood her comments asking, "Sis, did you or didn't you?" Behind the scenes, word is, Tony's inner circle is not thrilled. Sources say she feels disrespected. Not just by the rumors, but by how public it's gotten. She's worked too hard to keep her image clean, and now all eyes are back on her love life for all the wrong reasons. And if that wasn't enough, Birdman's name keeps popping up in gossip blogs with other women too, making the situation even murkier. Fans are begging for answers, but right now, nobody's giving them. It's like a soap opera unfolding in real time. One post, one photo, one reaction at a time. The only question left is, Will Tony finally speak up and shut the rumors down? Or will the silence keep letting this fire burn hotter? Because honey, this saga is far from over. Yeah, that might just be what's really happening here. When you think about it, everything starts connecting in the wildest way, especially when you remember Tawanda once accused Tamar of hooking up with one of Tony's exes. Now that the Birdman rumors are back in full swing, it all feels a little too coincidental. Something about this whole situation just feels off. Either the Braxton sisters are about to drop the plot twist of the year, or this is one giant misunderstanding that's spinning completely out of control. But let's be real. With social media zooming in on every frame of that stage clip, every hand movement, every glance, nobody's buying the "it's innocent" story anymore. From the outside looking in, that moment didn't scream family love. It screamed something else. Fans are saying it didn't look innocent. Not one bit. And what's really unsettling people is the timeline. If Tamar really did date Birdman first, and then he went on a date and secretly marry her sister Tony, that's not just messy, that's downright awkward. It's left fans divided, confused, and glued to their screens, waiting for someone in the Braxton camp to break their silence. Because right now, it's a mystery that keeps twisting deeper. Family loyalty, old flames, and a love triangle that nobody saw coming. So what's the truth? Was it just a misunderstood moment between close friends? Or is there way more to this than the sisters are letting on? Either way, this story isn't cooling down anytime soon. Make sure you hit that subscribe button and stay locked in with Juicy Real, where we keep every scandal sizzling and every secret on blast.
I'm the baby, or whatever you want to call me, and the youngest. I could be the most opinionated, but I'm not the worst on the planet because I always come back for y'all. I always come back for them to help them.
You know, I'm always tell you the truth, and I hear you, and I know it's not easy, but you gotta try to figure out. And again, I don't know the answer. I don't know the path forward or how to get to a resolution or resolve. It's just, but you can't keep putting yourself through all of.
Tamar jumps into this episode and she's straight up emotional, saying her own sisters don't even vibe with her like that. She basically admits that she feels pushed out the circle, like they don't see her as real family anymore, and that hits heavy.
Coming? No, she's not coming to my wedding.
She's not coming to the wedding?
No, she's not.
Are you sure?
I'm so positive.
What do we think about her behavior? The other day.
I think
it was unacceptable.
entirely unacceptable.
I was pretty upset at myself for allowing a situation to affect me that way. I get it. Certain things, even as sisters, I wouldn't necessarily spew out.
Those words weren't slipped out by accident. She said it with her chest, and you can feel how long she's been holding that in. She talks about how the energy between them is off, like she's the odd one out every time she walks into the room. And even though she's hurting, she still says she wants to fix things, which shows she's not giving up on this bond. She's not shutting the door. She's not throwing shade for fun. She's genuinely trying to pull the family back together. But here's the wild part. Why does she even feel this disconnected in the first place? What happened behind closed doors that got her feeling like she's standing outside her own house, knocking to be let in? If her sisters really care, wouldn't they show it? And if they do care, then what's blocking them from showing love the same way she's asking for it?
So Tamar sits down with, I believe the lady she's speaking with, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe her name is Taz. She expressed emotions on pretty much working things out with her sisters, being able to sit down, work it out. She's ready, you know, as long as they're ready, open and willing. But what I learned is during that time, well, we know that.
So now I gotta ask you, do you think her sisters actually want to deal with her, or are they keeping her at arm's length for a reason? And if they do want a relationship, then why is Tamar carrying this heavy feeling that she's not part of the sisterhood anymore? So Tamar sits down with this lady, and if I'm not mistaken, her name is Taz, and she's really opening up about wanting to fix things with her sisters. She's talking from the heart, saying she's willing to sit down, talk it out, and finally put all this tension to rest as long as everybody else is open and ready too.
show is filmed in advance, but Tawanda and her husband did a live, and it looks like they had a whole bunch to say about Tamar. So although Tamar is feeling like she may want to, to reconcile, it doesn't seem like Tawanda wants to reconcile with Tamar at all.
Like Cantor Simmons, shout out to Cantor Simmons. He's one of my best men. The faces of who and the realities of relationships fade away, and then you start to be more attracted to the frequency that you are on. And I'm not out here looking for what looks nice. I'm not out here looking for what smells nice or what feels nice. I'm looking for what is frequency nice. So I don't care about none of that anything. If you're not matching that, I will pour into you my extra, but I'm not putting myself at a deficit or letting you like sap all my good energy, make me sad, make me upset, have me engaging in triggers and all of that, and talking down about people or talking gossiping or calling people like they name or fighting or any of that. I ain't doing it, bruh.
Nope.
I ain't doing it. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you my mama, my sister, my twin, Jesus. It don't matter.
Yeah.
She's not running from the smoke. She's saying, I'm here. Let's deal with it. And that takes guts. But here's where it gets messy. Even though Tamar is ready to settle things, the timing of everything tells a different story. We all know the show is filmed ahead of time, but while these scenes were playing out, Tawanda and her husband went live online and they had a whole lot to say about Tamar. That wasn't some quiet little side comment. They were speaking loud and clear, and it didn't sound like love at all.
I ain't spending 2 seconds on that junk. And I love you and I mean it. I wish the best for you. I hope you find all the happiness in your life. But everybody at this house, them 2 kids and that woman upstairs that I'm responsible for, we not plugging into that. I don't care what it is.
Nope. We're not plugging. We're not pouring. We're not entertaining. We're not doing any of that. And what people need to understand is it's not our responsibility to nurture your triggers. That's no one's responsibility but yours. Period.
Yep.
We're not coddling anything other than peace, happiness, and joy. That's it.
That's it.
That's it. And if you can't vibrate up, then you have to vibrate out.
That's it. And here's the thing. This is not coming from a place of hate, meanness. I will speak for myself. I sincerely, from the core of who I am, hope that every spirit, soul on this earth finds their purpose, finds their passion, finds the people that support them, finds the people that encourages them, that cheerleads for them, and that they can do that for everyone else in their circle and be led by their source.
Right.
That's what I want for everybody.
Right.
I just do. And ain't nothing you gonna do gonna change that. But what I have control over, me, and what I will allow in my space, in my home, on my phone, in my car, like I have a choice to make there.
Yeah.
And that choice is love. That choice is peace. I've tried before. I've tried to pull people. I've tried to be like, hey, let me show you. I'm not doing that. And she ain't doing it either. We love you. We rather look towards the hills for what's coming our help.
Come on now. Come on, honey.
It's Good Friday.
So while Tamara's out here says she wants peace, it looks like Tawanda isn't matching that energy one bit. It really doesn't seem like she's trying to reconcile or sit at any table with Tamar, and that's a huge red flag for anyone hoping this family would work things out soon. The vibe is off, the tone is cold, and the divide is looking deeper than what Tamar even realized. And when the episode shows Tamar breaking down, you can tell this isn't some dramatic moment for cameras. She's genuinely hurt. She says straight up, they don't like me, and she's in tears while explaining how all these issues didn't just pop up yesterday. They've been going on for a long time. It's like she's carrying years of feeling pushed aside, ignored, or misunderstood, and it finally hit her too hard to keep it inside. This whole situation is getting heavy fast. So now the real question kicks in. What's the actual solution here? Because Tamar could not keep putting herself through the same hurt over and over again like this. At some point, you got to stop walking into the same fire, expecting it not to burn you again, and that's exactly the kind of emotional cycle she's trapped in. From what the show revealed, one thing is crystal clear. Tawanda does not mess with Tamar, and it shows every time her name comes up. Whatever the root of the drama is, it's been boiling for years. There were those allegations that Tamar used Tawanda's credit card to cover a phone bill, and that's the type of thing that sticks with family even if both sides tell the story differently. Then there was the whole situation where Tawanda lent her money and Tamar turned around acting like it was a gift. That moment alone caused a huge crack in their bond. And let's not forget the drama where Tawanda told everyone Tamar didn't show up, even though she had actually uninvited her. That's wild. That kind of move hits deep because it twists the narrative and leaves Tamar looking wrong when she wasn't even given a fair chance. These aren't small disagreements. These are the type of moments that break trust permanently. So even though Tamar is out here crying, saying she wants to fix things, Tawanda is given a completely different energy. During that live with her husband, she made it very clear, without naming names, that she's not babysitting grown people's behavior, and the tone was obviously aimed at Tamar. She wasn't hinting, she was straight up saying she does not want to deal with her. And the biggest shock? Even with Tamar showing she wants peace, Tawanda still hit her with a loud and clear no, especially when it came to her wedding. She practically said, don't let this lady come to my wedding. And that's not a soft boundary, that's a hard block. This shows the damage between them is way deeper than what we're seeing on screen. And now, here's where things really take a turn. Because while Tamar is sitting there wanting peace, wanting closeness, wanting that sister bond back, the energy she's getting from the other side is icy. It's like she's reaching out her hand and they're stepping back every time. That kind of tension doesn't happen overnight. That's years of hurt piled up with nobody cleaning up the mess. And when Tawanda made it clear she didn't want Tamar at her wedding, that wasn't just a small not today moment. That was a straight up message. Weddings are supposed to be family events, right? If you block your own sister from stepping foot in the building, that means things have gone way past petty arguments or small misunderstandings. It means trust is broken, feelings have been bruised, and nobody's trying to fix the cracks. But here's the part that hits even harder. Tamara's confused because she's still trying. She's emotional, she's open, she's saying she wants resolution, yet she's standing alone while her sisters move like she's the problem every time. That kind of rejection hits the soul, and you could see it in her face when she talked about not being liked. She wasn't putting on a show, she was speaking from a place of real pain. So now we're all left wondering what went down behind closed doors that made this bond crumble like this. How do sisters get to a place where one is crying for connection and the others are setting up boundaries strong enough to keep her out of major life moments? This drama is getting deeper by the second. And now we reach the heavy question everyone's been circling around. If Tamar is out here crying for unity, but her sisters are shutting the door every time she knocks, what does that really say about where this family stands? It's like Tamar is fighting for a seat at a table that her own sisters keep pulling away from her. And that kind of emotional tug of war can break anyone down. Tamar keeps saying she doesn't feel loved, doesn't feel wanted, doesn't feel included, and honestly, her tears told the whole story without her even needing to explain it. You could see it in her voice, her body language, everything. This isn't drama for cameras. This is someone who's been carrying hurt for way too long. And when someone reaches that level of pain, it means the problems didn't start yesterday. This has been building for years. Meanwhile, her sisters move like they're done trying, done talking, done giving chances. They act like there's no space left for healing, no room for a fresh start, and no interest in meeting her halfway. And when a family hits that point where one person is begging for reconciliation and the others are acting like the bridge is already burned, that's when you know the history between them has layers we still haven't seen. So now the real question is, can this family ever find their way back to each other, or is the divide too deep to repair? Is Tamar chasing a bond that her sisters checked out of a long time ago? And if things keep going like this, what happens next for them as a whole? If you're into wild celeb family drama like this, make sure you hit subscribe to Juicy Reel because trust me, the next stories are going to be just as explosive.
So apparently when it comes down to the Braxtons coming out with the season 2, production definitely put a pause on it due to all the sisters getting into it with Tamar. And for those who don't know, Tamar is not a friend of the show this season. She came on as like a main character or main cast member, whatever the hell you want to call it, right? But she decided to bring on Ashley. And for those who don't know, Ashley is their niece from their brother, Mike.
Trina is straight up calling out Tamar, blasting her for messing up their whole show with wild behavior, and the Braxton drama queen is spinning the block again with full force chaos. This situation is getting louder by the minute, and nobody can pretend it's calm anymore. The tension between Tamar and Trina has been heating up for months, and now the mess is spilling right into the production of their show like a busted fire hydrant.
You're right. The show is supposed to do it because it's supposed to show real life family. We have a real life family, and real life family goes through real life situations. You're not going to get along all the time. You're not going to see eye to eye all the time, and everybody has their own journey. Period. That's just it. So if you come on here talking about, oh, Tawanda is jealous, she's so jealous. How can I be jealous of one sister and not jealous of Toni Braxton?
Word in the streets is that producers are hesitant to push forward because the drama has gotten way too unpredictable, even for TV. It's crazy because everyone knows producers usually love when things get messy on camera. So what did Tamar actually pull off this time? The talk on the curb is that Tamar was the one who exposed Trina's ex for allegedly acting like a creep and targeting younger women. And one thing everybody knows about Trina is that she does not play about her man, her partner, or any guy she chooses to stand beside. That kind of accusation hit her pride like a brick thrown through a window. But that's not the whole storm, because Tamar is also claiming that Trina is trying to turn their sisters against her and freeze her out of the family circle. She's basically saying Trina is moving like a mastermind, pulling strings behind closed doors, trying to isolate her from everyone she grew up with.
I want to clear up some discrepancies, though. These people asking me, hey, guys, have you spoken to Tamar? You guys talking to Tamar? You talk to Tamar? Of course. As I stated before, regardless on what happens, if any of my sisters call me, I'm going to pick up the phone and answer. If they need me, if they text me, I'm going to respond. And that's just the bottom line. That's just what it is. However,
Things are getting real intense around that family table. So does this mean Tamar is drifting away from the rest of the Braxton sisters? And why does it seem like nobody is stepping up to defend her right now? The streets need answers, because the silence around her is becoming louder than the drama itself. The buzz really kicked up a couple days ago when rumors dropped that Toni Braxton had walked off set during filming, sending shockwaves through the crew and leaving everyone confused about what triggered her reaction. According to one report, insiders revealed something wild. Toni Braxton straight up walked off the set while they were filming the new season of The Braxtons. The Grammy winner is tired of the non-stop sister drama, and she's not holding back anymore.
sensitive to other people's boundaries, and I respect people's boundaries regardless on what it is. If I agree or not, I'm going to respect your boundaries. If you say you don't feel like it, or you don't want to beg, you want to do this, guess what? I'm going to respect your boundaries by not crossing those lines. That's just it. And that's it. You know? If this person said, you act like you hard, you got a wall that makes it seem like you don't care. It's not that I don't care. It's not that. What it is that I have respectfully learned to compartmentalize the things that is more important. And it's not important for me to do anything other than to protect my peace. That's it. That's just it.
Well, y'all, the comment section was a disaster, with folks claiming Tawanda is just bitter about Tamar's success.
Toni said that when Tracy passed, They made a promise to her that they would stay united, but now everything is falling apart, and the tension has only gotten worse. Some sources were trying to make it sound like the situation had something to do with Toni herself, but in reality, everything was boiling over between Tamar and Trina. And to make things even more complicated, there was also a little situation involving their other sister Tawanda, but the main fire was definitely burning between Tamar and Trina. Their energy has been clashing so hard that people on set could practically feel the sparks popping in the air. The chaos between these sisters didn't just pop up out of nowhere either. It's been bubbling for a long time now, and last season was already pure madness. Their series, The Braxtons, has been airing for a good minute, and every episode made it more obvious that the tension between them was impossible to hide. They'd sit in the same room, smile for the cameras, but the vibe would hit different, like everyone was trying to pretend the room wasn't full of stress. Sure, every sister had her own struggles and her own moments of drama last season, but something about the way Tamar and Trina interacted felt completely off. Their energy wasn't just awkward, it was like they were carrying unspoken grudges and unfinished arguments that kept leaking through the screen. This wasn't your regular, everyday disagreement. This was something deeper that had been simmering for a long time. Sibling disagreements happen, but this situation feels way deeper than a simple back and forth. You'd think they would be more supportive this time, especially since so much of the season focused on Tracy's passing in 2022, which left a huge emotional mark on all of them. Losing a family member is never easy, and losing a sister hits in a way that stays with you no matter how strong you try to act. To deal with everything weighing on them, the sisters started going to therapy together, trying to heal as a unit. The show even filmed them in a group grief counseling session with a therapist named Spirit, where they tried to unpack everything they've been carrying. But even inside that safe space, Tamar and Tawanda just couldn't keep the peace, and the tension crawled right back in like it never left. Tamar came at Tawanda, accusing her of not putting real effort into keeping their bond alive. Tawanda didn't back down for a second, saying she was focusing on her own well-being and setting her own boundaries to protect her peace. And honestly, those two barely talk these days, which tells you how deep this rift has gotten. If you ask Tamar, she fully believes the only reason Tawanda even picks up her calls or replies to her texts is because the cameras are rolling and the show needs them to look connected. That belief alone shows how much the trust between them has cracked, and it's turning every conversation into a bigger issue than it needs to be. Tamar said, "It's a matter of respect. I respect where people are." She meant it, but the whole vibe still felt heavy, because the room had tension you could almost touch. And it's one thing when family drama happens behind closed doors, but when the whole world gets a front row seat to the mess, the pressure gets hotter, and everything feels 10 times louder. Fans have definitely noticed the uncomfortable energy between them, and it's getting harder to ignore how tense things feel on screen. At this point, nobody can tell if they're actually trying to fix their bond or if they've accepted that their relationship might never go back to how it used to be. One thing is clear. This whole situation is heavy, and something in the air says this mess isn't calming down anytime soon. People haven't forgotten when Tawanda jumped on live last year to talk about her relationship with Tamar and said this, right? She said, "Yeah, I wanna clear up some discrepancies though. My piece. That's it. That's just it." She made it sound simple, but the message was loaded, and everybody felt it. The comment section turned into a full-on disaster zone, with folks jumping in claiming Tawanda was bitter about Tamar's success. Tamar has built a strong career in music, reality TV, and live television, and she's out here stacking achievements while staying booked and busy. Tawanda is also working hard and building her own path, but the internet never cares about balance. People will always pick sides and stir trouble just to keep the conversation hot. In this case, Tamar's fans were convinced that the only reason Tawanda went live and spoke on Tamar the way she did was because she was secretly bothered by Tamar's success. They painted the whole situation like it was jealousy in disguise, tossing opinions around as if they knew every detail of what happens behind closed doors. But one thing about Tawanda, she's not the type to let people talk wild about her without stepping up and clapping back in her own way. She's always been the kind of woman who will defend her name, keep her dignity, and shut down any storyline she feels is twisting the truth. And trust me when I say she dragged Tamar's fans, she dragged them with no hesitation. She wasn't holding back at all, and the whole internet felt that energy instantly. When Tawanda got married a few days ago, Tamar was the only sister who didn't get an invite, and this wasn't some accident or oversight. That absence spoke louder than any statement they could have posted, and it showed just how deep the cracks in their bond really are. Last season was already a full hot mess, but most people thought they had finally handled their issues like grown, mature women ready to turn the page. But according to new reports, things got so explosive behind the scenes that production had to hit the brakes and temporarily pause filming. One report even said that producers shut down taping of the Braxtons after a heated blow-up between Tamar and her sisters that got way too intense for cameras. Season 2 is supposed to drop this summer, and fans were hyped. But after everything that went down with Tamar and Tawanda last season, everyone assumed the argument must have been about those two again. But then Trina stepped in and made it extremely clear that she and Tamar were the ones going through a rough patch. She posted, "To everyone who has distanced themselves from me, kindly stay there." That line hit like a warning shot, and the internet immediately started digging for clues. So what happened between these two women, and why is Trina this upset with Tamar? The streets are talking, and the whispers are pointing to a situation involving their niece, Ashley, and Trina's ex being exposed for inappropriate behavior. Ashley allegedly claimed she told Trina that her husband, Gabe Solis, was being creepy. But Trina didn't take her side and instead stood with her husband, even though she knew what he did. That decision left a stain on their relationship and brought a lot of hurt feelings into the mix. Now the whole situation is circling back around, resurfacing at the worst possible time, and Tamar speaking on it reportedly reopened wounds Trina wasn't ready to deal with. Their family history is tangled, emotional, and complicated, which makes this new fallout even harder to navigate. Now, Gabe, may he rest in peace, was definitely not the ideal partner for Trina, and that became clear over the years. He spent a big part of their 12-year marriage being unfaithful, and eventually Trina matched the energy because their relationship was so tangled that calling it toxic almost feels too simple. Their dynamic was messy, unpredictable, and full of twists that nobody could have scripted. Even with all the chaos, they somehow kept circling back to each other, no matter how bad things got. And of course, every bit of it played out on Braxton family values for the world to witness, which only made their situation even more intense. So when people heard rumors that Gabe may have crossed boundaries in ways he shouldn't have, it sadly didn't shock anyone, because he already had a reputation for letting his eyes wander. Now, for anyone who doesn't know Ashley Braxton, she's the daughter of Michael Braxton, the older brother of the famous Braxton sisters. She started gaining attention online when she shared a serious story about how one of her aunts allegedly sided with her husband in a way that left her feeling pushed out of the family and manipulated. That story hit the internet like a lightning bolt, and because it involved a Braxton, it exploded fast. The details Ashley shared were intense, emotional, and deeply personal. and the fact that it involved family only made everything even heavier. Ashley, who is now 32, explained that everything happened back when she was much younger, during a time when she assumed her family home was a safe space. She said she had gone to visit her aunt, the way any relative would, expecting nothing unusual, expecting normal family warmth. But according to her, while she was there, her aunt's husband started behaving in ways that made her deeply uncomfortable, crossing boundaries no person should ever cross. She described his actions as inappropriate and unsettling, and the moment stuck with her for years because she felt blindsided by someone who should have been trustworthy. Ashley also claimed that instead of supporting her or protecting her, her aunt allegedly downplayed the situation and stood with her husband, which made Ashley feel isolated and unheard. That choice left a long-lasting scar, and the emotional fallout shaped the tension that still exists within parts of the Braxton family today. Things took an even darker turn when Ashley said he started sending her messages that were completely out of line and wildly inappropriate for any young family member to receive from an adult. That kind of situation can shake anyone, especially when it comes from someone who was supposed to be part of the trusted family circle. Ashley eventually went back home, completely rattled by the whole experience and unsure how to even process what had happened. But the situation didn't stay hidden for long, because her stepmother ended up coming across the messages and instantly knew something was wrong. She didn't waste a single moment. She brought everything straight to Michael Braxton, because a situation like that can't be brushed aside. Michael was deeply disturbed by what he saw, shocked that something this serious could be connected to his own family. He immediately reached out to his sister, Ashley's aunt, to talk through what was going on and figure out the truth. But according to Ashley, the reaction she got wasn't what anyone would expect from a relative hearing something this serious. Instead of approaching the situation with concern, calm, or any form of accountability, Ashley claims her aunt defended her husband and flipped the situation back onto her. That move left Ashley feeling even more hurt, confused, and betrayed, especially since she believed her aunt was supposed to be the person who stood up for her during something so heavy. Reports also say Ashley explained that her stepmother and father saw multiple inappropriate messages exchanged between herself and her aunt's partner, and that's what pushed them to act fast. Ashley said that in the beginning, her aunt appeared loving, supportive, and genuinely upset about what Ashley went through, which made her believe she had someone in her corner. But over time, Ashley felt like her aunt switched up, pulling away emotionally and no longer showing the same understanding she had at the start. That shift left Ashley feeling isolated, like the situation was being swept under the rug instead of handled properly, which only made the emotional damage even deeper. The whole situation grew into this heavy cloud hanging over the family, and every layer that came out later only made the story more explosive. Ashley said that as she got older, she started to fully understand how off everything felt, and it hit her that it was strange her aunt seemed comfortable with her partner's behavior given the circumstances. She said it felt like the love she expected from her own family just disappeared, like it was cut off without warning, leaving her confused and hurt. She went on to explain that her unnamed aunt acted like Ashley somehow started the whole situation or was part of the problem, and blaming someone that young made the whole thing even more painful. Ashley said that through therapy she finally learned how she coped at the time, but also understood that none of the blame belonged on her because she should have never been put near a situation like that in the first place. Ashley shared that she opened up to friends who had gone through similar experiences, and she said it hurts her that this is something they can bond over because it's the kind of pain nobody should ever relate to. She spoke about it with honesty, showing how heavy it still feels even now. Ashley didn't reveal which aunt it was, and she kept that part private, but the timeline gave people enough clues to start connecting dots. The situation reportedly went down 16 years ago, which made fans start looking at who the Braxton sisters were married to during that period. And that's when things got even louder online. At that time, the list looked like this. Trina was married to Gabriel Solis, Tamar was married to Daryl Lumby, Tracy was with Kevin Surratt, and Tawanda was with Andre Carter. Breaking down the timeline like that made people look at each marriage differently, trying to understand which household the situation may have happened in, and the discussions got intense fast. But even with all that speculation, the only thing Ashley made clear is that her pain came from someone inside the family circle, someone she trusted. And that realization alone still hits hard whenever she talks about it. So technically, any one of them could be the Aunt Ashley was talking about. And since she was careful not to drop a single name, it became almost impossible to know exactly who she meant without more details. But let's be real for a second. When has the internet ever waited for full details before jumping into detective mode? The moment Ashley's video started gaining traction, people did what they always do. They started digging like it was their full-time job. Fans and online sleuths went straight into investigation mode, scrolling through old interviews, reality show clips, past family arguments, and every little piece of Braxton drama they could find, looking for any clue that might expose who she meant. And honestly, considering how much of the Braxton family's life has played out on reality TV for years, there was plenty of material to sift through. Every season had its own storm, its own storyline, and its own moment that made people think, wait, could this be the clue? People love a mystery, and this one had the kind of tension that keeps the internet glued to their screens. The first big clue Ashley gave was that the man involved was allegedly doing something similar on television, and that detail made fans lock in even harder. Because anyone who has followed the Braxtons for a while knows that their family has never been shy about showing real problems on camera. Their highs and lows have played out in full color, sometimes messy, sometimes emotional, but always very real. Once Ashley dropped that detail, the internet instantly started connecting it to moments they remembered from the show. Moments where certain husbands were acting questionable, crossing lines, or just moving strange on camera. Viewers started reposting old clips, breaking them down frame by frame, like they were solving a crime scene. And the fact that the Braxton family has been open about their issues on and off screen only added fuel to the investigation frenzy, because people felt like all the clues were hiding right there in years of footage waiting to be spotted.
Guys, a demon just spoke through Toni Braxton, and I'm shook.
Okay, I gotta call you back. I'm about to have Bible study.
Why?
Cause I'm saved.
Well, not church.
Just my
Holy,
faith.
yeah.
Because I'm a person that don't go to church.
Right.
You know?
Guys, a demon just spoke through Toni Braxton, and I'm shook.
The Braxton family always appeared like this flawless, picture-perfect squad. Same voices, same smiles, same shiny TV moments. Like everything was always sweet. But behind those bright lights was a storm nobody on the outside ever imagined. And now, Tamar Braxton is finally pulling that curtain wide open, letting people see the real mess hiding underneath. Tamar has been dropping hints for months, acting like something wasn't sitting right in that family circle. But this new reveal, it hits different. She's not holding anything back anymore. No soft filters, no cute edits, no Hollywood script.
Read the word. Because it's important to know the word. How else we gonna battle all these demons and witchcraft? How else you gonna do it?
There are other books.
Girl, get off of my phone, girlfriend. Get off of my phone. I'll call you back.
I mean, that book was written by racist white
girl, goodbye, girl. I'll call you in an hour.
She's talking about how fame didn't just shift things for the Braxtons, it straight up cracked their bond. And right in the middle of this whole story is Tracy Braxton, the sister many fans felt got pushed to the back while Toni Braxton kept moving up the industry ladder. People always whispered about it, but now Tamar is spelling it out loud and clear. For years, Toni Braxton was seen as the powerhouse, the superstar whose success opened doors for everybody else. She had the voice, the look, the awards, the presence, everything that made her the one the industry wanted to spotlight. And let's be real, the music world only ever tries to crown one main star at a time. But Tamar is saying this shine came with shadows. Shadows that hit her sisters in ways the public never saw. She's claiming the family wasn't standing shoulder to shoulder like fans believed. She's calling out how certain people got pushed to the side while others got lifted up. And she's telling it all with zero fear. Everything she's dropping right now has people looking at the Braxtons in a whole new way. This isn't just family drama. This is decades of silence cracking open. But while Toni was climbing toward global fame, her sisters, especially Tracy, were stuck fighting a quiet battle that nobody around them seemed to take seriously. They were struggling in the shadows while the spotlight kept drifting farther away. Now, Tamar is blasting the truth wide open, claiming there were decisions made behind closed doors that didn't just hurt Tracy. They pushed her right out of the picture. And according to Tamar, that moment left a mark on Tracy that she never fully healed from. It wasn't some small disagreement. It was a hit that changed her whole path. Even when the cameras were rolling and fans tried to read between the lines, everybody could sense something was off. You could feel the tension, even when the family tried to smile through it. But Tamar is revealing something way deeper, something that makes it sound like Tracy was pushed aside emotionally, professionally, and personally so that Toni's star could keep glowing without interruption. And the way Tamar is talking about it now feels different. It's not messy drama. It's not attention hunting. No shade for the internet. It sounds like she's finally grieving a truth she tried to bury for years. She's been speaking on interviews and live streams, dropping comments that had fans stunned, making people say things like, yo, maybe the Braxton story wasn't as tight as it looked. People are starting to realize this wasn't a sweet sisterhood fairy tale. It might have been a survival story inside an industry that only lets one person shine at a time. Tamar is hinting that the sisters weren't walking step for step together. Some were getting held back while others got pushed forward. And she's saying all this like she's finally tired of carrying the weight of silence. This whole situation has fans looking at the Braxton legacy with brand new eyes. Every word Tamar drops hits harder than the last. What made Tracy's situation hit even harder was the timing. When the Braxton sisters finally got their first real shot as a group, Tracy was more than ready. She had the voice, the energy, the stage presence, everything needed to stand front and center. But the label stepped in and decided they wanted the sisters, just not her. Tracy was expecting a child at the time, and the executives flipped that into the perfect excuse to cut her out of the deal. That one decision didn't only flip Tracy's career, it changed the whole direction of her life. And Tamar is saying the family went along with it because everyone thought Toni's success was going to open doors for the rest of them later on. But that future lane never came for Tracy. Instead, she ended up pushed deep into the background while Toni became the main face of the family and the whole industry machine started moving in her direction. And the situation wasn't just about fame. It was about money, power, and how the entertainment world loves building everything around one chosen one. Tamar hinted that the people running things around Toni made it clear the Braxton brand had to be centered on one star if they wanted the big push. And when a system works like that, somebody always ends up left standing outside the circle. Tamar's words make it sound like Tracy got caught in the middle of pressure she never asked for. While the industry locked in on Tony, Tracy was stuck fighting for space that never opened up. Fans are now looking back at old moments with fresh eyes, realizing this wasn't just a career setback. It was a long-term wound that changed everything for her. Every detail Tamar shares paints the picture bigger, louder, and more heartbreaking. The story hits different when you realize how easily one choice behind closed doors can change a whole life. Tamar never said the word sacrifice, but she didn't need to. The way she laid everything out had fans putting the pieces together instantly. The picture was loud and clear. Tony's rise didn't come free. Somebody paid a heavy price. And for Tracy, that price was watching the dream she built since she was young slip right out of her hands. Even when the family came back together years later for Braxton Family Values, people could still feel that weight on Tracy. It wasn't something she could hide behind jokes or tough energy. You could see it in her eyes. She wasn't just the funny one, not just the strong one. She was the sister who knew exactly what it felt like to be pushed away from the thing she loved the most, and that pain never left her. Tamar opened up about how Tracy felt like the industry never treated her fairly, like the doors that swung open for everyone else somehow stayed locked when it came to her. And the part that hit the hardest? Tamar said Tracy believed her own family didn't fight for her when she needed them the most. That truth shook Tamar in a way she couldn't ignore. Tamar admitted that the thing that haunts her isn't the fame, the deals, or the spotlight. It's the moment she understood that Tracy didn't need validation from the world. She needed her sisters to have her back. She needed real support, not promises or camera-ready smiles. On the show, people always joked that Tracy had the biggest heart, that she loved hard, forgave fast, and kept trying to hold the peace, even when she was the one hurting. And hearing Tamar talk about it now makes those old moments hit so much deeper. It's like the audience is finally seeing the real truth behind that smile. But Tamar's new comments made fans look at everything with fresh eyes. Suddenly, people realized Tracy wasn't just the peacekeeper. She was the one who ended up paying the cost so the family could even get a foot in the music world. Tamar said it straight without dodging anything. Tracy should have been standing right there with them from the very beginning. She had the talent, the grind, and the dedication, but the industry didn't want her included, and that hit different. And instead of pushing back, the family went along with the plan because nobody wanted to risk losing the opportunity they were finally getting. Tamar said the guilt didn't hit her all at once. It grew heavier every year, like a truth she couldn't escape anymore. When Tracy passed away, Tamar said the world finally saw it for what it was. The sister who got pushed aside deserved so much more. And it wasn't about jealousy or personal beef, none of that. According to Tamar, it was because the industry forced the Braxtons to make a choice, and that choice wasn't fair to Tracy at all. Tamar's voice even cracked when she talked about how Tracy never got all her flowers, not because she lacked talent, but because the door was shut long before she ever had a real chance to walk through it. And now Tamar is speaking loud because, in her words, the world needs to understand that Tracy's story wasn't just some heartbreaking moment. It was a warning, a real warning about how fame can twist things inside a family, how the industry can take loyalty, flip it around, and force people to choose sides they never wanted to choose. Tamar is saying this isn't just old drama. It's about what fame can take from siblings, from love, from something that can't be replaced once it's gone. She's making sure people know Tracy wasn't forgotten by accident. She was left outside because the machine demanded it. And hearing Tamar say that now has fans shaken because it shows how real the pressure was behind the scenes. Tamar didn't hold a single thing back this time. She peeled those layers off like she was tired of carrying the weight. She said that what happened after Tracy got pushed out didn't just stay in the 90s. It followed the sisters for decades. It slid into every reunion, every studio session, every family sit-down they tried to fix like a shadow that refused to leave. Tamar explained that every time the family came together to work, there was this unspoken tension hanging in the room. A tension nobody dared to admit out loud. And here's the wildest part. Tamar claims everybody knew exactly where it came from. Everybody felt it, everybody recognized it, but nobody wanted to be the one to finally call it out. She said Tracy wasn't upset because she didn't become some huge superstar. That wasn't the issue at all. She was hurt because the people she trusted the most didn't stand up for her when it mattered the most. And Tamar is admitting that straight up for the first time, without dodging, without spinning it, just... Tamar said she remembers times when Tracy would show up excited, ready to rehearse, ready to record, ready to be part of the dream again. She came in with hope, with energy, with that fire still lit inside her. And Tamar said, looking back now, that memory hits her with a different kind of pain, because she knows how much Tracy wanted to belong to something that pushed her away. And just like that, the whole vibe would switch up the moment someone from the label stepped in and made it clear that Tracy didn't fit the image they wanted. That line stuck in Tamar's mind for years, fit the image. She said that was the moment she finally understood the industry wasn't just shaping their careers, it was shaping their entire family rhythm too. Tamar revealed that Tracy carried that rejection like a shadow she couldn't shake off. Even when she tried to laugh it away or act like she was keeping the peace, the hurt stayed right under the surface. And when Braxton Family Values finally came around, fans thought this was it, the big redemption arc, the moment all the sisters would shine together like they should have from day one. It looked like the perfect chance to rewrite the past. But Tamar said filming didn't fix things. It exposed more cracks than anything else. She claims producers loved stirring up drama between her and Tracy because the tension was already sitting there waiting. It was decades old, never handled, and way too easy for TV to twist into storylines. And every argument they had on camera wasn't really about what the audience saw. Those moments were old wounds bubbling back up with no place left to hide. Tamar said the yelling, the frustration, the heated moments, they were really about years of Tracy not being heard, not being understood, and not feeling supported like everyone else. It wasn't about fame or spotlight. It was about respect and acknowledgement she never fully got. Then Tamar admitted something she had never said this clearly before. Tracy always felt like everyone else had moved on without her. She didn't get the tours. She didn't get the spotlight. She didn't get the push the others received. Tamar said once the cameras were rolling, she finally realized how deep that pain ran, and it changed the way she looked at everything they went through. Tamar explained that the show didn't reveal new problems, it just exposed the ones that were already sitting there for years. And hearing her talk about it now makes every old moment hit a lot harder. And even when Tracy did every single thing the industry asked for, the dieting, the training, the rehearsals, she still got treated like she was just an extra instead of a full Braxton sister. Tamar said as she got older, she finally understood how unfair that was, and it made her mad at herself for staying quiet for so long. She said Tracy kept showing up, even when she knew the treatment wasn't equal, and that kind of loyalty hits completely different now that Tracy is no longer here. But the moment that shook fans the hardest was when Tamar spoke on Tony's opportunities, the huge ones. Tamar said there were plenty of chances where Tony could have insisted that Tracy be included, whether it was tours, background vocals, appearances, or brand deals. She hinted that Tony's team was constantly pushing her to keep the spotlight clean and uncluttered, like adding Tracy into the mix would complicate the image they were selling. She explained that Tony wasn't allowed to shake up the system, and that pressure ended up keeping Tracy out of rooms she deserved to be in. And while Tamar didn't point a finger at Tony in a harsh way, she didn't hide from the truth either. She said Tony was the only one who had enough power to push back, and sometimes she just didn't. Not because she didn't care about Tracy, not because she didn't love her, but because the industry made her feel like standing up would put everything she worked for at risk. Tamar said that kind of pressure can twist anybody up. When you're told your whole career depends on keeping things perfect, it makes you hesitate even when your heart is telling you to do the right thing. And hearing Tamar admit that now has fans looking at the whole Braxton story through a different lens.
She painted a picture of a family caught in a system that forced them to make choices nobody ever should have to make. And in the middle of it all was Tracy, showing up, staying loyal, and trying to belong in a space that never fully opened its doors to her. And that's the part that hit Tamar the hardest, the idea that their eldest sister, the one with the biggest influence, the one whose name carried real weight, didn't realize how deep the situation cut Tracy until it was already too late. Tamar talked about how in later years, Tracy would speak on feeling like she was always trying to catch up, like she missed a train that never circled back for her. And hearing that now breaks Tamar in a way she can barely even explain. Tamar says she finally understands that Tracy never wanted pity. She wanted fairness. She wanted recognition. She wanted respect. She just wanted to feel like she belonged in the same dream she helped build. And Tamar revealed something that shook a lot of people. The family didn't truly grasp how heavy Tracy's pain was until her final years. She said that during those later moments, Tracy started opening up more, letting out feelings she had kept locked inside for decades. Not to restart old drama, not to point fingers, but because she wanted peace before her time was up. And Tamar said one thing she'll carry forever is how Tracy didn't want anyone to feel guilty. She didn't try to blame her sisters for chasing the opportunities in front of them. She simply wished the dream could have included her, too. And that type of strength, holding no grudges after everything she went through, made Tamar see Tracy in a whole new light, almost like she was the quiet glue the family didn't even realize they needed until she was gone. When Tamar finally spoke up about all this, the internet exploded. Fans started pulling up old clips of Tracy, moments of her laughing, crying, walking away from arguments, or staying silent when things got heavy. And suddenly those scenes looked different. People were rewinding old episodes with brand new understanding, catching signs they didn't recognize before. Social media was filled with comments saying stuff like, "We didn't know she was carrying all that," and "Tracy deserved better." Tamar's honesty cracked open a conversation fans had been whispering about for years, and now it was finally out in the open for everyone to see. And suddenly everything hit completely different. Fans started saying the truth was always right there, and the way Tracy cracked jokes that were really covering hurt, and the way she stayed quiet when she felt disrespected, and the way she kept showing up even when the room made her feel unwanted. And Tamar said that's exactly why she's speaking up now, because she refuses to let the world remember Tracy as the left-out sister. She wants people to understand Tracy was the heartbeat of the whole family. Tamar explained that Tracy deserved way more love, way more protection, and way more recognition than she ever got.